A young undead noble boy, burdened with the blood feud of his family, unexpectedly acquired a mysterious lordship system during his escape. Using a random teleportation scroll, he was transported to a desolate desert oasis, marking the fateful turning point of his destiny. In the Kalar Desert of the Sacred Continent, by the sapphire lake within the golden oasis, three figures stood silently under a date palm laden with fruit. A young man stood tall and proud. An elderly man looked worried and apprehensive, and a delicate maid tread cautiously. This oasis would become the starting point of vengeance and ascension. That day, when I revered the royal capital, I heard the voice of the gods, declared Randerton Lin Yi, heir of the Tulip family, his gaze sharp and determined. I will become the messenger of the gods, raise the banner of faith, destroy the kingdom of Stanlow, and put an end to this world of decay and ruin. It begins here. Destroy the kingdom of Stanlow? Wouldn't that be rebellion? The old butler, Hoden, was immediately alarmed and hurriedly supported the young man to the shade of the tree. Young master, we've traveled across the vast desert to get here. You must be exhausted. His aged face was filled with worry as he silently concluded that the fall of the Tulip family and that unjust trial must have taken a toll on the young master's spirit. My dear old butler, I am not hallucinating, Lin Yi said with a mysterious smile. The eternal gods have bestowed upon me great divine power, enabling me to build a magnificent realm in this golden oasis, a powerful empire capable of shaking the world's order. Before Hoden and the maid could respond, Lin Yi strode toward a nearby clearing. With a wave of his right shoulder, radiant golden light tore through the void, enveloping the area. In an instant, a finely crafted wooden house materialized out of thin air. By the goddess of magic! Hoden froze, his cloudy eyes wide in shock. The maid, Sally, was equally stunned, staring at the scene in disbelief. Lin Yi gazed at the wooden house as a system interface, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. The hall could unlock additional structures such as fences and residences. Upgrading required 500 units of wood and gold coins. The system then announced his ascension as a lord, granting him the super divine ability favored by all races, along with troop building facilities and a starter pack containing 300 gold coins. The main quest demanded upgrading the village, while side quests included forming a 100-strong troop and slaying invading sandworms. The claim of being a messenger of the gods was merely a pretense. In truth, it was the lordship system he had obtained upon transmigration. If not for the sudden purge of the Tulip family by the kingdom of Stanlow, he would have established his domain in the vibrant, early-growth forest. The unexpected arrival in this place wasn't entirely a misfortune. At least in the beginning, there was no fear of tribal attacks. Once the domain's forces grew stronger, he could march toward the life forest in the northeast, seize the forest, and utterly destroy the accursed kingdom of Stanlow. Hoden and Sally finally snapped out of their shock, trembling with excitement. The elderly butler, a 7th-tier high-level mage, stammered in awe, the young master truly is chosen by the gods. The great Tulip family will soon reclaim its glory. Suddenly, a cloud of yellow sand erupted from a distant dune, accompanied by the chilling howls of monsters. Just as Hoden prepared to cast a spell, Lin Yi stopped him, pointing behind them to another clearing where he began constructing a troop-building structure. Under the stunned gaze of Hoden and Sally, golden light once again surged in the void, enveloping the nearby clearing. When the light dissipated, a magnificent golden palace rose from the ground. In front of the grand hall lay a spacious plaza, with a massive war drum standing at its center, surrounded by fluttering crimson banners. The construction of this royal knight training ground consumed a significant amount of space, swallowing over a dozen date palm trees and 2 clusters of giant pillars. Seeing these sources of sustenance disappear, Lin Yi frowned. In this desolate desert, food and water were the most precious resources. We must upgrade the village hall as soon as possible to expand the territory, Lin Yi calculated inwardly. The information about the training ground appeared in his vision. Royal Knight Training Ground. Level 1. Recruitment limit. Can recruit 10 Royal Knights daily. Upgrade requirement. 1,000 gold coins. Special notes. 1. Upgrading increases recruitment capacity. 2. Equipping knights with suitable mounts greatly enhances combat power. What is this structure, young master? Hoden asked in astonishment. This is the Royal Knight Training Ground, Lin Yi explained. Soon, we'll have an elite corps of Royal Knights. Before his words had fully landed, golden light flickered across the plaza, and 10 figures materialized out of thin air. These Royal Knights, clad in silver-white armor and armed with knightly swords and round shields, stood tall and robust, exuding an imposing aura. They marched in unison toward Lin Yi, knelt on one knee, and touched the ground with the tips of their swords. Faith is loyalty. Great Lord, the Royal Knights pledge their undying allegiance to you. Rise, Lin Yi said, suppressing his excitement and gesturing with his hand. Simultaneously, the the knight's information appeared. Royal Knight. Rank. Intermediate unit. Level. 5. Potential. King rank. Traits. Loyal, brave, and fearless. On the Sacred Continent, professional ranks were categorized as follows, from lowest to highest. Levels 1 through 9. King rank, Transcendent, Saint Domain, Demigod, and Title Demigod. Levels 1 through 9 were further divided into low tier 13, mid tier 46, and high tier 79. Hodin himself was a level 7 high tier mage. By the goddess of magic, Hodin murmured in awe, staring at the fully equipped knights in disbelief. This is divine power. No wonder the young master. The upcoming battles will be left to them, Lin Yi told Hodin. Units can only grow rapidly through the crucible of war. Understood, young master, Hodin replied cheerfully. With this knightly force, he could now focus more on protecting the young master. Upon receiving Lin Yi's command for battle, the 10 royal knights immediately gripped their greatswords and charged toward the rolling sand dunes in the distance. Suddenly, violent tremors erupted beneath the golden sands, and several massive sandworms, each several meters long, burst forth. Their gaping maws, lined with razor-sharp teeth, lunged toward the royal knights. Though these colossal worm-like creatures lacked eyes and ears, the fine bristles covering their sides allowed them to acutely sense any movement on the ground. The barbed spikes on their underbellies churned through the sand with astonishing agility, moving as effortlessly as fish in water. However, these sandworms were destined for disaster today. As low-tier magical beasts, ordinary sandworms were only ranked between levels 1 and 3. Even the sole elite sandworm among them, despite reaching level 4 and measuring 5 meters in length, was no match for the fully armed royal knights. Night Slash. One of the royal knights leapt into the air, his radiant sword gleaming as it descended in a powerful arc. The sandworm's tough exoskeleton was instantly cleaved open, spraying green ichor and viscera in all directions. The other knights quickly joined the fray, their swords slicing through the air as sandworms fell one after another. Even when a knight was swallowed whole, they would swiftly carve their way out of the creature's belly, emerging covered in sticky green fluid. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Within moments, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of over a dozen sandworms. The level 4 elite sandworm, realizing the dire situation, let out a furious roar and attempted to burrow back into the sand to escape. But one knight, quick on his feet, drove his sword into its tail, dragging it out. Another knight followed closely, his brilliant golden blade descending straight onto the creature's head. Watching from the sidelines, the elder steward Hodin couldn't help but marvel in silence. The combat skills and battlefield discipline displayed by these royal knights rivaled the most elite veterans of the Tulip family from years past. Even as a high-ranking mage, Hodin found himself humbled by their prowess. Just then, he suddenly sensed a dramatic surge in the magical energy emanating from the young master. Startled, he exclaimed, "Young master, have you advanced?" "Not bad." Lin Yi nodded, feeling the surge of power within him. As a knight of humble origins, his talent was far from extraordinary. He began training his physique at the age of 10, became a knight apprentice at 12, and only advanced to a full-fledged knight by 14. Now, at 19, he was merely a low-tier level 3 knight. However, the unlocking of his lordship status had completely changed everything. When his subordinates killed enemies, he could share in the experience gained. Just moments ago, he had broken through to level 4, advancing to a mid-tier knight. More importantly, the constraints of his original profession no longer existed, could wield a sword like a knight and cast spells like a mage. With every level gained, his physical strength, magical power, and mental capabilities were comprehensively enhanced. Blessed by the goddess of magic, young master, your future will surely lead you to become a powerful figure who commands awe across the land. The old butler, Hodin, exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yi merely smiled faintly at his words. A powerful figure in the Saint Realm? That goal was far too modest for him. As long as he had a vast enough army and continuously waged wars, his level could keep rising. Demigod, titled pseudo-god, these realms, unattainable to most, would be milestones on his journey. The 10 royal knights returned after clearing the battlefield, bringing with them several sandworm hides, a collection of intact sandworm teeth, and 7 gold coins. Each of these spoils had its use. The hides and teeth could be utilized to craft equipment once a blacksmith shop was built, or traded with merchants and desert dwellers for supplies. The coins, however, were the most crucial resource. Lin Yi carefully examined the coins in his hand. These lord coins were entirely different from the coins of the Stanlow Kingdom. Regular coins couldn't even be used to upgrade territory buildings. But soon, he discovered an exhilarating piece of news. 10 ordinary coins could be exchanged for 1 lord coin. Without hesitation, he exchanged the 500+ Stanlow Kingdom coins he had on hand, along with the savings of his butler and maid Sally, obtaining over 400 lord coins in total. Lin Yi quickly reviewed his current status. Identity: Lord, Viscount of the Stanlow Kingdom. Territory, Golden Oasis. Level, Ordinary Level 4 Lord. Talent, favored by all races super divine. Coins, 749. Just 200 more coins, and I can upgrade the Royal Knights training ground to expand the recruitment scale. Lin Yi calculated silently, then shifted his focus to his Lord talent. Lin Yi addressed the neatly lined up Royal Knights. Patrol the area around the territory. If you encounter sandworms, eliminate them immediately. Yes, my lord. The Royal Knights knelt on one knee, then stood up, gripping their gleaming swords. With synchronized steps, they marched toward the vast desert beyond the oasis. A few more sandworms, and his second side quest would be completed. Young master, what shall we do now? Asked Sally, a maid clad in a simple linen dress, her voice soft. She was a year younger than Lin Yi and served as his personal maid. Her golden hair framed vivid emerald green eyes, and her fair, porcelain-like skin surpassed even that of most noble women. It was evident that the Count and Countess had been meticulous in selecting a maid for him. Compared to the old butler, Hoden, Sally had been by Lin Yi's side longer, and their bond was closer. We need to gather food and clean water, Lin Yi replied. The three of them had fled in haste, and their supplies were nearly depleted from the journey. Fortunately, they had reached the Golden Oasis in time. The abundant water from the Sapphire Lake was safe to drink, and the date palms and giant cacti around the lake could provide sustenance. Though the cacti bore sparse fruit, they could still offer some energy. The group immediately set to work. Hoden took charge of gathering dates and cactus fruits. Sally carried a water jug to fetch water, and Lin Yi patrolled around the lake, searching for other useful resources. Along the way, he came across several rotting animal carcasses and skeletal remains. These sources of contamination needed to be dealt with. He initially thought of calling Hoden for help, but then remembered the fireball spell he had once learned. After a few attempts, magical energy coalesced in his palm into a fireball the size of a fist. That easy? He thought to himself, surprised. It seemed that becoming a lord had enhanced his magical abilities. The fireball shot forth with a roar, instantly reducing the decaying corpses to ashes. Lin Yi continued to clear the remaining pollutants, determined to keep the precious water source pristine. In the future, any merchant caravan or desert dweller seeking water from the Sapphire Lake would have to trade with him unless they possessed greater strength. Half an hour later, Lin Yi returned to the village hall, carrying a grand white rattlesnake he had just killed with his foot. This common creature of the Kalar Desert was not even classified as a low-level magical beast, but it could serve as dinner. Young master, we're facing a major problem: food scarcity. Hoden had also returned, his face etched with worry. The dates and cactus fruits he had gathered were pitifully few, leaving the elderly butler deeply concerned. Lin Yi and the old butler, Hoden, carefully took stock of the resources in the oasis. Out of 35 date palm trees, only 14 bore ripe fruit. While the giant cacti were numerous, their fruits were scarce. Faced with this situation, Hoden furrowed his brows slightly. Young master, the territory has gained 10 new royal knights, but this amount of food won't last long, the old butler said worriedly. Lin Yi nodded in understanding. He was well aware of the current predicament: troops required food supplies, and tomorrow he planned to recruit even more royal knights. Once the training ground was upgraded, the number of recruits would further increase. Yet, a confident smile appeared on his face. Grandpa Hoden, there's no need to worry. The hardest days are behind us, Lin Yi said with certainty. Once we complete side quest 2, we'll obtain the miraculous red dragon fruit seeds. Additionally, there are other edible magical beasts in the desert. While sandworms have little meat, desert gray wolves are a decent alternative. If we can take down a wolf pack, our meat supply will be secure for the short term. Seeing the young master's confidence, Hoden remarked with emotion, since arriving at the Golden Oasis, you've indeed become more self-assured, young master. If the Count and Madam knew, they would be very proud. They'll be even prouder on the day I return to Stanlow Royal City, Lin Yi declared firmly. Hoden nodded solemnly. He recalled the shock and disbelief he felt when he first learned of Lin Yi's plans to rebel. Now, he had fully accepted this reality. After all, it was the will of the gods. As night fell, the temperature in the Kalar Desert plummeted. Compared to the daytime, the difference was a drastic 20 degrees, and by the dead of night, it could drop to as low as -10 degrees. Lin Yi, Hoden, and the maid Sally sat around a campfire in the plaza of the Royal Knights training ground. The firelight illuminated their faces, and the aroma of sizzling roasted snake meat filled the air. The Royal Knights, having eaten the rations and dates sent by Hoden, were patrolling the outskirts of the oasis, staying vigilant for potential magical beast attacks. Earlier in the afternoon, they had killed about 10 sandworms, leaving just a few more to complete side quest 2. By the fire, Hoden took a sip of water, his expression grave. Young master, the Kalar Desert is mostly inhabited by sandfolk, who have even established a kingdom in the north. Additionally, there are strongholds of other hostile races such as Gnolls, goblins, goby dwarves, and lizard folk. Once they discover we've taken over the Golden Oasis, they will undoubtedly come to destroy us. Lin Yi accepted a cup of warm honey water from Sally, took a small sip of the sweet liquid, and replied calmly, "Our priority is to build our strength and recruit more royal knights. When our strength is sufficient, even if they don't come to us, we will take the initiative to strike," Lin Yi said firmly. "In a few days, I plan to have the royal knights expand their patrols to locate those hidden strongholds buried in the sea of sand. Hodern, I'll need your help when the time comes." The old butler, Hodern, stood upright and nodded solemnly. Serving the Tulip family had been his lifelong duty. His greatest wish was to witness the flag of the Tulip family flying once again over the lands of the Stanlow Kingdom before his life came to an end. "Though I am old, my magic power still remains. Even against height-year magical beasts, I can hold my ground," Hodern declared with unwavering determination. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Dear Grandpa Butler, your future is far from over. Like the Royal Knights, you can now level up by defeating enemies. With your potential, you could at least become an extraordinary powerhouse." Through his abilities as a lord, Lin Yi had already reviewed Hodern's information. To his surprise, the old butler possessed the potential for extraordinary growth, even surpassing that of the Royal Knights. As long as he continued to fight and kill enemies, he could break through to the extraordinary level and regain his vitality. "Young master, is this true?" Hodern stood up, visibly moved. His level as a height-year level 7 mage had been stagnant for years, and with age, his hopes of advancing had grown increasingly slim. He had long given up on pursuing greater magical power and had devoted himself entirely to serving the Tulip family. The possibility of another chance to advance left him overwhelmed. "Of course," Lin Yi affirmed with confidence. "You will achieve your extraordinary dream. Praise the goddess of magic," Hodern exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his aged face. Nearby, Sally eagerly asked, "Young master, what about me?" Lin Yi leaned in and whispered softly into the young maid's ear, "You're even more remarkable. You have the potential to reach the sacred domain." Sally was so overjoyed she nearly fainted. She wholeheartedly believed that her young master, as a messenger of the gods, would never deceive her. In truth, Lin Yi hadn't exaggerated. When he saw Sally's growth potential, even he was astonished that it was indeed at the sacred domain level. He resolved to focus on nurturing this adorable young maid, starting with the basics of fireball magic. Once she mastered her skills, she could gain experience on the battlefield. On the first night in the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi slept in the temperature-controlled village hall. Without a bedroom yet, he made do with a makeshift bed on the floor, holding his soft little maid in his arms. The ever-dutiful Hodern insisted on adhering to noble etiquette, keeping watch alongside the royal knights and refusing to approach the village hall. Lin Yi had no choice but to prioritize the construction of housing as soon as possible. Building a residence required 100 units of wood. The system indicated that a basic residence could accommodate 5 people, with upgrades allowing for increased capacity. To the southeast of the oasis, there were some desert trees resembling poplars. Tomorrow, the royal knights could be dispatched to chop them down for building materials. The night passed, and the sun rose high in the sky. The temperature in the desert climbed rapidly, and the air soon became unbearably hot. After finishing a simple breakfast, Lin Yi immediately opened the Lord's task panel. A notification for the completion of Side Quest 2 appeared during the night watch. The Royal Knights not only completed the required sandworm elimination task, but also brought in an additional income of several gold coins for the territory. The quest reward had also been delivered, a magical red dragon fruit seed. According to the item description, planting it in any open area of the territory would yield a small red dragon fruit orchard. A new Side Quest 2 had also been refreshed. Construct at least 3 residential houses. The task description emphasized that residences were foundational buildings for the territory, providing shelter for the people and increasing the territory's prosperity. Upon completion, the rewards would include 100 gold coins and a bottle of plant growth acceleration potion. Seeing this task, Lin Yi immediately gathered the royal knights and instructed them to cut down and use trees in the poplar forest and the oasis. Whether to build residences or upgrade the village hall, a large amount of wood was required. In this desert, wood was a scarce resource, and if any trade caravans passed by, it would undoubtedly become a valuable commodity. "Young master," the old steward, Hodern, approached energetically, looking completely different from his weary state the night before. "I participated in the sandworm hunt last night as well. Just as you mentioned, I felt a surge of special energy entering my body during the fight. The 7th level barrier that has troubled me for years has finally loosened. Praise the eternal gods." This time, Hodern didn't exclusively praise the goddess of magic, as he knew this power came from the young master, the messenger of the gods. "It seems you're not far from reaching the 8th level, Lin Yi said with a smile. "Indeed, young master. I can feel the breakthrough is near," Hodern exclaimed excitedly before rushing off again to hunt more sandworms. Lin Yi walked to an open space near the Royal Knight's training ground, carrying a small gray pouch. The maid, Sally, followed him curiously and asked, "Young master, what are you planning to do?" "Plant fruit trees," Lin Yi replied, taking a handful of tiny red seeds, each the size of a grain of rice, from the pouch and scattering them across the lawn in front of him. Sally looked surprised. Planting fruit trees on this grassland, which still showed signs of desertification, seemed nearly impossible. Even the existing date palms had survived only after countless cycles of effort. Expecting fruit trees to grow from just a handful of seeds seemed like an incredibly difficult task. However, the scene that unfolded before them left the maid, Sally, wide-eyed in astonishment, and Lin Yi equally stunned in place. The seeds they had just scattered onto the ground sprouted roots and tender shoots the moment they touched the soil. Then, they began to grow at an incredible speed, visible to the naked eye. Within mere minutes, a lush orchard appeared before them, with 100 dragon fruit trees springing up from the ground. Each tree was laden with plump, vibrant fruits that exuded an enticing, exotic fragrance. "This is nothing short of a miracle," Sally exclaimed in amazement. Lin Yi silently nodded, acknowledging the remarkable power of the Lord's system. At the same time, a string of information about the orchard appeared in his field of vision. This was a small orchard consisting of 100 dragon fruit trees, all in a mature, harvest-ready state. The growth cycle was half a month, and the ripe fruits needed to be picked within 2 days, or they would automatically spoil. The orchard could be relocated as a whole, but the trees themselves could not be used as timber. All harvested fruits could be stored in the territory's warehouse for long-term preservation. The system further revealed that dragon fruit was a low-grade magical energy fruit. Not only could it quench thirst and satisfy hunger, but its carbohydrate and energy content were 100 times that of regular beef. Long-term consumption could even slightly enhance the physical attributes of professionals. Lin Yi plucked 2 bright red fruits, handed one to Sally, and took a bite of the other. Sweet, refreshing juice spread across his palate, accompanied by a unique, pleasant aroma. Though it was merely a low-grade magical fruit, it could fetch a decent price in the Stanlow Kingdom. More importantly, with a growth cycle of just half a month, it solved the territory's short-term food supply issue. "Today's task is to harvest all these fruits," Lin Yi said to Sally. "The sooner we pick them, the faster the next batch will grow." He wasn't concerned about storage problems due to the lack of warehouse space. First, the territory was currently in dire need of food, especially with the daily recruitment of new royal knights, which only increased the demand. Second, these magically infused fruits naturally had a longer shelf life than ordinary fruits. Even if there were leftovers, he could store them in the spatial pouch gifted by the Countess. Though the pouch's capacity was limited, it could easily hold 1 or 2,000 pounds of dragon fruit. The two immediately began the harvest. Since the trees were only about 1 meter tall, picking the fruits was an easy task. They piled the harvested fruits together, and Lin Yi used the spatial pouch to transport them in batches. The excess was temporarily stored in the village hall. By midday, they had finished harvesting all the trees, collecting approximately 6,000 pounds of dragon fruit, enough to sustain the territory for a while. Meanwhile, the royal knights had completed the task of chopping down the poplar trees, stacking over 600 units of wood in the training ground. The combination of these materials and Lin Yi's stockpile of gold coins was sufficient to upgrade the village hall. However, he decided to delay the upgrade, as it would consume a large amount of resources, potentially affecting the construction of residential houses and the upgrade of the royal knights' training ground. He had deliberately refrained from recruiting new knights today, intending to wait until he had accumulated 1,000 gold coins before initiating a large-scale recruitment. For now, the top priority was to construct 3 residential houses and claim the associated rewards. Residential houses and fences are the basic territorial buildings provided by the village hall. Near the village hall, Lin Yi quickly found a suitable open space. With the allocation of resources, 3 wooden houses rose out of the ground as if by magic. Though simple in appearance, their ingenious design was perfectly suited to withstand the extreme temperature fluctuations of the desert. The system immediately displayed detailed information about the residences. Basic houses could accommodate 5 units each, and upgrading to intermediate-level houses would require an investment of 200 units of wood. As the construction was completed, a notification appeared indicating the completion of Side Quest 2, rewarding Lin Yi with 100 gold coins and a bottle of plant growth accelerator. Lin Yi carefully examined the potion's attributes. This low-grade potion could reduce the growth time of target plants by up to 1/3 and could be used 5 times. Each use could water up to 100 plants in a small garden. The system specifically noted that growth potions of the same grade could not stack their effects. Eager to test it out, Lin Yi headed to the red dragon fruit orchard. The moment the potion was sprinkled, a green glow swept across the area. The recently harvested fruit trees immediately sprang back to life, with tender shoots breaking through the soil and delicate reddish flowers blooming shortly after. 100 fruit trees were rejuvenated in an instant under the magical influence of the potion. This is incredible, Lin Yi exclaimed in genuine admiration. Standing nearby, the maid Sally was astonished. Young master, could this be the legendary life water of the nature spirits? Lin Yi chuckled and explained, this is just an ordinary plant growth potion, far less miraculous than the fabled life water. This potion only accelerates plant growth, whereas life water is said to have the power to revive the recently departed, whose souls have not yet fully dissipated. Even so, its effect is amazing, Sally said, gazing at the rapidly blooming orchard. It looks like we'll have another harvest in no time. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. With the potion, the fruit tree's maturation cycle had been shortened from half a month to just 10 days. Such an effect would likely revolutionize agricultural understanding back on Earth. After returning, Lin Yi took stock of his gold reserves, which totaled 893 coins. He silently hoped that tonight's hunt would yield good results, aiming to gather 1,000 coins before midnight. With the assistance of the old butler Hoden, this goal seemed within reach. For the remainder of the day, Lin Yi focused on teaching Sally the art of magic runes in the village hall. The young maid, with her exceptional talent, displayed potential far surpassing that of royal knights. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. Hoden returned alone, bringing with him a few dozen gold coins and a large amount of sandworm materials. More importantly, he shared a discovery. Young master, I found a small salt lake a few kilometers to the west. There are traces of human activity, including salt-drying tools and even bloodstains, but no signs of living people. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi responded, it seems that sand nomads were likely drying salt there, but were attacked by some unknown creature. The old butler, Holden, nodded solemnly. He analyzed the situation, concluding that the attackers were likely gnolls or goblins, common threats in the desert. Only bloodstains were left at the scene. With no bodies in sight, it was evident that the victims had been taken away. To these wicked creatures, any life is potential prey. We must be more vigilant, Lin Yi said gravely. Water is especially precious in the desert. Whether it's these attackers or the nearby sand nomads, they might all covet the water source of the Golden Oasis. As the new master of the Oasis, these were issues he had to confront. However, one thing puzzled Lin Yi. Why has no intelligent being claimed this oasis before? It's like a sweet cake left before the starving, yet no one dares to take it. Young master, Holden suggested, should we consider seizing that small salt lake and mining for salt? If trading caravans pass by, we could exchange salt for supplies. Not yet. Lin Yi shook his head. We lack sufficient manpower. Grandpa Holden, you'll need to continue hunting sandworms. With just a few dozen more gold coins, I can upgrade the Royal Knights training grounds and summon more knights. As you wish, young master. Holden picked up his magic staff and strode out of the village hall. Before leaving, he glanced at the newly appeared houses and the dragon fruit trees blooming with little red flowers in the territory, astonished beyond words. These had not existed when he left in the morning. His young master truly worked wonders. This sight filled the aging butler with renewed determination. He resolved to level up, extend his life, and witness the Tulip family's glory restored, and see his young master carry on the family lineage. As night fell, the skies over the Kalar Desert were clear and vast, studded with countless stars. The breathtaking aurora added a touch of magic to the sacred land. Lin Yi and the maid Sally lay on the soft grass of the oasis, admiring the night sky while feeling the warmth emanating from the ground beneath them. Young master, Sally asked, her emerald eyes sparkling. Is it true, as the legends say, that the stars in the sky are the realms of gods, and each star represents a great deity? It's very possible. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. On this sacred continent ruled by extraordinary powers, gods are very real and immensely powerful beings. Those stars beyond our world could indeed be their divine realms. I believe that one day, you too will become an immortal deity of the void, worshipped by countless followers, Sally said earnestly. Haha, absolutely. Lin Yi laughed. Late at night, the hunting party gradually returned to the territory. The elderly steward, Hoden, led 10 royal knights, his face brimming with unconcealed joy. The hunt had not only been completed successfully, but had also brought a significant boost in strength for several members. Most notably, Hoden had finally broken through a bottleneck that had hindered him for years, advancing to an 8th level high-ranking mage. Although sandworms were low-level beasts with limited experience to offer, they served as the final push that helped Hoden overcome the limitations caused by his declining physical condition. At this moment, Hoden appeared rejuvenated, his silver-streaked hair faintly turning black, as if he had regained the vigor of someone 10 years younger. Among the 10 royal knights, 2 had also advanced to the 6th level, significantly enhancing their strength. Lin Yi was most pleased to find that, by sharing in just one day's worth of experience points, he himself had progressed from the 4th level to the 5th. Hodin and the knights respectfully presented Lin Yi with the day's spoils. Over 100 intact sandworm hides, nearly 1,000 sharp fangs suitable for crafting daggers, and more than 100 gold coins. Additionally, there were 2 corpses of desert grey wolves. "My lord," reported one of the newly promoted 6th-level royal knights, stepping forward. "On our way back, we encountered these 2 grey wolves. In the distance, we spotted a pack led by an alpha wolf. Even after we killed their companions, the pack remained vigilant. I fear they may launch an attack on us tonight." No sooner had the knight finished speaking than a system notification appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Special mission triggered wolf pack siege. Mission details. The Golden Oasis is part of the Desert Grey Wolves territory, and your occupation has enraged their leader. In 1 hour, the wolf pack will launch an assault on your territory. Mission objective. Defend the territory and repel the wolf pack. Mission rewards. 300 gold coins, 1 random blueprint for a territory building. "Your judgment is spot on," Lin Yi said to the knight. "Take your men to rest and prepare. In an hour, we'll face a battle to defend our home." "Yes, my lord. We swear to protect you and the territory with our lives." The knights saluted in unison before retreating. Hodin, with concern in his voice, asked, "Young master, do you truly believe the wolves will attack our territory?" "Indeed, the scent of war is drawing nearer. You should also restore your mana. We may be in for a fierce fight." Following Lin Yi's instructions, Hodin nodded solemnly and left. Lin Yi then made his way to the Royal Knights training ground. With the addition of today's earnings, his total gold coins had now exceeded 1,000, enough to upgrade the barracks. Without hesitation, he opened the building upgrade panel. "Would you like to spend 1,000 gold coins to upgrade the current troop building?" Lin Yi chose yes without hesitation. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the void, enveloping the entire Royal Knight training ground. The ground trembled violently, and the training plaza expanded visibly until the golden light dissipated. The silhouette of the Royal Knight Hall grew even more majestic and imposing. A system notification promptly appeared. The Royal Knight training ground has been upgraded to level 2. Daily recruitable Royal Knights, 30. Next upgrade requirement, 3,000 gold coins. Special reminder. 1. Upgrading troop buildings increases recruitment capacity. 2. Equipping cavalry units with suitable mounts can significantly enhance combat effectiveness. A level 2 training ground 30 Royal Knights can be recruited at once. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. At his command, 30 fully armed Royal Knights appeared in formation on the training plaza. Each one exuded the sharp, battle-hardened aura of a seasoned warrior. As Huadeng had mentioned, these were elite veterans of countless battles, mid-tier level 5 professionals. "Greetings, great lord," the Royal Knights shouted in unison, dropping to one knee in perfect synchronization. As summoned troops, they held absolute loyalty to Lin Yi, willing to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. "Rise." Lin Yi gestured with a raised hand. "Check your equipment and prepare for the impending war." Sworn to serve the great lord to the death, they thundered in response. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. The discipline and morale of this unit even surpassed the elite forces of the Stanlow Kingdom. It was now close to 10 p.m., and in 2 hours, another 30 knights could be recruited. While upgrading the training ground to level 3 required 3,000 gold coins, a short-term impossibility. The immediate priority was to strengthen the current forces for the upcoming night hunt. But just then, a chilling wolf howl pierced the night sky. The sound grew louder and more frequent, echoing from all directions. As the first desert grey wolf appeared on the sandy dunes outside the oasis, more wolves followed, forming a rolling black wave under the moonlight. They encircled the golden oasis completely. Across the sapphire lake, packs of grey wolves had already infiltrated the oasis, advancing along the shoreline toward the village hall. "There must be hundreds of desert grey wolves," gasped the elderly steward, Huadeng, drawing a sharp breath. "This is a full-blown wolf calamity." "Old man, are you confident?" Lin Yi asked with a smile as he approached, accompanied by the charming young maid, Sally. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere around them, Sally's delicate face showed no trace of fear toward the looming wolf disaster, a reflection of her absolute faith in her young master, the envoy of the gods. Hodern's expression was grave as he replied, "Young master, the wolf pack is indeed large, but devouring us won't be an easy task." Lin Yi nodded, his gaze fixed on the distant, approaching wolves. He quickly analyzed the situation. These grey wolves are generally of low level, mostly around levels 2 to 3, with only a few reaching mid-tier magical beast status above level 3. As long as the Royal Knights maintain their formation, no matter how many wolves come, they'll be slaughtered. He added with a hint of regret, "It's a pity the Royal Knights don't have mounts. Otherwise, we could even take the offensive. Knights with mounts can unleash their full combat potential." At that moment, a deafening wolf howl suddenly pierced the night sky, silencing all the desert grey wolves instantly. Following the sound, a massive gray wolf appeared atop a distant sand dune. Compared to the ordinary gray wolves, which were about 2 meters in length, and the elite gray wolves, which reached around 2.5 meters, this giant wolf stretched over 3 meters long. Under the moonlight, it resembled a monstrous beast. With a mighty leap, the giant wolf descended, charging straight toward the village hall. Wherever it passed, the gray wolves parted to make way, and those too slow to move were sent flying. A level's even height-ear magical beast. The gray wolf leader. The old steward Hodern gripped his magic staff tightly. He knew that as a mage, even with a slightly higher level, he would be doomed in an unknown fight once the wolf closed the distance. His magic shield wouldn't hold for long. He needed others to distract the wolf leader to have any chance of taking it down. Understanding Hodern's thoughts, Lin Yi immediately said, "I'll send 10 royal knights to surround the gray wolf leader. Old man, you must eliminate it as quickly as possible to avoid any complications." As he spoke, he retrieved a fire element magic staff from his spatial pouch, a height-ear magical weapon he had acquired during his time with the Tulip family. It amplified fire magic and came with 2 built-in spells, Fireball and Sea of Flames. Once merely a collector's item, it now proved invaluable as a lord. "Rest assured, young master, I will take down this gray wolf leader even if it costs me my life," Hodern declared resolutely. "There's no need to risk your life," Lin Yi replied with a smile. "Just hold out until midnight, and our chances of victory will increase significantly." Though puzzled by Lin Yi's words, Hodern nodded in agreement. Lin Yi then turned to Sally. "Go hide in the village hall for now. Stay there until the battle is over. Please stay safe, young master," Sally said as she retreated into the village hall. She also wanted to fight alongside the young master, but she couldn't even cast the most basic fireball spell. As an ordinary person, staying would only make her a burden. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of desert gray wolves had formed a massive encirclement, trapping Lin Yi and his companions in the center. The eerie howls of the wolves echoed through the air, sending chills down spines. Their glowing green eyes were locked on the humans, and their sharp fangs dripped with greedy saliva. This golden oasis was the territory of these ruthless predators, and their presence alone deterred other intelligent beings from approaching the area. 40 royal knights quickly formed a defensive formation, shielding Lin Yi and the old butler, Hodern, at the center. The knights wielded sharp greatswords and large round shields with a diameter of half a meter, creating an impenetrable wall of defense. Even when faced with enemies far outnumbering them, their gazes remained as steely as iron. Suddenly, a massive fireball streaked across the sky above the knights and landed precisely in the middle of the wolf pack. With a deafening explosion, several gray wolves were instantly reduced to charred remains, while others were set ablaze by scattered sparks, their agonized howls piercing the air. This fireball seemed to signal the start of the battle. With an enraged roar from the wolf leader, hundreds of ravenous wolves surged forward like a tidal wave. The royal knights raised their swords to meet the charge. In flashes of steel, the leading dozen wolves were cut down, their blood and entrails staining the ground. The wolves retaliated with a barrage of magical attacks, sending a hail of wind blades slicing through the air, powerful enough to sever thick tree trunks with ease. The knights raised their shields to block the assault, but one knight was struck by the wolf leader's wind blade and was hurled several meters away, shield and all, his fate uncertain. However, the magical equipment of the other knights successfully withstood the barrage. From the rear, Lin Yi and Hodern cast spells without pause: fireball spells, fire sea spells, firewall spells, and falling star flames erupted one after another. Hodern, in particular, as an advanced level 8 fire mage, unleashed devastating attacks, each strike claiming the lives of several wolves. The battlefield was suffused with the scent of charred meat and the grim stench of death. The enraged wolf leader led its elite pack in a fierce charge, their massive impact sending several knights flying. At that moment, Hodern unleashed the advanced fire magic spell, Dance of the Fire Serpents. Dozens of blazing fire serpents materialized and immediately ensnared the wolf leader. Each collision and bite left deep, bone-exposing burns on its body. As the wolf leader attempted to break free, Lin Yi's royal knights had already flanked it, forcing it back into the fiery serpent's encirclement. Meanwhile, the gray wolves that had followed the leader's charge were consumed by a raging sea of flames. As the battle raged on, the scene on the battlefield grew increasingly harrowing. The corpses of gray wolves piled up, and the ground was stained red with blood. Although the casualties of the gray wolves far outnumbered those of the royal knights, every loss of a knight felt like a dagger to Lin Yi's heart. His force consisted of only 40 royal knights, each one invaluable. Lin Yi relentlessly wielded his magic staff, its radiant glow illuminating the battlefield. Each blast of magic claimed the lives of several gray wolves, creating precious moments of respite for the embattled knights. Occasionally, golden light erupted on the battlefield, signaling the phenomenon of knights breaking through to a higher level. Nearly all the knights had advanced to level 6, achieving a qualitative leap in their strength. The exhaustion and depletion of magic power that had plagued them during the intense combat were instantly swept away. At this moment, the Grey Wolf leader within the Fire Serpent formation was in a pitiful state. Its fur was charred black, yet it continued to struggle violently. The power of the high-level magic spell Dance of the Fire Serpent was truly astounding. Ordinary elite Grey Wolves had long been reduced to ashes, leaving only this height-ear beast barely holding on. Outside the Fire Serpent formation lay the bodies of 3 royal knights who had heroically sacrificed themselves to prevent the wolf leader from breaking through. However, their sacrifice did not weaken the resolve of the other knights. Instead, it ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit as they charged fearlessly at the rampaging wolf leader, one after another. The battle remained deadlocked until a massive fireball struck the escaping wolf leader with precision. The impact not only sent it crashing to the ground, but also inflicted devastating damage with the terrifying magic imbued in the attack. Seizing the opportunity, several royal knights fearlessly rushed forward, ignoring the searing flames, and drove their greatswords into the wolf leader's massive body. This selfless, fearless determination moved even the seasoned steward, Hodern, who had witnessed countless battles. With the coordinated efforts of the knights and Hodern, the Grey Wolf leader was finally vanquished. Its death unleashed a mournful howl from the entire wolf pack. Yet, not a single Grey Wolf fled. Instead, they became even more frenzied, as if seeking vengeance for their fallen leader. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, under the protection of a few knights, fought and retreated, making his way toward the Royal Knights' training grounds. He glanced at the time. Shortly after midnight, as a new day began, Lin Yi promptly initiated a new round of troop recruitment. In a burst of golden light, 30 fully armed royal knights appeared out of thin air. Wielding their great swords and clad in gleaming silver armor, they charged into battle without hesitation. The arrival of this fresh force completely turned the tide of the fight. The royal knights swung their swords with blinding speed, each strike felling a Grey Wolf. The howls of the wolves on the battlefield grew weaker and weaker as their encirclement was steadily forced to contract. Before long, the situation was entirely reversed. The royal knights surrounded the remaining wolves in the center and began their final sweep. When one knight's sword pierced through the chest of the last Grey Wolf, the 2-hour-long territorial defense battle finally came to an end. Lin Yi, setting aside the task reward notifications, immediately organized his men to count the casualties. The results were heartbreaking. Out of the 70 royal knights who fought, 13 were lightly injured, 9 were seriously wounded, and 6 had fallen. Just as Lin Yi was preparing to arrange a burial for the fallen warriors, the 6 bodies suddenly began emitting golden specks of light, gradually fading away until they completely disappeared. As Lin Yi stood in confusion, the Lord System provided an explanation. Fallen troops were not truly gone. Their souls and bodies were preserved in a void space, and when the Lord eventually ascended to godhood and established a divine realm, these brave warriors would be resurrected within it. Upon hearing this revelation, Lin Yi immediately gathered the remaining knights and solemnly declared, "Our comrades have attained eternal life. This is their glory." Inspired by his words, the knights responded with a rousing cheer, their eyes filled with fervent admiration for Lin Yi. After arranging care for the wounded, Lin Yi led the remaining knights in cleaning up the battlefield. This victory not only yielded abundant spoils, but also elevated Lin Yi's level to 6, bringing him just one step away from becoming an advanced class professional. In addition, the task rewards had already been delivered, 300 gold coins and a random blueprint for a territorial building. Lin Yi promptly used the blueprint and obtained the design for a special structure, the Altar of Fortune. This altar would grant the territory a random lucky aura each week. Its construction required 1,000 gold coins and 500 units of stone. A weekly lucky aura. This feature bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yi's lordship talent. However, compared to his talent of adding a troop building structure every week, the lucky altar's ability to randomly change the effects of its lucky aura each week was undeniably more unpredictable. Even so, a building capable of providing buffs to the territory was still immensely valuable. Faced with the requirement of 500 units of stone for construction, Lin Yi found himself in a dilemma. In this vast desert of endless yellow sands, stone was a rare resource. He immediately summoned the old steward, Hodern, to inquire about the location of any stone mountains. "Young master," Hodern said after a brief moment of thought, "there's a stone mountain in the direction of the Salt Lake. While it's not particularly towering, the terrain stretches extensively, and its area is quite considerable." This piece of news lit up Lin Yi's eyes. He quickly formulated a plan. The lightly injured royal knights would be tasked with cutting down the populous Euphratica forest tomorrow to gather the wood needed for upgrading the village hall. Once that was complete, they would shift their efforts to mining stone. The uninjured knights, meanwhile, would continue their hunting missions. It was indeed overkill to have royal knights perform basic resource-gathering tasks, but given the current limitations in manpower, Lin Yi had no choice but to make such arrangements. After a night of hard work, the Royal Knights finally completed the post-battle cleanup. The haul was impressive. Over 7,300 units of wolf meat, various grades of wolf pelts and wolf teeth, and an additional 490 gold coins. Most importantly, they obtained 32 magic crystals of varying levels. These crystals could be embedded in equipment to craft more powerful magical gear. For example, the small but exceptional magic staff in Lin Yi's possession, embedded with a high-tier magic crystal, was worth a fortune in the kingdom of Stanloyd's price exceeding 10 times that of similar grade ordinary equipment. In addition to these gains, Lin Yi unexpectedly acquired a troop quantity blueprint and 2 bags of gold coins. Without hesitation, he used these items. A system notification promptly appeared. He had gained 30 royal knights and a total of 370 gold coins. This unexpected windfall greatly lifted Lin Yi's spirits. His total number of royal knights had now reached 94. If not for the loss of 6 knights in last night's battle, this number would have rounded out to an even 100, allowing him to complete side quest 1 immediately. At the same time, his gold reserves had surpassed 1,008 coins. However, one lingering question weighed on Lin Yi's mind. After defeating so many gray wolves, not a single piece of equipment had dropped. Was the drop rate simply too low, or was it impossible for equipment to drop at all? With this uncertainty, Lin Yi turned to the lordship system for answers. Soon, he received a response. 2 vital pieces of information appeared in the system. First, a lord could directly acquire equipment by defeating humanoid monsters. Second, defeating magical beasts only granted blueprints, lord coins, special items, and experience points. Additionally, lords could craft their own equipment by constructing a blacksmith's workshop. This discovery resolved Lin Yi's doubts, but the mountain of gray wolf meat before him presented a new dilemma. Over 7,000 units of gray wolf meat lay there, and even with nearly 100 royal knights under his command, it was impossible to consume it all in the short term. To make matters worse, the warehouse was already stocked with thousands of pounds of red dragon fruit. Without proper storage facilities, these food supplies would inevitably spoil. Lin Yi quickly devised a solution using the desert's high temperatures to make jerky. However, relying solely on sundrying wouldn't suffice. One critical item was needed: salt. Without delay, Lin Yi gathered 30 royal knights and sent them to a salt lake several kilometers away. There are purification tools there. Just bring back the coarse salt, he instructed. Although this coarse salt was not highly refined, it was adequate in this extraordinary world where creatures generally had strong resistance. The knights set off on their mission. Meanwhile, the other knights were busy with their respective duties, leaving the golden oasis. Before long, only Lin Yi and the young maid, Sally, remained in the territory. Even the old butler, Hoden, had gone out hunting. Let's continue yesterday's lesson, Lin Yi said, leading Sally into the village hall. By noon, the team gathering lumber returned with over 300 units of wood. The poplar forest they had been harvesting was now nearly depleted, with only a few slender saplings remaining, no longer worth cutting down. Hearing the news, Lin Yi felt a twinge of regret. Obtaining more wood would now require venturing further afield. Such was the cost of developing in a desert, unlike the resource-abundant forest of life. The returning knights were promptly assigned a new task: quarrying stone to prepare for constructing the luck altar. At this point, the knights were divided into 3 teams. One to mine stone, another to collect salt, and a third to hunt magical beasts. Apart from a few severely injured individuals, everyone was hard at work. At last, the resources needed to upgrade the village hall: 500 units of wood and 500 gold coins were ready. Lin Yi stepped outside and activated the upgrade option. Instantly, a brilliant golden light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire village hall. The wooden structure began expanding at a visible pace, its design becoming increasingly refined. What was even more exciting was that the golden oasis itself expanded as well. Green vegetation spread like a carpet, quickly covering the surrounding sand dunes. Sturdy trees burst from the ground, forming a dense circular forest around the sapphire blue lake in the blink of an eye. Seeing this transformation, Lin Yi broke into a wide smile. The issue of wood resource wasn't it just resolved? After upgrading the village hall to intermediate level, Lin Yi unlocked basic structures such as fences, residences, and arrow towers. She then reviewed the requirements for upgrading to an advanced village hall: 1,000 units of wood and 1,000 gold coins. The demand wasn't too steep. The Lord system displayed the main quest: upgrading the village hall to a town hall. The reward for completing this task was no longer ordinary gold or supplies, but a random Lord talent. As a Lord, Lin Yi fully understood the value of such talents. Lord talents were categorized into 6 levels: common, advanced, rare, epic, divine, and super divine, offering permanent enhancement effects. At that moment, the system interface flickered, and 2 new task prompts appeared. The second side quest required the construction of at least 5 arrow towers. Completion would grant 250 gold coins and 3,000 juvenile silver-tailed fish. The task description emphasized that arrow towers were essential defensive structures for protecting the territory. The other was a limited-time hunting mission, set to begin at midnight and last for 2 days. The rewards were particularly enticing. 1 gold coin for each magical beast killed, with double rewards for humanoid monsters, and no limit on the number of kills. Lin Yi calculated her plans, preparing to put to good use the old butler and the royal knights. After reviewing the construction requirements for arrow towers, Lin Yi rubbed her temples. Each tower required 50 units of wood and 20 units of stone. Although she had already dispatched a team of knights to quarry stone, those materials were originally intended for the special structure, the Altar of Fortune. Given the scarce resources in the desert, she decided to wait for the knight's return and assess the mining yield before making a final decision. In the afternoon, by the salt lake, dozens of royal knights had completed the purification and drying of over 600 kilograms of coarse salt. Just as they prepared to transport the salt blocks back to the Golden Oasis, an unexpected event occurred. In the distance, a large group of figures suddenly appeared atop the sand dunes, charging toward the Salt Lake area at an astonishing speed. As they drew closer, the knights finally saw the attackers clearly. Each one was mounted on a desert coyote. These creatures were slightly smaller than regular gray wolves, covered in pale yellow fur speckled with irregular black spots, resembling hyenas in appearance. What was even more shocking was that the riders on these desert coyotes were humanoid beings with dog-like heads. They brandished a variety of weapons, howling loudly as they advanced. "It's the vile gnolls. Form a defensive line." At the command, the royal knights quickly aligned into a defensive formation. Almost instantly, a dense volley of arrows rained down, but they were all deflected by the knights' small round shields. "Greedy humans. This salt lake belongs to our Blackwind tribe. Intruders must die. Attack." Among the nearly 100 gnoll riders were skilled mounted archers. They swiftly formed a large circle, trapping the dozens of royal knights in the center while continuously firing arrows. However, such an assault proved ineffective against the fully armored royal knights. Even the arrows that managed to bypass the shields failed to penetrate their enchanted armor. In contrast, each powerful charge by the royal knights easily claimed the lives of 5 to 10 gnolls. After several engagements, the gnolls had lost a third of their forces, while the royal knights remained unscathed. "Damn it! These must be the Legion Knights of the Stanlow Kingdom." A burly gnoll roared. "Retreat. Well, bring reinforcements." At his command, the remaining gnolls scattered and quickly disappeared beyond the distant sand dunes. The royal knights then began clearing the battlefield, gathering anything of use and taking several surviving gnolls back to the Golden Oasis. At the entrance to the village hall, Lin Yi observed the tightly bound humanoid creatures up close for the first time. Although he had been in this world for some time and had heard tales of orcs, nature elves, and even dragons, it was his first time seeing such peculiar beings with his own eyes. "Humans, you're doomed." One of the gnolls growled at Lin Yi. "Not only have you invaded our Blackwind tribe's salt lake, but you've also occupied the Golden Oasis, which was part of the peace treaty. When our tribe's army arrives, we'll tear you to shreds." Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. "The peace treaty? Huh? That might explain why this oasis had remained unclaimed until now." He turned to the snarling gnoll. "Tell me, where exactly is your tribe located? And how many warriors do you have?" "Never. I'd rather die than betray my tribe." The gnoll glared fiercely at Lin Yi. Lin Yi simply nodded slightly, and one of the royal knights stepped forward, drawing his sword and swiftly beheading the gnoll. The remaining 3 gnolls trembled in fear. Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the second gnoll, who remained silent but soon met the same fate. The third gnoll followed shortly after. "Now it's just you. Care to reconsider?" Lin Yi asked the last gnoll. I'll talk. Don't kill me." The final gnoll broke down completely, revealing all the information Lin Yi wanted to know. Upon hearing the numbers, over 800 gnolls and nearly 3,000 desert coyotes, Lin Yi raised her eyebrows slightly, a look of surprise crossing her face. "Your tribe can support that many?" she asked, fixing her gaze on the kneeling gnoll captive. The gnoll, with his head lowered, explained, "Some of our coyotes are specifically raised for meat. Our tribe also oversees 3 settlements of sand dwellers, who regularly provide livestock as tribute. Additionally, we sustain ourselves by hunting magical beasts and raiding human caravans. Those caravans are usually very wealthy, and the goods we acquire are transported to our ancestral land, where we can trade them for essential supplies." Lin Yi nodded in understanding. Despite the harsh and resource-scarce environment of the Kalar Desert, it was clear that the intelligent species living here had found their own ways to survive. "Where is your ancestral land? How many gnolls live there?" Lin Yi pressed further. "The ancestral land is to the north, but I don't know its exact location. I've never been there," the gnoll replied. It said there are hundreds of thousands of gnolls living there. This number made Lin Yi fall into deep thought. Whether the captive was lying or simply repeating exaggerated claims, the idea of a population in the hundreds of thousands was astonishing. "Take him away," Lin Yi instructed one of the royal knights. Keep him alive well, need him to guide us when we attack the Black Wind tribe. After dealing with the captives and the bodies, Lin Yi ordered the other knights to avoid going to the Salt Lake for now, fearing retaliation. Instead, she directed them to regroup with the second team at the Stone Hills and begin gathering building materials. In the ensuing hours, Lin Yi busied herself inventorying the spoils of battle while supervising her maid Sally as she prepared jerky. Though this skirmish had only resulted in the deaths of around 30 Gnoll riders, they had managed to seize over 100 gold coins and several dozen pieces of standard equipment. While the quality of the gear was modest, it would still prove useful in future trades with caravans or sand dwellers. By nightfall, Lin Yi and Sally had used up over 600 kilograms of coarse salt, managing to preserve about 2/3 of the gray wolf meat. The remaining meat had to be dried using fire magic for storage. Under a star-studded sky, the old steward Hoden and the knights who had been out returned one after another. Hoden, with a look of astonishment, asked, "Young master, has the oasis expanded in size?" "It has grown a bit," Lin Yi replied with a smile. "Our territory has been upgraded. Praise the great gods," Hoden exclaimed, making a reverent gesture of prayer. Lin Yi sat in the accounts room, meticulously tallying the spoils collected by the old steward and the royal knights. Piles of glittering gold coins formed small mountains, numbering nearly 1,000. In addition, there were heaps of sandworm hides, sharp beast fangs, and various magical beast materials far more bountiful than the previous day's haul. He quickly did some calculations. They currently had a total of 2,135 gold coins on hand. Upgrading the advanced village hall and constructing the luck altar would each require 1,000 gold coins, just enough to cover the cost. As for stone, the supply was more than sufficient, even with some surplus. The only thing they were lacking now was lumber. Without delay, Lin Yi gathered all the royal knights and ordered them to head to the oasis to fell trees. As long as they could amass 1,000 units of lumber, the village hall could be upgraded to the next level. After the knights departed on their mission, Lin Yi made his way to the open space near the royal knights' training grounds and took out the blueprints for the luck altar. As 1,000 gold coins and a large amount of stone vanished, a shimmering altar emitting a soft golden glow appeared out of thin air. The altar was constructed entirely of stone, its surface etched with intricate, arcane runes. Each rune glimmered with gentle golden light, exuding an air of mystery. In the distance, a gnoll tied to a tree witnessed the scene. Its eyes widened in shock as its body trembled uncontrollably, repeatedly muttering, "A miracle." The hatred in its gaze toward Lin Yi had disappeared, replaced by profound reverence and awe. To the gnoll, even the elder chieftain of its ancestral land likely couldn't summon such a divine phenomenon. "Young master, what's the purpose of this altar?" the maid Sally asked curiously. The old steward, Hoden, also cast an inquisitive look. "This is the luck altar. It grants various beneficial auras to the territory," Lin Yi explained. "Beneficial auras? That sounds similar to the totem pillars of the beast clans," Hoden remarked. Lin Yi didn't respond. He had never seen the beast clan's totem pillars and couldn't make a comparison, but he was confident that his altar was superior. A system notification appeared. Luck altar. Level. Basic. Current aura. 50 combat power boost for all territory troops. Duration. 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Upgrade requirements. Intermediate altar requires 10,000 gold coins and 5,000 units of stone. Special note. At max level, sacrifices can be made to gain stronger aura effects and a chance to obtain special items. Lin Yi couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. A 50 combat boost at the basic level far exceeded his expectations. Even more remarkable, the bonus applied across the entire territory regardless of distance, lasted for a full week, and came with no side effects. Once the altar reached its maximum level, the effects would undoubtedly be even more astonishing. However, the cost of upgrading was undeniably steep. "Young master, I feel like my strength has suddenly skyrocketed," Hoden exclaimed in amazement. "That's the altar's effect," Lin Yi said with a smile. "For the next week, you can enjoy this 50 boost to your power. Truly a divine gift," the old steward praised sincerely. Under the cover of night, the golden oasis buzzed with activity. Nearly 100 royal knights swung their axes in unison, their rhythmic shouts echoing as another massive tree crashed to the ground. The knights worked in seamless coordination, methodically carrying out the logging operation. In less than an hour, a towering pile of over 1,000 units of wood had accumulated beside the training grounds. Lin Yi wasted no time and immediately began upgrading the village hall. As a radiant golden light cascaded from the heavens, the wooden structure of the village hall began to transform. It grew taller, its contours more refined, and gradually took on an air of grandeur. With the upgrade of the central building, the boundaries of the golden oasis expanded. Lush vegetation surged outward like an unstoppable tide, swallowing up patches of yellow sand and dunes. dense trees sprang up from the ground, and vibrant flowers blossomed in abundance, breathing even more life into the desert oasis. On the southern edge of the oasis, a once barren dune underwent a remarkable transformation. Its surface was now blanketed with verdant grass, and atop it, glimmering black metal iron ore emerged, reflecting the cold light of the moon. This unexpected discovery filled Lin Yi with excitement. Iron ore was not only essential for crafting equipment, but also an advanced resource required for upgrading certain buildings, making it far more valuable than ordinary wood or stone. Unfortunately, the vein was not yet fully formed and could not be mined at the moment. It was clear that only by further raising the territory's level could the formation process be accelerated. Lin Yi felt a surge of anticipation if the territory continued to develop. Perhaps even more precious resources like gold or gemstone mines could be uncovered in the future. Examining the newly upgraded village hall, Lin Yi noted new construction options: fences, residences, and arrow towers. The next upgrade would require 3,000 units of wood and 3,000 gold coins. Although no new buildings were unlocked this time, reaching the next level would elevate the territory to a town and complete a main quest. While wood was not a significant concern, the requirement of 3,000 gold coins posed a real challenge. Upgrading the village hall and constructing the luck altar had already depleted most of the reserves, leaving only a little over 100 coins in hand. Lin Yi could only pin hopes on the upcoming limited-time hunting quest, hoping it would turn the tide. Under a nearby tree, a bound gnoll had witnessed the entire process. Gazing up at Lin Yi, his eyes no longer held mere admiration, they now burned with fervent devotion. Even without anyone explaining, he firmly believed that Lin Yi must be a messenger of the gods. How else could such miracles be possible? After the knights had gathered several hundred more units of wood, Lin Yi called them back, assigning them shifts for rest and patrol duties. Lin Yi found an open space not far from the village hall, and quickly constructed 5 arrow towers. Once the construction was completed, the system indicated a consumption of 250 units of wood and 100 units of stone. A notification promptly appeared, signaling the completion of the task and awarding him 250 gold coins and 3,000 silvertail fish fry. These silvertail fish were no ordinary fish. They were precious spiritual fish with nutritional value far surpassing that of regular fish. In the kingdom of Stanlow, these fish were even more popular than some fish species that had evolved into magical beasts, as they not only tasted exceptional, but also provided superior benefits when consumed. Lin Yi immediately released the fish fry into Sapphire Lake. Upon checking the system prompt, he learned that it would take a month for these fry to mature. To him, this seemed like quite a long time, but he already had a solution in mind. If he could obtain an item like a plant growth acceleration potion from future task rewards, he could significantly shorten the growth cycle. He also planned to leave enough male and female fish during future harvests to ensure continuous reproduction and a steady supply of fish. Returning to the village hall, Lin Yi opened the task menu. No new tasks had refreshed yet, and there were still 3 active tasks. The main task was to upgrade the town hall, the side task was to form a territory army of 100 members, and the special task was a limited-time hunting challenge. When the clock struck midnight, marking the beginning of a new day, Lin Yi recruited 30 more royal knights from the Royal Knight Training Grounds, bringing his forces to a total of 124. Among them, 9 knights were recovering from severe injuries, while several others who had previously sustained minor injuries had already fully recovered, their healing rate remarkably fast. It seemed it wouldn't be long before the heavily injured knights could return to the battlefield as well. Congratulations, you've successfully completed the side task. The system notification rang out. You've been rewarded with 200 gold coins and a 1-level increase in your profession rank. A surge of powerful energy instantly flowed into Lin Yi's body, causing his magic power to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, he broke through level 6 and reached level 7, officially advancing to the rank of a high-tier professional. This meant he could now cast stronger high-level magic, similar to the old steward, Hodin. However, Lin Yi wasn't planning to spend time learning from the old steward. Instead, he preferred to rely on acquiring profession skill books from humanoid monsters. According to the system, the drop rate of such special items increased with the level of the monsters defeated. With 2 tasks now completed, Lin Yi's total gold count rose to 600. Although no new side tasks had appeared yet, the special task, limited time hunting, was already active. Over the next 48 hours, for every monster his subordinates defeated, Lin Yi would earn additional gold income. This was an excellent opportunity to amass wealth quickly. Early the next morning, Lin Yi woke up bright and early. Ever since the village hall had been upgraded to a higher level, he no longer had to sleep on the floor. The bedroom in the backyard was not only well equipped, but also came with the company of the young maid, Sally. After enjoying the breakfast Sally had prepared, Lin Yi immediately checked the time-limited hunting mission. Overnight, the reward coins had accumulated to 7 to 6, a clear sign that the royal knights had slain dozens of monsters in the cold desert night. While the number didn't seem particularly high, considering the frigid nighttime temperatures that even monsters avoided, it was a decent achievement. During the day, especially in the mild morning and evening hours, the frequency of monster appearances would increase significantly. Sally, stay home and focus on your meditation today, Lin Yi instructed. Where are you going, master? Sally asked curiously. Chopping wood. As the Lord, Lin Yi had set himself the task of stockpiling timber, leaving the royal knights to focus on hunting monsters. At this point, the gnoll who had been tied up all night turned into a surprisingly useful helper. To Lin Yi's astonishment, when he untied the ropes around the gnoll, the creature didn't attempt to escape or resist. Instead, it immediately knelt down, bowing and addressing him as Your Excellency, Divine Envoy. Lin Yi casually tossed him a piece of gray wolf meat, and the gnoll was so moved by the gesture that he repeatedly kowtowed in gratitude. Once you've eaten, get to chopping wood. Work hard, and maybe you'll have a chance to live, Lin Yi said. Thank you, O great divine envoy. It is an honor for Egu to serve you. Egu vows to follow you for eternity and be your loyal servant, the gnoll exclaimed with fervent devotion. Lin Yi handed the gnoll, now known as Egu, an axe, feeling confident. With his strength as a level 7 advanced professional, he had no reason to fear a level 3 gnoll attempting to escape or rebel. Besides, judging by Egu's behavior, it was clear he preferred serving here over returning to the Black Wind tribe as a low-ranking lackey. Sure enough, Egu proved to be exceptionally diligent in his work. Not only did he help chop down trees, but he also took the initiative to carry the timber to the training grounds and stack it neatly. When he spotted a few red dragon fruits Lin Yi had placed aside, Egu quickly ran to the nearby lake to wash them clean and presented them with both hands, embodying the image of a loyal and eager servant. Meanwhile, about 10 kilometers away in the Black Wind tribe, a gnoll cavalry force of several hundred was charging out, heading straight for the Salt Lake. Their mission was to avenge the dozens of clansmen who had been slain by the royal knights at the Salt Lake the day before. However, despite their large-scale mobilization, this formidable-looking army was destined to find nothing upon their arrival. Damn it, those humans have escaped, the gnoll leader roared in fury. They can't have gotten far in just one night. Their camp must be at the Golden Oasis. If we move now, we can surround and wipe them out. The Gnoll Legion sprang into action, their ironclad hoofs pounding across the wilderness as they charged toward the Golden Oasis. The Royal Night Patrol spotted the approaching force and quickly rode back to report to Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi had already been alerted. A warning had appeared in his lordship system, indicating an imminent attack by the Gnoll Legion. Without hesitation, he used his lordship abilities to issue a recall order to all Royal Knight squads scattered in the field. Soon, every knight, including the elderly steward Hoden, who was on the verge of breaking through to the rank of a 9th-tier mage, had returned to the Oasis. Young master, what's happening? Hoden approached, gripping his staff. He seemed more spirited than ever, as though time itself was retreating from him. The Gnoll Legion is on its way, Lin Yi explained briefly, his gaze shifting toward the Gnoll captive, Egu, who stood nearby. Retaliation from the Blackwind tribe? Hoden squinted suspiciously. Egu began trembling uncontrollably. It has nothing to do with me. I'm no longer part of the Blackwind tribe. I'm the most loyal servant of the great divine envoy. Tie yourself to that tree, Lin Yi ordered calmly. Yes, great divine envoy. Egu obediently grabbed a rope and expertly bound himself to a tree, a sight that left Hoden utterly speechless. Lin Yi turned back to the old steward. We have over 100 royal knights, and with the altar's aura enhancing them, our strength is formidable. The key is to find a way to trap and eliminate the gnolls completely. Hoden suggested, young master, I can remain hidden during the initial battle and infiltrate the enemy's rear. They'll use Firewall and Sea of Flames spells to cut off their retreat. Excellent idea. Lin Yi immediately approved. Gnolls excelled in mounted combat, and unless their escape routes were blocked, it would be difficult to annihilate them entirely. This also highlighted their side's weakness, a lack of mounts. If every knight had one, the encirclement would be much easier to execute. Defense preparations began swiftly. Lin Yi relocated 5 arrow towers to surround the village hall, a privilege granted by the Advanced Village Hall, which allowed for building adjustments. The Golden Oasis now spanned 2 kilometers in diameter, making it impossible for 100 knights to defend the entire area. Concentrating their defenses around the village hall was the best course of action. Just as the defensive measures were completed, distant wolf howls echoed through the air. A special triggered mission appeared. Mission details. The gnolls of the Blackwind tribe are launching a retaliatory war after your knights invaded the Salt Lake and killed their kin. Mission objective. Defeat the incoming Gnoll Legion. Mission rewards. 500 gold coins. 1 random building blueprint. Across the undulating sand dunes, a vast Gnoll army emerged into view. Hundreds of Gnoll cavalrymen stood in neat formation, while behind them stretched an endless swarm of desert coyotes, their auxiliary forces, kicking up clouds of dust as they moved. When they reached the Golden Oasis, A burly Gnoll chieftain stood at the forefront, his wide eyes fixed on the astonishing sight before him. An expansive green meadow, with towering trees adorned in lush foliage, forming a dense forest. It was a stark contrast to the limited, sparsely treed oasis they remembered. Could a powerful sorcerer have transformed this place? Or is this the work of nature spirits? One Gnoll murmured in speculation. It was well known that nature spirits, as children of the wild, wielded the forces of life and nature. Their druids and mages could create plant life with ease. Besides, their domain, the Forest of Life, bordered the Kalar Desert, and their sacred artifact, the Water of Life, was said to have such transformative abilities. Chieftain, a scout swiftly reported, I couldn't detect the presence of nature spirits, but the sin of humans is strong. They're near the Sapphire Lake at the edge of the forest. Should we attack directly? Of course, we'll take a look, the chieftain said, narrowing his eyes. But remain vigilant. If we encounter a powerful human mage, retreat immediately. With the command given, the Gnoll army let out eerie howls, summoning the coyote packs. Like a flood, they surged through the forest, heading straight for the Sapphire Lake. Soon, a breathtaking scene unfolded before them. The lake's crystal-clear surface glimmered like gold under the gentle breeze. The shoreline was lined with smooth grass, dotted with vibrant clusters of flowers. Wooden cabins, watchtowers, and a grand hall were scattered harmoniously across the area. But what left the Gnolls truly stunned was an orchard exuding magical energy, where magic essence fruit trees were in full bloom, their delicate pink flowers swaying gently. If we forcefully annihilate this human battalion, our losses might not be insignificant. Discussions rippled through the Gnoll army. A burly Gnoll leader stepped forward, his rough voice drowning out the chatter. As long as we achieve victory, no amount of casualties is unacceptable. That orchard alone is worth any sacrifice. The leader is right. The high-ranking Gnolls around him echoed in agreement. Soon, the attack orders spread throughout the army. By the wolf god's blessing, attack, came the command. A dense pack of desert coyotes charged forward, kicking up clouds of yellow sand as they raced toward the Royal Knights formation. Hundreds of Gnoll cavalry followed closely behind, galloping forward while knocking arrows to their bows, ready to unleash a more ferocious assault. Facing the tide of oncoming enemies, the Royal Knights did not retreat but advanced instead. The great swords in their hands gleamed coldly as they effortlessly cleaved through the incoming rain of arrows. Suddenly, a faint golden light enveloped each knight, and their speed surged dramatically. In an instant, they crossed dozens of meters and collided head-on with the desert coyotes. The terrifying impact sent many coyotes flying. The Royal Knights tore through the enemy ranks like tigers among sheep, their great swords flashing as they cut down the ferocious desert coyotes one by one. In less than a minute, the battlefield was littered with coyote corpses, the grass stained crimson with blood. The surviving coyotes, terrified, whimpered and scattered in all directions. The Gnoll army was stunned by the fearsome combat prowess of the Royal Knights. Are all human regular armies this strong? Someone exclaimed. Don't panic. We still have the advantage in numbers, the Gnoll leader roared. Charge! Hundreds of Gnoll cavalry sheathed their bows and drew melee weapons as they charged into the fray. The desert coyotes, emboldened by the Gnoll leader's command, regrouped and howled as they rejoined the battle. In the chaotic melee, each Royal Knight fought against multiple opponents. They not only had to fend off the Gnoll cavalry's frontal assaults, but also guard against sneak attacks from the coyotes. However, clad in enchanted armor, they were both offensive and defensive, often ignoring enemy strikes entirely as they focused on slaying their foes. Gradually, the enemy's numbers began to dwindle. A Gnoll finally realized something was amiss. Damn it, how are these humans so strong? They're just midder fighters, yet they have the aura of height-ear warriors. They must have taken magical potions. The levels even Gnoll leader was locked in a fierce battle with a level 6 Royal Knight. Even with his strength, he could barely hold his ground. Seeing the situation, he raised his spiked mace and bellowed, "Retreat! Fall back and wait for their potion effects to wear off before we strike again." He understood that while magical potions could enhance combat abilities, they came with severe side effects, the most common being a period of weakness. He decided to bide his time and prepare for another assault. The Gnoll cavalry, upon receiving their orders, swiftly retreated from the battlefield, fleeing in panic towards the rear. A few dozen desert coyotes followed closely behind. The battle had inflicted devastating losses upon them, all because of one fatal mistake. They had grossly underestimated the strength of the Royal Knights. Overconfident in their numerical advantage, they blindly charged ahead, unaware that these Royal Knights were battle-hardened veterans who dealt with them as effortlessly as slaughtering livestock. We're cavalry, they can't catch us, the Gnoll leader muttered to himself while fleeing, trying to calculate his next move. We'll hide in the forest to regroup. Once the humans' magical potions wear off and they grow weak, we'll strike back. But plans rarely go as expected. Just as the Gnoll cavalry was about to reach the forest, a massive wall of fire suddenly erupted from the ground, stretching over 40 meters wide and completely cutting off their escape route. Behind the wall of flames stood an elderly man with snow-white hair, wielding a magical staff and continuously casting wide-range fire spells. In the blink of an eye, the Gnoll cavalry found themselves surrounded by a sea of fire and the towering wall of flames. The only path left open led directly toward the steadily advancing Royal Knights. A human mage. Damn it. It's a trap? They knew we'd attack the Golden Oasis. Chief, it's too late to talk about that now. What do we do? The Gnoll leader glared at the approaching Royal Knights. The magical sea of fire, spanning nearly 50 meters wide, was impossible to cross even for him. It was the work of a high-level mage, and its power would incinerate anyone foolish enough to attempt it. We have no choice, fight with everything we've got. Break through their lines and escape in another direction. With this desperate command, the Gnoll cavalry launched a suicidal charge at the Royal Knights. However, their charge was doomed from the start. The Royal Knights' formation was as impenetrable as an iron fortress. The Gnoll cavalry couldn't budge them an inch and were quickly trapped within the encirclement. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Under the blessing of a luck-enhancing aura, the Royal Knights' combat effectiveness was boosted by 50%. The hastily assembled Gnoll cavalry stood no chance. To make matters worse, the elderly butler, Hodin, who had set up the fiery trap, also joined the fray. His high-level fire magic dominated the battlefield. Each exploding fireball obliterated every enemy within a 10-meter radius. In less than an hour, the battle was over. Over 1,200 Gnoll cavalry and desert coyotes were annihilated. Only about 130 tamed coyotes were intentionally spared. These more docile mounts, compared to their wild counterparts, would temporarily serve as new steeds for the Royal Knights. Desert coyotes are low-level magical beasts, even inferior to gray wolves, with minimal potential for growth. Lin Yi was well aware that these coyotes were merely a temporary solution and would be replaced as soon as better mounts became available. For the Royal Knights, taming these coyotes was effortless. Subduing them took only moments, and they didn't even require signing pet contracts. A Royal Knight, who had just advanced to level 7 during the battle, quickly approached Lin Yi, knelt on one knee, and reported, "Lord, the battle is over. 7 knights have fallen, 3 are seriously injured, and more than 20 are lightly wounded, though our combat strength remains intact." The bodies of the fallen knights were neatly arranged, and their forms were gradually dissolving into dazzling golden light. Surrounding them, the Royal Knights stood in formation, performing the standard knightly salute to bid farewell to their comrades. Surprisingly, there was no trace of sorrow on their faces. Instead, they wore expressions of contentment. They understood that these brave warriors had not truly died, but had entered a mysterious realm where they would one day be reborn in the Lord's divine kingdom. This ultimate destination was every Royal Knight's cherished dream. "I understand." Lin Yi nodded and immediately gathered the knights to issue orders. "Speed is of the essence. Head to the Black Wind Tribe at once and annihilate the remaining gnolls. Their main forces have been depleted in this battle, making it the perfect time to counterattack. If they catch wind of their defeat, they'll surely flee with their supplies, and it will be nearly impossible to track them down in the vast desert." The elderly steward, Hodin, voiced his concerns with a worried expression. "Young master, destroying the Black Wind Tribe outright might alarm the Gnoll homeland. Aku once said their homeland houses hundreds of thousands of gnolls, enough to easily destroy our golden oasis." Lin Yi smiled faintly. "If you awaken a dragon, you must be prepared to face its wrath. While we currently cannot rival the Gnoll homeland, this situation will soon change. Moreover, wiping out a small tribe is unlikely to provoke a large-scale response from their homeland. On the contrary, leaving them alive and giving them the chance to seek aid from their homeland would pose a far greater danger." Hodin pondered for a moment before agreeing with Lin Yi's judgment. The gnolls were indeed notorious for holding grudges. If the Black Wind Tribe were not completely eradicated, they would undoubtedly seek help from their homeland, leading to even greater trouble. "Move out quickly and return soon." Lin Yi instructed the newly promoted levels even knight. The knight's equipment had already been automatically upgraded with his level, saving him the trouble of future replacements. "Young master, I wish to join the mission as well, just in case," Hodin requested boldly. Clearly, he had not been satisfied with his contributions in the previous battle, as the experience he gained was insufficient to advance to a level 9 mage. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, and also ordered that the Gnoll Aku be brought along as a guide. He distributed gray wolf meat and 3 red dragon fruits to each knight, the former to fill their stomachs and the latter to help restore their mana, precisely what these battle-weary knights needed. Soon, the Royal Knights, except for the severely injured, mounted their coyotes. Led by Hodin and Aku, they surged out of the Golden Oasis like a tide, heading straight for the Black Wind Tribe. Lin Yi stayed behind to clean up the battlefield and tally the spoils of this hard-earned victory. First came the rewards for completing the triggered task. With the annihilation of the Gnoll army, Lin Yi reaped a bountiful harvest, 500 glittering gold coins and a random building blueprint. At the same time, the limited-time hunting mission had proven to be a remarkable success, accumulating over 1,600 gold coins. This figure included the bonus from the doubled gold drop rate for humanoid monsters. Once the mission timer expired, this substantial income would be ready for use. Calculating his wealth, Lin Yi felt confident he could complete 2 significant upgrades before or shortly after the hunting mission ended: upgrading the village hall to a town hall and adding new functionality to the Royal Knights training ground. Eagerly, he used the random building blueprint. Luck was on his side this time. He obtained a special building blueprint. Although he still hadn't acquired blueprints for common structures like warehouses, blacksmith shops, or alchemy shops, this new blueprint contained detailed instructions for constructing an elven spring. Building this structure, which produced elven spring water, would require 1,000 gold coins and 500 units of stone. What is elven spring water? Lin Yi asked the Lord System. The system responded swiftly. It was a magical potion imbued with immense life energy. It could not only rapidly heal injuries, but also enhance physical attributes and increase magical power. Lin Yi's eyes lit up with excitement as he carefully stored the blueprint, planning to begin construction as soon as he gathered enough stone. Gold was no longer an issue. The only shortage was stone. The hundreds of units of stone mined the previous day had already been exhausted in constructing the Luck Altar and 5 arrow towers. Speaking of the arrow towers, they hadn't been utilized in this battle. On one hand, the Gnoll cavalry's combat strength was so weak that they never even reached the village hall. On the other hand, kills made by arrow towers wouldn't grant experience points to the Royal Knights, so Lin Yi decided not to deploy them in the fight at all. With the help of the maid, Sally, the battlefield cleanup wasn't completed until evening. Disposing of the corpses proved to be the most time-consuming task. The Gnoll corpses couldn't be eaten or buried, as they might contaminate the Sapphire Lake water source. Instead, their equipment was salvaged, and the bodies were incinerated with fire magic. As for the desert coyotes, their carcasses had to be dissected and processed one by one. The spoils of war were abundant. Over 1,200 gold coins, more than 1,000 weapons and pieces of armor, along with 3 blueprints and 2 coin pouches. The coin pouches contained an additional 400 gold coins. The 3 blueprints included 2 for increasing troop numbers and 1 for equipment crafting. Using the troop blueprints, Lin Yi significantly bolstered his forces. 60 fully armed Royal Knights were added to his command. The equipment blueprint unlocked the ability to craft high-tier standard bows and arrows, although it required a blacksmith shop and a blacksmith to utilize. Lin Yi stored it in his personal spatial pouch before checking his own stats. He had advanced from a level 7 to a level 8 lord and now possessed 2,723 gold coins. He still retained his favored by all races super-deer talent and continued to oversee the Golden Oasis, a barony of modest standing. The old butler, Hoden, was on the same level as Lin Yi, but his breakthrough was not due to this war. Instead, it was the result of the extensive experience he gained during the Royal Knights Regiment's campaign against the Blackwind tribe. Lin Yi glanced at the fluctuating numbers on the ledger, a faint smile forming at the corner of his lips. The total of over 2,700 gold coins far exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought it would take until tomorrow to gather 3,000 coins, but now the goal was within reach. He planned to upgrade the Royal Knights training ground to level 3 as soon as the target was met, preparing to expand his forces for the coming day. Outside the training ground, 60 newly summoned Royal Knights were efficiently processing the carcasses of prairie coyotes. With practiced skill, they quickly completed the dissection, yielding an impressive haul. Over 700 neatly stacked wolf pelts, wolf teeth sorted into bags, more than 60 glowing magic crystals, and nearly 10,000 units of wolf meat piled like a mountain. Staring at the meat mountain, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. Fortunately, the fall of the Blackwind tribe provided an opportunity to address the storage issue. Salt lake extraction was no longer under threat, allowing for the production of coarse salt to preserve the wolf meat. Before long, the Royal Knights Regiment returned triumphantly from their campaign against the Blackwind tribe. Each knight, along with the over 600 captured desert coyotes, carried an abundance of spoils. Combined with the earlier harvest, the number of desert coyotes in the territory now approached 800, surpassing the total number of Royal Knights. The problem of feeding the coyotes was soon resolved. When Lin Yi attempted to feed them with gray wolf meat, the desert coyotes displayed a voracious appetite, clearly showing little kinship between the two species. At this moment, the invigorated old butler, Hoden, strode over with a smile to report the results of the campaign. "Young master, this time we've reaped a bountiful harvest, especially in terms of food. We've returned fully loaded." "You've worked hard, old butler," Lin Yi said with satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of supplies. Hoden continued, "There are still plenty of resources and over 1,000 desert coyote carcasses left at the Blackwind tribe site. The regiment will need to make another trip." As he spoke, he retrieved some of the spoils from his spatial pouch. over 1,400 gold coins, 2 blueprints, and 3 coin pouches. The coin pouches yielded more than 500 additional gold coins, while the blueprints included the much-coveted warehouse blueprint and a design for a building called a livestock farm. The blueprints indicated that the warehouse required 300 units of timber and 100 units of stone to build, with the capacity to increase food storage as its level improved. The livestock farm, on the other hand, needed 500 units of timber and, once constructed, could accommodate the breeding of various animals, including mounts. What a treasure! Lin Yi exclaimed in admiration, his eyes gleaming with delight as he examined the blueprints for the warehouse and the livestock farm in his hands. Their arrival was perfectly timed, sparing him the need to send the royal knights to the salt lake for salt collection tomorrow. Now, all the knights could focus solely on hunting, while the harvested salt could be directly sold to the desert dwellers or passing caravans at the Golden Oasis. The acquisition of the livestock farm blueprint, in particular, solved a major problem for him. Gazing at the hundreds of wild and unruly desert coyotes, Lin Yi quickly identified a stretch of open land across the Sapphire Lake, ideal for constructing the farm. Once the farm was completed, he herded the pack of low-level magical beasts into the enclosure. The system indicated that this was a low-level livestock farm, capable of tripling the reproductive rate of the animals, shortening their growth cycles, and even offering a slim chance of bloodline evolution. To increase the evolution probability, however, he would need 3,000 units of wood to upgrade it to a mid-level livestock farm. What surprised Lin Yi even more was the transformation in the desert coyotes' behavior upon entering the farm. Previously aggressive and elusive, they now acted as if their personalities had completely changed. Instead of cowering away, they affectionately nuzzled his pant legs with their heads, as if they had become docile pets. After returning to the village hall, Lin Yi immediately convened the royal knights to assign tasks. The main force was instructed to lead the unusually obedient pack of coyotes to the Black Wind tribe to transport the remaining supplies. Meanwhile, a smaller team was dispatched to the nearby rocky hills to gather the 100 units of stone required for constructing the warehouse before nightfall. As the knights galloped off, Lin Yi checked the gold reserves. With nearly 4,800 gold coins in hand, he had more than enough to cover the 3,000 gold coins needed to upgrade the Royal Knights training grounds. Once upgraded to level 3, the training grounds would be able to recruit 50 Royal Knights daily. Further upgrades, however, would require 5,000 gold coins. The system also noted that equipping this cavalry unit with suitable mounts would greatly enhance their combat effectiveness. After midnight, Lin Yi could directly recruit 50 Royal Knights. As he contemplated his next steps, he carefully reviewed the basic resource reserves of his territory. The data panel displayed the following: 2,735 units of wood, 28 units of stone, and 58,640 units of food. The significant increase in food reserves was thanks to the spoils from the conquest of the Black Wind tribe. And this wasn't all. Once the Royal Knights brought back the remaining supplies, the carcasses of over 1,000 desert coyotes alone would push the food reserves to a new high. Lin Yi summoned the maid Sally and the gnoll Agu to begin sorting through the spoils of war. Equipment, wolf pelts, wolf teeth, and other items were meticulously categorized by quality and value. During the process, the old butler, Hoden, specifically mentioned that Agu had played a crucial role in the battle against the Black Wind tribe. Not only had he guided the way, but he had also infiltrated the enemy camp and opened the gates, allowing the Royal Knights to charge in unimpeded. Acknowledging Agu's contributions, Lin Yi promptly freed him from his status as a captive and promoted him to the first non-human resident of the territory. This decision left Agu overwhelmed with gratitude, and "praise the great divine envoy" quickly became his catchphrase. From that moment on, he became Lin Yi's most loyal follower, eagerly taking initiative in every task and exuding endless enthusiasm. Late into the night, just as the trio finished organizing the supplies, the Royal Knights returning from Stone Mountain brought good news. They had successfully mined over 200 units of stone, enough for the warehouse upgrade. As the blueprint in Lin Yi's hand vanished, a structure resembling a Mongolian yurt rose near the village hall. The system indicated that it was a low-level warehouse capable of storing up to 1 million units of supplies. To upgrade it to a mid-level warehouse, it would require 3,000 units of wood and 1,000 units of stone. Entering the warehouse, Lin Yi was astonished by its vast interior. It was even more spacious than the training grounds. This explained its massive storage capacity. Without hesitation, he transferred all resources, including thousands of pounds of red dragon fruit from his spatial pouch, into the warehouse. As the Lord, he could deposit and withdraw items with just a thought. However, the steep resource cost for upgrades gave Lin Yi a headache. Not only had the warehouse upgrade requirements significantly increased, but the livestock farm's construction cost of 500 units of wood had risen to 5,000 units for its upgrade. And the luck altar? Its staggering cost of 10,000 gold coins and 5,000 units of stone was even more daunting. While Lin Yi was troubled by the lack of manpower, Agu suddenly offered a suggestion. "Great divine envoy, the Black Wind tribe oversaw 3 sandfolk settlements with over 2,000 inhabitants. Now that you've eliminated the Black Wind tribe, they're bound to pledge their loyalty to you. Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he patted Agu's head approvingly. Not bad. You've got real potential as a lackey. Keep it up. Praise the great divine envoy. Agu exclaimed, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. This task is yours. Lin Yi said to the gnoll, Agu, tomorrow, head to the 3 sandfolk outposts and bring their leaders to meet me. Do you have the confidence to handle it? Agu trembled at her words, his fur bristling. Having witnessed firsthand the brutal rule of the Blackwind tribe, he was well aware of the hatred the sandfolk harbored toward them. A lone gnoll venturing there might very well be torn to pieces. But then he remembered behind him stood the divine envoy, who had utterly crushed the Blackwind tribe. As long as he clarified his purpose, the sandfolk, for the safety of their tribes, would likely not act recklessly. Great divine envoy, I swear to complete the task. Agu straightened his back and mustered his courage. Good. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Even a small figure can play a significant role in the right position. As night fell and the clock struck midnight, the recruitment count for the Royal Knights training ground was refreshed. Lin Yi immediately summoned 50 new Royal Knights, bringing his total force to over 200, now numbering around 230. He promptly ordered the newly recruited knights to begin patrolling. Not long after, the main knight regiment returned to the Golden Oasis, escorting the corpses of hundreds of desert coyotes in an imposing procession. After 2 rounds of transport, the Blackwind tribe's resources were nearly emptied, replenishing the territory's warehouses once again. Lin Yi instructed the knights to handle the over 1,000 coyote carcasses they had brought back, then returned to the village hall with his maid, Sally, to rest. Lying in bed, Lin Yi calculated that in just 2 days, his super divine lord talent would refresh, allowing him to add a new troop-building structure to his territory. While the Royal Knights had performed admirably against lower-tier creatures like gnolls and grey wolves, their limitations as mid-tier units would become apparent when facing saint-level magical beasts or high-level extraordinary races. Based on growth potential, troops were categorized into 5 tiers: low, mid, high, crowned, and divine. Lin Yi did not dare to hope for a divine-tier troop-building structure, but drawing a crown-tier unit would undoubtedly be a monumental stroke of luck. That night, Lin Yi slept exceptionally well, a smile lingering on his face. Even Sally, lying beside him, was stirred awake by his expression. The little maid groggily glanced at him before curling up in his arms and drifting back to sleep. The next morning, Agu set out riding a desert coyote, while the Royal Knights divided into teams to hunt in the sands. The old steward, Hoden, also departed on a journey. In the vast territory, aside from a dozen injured knights recuperating, only Lin Yi and Sally remained. Lin Yi opened the Lord's task menu and found that new side quests had yet to refresh. For now, only the main quest to upgrade the village hall remained in progress. The reward for the limited-time hunting mission had accumulated to 4,135 gold coins, and the number kept climbing as the Royal Knights continued their relentless hunt in the desert. Lin Yi stretched lazily and walked out of the village hall, carrying a knight's greatsword that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Today's goal was clear: to gather the 3,000 units of wood needed to upgrade the town hall. Thanks to the nearly 2,000 units of wood left over from building the warehouse and livestock pen yesterday, he only needed to collect just over 1,000 more units to complete the task. Meanwhile, far away in the Kalar Desert, the gnoll Ague traversed the boundless sea of sand and arrived at the first settlement of the Sand People. Although these Sand People were human, their ancestors' criminal status had led to their exile by the human empire of the Fertile Lands. Any Sand People crossing the Forest of Life would face arrest. While merchants from the human empire were permitted to trade openly with the Sand People, unscrupulous traders secretly kidnapped young and beautiful Sand People women to sell them as slaves to the nobility. The harsh conditions of the Kalar Desert forced the Sand People's kingdom to maintain this unequal trade relationship. Stop right there. Gnoll of the Blackwind tribe. Before Ague could approach the settlement, 7 Sand People clad in gray, wielding worn weapons, had already blocked his path. Their shabby attire and equipment stood in stark contrast to the gnoll cavalry, explaining why they didn't dare resist the rule of the Blackwind tribe. Sitting proudly atop his desert coyote, Ague sneered, "You lowly Sand People, I bring news that will change your fate. Summon your leader to meet me at once." The Sand People exchanged wary glances, with some even showing signs of hostility. But remembering the brutality of the Blackwind tribe, they reluctantly led Ague into the settlement and summoned their leader. The leader, a 4th-rank professional, remained silent for a moment before speaking. "What news do you bring? If you're here to demand resources ahead of schedule, forget it. The Blackwind tribe won't take a single grain of our supplies before the agreed time." The surrounding Sand People erupted in anger, glaring at Ague with fury. Yet he remained unfazed, raising his voice to announce, "The Blackwind tribe has been annihilated by my great master. Every gnoll, except for me, has been banished to the depths of hell. Now, my master wishes to meet you. Saddle your moose and follow me. We have 2 more settlements to visit. The Sand People's settlement was in an uproar. The words of the gnoll, Agu, struck like a thunderclap, leaving the Sand People in disbelief yet unable to deny them. After all, it was a gnoll from the Black Wind tribe who had spoken, and given the tribe's strength and methods, if they wanted to deal with the Sand People, they could have simply sent their forces without resorting to trickery. Hurry up, or do you want to keep my great master waiting? Agu urged the Sand People's leader impatiently. The leader of the Sand People remained silent for a moment before nodding and replying, I'll go with you. Please wait a moment. He quickly made arrangements for the settlement and then, accompanied by several clansmen, mounted their moose-like mounts. Amid the blessings of hundreds of tribespeople, they followed Agu away. The journey that followed was surprisingly smooth. Agu effortlessly completed his task, gathering 2 more leaders from the 2nd and 3rd settlements. These 3 leaders of the Sand People were all professionals, 2 at level 4 and 1 at level 5, all around 30 years old. Honorable Envoy, where exactly are we going? One of the leaders asked as they crossed several dunes. We're heading to the Golden Oasis, which is now my master's domain, Agu replied arrogantly. When you meet my master, show respect, or you will bring disaster upon yourselves. Though the Gnoll Envoy, only at level 3, did not command their respect, the master who had managed to defeat the Black Wind tribe certainly did. At the same time, they were filled with curiosity about this mysterious outsider who dared to claim a peaceful territory. When the group finally reached their destination, the scene before them left everyone stunned. By the great god Brewster, is this the Golden Oasis? The 3 leaders and their accompanying clansmen stared in awe at the sight before them. Towering trees formed an expansive forest, with vibrant flowers blooming beneath them and lush green grass carpeting the ground, of paradise straight out of a painting. Yet, just beyond the forest, endless yellow sands stretched under a lifeless sky. The stark contrast between the 2 worlds was astonishing. Brewster, revered by the Sand People as both a true god and their ancestor, had once founded the Sand People's kingdom in the Kalar Desert, providing countless Sand People a place to live and thrive. According to legend, he ascended to become an immortal deity after his great achievements. But at this moment, the Sand People's attention was entirely captured by the breathtaking scene before them. The desert dwellers stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before them. The endless dunes they had known all their lives had been transformed into a lush forest. Such a miraculous change instantly reminded them of the legendary life water of the nature spirits, or the powers wielded by exceptionally skilled nature mages. Led by the gnoll, Agu, the desert people cautiously stepped into the forest. Each step was taken with great care, as though they feared harming the tender grass and blooming flowers beneath their feet. As inhabitants of an arid desert, they understood better than anyone the value of the vibrant life surrounding them. Emerging from the dense forest, they were greeted by the sight of a familiar sapphire blue lake. This lake had long been a critical source of life for the desert dwellers. However, a troubling thought suddenly occurred to someone. Now that the Golden Oasis had been taken over by outsiders, would they still have free access to the water they relied on? Surrounding the lake were newly constructed buildings and an orchard filled with delicate pink blossoms. Even from a distance, the potent aura of magical energy was unmistakable. When they realized that the orchard consisted entirely of magic essence fruit trees, everyone gasped in disbelief. Such an extravagant sight was beyond anything they could have imagined, as though it belonged only in dreams. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from afar. A towering tree fell to the ground, scattering leaves in all directions. Beside the fallen tree stood a young man, bare-chested, wielding a gleaming knight's sword. He casually wiped the sweat from his brow before turning to another massive tree. With a few swift strikes, another tree came crashing down. The sight nearly made the desert dwellers cry out. In the desert, cutting down trees was seen as a desecration of life, itself something even the ferocious gnolls would not dare to do. That is my great master. Agu immediately bowed low, his once proud posture bent in reverence. His face was filled with awe as he said, "A mighty lord blessed with divine power. The golden oasis you see now was transformed by my master's divine strength." Agu quickly led the desert dwellers toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi, noticing their approach, sat calmly on a tree stump, waiting. When the group reached him, Agu knelt skillfully and performed a ceremonious bow. "Great envoy of the gods," he declared, "I have brought the leaders of 3 desert settlements before you." Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction and retrieved a red dragon fruit from his spatial pouch, handing it to the trembling and ecstatic Agu as a reward. The 3 desert leaders, along with their people, also bowed respectfully to Lin Yi. Though they were surprised that he did not appear as lofty and untouchable as they had imagined, their reverence remained unshaken. They were convinced that Agu's words were true. How else could an 8th-tier professional, without divine power, create such a miracle in the heart of the desolate desert? Honorable Lord, may I ask why you have summoned us? One of the desert tribe leaders asked respectfully, bowing slightly. No need to be nervous, Lin Yi said with a warm smile. I've heard that the 3 settlements of your people together have more than 2,000 members. My territory has just been established, and I need people to help me build it. It is naturally our honor to serve you, my lord. The desert leader quickly replied, then cautiously added, but I wonder, how can my weak tribesmen possibly be of help to you? Seeing through the leader's concern, Lin Yi immediately reassured him. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to fight for me. Your daily tasks will involve quarrying stone, cutting wood, and producing salt from the salt tides. As for hunting magical beasts, I want to sign that to you it's beyond your capabilities. Among the 3 desert tribe leaders, the highest level was only 5. The dozen or so followers behind them were even lower-tier individuals, and the ordinary tribespeople in their settlements were likely weaker still. Sending them to hunt magical beasts would be like serving them up as meals. Hearing this, the 3 leaders visibly relaxed. The level 5 leader spoke up, Honorable Lord, I can gather 100 tribesmen from my settlement to work for you. Any more than that would disrupt our daily lives. Please have mercy, as my people still need to make ends meet. Before the other 2 leaders could speak, Lin Yi raised her hand to signal them to stop. I'll give you 2 choices, she said. First, you can bring your people and join my territory, becoming my citizens. I will ensure that every one of you has enough to eat and warm clothes to wear. Second, you can remain autonomous, but each settlement must provide 300 tribesmen to work for me. In return, I will supply them with daily necessities like food and water. Her words left all the desert tribespeople stunned. They had initially prepared themselves for unpaid labor, thinking they could endure as long as Lin Yi didn't exploit them too harshly. But now, not only was she offering compensation, she was even willing to accept them as official citizens. This was beyond anything they had imagined. By the grace of the true God Bruster, one leader stammered, his voice trembling. Honorable Lord, are you truly willing to accept us as your citizens, rather than turning us into your slaves? Slaves would only tarnish my territory, Lin Yi declared firmly. As long as you work hard, the Golden Oasis will become your new home. Praise you, merciful Lord. The leader immediately fell to his knees, followed by the other tribespeople. To them, the Golden Oasis was a paradise. In this desolate desert, having a place to call home was a blessing beyond measure. Peace treaties meant nothing to these downtrodden people. Their only hope was to survive and live on this oasis. Who has time to worry about anything else? Besides, this person is a God-blessed one. The desert dwellers firmly believed that this Lord would surely create more miracles. You've made a wise choice, Lin Yi said with a smile. Now, head back to your outposts and bring all your people to the Golden Oasis. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude, the desert dwellers hurriedly departed. Watching their excited figures disappear into the distance, the Gnoll couldn't help but comment, O great emissary of the gods, you are far too merciful to these lowly desert folk. With the strength of your army, you could have easily conquered them. War comes with casualties, Lin Yi shot him a sidelong glance. For every desert dweller that dies, that's one less laborer. If you kill them all, who's going to mine stone and chop wood for me? You? To Lin Yi, these desert dwellers were free laborno wages required, just food and shelter, and they'd still be grateful for it. As Agu prepared to kneel, Lin Yi kicked him in the rear. Grab an axe and start chopping trees. If you don't hit 100 by tonight, no dinner for you. Great emissary of the gods, they'll get started right away. Agu scrambled off, his canine face beaming with joy, as if the kick were a blessing. By the afternoon, with Agu's help, the efficiency of tree chopping increased significantly. The amount of lumber quickly accumulated to 4,000 units, enough to upgrade the village hall to a town hall, leaving only gold coins as the missing resource. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, desert dwellers from 3 outposts began arriving at the Golden Oasis one after another. The sight of the oasis left them utterly stunned. Its vast expanse, lush greenery, and blooming flowers made it look like a realm of elves, incomparable to the barren golden oasis of the past. Praise the Lord. He is a great and merciful being. Lin Yi settled the 2,800 desert dwellers on the eastern side of Sapphire Lake, near the livestock farm. Among them, 4/5 were adults, with children and the elderly making up only 1/5. This was the harsh reality of the Kalar Desert. Reaching the age of 50 was considered a blessing. For Lin Yi, however, this simply meant more laborers. During the resettlement process, Lin Yi recalled the royal knights to serve as a deterrent. As expected, the sight of this powerful army made the desert dwellers noticeably more obedient. They finally understood how their lord had managed to eliminate the formidable Black Wind tribe. In the end, the desert dwellers officially became part of Lin Yi's domain under the recognition of the lord system. This wasn't just a simple oath of allegiance, it was a system-enforced bond. Akin to the troops Lin Yi recruited, ensuring absolute loyalty with no possibility of rebellion. The young master successfully took control of 3 sand dweller settlements. When the old butler, Houghton, returned to the territory and saw the entire Royal Knight's corps back as well, he initially thought another battle had broken out. Don't worry, Lin Yi explained with a smile. With these sand dwellers, we can now gather a large amount of basic resources every day, so the Royal Knights no longer need to handle such tasks. Houghton looked into the distance, where the sand dwellers were busy setting up tents. Their frail figures made him a bit concerned. These people seem physically weak, he remarked. That's not a problem, Lin Yi responded confidently. It's mainly due to food shortages and malnutrition. We have plenty of magical beast meat in reserve, so they'll recover their health soon. When magical beast meat was mentioned, Houghton nodded repeatedly. In the kingdom of Stanlow, this was a rare delicacy that even most commoners couldn't afford. The fact that these sand dwellers were treated with such generosity was a testament to the young master's benevolence. Now that the sand dwellers are settled, Lin Yi continued, I plan to have the Royal Knights go out hunting again, all the way until late at night. I'll stay in the territory to prevent any potential trouble from the sand dwellers, Houghton suggested. You're overthinking it, Lin Yi replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Don't forget, I am the messenger of the gods. The loyalty these sand dwellers have toward me is no less than that of the family's most devoted retainers. Houghton was taken aback by this statement. The young master had such abilities? No wonder even that gnoll obeyed him so submissively. In that case, I'll join the hunting party as well, Houghton said. I'm not far from advancing to a level 9 mage. Ever since arriving at the Golden Oasis, the young master had skyrocketed from level 3 to level 8, achieving an astonishing pace of 1 level per day. As the butler, Houghton felt the need to work twice as hard. Otherwise, he wouldn't even qualify to share the burden when strong enemies appeared in the future. That works, Lin Yi agreed with a nod. But don't push yourself too hard. You're my butler, and there are others to handle the fighting. Understood, young master, Houghton said and headed out with his magic staff in hand. After Houghton left, Lin Yi summoned the 3 sand dweller leaders to inquire about their inventory of supplies. The level 5 sand dweller leader respectfully reported, My lord, we have brought all the supplies from the settlements. We have a total of 639 reindeer and nearly 14,500 pounds of millet. It turned out that the sand dwellers' staple food was millet, a small fruit only the size of a fingernail that grew in the desert. Once mature, it became extremely hard and slightly toxic, requiring steaming or roasting before it could be eaten. Its taste was similar to chestnuts. As for the reindeer, they were not part of their daily diet but were instead regularly offered as tribute to the Blackwind tribe. It was only during special festivals that the desert dwellers could enjoy the taste of delicious elk meat. On normal days, they relied on catching small desert animals or taking risks to hunt solitary low-level magical beasts to fill their stomachs. Life for these people was incredibly harsh, a constant struggle for survival, leaving no room for any thoughts of comfort or luxury. The 14,000 pounds of millet stored in the warehouse, though seemingly a substantial amount, was pitifully insufficient when divided among the population of the 3 desert settlements. Most desert dwellers had never truly eaten their fill and often went hungry for days after a single meal. Where did you gather this millet? Did you grow it yourselves? Lin Yi asked. One of the desert leaders respectfully replied, My lord, this millet is wild. About 30 kilometers south of the Golden Oasis, there is a vast sandy forest where many millet trees grow. Occasionally, we go there to graze livestock and hunt, but not often, as that forest belongs to the lizard men. They occupy the resource-rich central riverbed and forbid any creature from approaching. Lin Yi's interest was piqued. How strong are these lizard men? We don't know, the desert leader said, shaking his head. Almost no one who has encountered the lizard men has returned alive. All we know is that they are incredibly fearsome and evil creatures. Even the gnolls of the Blackwind tribe dare not provoke them lightly. Is that so? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Although the Blackwind tribe avoided them, he had already marked the lizard men as his next target for elimination. However, now was clearly not the right time. Firstly, the distance was too great, and secondly, the lizardman's strength remained unknown. With only half a day left for the limited time hunting mission, he couldn't afford to waste time on this matter. After asking for additional details, Lin Yi gave orders to the 3 desert leaders. Send the elk to the livestock farm, where they will be cared for by designated personnel. Gather your people and divide them into 2 groups. One group will quarry stone from the rocky hills, and the other will cut down trees within the territory. As for the construction of the settlement, assign that to those who are not suited for heavy labor. He glanced at the circular tents rising in the distance and added, For now, you'll continue living in tents. Once we have surplus timber, we'll build wooden houses for you. Although the desert dwellers' tents were decent at retaining heat, Lin Yi found their patched and shabby appearance unacceptable and planned to replace them entirely in the future. Praise be to you, great lord. The 3 leaders knelt once more in gratitude. Lin Yi retrieved a large amount of weaponry and equipment seized from the gnolls and distributed it to the leaders. Though the axes, broadswords, and longswords were of average quality, their abundance made them highly practical. Soon, over 2,000 desert dwellers were hard at work. The physically stronger individuals went to the rocky hills, while others were tasked with cutting down trees. The latter task was met with some reluctance, as each felled tree caused the desert dwellers great distress. However, since it was the Lord's command, they gritted their teeth and obeyed. As Lin Yi watched the bustling activity within his territory, he felt a growing sense of anticipation for the future. With the addition of the Sand People, Lin Yi was finally able to free himself from the burden of intense physical labor. Taking advantage of his newfound free time, he visited the settlement area of the Sand People to check on their situation. What greeted him was a cluster of tents, primarily housing the elderly, children, and pregnant women. As soon as Lin Yi appeared, all eyes turned to him, filled with awe and gratitude. Many even knelt and bowed in reverence. Back at their previous encampment, survival had been their sole purpose. But after arriving at the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi had given them something Newa hope for the future. Walking through the tents, Lin Yi observed the Sand People's way of life. The children here matured at an astonishingly young age, starting to help with household work as early as 3 or 4 years old. By the age of 10, many were already married and shouldering the responsibilities of a family. This stood in stark contrast to Lin Yi's own past, where he had only begun training at the age of 10. However, two particular customs of the Sand People made Lin Yi quite uncomfortable. First was the habit of their women, especially pregnant ones, going bare-chested. Such behavior was utterly inconceivable in the Stanlow Kingdom, where women were known for their modest attire and only displayed a different kind of charm on specific occasions. What troubled him even more was the way some of these women looked at him. Beyond the awe and gratitude, there was a certain primal longing in their eyes. Lin Yi realized that if it weren't for the deterrent effect of his status as their lord, some of these women might have outright dragged him into their tents. The second unsettling custom was their hygiene practices. Sand People bathed only 3 times in their lives at birth, marriage, and death. Not only did they avoid regular washing, but they also smeared a special ointment on their bodies. While this ointment offered protection from the sun and repelled insects, its smell was overwhelmingly unpleasant. After just one circuit around the settlement, Lin Yi was nearly overcome by the pungent odor. By evening, the Sand People had finished their day's work. The training grounds were piled high with resources nearly 30,000 units of timber and over 10,000 units of stone, totaling more than 40,000 units. Their efficiency far exceeded what the Royal Knights could accomplish in several days. Lin Yi immediately summoned the 3 leaders of the Sand People. He praised their impressive work, but also addressed the issues of clothing and hygiene directly. He informed them that he would allocate a batch of wolf pelts for making clothing, aiming to improve the situation. As for bathing, Lin Yi spoke firmly to the 3 Sandfolk leaders. You can chop some wood to make bathtubs. Remember, dirty water must never be dumped into the lake. It must be disposed of in the yellow sand areas beyond the forest. The 3 Sandfolk leaders immediately nodded repeatedly, their expressions respectful. They understood well this was not a suggestion but an order. Anyone daring to disobey would face severe punishment. Good. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, then led the 3 leaders near the warehouse. With a gentle wave of her hand, a large pile of desert coyote meat and pelts appeared on the open ground. This will be your dinner. Make sure everyone eats their fill. There's a lot of work to be done tomorrow. Praise the Lord. The 3 leaders dropped to their knees, tears welling up in their eyes. For their people, having enough to eat was the ultimate luxury. For this alone, they were willing to give their lives for Lin Yi. After dealing with the Sandfolk matters, Lin Yi enjoyed a soothing bath under Sally's attentive care. During dinner, her table was filled with delicacies. Fresh lake fish, a specialty of Sapphire Lake, soft white bread brought from the kingdom of Stanlow, honey drinks, and a few exotic, fragrant red dragon fruits. How was your practice today? Lin Yi asked while elegantly eating with silver utensils, addressing Sally, who was dining at the same table. Master. Sally excitedly put down her silver fork. I can already sense the magical elements in the world. But they appear as purple and a little white, not fiery red, lightning and frost elements. Lin Yi exclaimed, pinching Sally's cheek in delight. Both are rare elemental talents, especially lightning. Late at night, the Royal Knights and the old steward, Hoden, returned fully loaded. Master, I've advanced to a level 9 high mage. Hoden reported excitedly, presenting the spoils 1507 gold coins in total. Lin Yi collected the coins and checked the total reserves, 3,728 coins. The 2 requirements for upgrading the town hall had been fully met. Lin Yi arrived near the village hall and invested 3,000 gold coins and 3,000 units of wood to initiate the upgrade process. In an instant, brilliant golden light poured down from the sky, enveloping the entire golden oasis. The land underwent astonishing transformations. Trees grew at a visible, rapid pace, lush greenery spread outward, and dunes were swallowed one after another. The most striking change occurred with the sapphire lake. Its surface, originally only 200 to 300 meters at its widest, suddenly expanded to over a kilometer, with the water area increasing several-fold. The lake shimmered under the sunlight, with schools of silver-tailed fish leaping out of the water, tracing bright, silver arcs. Native lake fish swam gracefully at the bottom, their pearl-like glimmers in the depths painting a mesmerizing picture. To the 2,000+ desert dwellers, such phenomena were nothing short of a divine miracle. They knelt in unison on the far bank of Sapphire Lake, revering Lin Yi as a messenger of the gods and fervently praising this rejuvenated paradise. The abundant water supply was more than sufficient to support the additional 2,000 settlers, as well as over 1,000 desert coyotes and moose. The system promptly issued a series of notifications. Congratulations on completing the main quest, successfully upgrading the village hall to a town hall. You have received a random Lord Talent Awakening of Ancient Bloodline. A new main quest has been unlocked. Upgrade the core building to a city hall. Reward: Random Lord Talent. Side quests were updated as well. 1. Eliminate or conquer the distant Lizardman tribe in the Sand Forest. Reward: 1,000 gold coins and a random building blueprint. 2. Construct 3 different types of advanced territory buildings. Reward: 500 gold coins and an animal growth acceleration potion. A special quest required forming a formal army of 1,000 members, with an average level of at least 5. Completion would increase the Lord's level up to the peak of King rank. Lin Yi examined the newly acquired epic talent, Awakening of Ancient Bloodline, which granted the potential to recruit more powerful and higher potential special units of the same type when enlisting troops. He eagerly anticipated testing this ability after midnight to see if he could recruit elite soldiers from the Royal Knights. Finally, he reviewed the town hall's current status. It was currently at a basic level and had unlocked structures such as fences upgraded from the original wooden barriers, residences, arrow towers, and markets. Upgrading to a mid-level town hall would require 5,000 units each of wood, stone, and gold. For now, this thing doesn't have much use. In the desert region, the number of monsters is far fewer compared to the Forest of Life. Lin Yi thought it would be better to wait until the walls were unlocked, or he obtained the blueprints before considering construction. The newly unlocked market caught his attention. The system provided detailed information. As a basic territorial building, the market not only enhances the prosperity of the territory but also provides a place for residents to trade goods with one another. The construction requirements were relatively low: only 2,000 units of wood and 500 units of stone. What was even more appealing were 2 special notes. Once a main city is established, currency can be issued and taxes can be collected. Additionally, the market might attract merchants and wandering settlers. After careful consideration, Lin Yi chose an open area near the settlement of the desert dwellers to build the market. Although the completed market was a low-level structure, it already had a decent scale. 10 vacant shops, capable of accommodating transactions for up to 1,000 people, with a tax rate of 5. The system indicated that these shops could be sold or rented out, and upgrading the market would increase the number of shops and raise the tax rate. To upgrade to a mid-level market, 20,000 units of wood and 5,000 units of stone would be required. This decision greatly satisfied Lin Yi. Firstly, the territory had abundant resources. Secondly, the market could attract trade caravans and wandering settlers. The shop system was an unexpected bonus. Although it might not attract much attention for now, Lin Yi was already planning for the future. He never intended for the desert dwellers to live collectively forever. As the population of the territory increases to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, a household-based reform would be essential, allowing everyone to have their own homes and livelihoods. Such a societal structure would not only elevate the territory's level of civilization, but also facilitate its transformation into a kingdom. The market and shops would serve as an indispensable economic foundation for this process. Among the 2 newly refreshed side quests, Side Quest 2 was the easiest to complete, owning 3 different types of advanced territorial buildings. Lin Yi immediately began upgrading the existing structures. 3 residential houses and 5 arrow towers were quickly upgraded from low-level to mid-level, consuming resources that were negligible for him. He then selected one of each to upgrade to advanced level. Only one more different type of advanced building was needed. Lin Yi chose the livestock farm. This structure, which could enhance livestock fertility and growth rates while possibly promoting bloodline evolution, was indeed valuable. Upgrading it to mid-level for 5,000 units of wood unlocked even more enticing attributes. Fertility increased 5-fold, growth cycles were shortened accordingly, and there was a low probability of bloodline evolution. Although upgrading it to advanced level required 50,000 units of wood, this was no longer a challenge for Lin Yi. Since the territory had advanced to a town, wood resources were abundant. With some extra effort from the desert dwellers tomorrow, he could quickly gather the required amount. Glancing at the time, it was close to midnight. In just a little while, he would be able to recruit a new batch of royal knights for the day. As Lin Yi awaited the arrival of a new day, deep within the desert about 30 kilometers from the Golden Oasis, the flickering glow of campfires illuminated a caravan encampment under the night sky. A dozen tents were arranged in a circular formation, each surrounded by bright campfires that kept the prowling desert predators at bay. Fully armed swordsmen, gripping their long swords, patrolled the perimeter of the camp in small groups. By the central campfire, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a mage's robe, was engaged in a quiet conversation with a woman. The woman, wrapped in a heavy fur coat, had dark red, wavy hair that framed her delicate features. "Milady, our water supplies are running low," a swordsman reported to the woman. However, we'll soon reach the Golden Oasis for resupply. The woman nodded lightly, though the irritation on her face was hard to hide. "Master Simon, we've been in the Kalar Desert for a week now. How much longer until we reach Vastian City?" "If all goes smoothly, we should arrive in about 2 weeks," replied the old mage, Simon. 2 weeks? The woman sighed. "This wretched place, I don't want to spend another moment here." Simon's lips twitched in sympathy. The Kalar Desert, with its scorching heat by day and bone-chilling cold by night, was indeed unbearable. Earlier that afternoon, they had encountered a minor sandstorm. Though their goods remained intact, everyone had endured their share of hardship. "Just a little longer," Simon reassured her. "Once we complete this trade, we'll secure the guild badge and establish our own trade route. Our merchant guild will finally be on the right track." "Let's hope so," the woman said as she stood up. "I'm going to rest." Back in her tent, she removed the heavy coat, revealing her graceful figure. After a simple wash, her beauty became even more striking, especially her sapphire blue eyes, as pure and radiant as the finest gemstones. Outside the camp, Simon summoned the captain of the swordsmen and instructed him, "Tomorrow, we'll head to the Golden Oasis. The area is often frequented by packs of gray wolves and gnolls, so stay vigilant." "Understood, Master Simon," the captain replied earnestly, then added with a grin, "With your power as a royal-level mage, I doubt even a gnoll cavalry unit would dare approach us." "Better safe than sorry," Simon said, shaking his head. "The Kalar Desert is a death zone. Even saints, who command the power of domains, have fallen here. My strength is hardly worth mentioning." The captain's smile quickly faded. As an experienced mercenary, he was well aware of the dangers of this desert, ominously known as the Land of Fallen Gods. Meanwhile, over at the Golden Oasis, after a relatively short wait, the clock finally struck past 12. Lin Yi didn't rush to recruit a new batch of royal knights for the day. Instead, he opened the system interface to check the rewards for the restricted hunting mission. The numbers quickly fluctuated before settling at 6,359 gold coins, proof that the past 2 days of hunting in the campaign against the Black Wind tribe had been highly effective. Including his previous savings, Lin Yi's total gold reserves surpassed the 7,000 mark for the first time. Without hesitation, he accessed the upgrade interface for the Royal Knights Training Ground, and the system promptly displayed the details. Royal Knights Training Ground Level 4. Daily recruitment capacity, 100 Royal Knights. Upgrade cost, 10,000 gold coins. Special notes. 1. Upgrading increases the daily recruitment capacity. 2. Equipping cavalry with suitable mounts significantly enhances combat effectiveness. Looking at the now grander and more imposing training ground after the upgrade, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for spending 5,000 gold coins. Yet, the prospect of being able to recruit 100 Royal Knights daily filled him with excitement. He immediately headed to the training square to begin the day's recruitment. As a brilliant golden light swept across the grounds, a neat phalanx of knights materialized before him. Fully equipped and exuding an air of valor, these warriors radiated a powerful fighting spirit. Just then, the system's notification rang out. "Congratulations! You have triggered the Lord's Talent, Awakening of the Ancient Bloodline. 15 Royal Knights have evolved into Royal Judicator Knights." Before the voice faded, the 15 newly evolved knights stepped forward from the formation, kneeling before Lin Yi with an almost fanatical reverence. The remaining knights respectfully stood behind them, clearly delineating the hierarchy. Lin Yi carefully observed the Royal Judicator Knights. They were clad in silver-white armor, with golden capes billowing behind them. The knightly greatswords in their hands gleamed with a radiant golden light, imbuing them with an aura of divinity and authority. The system then displayed their detailed attributes. Royal Judicator Knights. Rank, Advanced Unit. Starting level, Level 7. Growth potential, Extraordinary Initial Tier. Traits, Loyalty, Fearless Bravery. Lin Yi marveled inwardly at this unexpected boon brought by his newly awakened Lord's Talent. A 15 evolution rate had granted him 15 elite warriors, whose attributes far surpassed those of regular royal knights. After settling the newly summoned knight, Lin Yi retrieved a blueprint glowing faintly with magical light from his spatial pouch, an architectural plan for the Elven Spring. He quickly scanned the construction requirements: 1,000 gold coins and 500 units of stone. These resources were no longer a challenge for him. After upgrading the Royal Knights training ground, he still had over 2,000 gold coins left, and his stone reserves exceeded 10,000 units. He soon chose a suitable plot of land near the town hall. Once construction was complete, a simple yet majestic square stone well stood proudly, roughly 2 meters wide. Within the well shimmered a milky white liquid elven spring water. This miraculous potion, second only to the legendary water of life, could not only heal injuries rapidly but also enhance cultivation efficiency and physical constitution. Lin Yi examined the structure's details. The elven spring would continuously produce spring water and emit the magic of nature and life, improving the surrounding environment and greatly benefiting nearby cultivation efforts. Upgrading it to the intermediate level required 10,000 gold coins and 5,000 units of stone. Most astonishingly, at its maximum level, it could actually produce the water of life. This discovery sent a wave of excitement through Lin Yi. On the sacred continent, the water of life was universally regarded as an invaluable treasure, traditionally exclusive to the elven race. In the capital of the Stanlow Kingdom, a single bottle could sell for over 100,000 gold coins or even more, as demand far exceeded supply. If he could produce it independently, even converting it to lord coins at a 10-tune exchange rate would bring him unimaginable wealth. As for the potential risk of offending the elven race, that was a concern for another day. However, the upgrade requirements were daunting. Just reaching the intermediate level demanded 10,000 gold coins, a staggering amount for Lin Yi, who was currently in dire need of funds. Shaking his head, he decided to set aside the idea for now. He summoned the old steward, Horden, and the maid, Sally, and explained the Elven Spring's benefits in detail before announcing, "From now on, we will use Elven Spring water as our daily drinking water. The Royal Knights can also carry it on their hunts." Horden, visibly moved, hurried to the well and gingerly scooped a cup of the spring water to taste. After just one sip, his face lit up with astonishment. "This is truly Elven Spring water, exactly as I remember it." "You've had Elven Spring water before?" Lin Yi asked curiously. "Yes, young master," Horden replied, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "It was many years ago. At the time, I had a mishap while studying magical runes and nearly lost my life. Thankfully, the Count sent someone to the capital to purchase a bottle of Elven Spring water at great expense. It saved my life and allowed me to continue my research in magic. Praise the kind and generous Count." The old butler, Horden, had a gleam of excitement in his eyes as he explained to Lin Yi in detail. The Elven Spring water is actually a diluted version of the water of life. Although its effects are far inferior to the genuine water of life, its market value is still astonishing. A single bottle of ordinary Elven Spring water can sell for thousands of gold coins. The purity of the spring water here isn't as high as what I've tasted before, but each bottle is worth at least 1,000 gold coins. And this is an entire well. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The words, "we're going to strike it rich," flashed across his mind. This well could continuously produce Elven Spring water, and as the level of the Elven Spring increased, the concentration of the water of life in the spring water would inevitably rise. Once it reached its peak level, it might even produce genuine water of life. "It seems we'll need to establish a golden trade route to the Kingdom of Stanlow or the Sandfolk Kingdom," Lin Yi said enthusiastically. However, Horden immediately voiced a practical concern. "Young master, with our current strength, we cannot yet form a caravan capable of crossing the Forest of Life. At the very least, we would need to have someone of royal rank or extraordinary power under our command." Lin Yi nodded in agreement, deciding to hold off for now to avoid reckless actions that could result in significant losses. Little did they know, a caravan was already making its way toward the Golden Oasis. "I just recruited another 100 Royal Knights, including some with great potential to become Royal Judgment Knights," Lin Yi said, changing the topic. "Starting tomorrow, we'll expand our hunting range to the sandy forest area occupied by the lizard folk." "Are you planning to wipe out the lizard folk there, young master?" Houghton asked cautiously. Lin Yi nodded slightly. "In the resource-scarce Kalar Desert, war is the fastest way to grow. Against weak enemies, we'll conquer them directly. If we encounter strong foes, we'll build up our strength first before taking action." These aggressive words made the old butler's face twitch involuntarily. Ever since they arrived at the Golden Oasis and established their territory, the young master seemed like a changed person, filled with an unprecedented desire for war. As he put it, it was almost as if he wanted to pick a fight with every stray dog he passed by. The newly upgraded town hall stood resplendent, entirely constructed from smooth, mirror-like blue stones, replacing its previous wooden structure. Each stone was inscribed with mysterious runes that emitted a faint glow. Its defensive capabilities were astonishing. Lin Yi had personally tested it, and even fireball spells left no trace upon its surface. The transformation of the backyard was equally impressive. In addition to the master bedroom, several secondary bedrooms and a fully equipped kitchen were added. A charming courtyard unfolded at the rear, where Lin Yi was already planning to place a lounge chair and transplant a large tree, creating a shady spot for leisurely relaxation. As the Lord, such moments of tranquility were sure to be frequent. The night passed as usual, with Lin Yi sleeping soundly, cradling the soft and tender young maid, Sally, in his arms. The next morning, he awoke to the enticing aroma of breakfast. Through the window, he could see the sandfolk already hard at work. Most were chopping wood, while a smaller group headed to the stone mountain to quarry. With the territory upgraded to a town, the expansion of the area had reduced the distance between the outermost forest and the stone mountain to just over a kilometer. At this rate of development, another 1 or 2 upgrades would likely see the stone mountain surrounded by forest, turning it into a vital mineral resource for the territory. After enjoying the breakfast Sally had meticulously prepared, Lin Yi made his way to the iron mine. This elevated area, once shaped by sand dunes, had grown even more imposing after the territory's upgrade. Its expanse had widened, its height increased, and it now hinted at the potential to become a true mountain. The exposed black iron ore had significantly multiplied, and the underground deposits were far richer. Although not yet ready for extraction, it was clearly only a matter of time. When the time came, refined iron would no longer be scarce, whether for forging equipment or upgrading special buildings. While Lin Yi was inspecting the iron mine, a faint golden light suddenly enveloped him, a sign that he had achieved another level up. Just as the old steward Hoden had predicted, Lin Yi's leveling speed was astonishing, quickly reaching level 9. At this pace, he might surpass Hoden to become a king-level professional even sooner, especially as he continued to gain massive amounts of experience from his growing army of troops. Shortly after Lin Yi's level up, a caravan appeared near the stone mountain. However, before they could interact with the sandfolk working nearby, they were swiftly surrounded by a fully armed squad of royal knights. 15 royal judgment knights, accompanied by a large number of royal knights, encircled the caravan completely. Their armor gleamed coldly under the blazing sun, forming a 3-layered formation that locked the caravan in place. On the outer perimeter, hundreds of desert coyotes with blood-red eyes watched the group intently, their throats emitting low, menacing growls. Even Simon, the esteemed royal mage known as a king-tier master, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Although his strength was unmatched in the caravan, the sight of so many fully armed elite knights and ferocious beasts left him inwardly despairing. If these knights launched a coordinated charge, his magical shield would last no more than 5 seconds. The entire caravan would collapse in an instant. Simon was deeply puzzled. Why were such highly trained human knights appearing in this desolate expanse of the Kalar Desert? What could their purpose possibly be? Beside him stood a woman with dark red, wavy hair, her face equally filled with suspicion. Though she was also unclear about the knights' intentions, her primary concern was the safety of the caravan. She feared that at any moment, these heavily armed knights might attack, and a single charge could utterly destroy them. As the strongest member of the caravan, Simon had no choice but to step forward and break the tense standoff. Suppressing his unease, he spoke in the most humble tone he could muster. "Honorable knights, we are a legitimate caravan from the Forest City, traveling to Vastian City to trade with the desert nobles. We only stopped at the Golden Oasis to gather water. If we have inadvertently trespassed into a restricted area, we will leave immediately." A royal judgment knight rode forward, mounted on a 6th-tier desert coyote over 2 meters long. Despite the coyote's considerable size, it still seemed dwarfed by the knight's imposing figure. The knight announced coldly, "The Golden Oasis belongs to my lord. Intruders must submit to an inspection." These words caused Simon and the woman to visibly stiffen. In this lawless stretch of the Kalar Desert, there had never been any precedent for routine inspections. The true intentions of these knights were highly suspect. The woman couldn't help but protest. "Our caravan is under the protection of the Forest City Merchants Guild. You have no authority to—" Before she could finish, the synchronized sound of swords being drawn echoed around them. The royal knights unsheathed their massive blades in unison, and the desert coyotes beneath them let out chilling growls. The swordsmen in the caravan turned pale with fear. "Wait, wait, wait." Simon quickly intervened, desperate to prevent an outbreak of violence. At that moment, a figure dressed in a mage's robe approached slowly. It was Lin Yi's elderly steward, Hoden. He first glanced at Simon, who was sweating profusely, then turned his gaze to the woman. In a deep voice, he declared, "The Lord has given orders. Escort them to the Golden Oasis." "By the will of the Lord," the royal knights immediately replied, parting to create a pathway. Hoden smiled faintly. "Please, follow me." The woman and Simon exchanged a helpless glance. At this point, they had no choice but to comply and head to the Golden Oasis, hoping for a chance to leave unscathed. Refusal would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the knights and their overwhelming force. As the caravan passed through the Rocky Mountains, they encountered a large group of desert dwellers mining stone. Though small in stature, The workers were full of energy, diligently chiseling away at the rocks. The woman observed their expressions and movements carefully before turning to the elderly mage, Simon, beside her and whispering, "These desert folk are clearly working for the Lord. Judging by their spirits, they don't appear to be enslaved." Mage Simon nodded slightly. "Your keen observation serves you well, my lady. It seems this lord is not a cruel person, which is good news for us." The caravan then followed the royal knights into a dense forest. They were immediately greeted by an abundance of life, with birds chirping among the branches and the air filled with the fresh scent of vegetation. Such vibrant energy. If it weren't for the endless yellow sands still visible behind us, I would have thought we had entered the forest of life, the woman exclaimed in awe. However, Mage Simon's expression turned grim. "When I passed this oasis last year, it spanned only a few hundred meters. Now it has expanded to several kilometers. This is no ordinary phenomenon. It must be the work of a saint-level mage." Hearing this, the woman gasped, thankful she had not continued to resist. As they emerged from the forest, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. A sapphire-blue lake mirrored the sky, lush green grass stretched to the horizon, and towering date palms and giant cacti stood proud. Vast orchards of magical fruits thrived in verdant abundance. The scene left everyone in the caravan momentarily stunned. The woman's azure eyes sparkled with wonder. Its unbelievable golden oasis has become so beautiful. Mage Simon shook his head in amazement, recalling the unremarkable landscape from his last visit. He mused that this transformation must be the handiwork of the mysterious lord. The lake alone, now expanded several times over, was enough to confirm that the lord wielded the power of a saint's domain. Before long, the woman and Mage Simon were escorted into an elegantly decorated hall in a small town, while the rest of the caravan was stationed in the training grounds under the watch of the royal knights. Through the introduction of the elderly steward, Hoden, they learned that the figure seated in the grand chair at the head of the hall was none other than Lin Yi, the Lord of Golden Oasis. This revelation took them by surprise. Lin Yi was merely a level 9 practitioner, not even at the king level. Yet they dared not underestimate him, convinced that a saint must be supporting Lin Yi from the shadows. "Honorable Lord," the woman said with a graceful bow. "I am Sophia, president of the Crystal Merchant Guild. It is my honor to meet you in this stunning oasis. This is my guild's steward, Mage Simon." As she spoke, she removed her windproof hood, and her dark red, cascading waves of hair tumbled down like a waterfall. Despite the faint layer of dust on her face, Sophia's delicate features remained strikingly visible, especially her gem-blue eyes, which sparkled like sapphire lakes in a golden oasis. She was wrapped tightly, making it impossible to discern her figure beneath her garments. Lin Yi paid little attention to these details, instead smiling as he observed the caravan before him. Just yesterday, he had discussed a plan to profit from the Elven Spring, and now a caravan had arrived. Such a coincidence of thought and reality put him in high spirits. Perhaps the newly established market was already proving effective. "Miss Sophia, I heard you come from the Forest City?" Lin Yi asked. "Yes, my lord," Sophia promptly replied. Forest City is located within the Forest of Life, a masterpiece of the natural elves. It is a bustling trade hub connecting various powers. She gave a concise description of Forest City's geography. The Forest of Life at its core, bordered to the north by the frozen wasteland, to the northeast by her own Ice-free alliance, to the southeast by the tulip territory of the Stanlow Kingdom, to the west by the vast Kalar Desert, and to the northwest by the beastfolk grasslands. Lin Yi nodded in understanding, already convinced that Forest City was an excellent location for commerce. He looked at the tall Sophia and remarked frankly, "Your Crystal Merchant Guild doesn't seem very large in scale." Sophia, however, appeared confident. "My lord, we are on our way to Vastian City to trade with the noble of the Sandfolk. Once this trade route is established, the guild is certain to grow rapidly." When Lin Yi inquired about the trade goods, Sophia quickly spoke up before Simon the mage could respond, listing in detail gold and silverware, fruit wine, fine textiles. These are all favorites of the Sandfolk nobility. On our return, we plan to purchase spices, oasis gemstones, and desert pearls for sale in Forest City. Simon the mage looked uneasy as Sophia openly disclosed the caravan's plans, but Lin Yi had already spoken. "You don't need to go to Vastian City. I'd like to make a deal with you instead." Sophia smiled as though she had anticipated this. "What might the lord desire? If you're interested in our goods, I can offer you a favorable price." Lin Yi shook his head. "I'm not interested in your goods. In fact, I have something to sell." With that, he tossed over a bright red fruit. Sophia caught it and, after tasting it, professionally appraised, "This is a top-quality red dragon fruit. In Forest City, it can sell for 10 to 13 gold coins per piece." This prompted Lin Yi to quietly calculate the potential profit from his stock of nearly 6,000 pounds over 14,000 red dragon fruits. At Lin Yi's signal, the old steward Hoden retrieved a bottle containing a milky white liquid from his spatial pouch. Sophia sniffed it and asked with delight, "My lord, is this elven spring water?" "Not bad." Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. Seizing the opportunity, Sophia immediately asked, "My lord, although this is just low-grade elven spring water, a single bottle can sell for over 1,000 gold coins in Forest City. May I ask how much you have in stock?" Lin Yi didn't answer directly. Instead, he waved his hand to summon a team of royal knights and instructed them to chop wood from the nearby forest to craft large barrels. Before long, the knights brought over a massive wooden barrel, several meters in diameter, filled to the brim with elven spring water radiating a rich aura of life. A rough estimate suggested it contained enough for thousands of bottles. My goodness! Sophia and the old mage Simon were stunned, their mouths agape. Using such an enormous barrel to store elven spring water, this level of extravagance was beyond anything they had ever heard of. Suppressing her shock, Sophia cautiously asked, "My lord, are you planning to sell this entire barrel of spring water to our Crystal Chamber of Commerce? Can you afford it?" Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. Sophia immediately felt a wave of awkwardness. The chamber's funds were already tied up in purchasing goods, and even if they had sufficient funds, the value of this much spring water amounting to millions of gold coins was far beyond their capacity. "Then, what do you propose, my lord?" she asked. "You'll handle selling this spring water in Forest City, and I'll give you a 3 commission," Lin Yi said. 3% seems a bit, Sophia began, but under Lin Yi's meaningful gaze, she quickly corrected herself. "That's indeed a very generous offer. Glad you understand. You can take it now," Lin Yi said. "Shouldn't we sign a contract first?" Sophia asked hesitantly. "Do contracts even matter?" Lin Yi said indifferently. "When enough profit is at stake, even brothers can turn against each other." Sophia nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, she retrieved a dozen large barrels of high-quality fruit wine from her spatial storage. These were originally intended for sale to the noble desert dwellers of Vastian City. "My lord, my spatial equipment is already full. The Crystal Chamber of Commerce would like to offer these barrels of fruit wine as a gift to your territory." "You're quite the shrewd businesswoman," Lin Yi said with a smile, instructing the knights to move the fruit wine into the territory's storage, a welcome addition to their supplies. Sophia carefully stored the elven spring water, worth millions of gold coins, into her spatial equipment, ensuring not a single drop was wasted. Any loss would be a debt she could never repay. Finally, Lin Yi handed her 10,000 red dragon fruits. "Sell these, and use part of the proceeds to buy enough food to feed 10,000 people for a month." "Understood, my lord," Sophia replied. In the resource-rich Forest City, where numerous human kingdom merchants were based, acquiring food would be an easy task. Even purchasing supplies for an army of 1,000,000 wouldn't be an issue as long as we have enough gold. "How long does it take for you to make a round trip?" Lin Yi asked directly. Sophia furrowed her brow and thought for a moment. "We left Forest City a week ago. A round trip to the Golden Oasis takes about half a month. Adding the time needed for trading goods, we should be back in around 3 weeks, she explained. "And that's already quite fast. For instance, if we were heading to Vastian City in the Sand People's Kingdom, it would take us 2 whole months of trekking through the desert." "That's too long," Lin Yi interrupted decisively. "We'll give you half a month. You can leave this batch of goods in my territory and travel light." Sophia immediately turned to Simon, the old mage. He nodded slowly, clearly agreeing that this was a feasible plan. Traveling light would indeed save a significant amount of time, and on their return, they could prepare spatial equipment to carry the grain. The half-month deadline was completely manageable. "Rest assured, Lord, we will certainly return to the Golden Oasis within half a month," Sophia promised solemnly. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. A half-month wait was entirely acceptable to him. By then, the profit of several million gold coins would be in hand. Even converted into Lord's gold coins, it would amount to tens of thousands, enough to upgrade the special buildings and troop structures in his territory to a significantly high level. "Set off immediately. He'll be waiting for your good news at the Golden Oasis." Sophia's eyelid twitched slightly. She had planned to rest for a night in the territory and enjoy a proper bath, but it seemed there was no chance for that now. After replenishing their water supplies, Sophia and Simon set off lightly equipped with over a dozen swordsmen. The swordsmen were puzzled about leaving all the goods in the territory, assuming the negotiations had failed. However, neither Sophia nor Simon offered any explanation. With such a massive transaction at stake, they couldn't afford any mistakes. Once the group was far from the Golden Oasis, Sophia sighed softly. "What an extraordinary encounter. That lord is truly bold, not even worried about us embezzling his goods." Simon shook his head. From his attitude, it's clear these goods mean little to him. This only confirms that he has powerful backing. If we were to act on greed, we'd likely end up fugitives for the rest of our lives. Compared to long-term benefits, the short-term gain is utterly insignificant. Sophia nodded in agreement. Although their commission was only 3%, The high total value meant they could still earn tens of thousands of gold coins. More importantly, this might just be the beginning of a long-term partnership. Plus, they didn't have to bear any trading risks, just handling sales would earn them a share. I look forward to meeting the Lord again. Next time, we'll make sure to stay at the Golden Oasis for a few days. Simon, the old mage. By the elven spring of the Golden Oasis, the old steward Hodin furrowed his brow as he looked at his young master. Young master, do you truly trust the Crystal Chamber of Commerce so much? This is elven spring water worth millions of gold coins. Even though those 10,000 red dragon fruits may seem ordinary, they can sell for tens of thousands of gold coins. Not even the Tulip family at its peak could afford such wealth. This deal would tempt even a saint-level powerhouse. Lin Yi listened and chuckled softly, shaking his head. Trust? How could there be trust on a first meeting? Other than my own people, I trust no one. He stepped forward and continued. Whether it's the Crystal Chamber, the Fire Crystal, or the Blue Crystal Chamber of Commerce, I would act the same. This is all for the rapid development of the territory. If Miss Sophia is smart enough, she'll make the right choice. He led Hodin to the edge of the elven spring, pointing to the ancient well. Even if she did run off with this shipment, our losses would be minimal. Look. Hodin raised his gaze. The ancient well, though it had been drawn from heavily, was still overflowing with the clear, sparkling elven spring water. Soon, the well would be full again. This is nothing short of a divine treasure. Hodin exclaimed in awe. This ever-replenishing ancient well was like an endless gold mine to them. In comparison, what the Crystal Chamber of Commerce might take was indeed insignificant. As long as Sophia is wise enough to choose long-term cooperation with us, her Crystal Chamber of Commerce will rise rapidly in Forest City and become a superpower in trade, Lin Yi said with a nod. He then shifted his focus to other matters. Steward, assign people to inventory the goods Sophia left behind and have them all stored away. Those fabrics can be used by the skilled women of the desert to make clothing. As for the other gold and silver items and fruit wines, they're ready-made wealth. Understood, young master, Hodin responded, a relieved smile spreading across his face. In just a single morning, your level has risen again. At this rate, it won't be long before you reach the king level. You know, even at its most powerful, the Tulip family only had 5 king-level professionals, and your father, Earl Landelton, only reached the peak of king level. Lin Yi waved his hand boldly. This is just the beginning. I will turn the Golden Oasis into the most powerful and prosperous force on the sacred continent. One day, even demigods will bow before us when they visit. The old steward Hodin took a deep breath, his wrinkled face filled with a look of hopeful anticipation. He firmly believed that this young master, blessed by the gods, would undoubtedly lead the Golden Oasis to a glorious future. If that day truly comes, even the legendary demigods will have to bow their proud heads before the Golden Oasis. Perhaps the old king of the Stanlow Kingdom would then regret his foolish decisions from the past. As night fell, the Territorial Legion concluded an entire day's hunt. The spoils were abundant. Nearly 2,000 gold coins were collected, over 13,000 units of various beast meats were harvested, and a considerable amount of magical beast materials such as hides, fangs, and scales were obtained. Although no blueprints were found, the unexpected discovery of 5 coin pouches brought Lin Yi an additional income of 1,000 gold coins, pushing his gold reserves past the 5,000 mark. For now, he decided not to touch this sum. After midnight, his supreme lord-level talent, favored by all races, would refresh, guaranteeing a new troop-building structure. The 5,000 gold coins were set aside specifically for upgrading this new structure. Meanwhile, the industrious desert folk had also made significant progress. By the end of the day, 2 impressive resource piles of wood and stone had accumulated in the training square, nearly 100,000 units in total. Combined with the existing reserves, the territory now held over 85,300 units of wood and 46,000 units of stone. Surveying the ample resources, Lin Yi immediately initiated his building upgrade plan. First, he upgraded the pasture to an advanced level at the cost of 50,000 units of wood. Next, he elevated the previously low-level warehouse directly to an advanced level, consuming 33,000 units of wood and 11,000 units of stone. The upgraded advanced warehouse could now store up to 50 million units of resources, while the advanced pasture brought significant improvements. Livestock reproduction rates increased tenfold, growth cycles were dramatically shortened, and the probability of bloodline evolution was notably enhanced. Though the next level of large-scale construction would demand hundreds of thousands of resource units, the current setup was sufficient to support the territory's development for a considerable period. Afterward, Lin Yi claimed the rewards from Side Quest 2, 500 gold coins, and a bottle of Animal Rapid Growth Potion. This low-grade potion could be used 5 times, with each use reducing a target animal's growth time by 1/3, similar to the effect of the Plant Rapid Growth Potion. He headed to the Sapphire Lake and poured the entire bottle of potion into the water. Instantly, the calm surface began to boil, and countless fish joyfully leaped out of the lake. Both the artificially bred silver-tailed fish and the lake's native fish species grew visibly before his eyes. Some of the larger fish even reached lengths exceeding 1.5 meters, their bodies robust and imposing. Lin Yi already had a plan in mind. At an opportune moment, he would host a harvest festival, during which these plump fish would be caught and served, allowing the residents of the territory to enjoy a hearty feast. Lin Yi returned to the ranch once again, with the bottle of rapid animal growth potion refilled. Though he had previously emptied the potion into Sapphire Lake, it had miraculously replenished itself. Looking across the ranch, nearly 800 desert coyotes and over 600 moose were roaming the area. When Lin Yi sprinkled the potion onto the animals, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The young moose and coyotes began growing at a visible rate, quickly reaching their full adult size. Even more astonishing was the sight of many female coyotes and moose developing rounded bellies, clearly indicating pregnancy. What stood out the most was the strength enhancement of the desert coyotes. As magical beasts, their levels uniformly rose to level 3, with 7 individuals even advancing to elite level 5 status. This growth rate was faster than what could be achieved by hunting monsters. In comparison, the ordinary moose, being non-magical animals, showed no change in level. Seeing these incredible transformations, Lin Yi had an idea. What if he raised recruited magical beast units in the ranch? However, the Lord system promptly provided a clear response. Recruited units cannot be raised in the ranch. Only native magical beasts or animals from the Holy Continent can be nurtured there. Although this idea was dismissed, Lin Yi quickly came up with an alternative. The nearby Forest of Life was a haven for magical beasts, with rumors of even dragons appearing there. He could capture high bloodline magical beasts from the forest for cultivation. As for their loyalty, the ranch had already solved that problem perfectly, just like the current desert coyotes, who treated him with the gentleness of a family member. As night fell, Lin Yi returned to the town hall. His young maid, Sally, had prepared a lavish dinner, featuring newly added moose meat and fruit wine that were simply mouthwatering. During the meal, Sally excitedly announced that she had successfully condensed a magic vortex, officially becoming a practitioner. While this was good news, Lin Yi remained troubled by one matter. His Royal Knight's Corps had yet to obtain any skill books, not even the most basic skill books, let alone lightning or frost magic ones. The drop rate for such special items was far lower than that of Lord coins, relying entirely on luck. He consulted the Lord system about alternative ways to acquire skill books, and the system introduced the Profession Tower, a territorial building where residents could comprehend and learn related professional skills. Lin Yi immediately requested a task to obtain the blueprint. Moments later, the system responded. A special task was activated to reach a population of 10,000 residents, excluding recruited units, to obtain one blueprint for the Profession Tower. This works too. Lin Yi looked astonished. He had expected the system to decline, but to his surprise, the mission was actually initiated, recruiting 10,000 settlers. In the desolate Kalar Desert, this was no easy feat. While such a task might be effortless in the densely populated human kingdoms, here it required ingenuity and creativity. For now, he could only instruct the Royal Knights to expand their search radius, hoping to discover more desert tribes. However, the 3 desert tribe leaders could offer no assistance. They explained that since falling under the rule of the Black Wind tribe, they had lost contact with other regions. All they knew was that Vastian City was the largest desert tribe settlement within a 200-kilometer radius. As for whether there were other settlements near the Golden Oasis, they were completely unaware. Until you get the skill book, you'd better stay home and continue your training, Lin Yi said to Sally. Remember to drink more Elven spring water. It'll enhance the magic within you. Yes, young master. Sally nodded obediently. In truth, she had no interest in venturing out to hunt, nor did she feel a strong desire to advance her professional level. Her greatest wish was simply to remain in the territory and take care of the young master's daily needs. Late at night, Lin Yi tossed and turned, unable to sleep, eagerly awaiting the arrival of midnight. He was desperate to see what kind of troop unit the refreshed Supreme Lord talent would bring. Although he didn't dare to hope for a divine-level unit, obtaining a crown-level unit would be enough to satisfy him. Noticing her young master's restless mood, Sally accompanied him for a walk along the shores of Sapphire Lake. The lake shimmered under the moonlight, its surface rippling with silvery waves. Schools of silver-tailed fish darted through the water like flowing strands of silver. Pearls and gemstones scattered across the lakebed sparkled faintly like stars, highlighting the golden oasis's enchanting nocturnal beauty. Young master, do you still remember Miss Annie? Sally suddenly asked. Of course I do. She was a kind-hearted noblewoman. Miss Annie was very fond of you. If it weren't for her family matters, you two might have been together by now. That's not necessarily the case, Lin Yi replied with a smile. To be honest, I admired her sister Angie more. Her singing at the party amazed all the nobles. Young master, you were clearly drawn to Miss Angie's figure, Sally teased. With those mermaid-like curves and her exaggerated bust. What man wouldn't be? Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Angie and Annie, the beautiful and talented twin sisters, were unlikely to cross paths with him again anytime soon. Finally, midnight arrived. As the Supreme Lord Talent entered a new cooldown cycle, a system notification appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations, Lord. Your talent, favored by all races, has refreshed. You have obtained a troop-building structure, the Golden Griffin Nest. Would you like to construct it? Construction requirements. None. When Lin Yi examined the information about the Golden Griffin Nest, he discovered it was a structure capable of recruiting Golden Griffins as a troop unit. As an advanced aerial combat unit, the Golden Griffins boasted formidable combat prowess, enough to dominate any battlefield. An advanced unit? Lin Yi murmured to himself, slightly disappointed. He had been hoping for a crown-tier unit. However, the fact that Golden Griffins were aerial units caught his attention. In the vast expanse of the Kalar Desert, filled with endless sand and rocky terrain, air superiority was undeniably crucial. Whether for rapid deployment, surprise attacks, or reconnaissance, the Golden Griffins would prove immensely valuable. With this in mind, Lin Yi decisively constructed the Golden Griffin Nest next to the Royal Knight training grounds. Soon, a massive bird's nest-shaped structure, spanning dozens of meters in diameter, rose from the ground. At its center stood a lifelike statue of a golden griffin, an eagle's head and wings, combined with a lion's body and claws, radiating an aura of imposing might and majesty. The building's information was immediately displayed. A level 1 Golden Griffin nest could recruit 5 Golden Griffins daily, with an upgrade requiring 1,000 gold coins. A special note indicated that upgrading the building would increase recruitment capacity, and equipping the Golden Griffins with suitable knights would significantly enhance their combat effectiveness. This information brought a satisfied smile to Lin Yi's face. Pairing Royal Knights with Golden Griffins was nothing short of a perfect combination. However, the recruitment numbers were rather limited, only 5 Griffins per day from a level 1 nest, compared to the 10 Knights that could be recruited daily from a level 1 Royal Knight training grounds. This highlighted a simple truth. The higher the unit's tier, the fewer could be recruited, though the upgrade costs remained consistent. Just as Lin Yi was about to spend his reserve of over 5,000 gold coins to upgrade the nest to level 3, the system suddenly displayed a series of prompts. The system had detected 2 highly compatible troop buildings and activated the building fusion feature. The Golden Griffin nest could be merged with the Royal Knight training grounds to form a more powerful structure. The new building's level would be 1 level lower than the highest level of the original 2, but as compensation, all previously recruited units would be upgraded to the new troop type. Troop fusion? This unexpected surprise made Lin Yi's eyes light up. Not only would merging the 2 buildings save a significant amount of gold and resources, but the resulting troops would also be even more powerful. Lin Yi had already made up his mind fusion was the obvious choice. Before proceeding with the fusion of troop buildings, Lin Yi decided to finish recruiting today's troops. Since the Lord system promised to upgrade all recruited units to the new troop type, this was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. Although it was uncertain whether recruiting would still be possible after the building fusion, this chance was not to be missed. He immediately began the recruitment process. 100 Royal Knights clad in heavy armor lined up in formation, followed closely by 5 majestic Golden Griffins soaring through the air. After completing the recruitment, Lin Yi wasted no time selecting the troop building fusion option. A burst of golden light enveloped the entire area. The Golden Griffin nest gradually disappeared within the glow, and the Royal Knight training grounds shrank in size and dropped 1 level. In its place, a uniquely designed nest-like structure rose from the ground. This was the product of the fusion, the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds. According to the system, this level 3 training facility could recruit 30 Royal Griffin Knights per day. Lin Yi immediately invested 5,000 gold coins to upgrade it to level 4, increasing the daily recruitment capacity to 50. However, when he attempted to recruit more, the system notified him that today's recruitment limit had been reached. Although it didn't entirely meet his expectations, Lin Yi was still satisfied. After all, the earlier recruitment of 100 Royal Knights and 5 Golden Griffins effectively netted him 55 additional Royal Griffin Knights for free. At that moment, radiant golden light descended once again, enveloping all the Royal Knights and Golden Griffins. In an instant, squads of heavily armored Royal Griffin Knights appeared before him. The Griffins were massive, their bodies covered in gleaming metallic armor that extended to their beaks and sharp claws, which were meticulously protected. The knights on their backs looked even more imposing, wielding 3-meter-long lances in place of their previous knightly swords. As the golden light faded, Lin Yi's territory now stood host to a formidable force, 450 Royal Griffin Knights in total. This army comprised the original 300 Royal Knights, the newly recruited 100 Knights, and the 5 Golden Griffins that had been transformed. With this transformation, the overall combat power of the troop had increased by at least tenfold. In a residential house near the town hall, the old butler Hoden was immersed in his meditation practice. Suddenly, a series of piercing cries shattered the tranquility, startling him awake. Grabbing his magic staff in a panic, he rushed out of the door, fearing a large-scale invasion of magical beasts into the territory. The moment he stepped over the threshold, Hodin was stunned by the sight before him. A regiment of griffin riders, clad in golden-scaled armor, was hovering in neat formation, exuding an air of majesty as they circled in the sky. Instinctively, he raised his magic staff, nearly unleashing an explosive fireball, but quickly recognized that these riders were the royal knights of the territory. Spotting young Master Lin Yi and the little maid standing in the training grounds, Hodin hurried over. "Young Master, what's going on with these royal knights? Those beasts that look like griffins thief actually become their mounts?" As a loyal servant of the Tulip family for years, his knowledge of griffins was limited to the illustrations in magical bestiary tomes. Lin Yi smiled and corrected him. "They're not just similar. They are genuine griffins, golden griffins, to be precise, and far more powerful." He went on to explain that golden griffins are an advanced evolution of regular griffins, much like royal paladins compared to ordinary royal knights. An adult golden griffin can reach a body length of 6 meters and continues to grow with level advancements. Unlike the black-feathered wings and pale yellow mane of ordinary griffins, golden griffins radiate a dazzling golden glow from head to toe, as if forged from pure gold, exuding unparalleled majesty. Their combat capabilities and growth potential far surpass those of regular griffins. "By the gods!" Hodin exclaimed, his voice trembling. "Even the capital of the Stanlow Kingdom rarely sees griffins, let alone golden griffins." It's said that only the kingdom of Clelia possesses a 5,000-strong golden griffin legion, reputed to be the strongest force on the sacred continent. "Not for long," Lin Yi replied confidently. "Once we upgrade our troop buildings, recruiting royal griffin knights will be no problem at all. Forget 5,000, 50,000, or even 500,000 will be easily within reach." He calculated swiftly. A level 9 training ground could recruit 3,000 royal griffin knights per day. In 2 days, they would surpass Clelia's legion. In 10 days, they could reach 30,000, and in 3 months, they could assemble a super legion of hundreds of thousands. Hearing this, Hodin was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly fainted. He could already envision the terrifying power the Golden Oasis would wield with a force of 500,000 royal griffin knights. Even if the Dragon clan were to arrive, they would have to obediently fold their wings and refrain from causing any trouble in the Golden Oasis. At this moment, over 2,000 sandfolk were kneeling devoutly in the resettlement area by Sapphire Lake. They had witnessed with their own eyes the Lord's astonishing ability to create miraculous creatures out of thin air. Such godlike feats filled them with awe and reverence, and they couldn't stop praising. In the hearts of these sandfolk, Lin Yi's status had already risen to rival that of Brewster, the true god who founded the Sandfolk Kingdom, becoming their new deity of faith. On the training grounds, hundreds of royal griffin knights stood in perfectly aligned formations. The massive golden griffins had all folded their wings and crouched low to the ground, bowing their heads in Lin Yi's direction. Their riders, too, knelt down, pledging their allegiance. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the scene and finally rested on the 50 royal Judicator Knights in the front row. This elite force consisted of the original 15 Judicator Knights, joined by over 30 newly recruited and system-upgraded knights. The golden griffins they rode were even larger and more robust than their counterparts. Through the system interface, Lin Yi examined the attributes of these royal Judicator Griffin Knights. An advanced unit with an initial level of 9, growth potential reaching the pinnacle of transcendence, and traits such as loyalty, fearlessness, and fighting for glory. Although they hadn't yet reached the level of crown-tier units, their attributes had undergone a qualitative transformation. The attributes of ordinary royal griffin knights had also improved, gaining the fighting for glory trait. However, their initial level was 7, and their growth potential was limited to the lower tier of transcendence. In the Lord system, growth potential served as both a golden key and a shackle. It determined the upper limit of a unit's development. For instance, ordinary royal griffin knights could no longer gain experience through combat once they reached the lower tier of transcendence, unless they underwent a bloodline evolution to become Judicator Knights. However, before reaching their potential limit, they could directly advance as long as they accumulated enough experience, without any restrictions. This was fundamentally different from native intelligent beings. The latter's breakthroughs were often constrained by multiple factors, with comprehension of their realm being crucial. Even those with extraordinary talent could remain stagnant for life due to a lack of insight or experience. But for Lin Yi's units, as long as the system granted them the corresponding potential, they were guaranteed to reach that level. This was the core distinction between units of different tiers. Fight for glory, this trait immediately caught Lin Yi's attention. In battle, royal knights have the chance to enter a fearless, self-sacrificing state, doubling their combat power at the very least. The more intense the battle, the easier it is to trigger this state. This is far more powerful than their previous traits. The former loyalty trait was redundant under the constraints of the Lord system, as all units were already absolutely loyal to Lin Yi. While bravery ensured that the royal knights would maintain their fighting spirit even in the face of defeat, it pales in comparison to this new trait, which directly enhances their combat strength. With this trait, the royal knights could not only crush enemies of the same level but even challenge far more formidable opponents. More importantly, they also possessed the powerful golden griffins as their mounts. As an advanced unit, the combat strength of the golden griffins even surpassed that of their mid-tier knight riders. Only the elite royal judicator knights, who had ascended in rank, could rival the golden griffins in strength. Over 400 royal griffin knights, along with nearly 59th level royal judicator griffin knights, this is enough to annihilate the Lizard Men tribe, Lin Yi said, turning to the old steward, Hodin. Tomorrow, we launch the offensive, focusing on clearing out that sandy forest. According to the Sandfolk, there are still numerous magical beasts hiding there. We'll need to eliminate them all. Hodin nodded in agreement. With this airborne knight order, traversing dozens of kilometers of desert would be a breeze. Their mobility was unmatched by any ground forces. Even stronger crown-tier units couldn't match the marching speed of these flying mounts. Once the lizard men are dealt with, they'll dispatch some knights to search the surrounding areas and locate other Sandfolk settlements. Lin Yi continued. Master, are you planning to recruit more Sandfolk as subjects? Hodin inquired. Exactly. This is crucial for us, Lin Yi replied firmly. If we're going to establish a kingdom in the Golden Oasis, we'll need hundreds of thousands of subjects to make it happen. Building a nation in the Kalar Desert will inevitably draw the attention of the Sandfolk kingdoms and other desert races, Hodin cautioned. Lin Yi responded with a confident smile. Once the Golden Oasis is fully developed, even if they don't come looking for trouble, they'll take the initiative to strike. After all, the world is finite, and so are its resources. To grow stronger and claim more territory, war is the only way forward. The old butler, Hodin, agreed wholeheartedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With the rapid development of Golden Oasis and the appearance of various miracles, his confidence in the young master's war plans had only grown stronger. He eagerly hoped the young master would soon unify the Kalar Desert and then lead Golden Oasis's mighty army straight into the kingdom of Stanlow to overthrow the incompetent old king and reclaim the honor that the Tulip family had lost. Young master, tomorrow I will accompany the royal Griffin Knights to the Lizardmen's tribe, Hodin said resolutely. Good. Lin Yi nodded in approval, recognizing the old butler's eagerness to strengthen himself. The sudden appearance of dozens of 9th-level Royal Holy Judgment Griffin Knights in the territory had stirred a sense of urgency in Hodin, who was also at the 9th level. Even without considering the possibility of the young master recruiting even more powerful units in the future, Hodin knew he needed to contribute on the battlefield for Golden Oasis while he could. When the time came that he could no longer keep up with the army, he could then return to manage daily affairs. Early the next morning, the Royal Griffin Knight Corps prepared to depart. Hundreds of massive golden griffins soared into the sky, creating a dazzling golden torrent as they flew toward the sandy forest dozens of kilometers away. Each knight held a 3-meter-long lance, capable of piercing through the defenses of any lizard man, gnoll, or desert beast with ease. Meanwhile, the Sandfolk began their day's work after breakfast. Although their meals could not compare to the exquisite dishes prepared by the maid Sally, for those who once went 3 days without a proper meal, this was already a great blessing. Around 2,000 Sandfolk were divided into 3 groups, responsible for quarrying stone, cutting timber, and producing salt at the salt lake. This newly added salt production was a carefully planned initiative by Lin Yi. In this world of relatively underdeveloped productivity, salt was a vital resource in constant short supply, with prices remaining high. While the profits couldn't rival those of the Elven spring water, it still provided a stable source of income. In the forest, the Sandfolk worked with great enthusiasm, their shouts ringing out continuously. The cunning gnoll, Agu, though not skilled in physical labor, excelled at boosting morale. In the settlement, the female Sandfolk were focused on sewing clothes with wolf pelts and fabric. The entire oasis was filled with laughter and joy, presenting a thriving and vibrant scene everywhere. In the morning, the maid Sally was deeply immersed in meditation and training in a small room located in the backyard. The room was adjacent to the Elven spring, where the dense life and natural magic continuously seeped in, greatly enhancing her progress. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was diligently crafting a reclining chair in the courtyard. In a world without mobile phones to pass the time, building a comfortable chair had become his best way to occupy himself. He had no need to work, meditate, or go out hunting. Just as Lin Yi was focused on his task, a surge of powerful experience points suddenly flowed into his body. He immediately realized that this signified his Royal Griffin Knight regiment had engaged in a fierce battle with the Lizard Men tribe. Several dozen kilometers away, in the heart of the Charlan region, a brutal fight was unfolding near the semi-dried riverbed. The Royal Griffin Knight regiment, although only 500 strong, was locked in combat with the Lizardmen tribe, whose forces numbered over 4,000. The lizard men not only had the advantage in numbers, but also included hundreds of mid-tier elites and several high-ranking leaders. Such strength was enough to intimidate other factions in the area, including the previously dominant Blackwind tribe, which dared not provoke them lightly. However, the Royal Griffin Knight Regiment demonstrated overwhelming power. Each collective dive attack inflicted devastating casualties on the lizard men. Even their leaders, comparable to high-tier warriors, could not withstand the might of the Holy Judgment Griffin Knight's lances. Within just half an hour, the area around the riverbed was littered with the bodies of fallen lizard men. These lizard men, classified as half-beasts, bore a strong resemblance to Komodo dragons in appearance. While they had evolved the ability to walk upright, they could still crawl or sprawl like ordinary lizards. What set them apart, however, was their considerable intelligence and ability to craft and use tools, which justified their classification as half-beasts. Near the riverbed stood over 30 stone and wooden houses reserved for the tribe's high-ranking members. Most lizard men, however, did not enjoy such privileges. During the day, they immersed their bodies in the riverbed's mud, leaving only their heads exposed. At night, they buried themselves beneath the desert's yellow sands to shield against the cold temperatures of the desert nights. Compared to gnolls, the societal structure of lizard folk is undeniably more primitive. At this moment, a massive and imposing lizard man on the battlefield let out a deafening roar. Slay these invaders. This was the newly appointed chieftain of the lizardfolk tribe, a recently ascended king-level warrior, engaged in a fierce battle with two royal paladins of judgment. Merely half a month ago, this lizard man was just another member of the tribe. After a fortunate breakthrough that shattered the shackles of its bloodline and elevated it to king level, it immediately adhered to the ironclad rule of the Beastmen tribes, the Strong Rule. It personally ended the reign of the previous 9th-level chieftain. From a bird's eye view, the battlefield was swarming with countless lizard folk, pouring out from the surrounding sandy forests in a frenzy, launching relentless assaults on the Royal Griffin Knights. Each knight faced at least a dozen foes simultaneously, creating a suffocating and chaotic scene. However, this numerical advantage was merely an illusion. With every thrust of their lances, the Royal Griffin Knights felled one enemy after another, while the golden griffins they rode were the deadliest forces on the battlefield. Their razor-sharp beaks and claws tore through the lizard folk's scaled armor with ease, leaving even elite lizard folk defenseless. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed across the battlefield. The lizard folk chieftain was sent flying by a powerful wing strike from a golden griffin. Faced with the combined assault of two paladins of judgment and two golden griffins, even a king-level warrior could not hold out for long. Soon, it was pierced by two knightly lances and fell heavily to the ground. "Damn invaders!" the wounded chieftain roared. "Master Charles will avenge us. He is the true ruler of this sandy forest, the uncrowned king of the underworld. His servants are everywhere. All of you will die." The elderly steward, Hodin, approached with his magical staff in hand, attempting to question the identity of Charles. However, the lizard folk, resembling a massive Komodo dragon, kept repeating its threats of death, refusing to divulge any further information. "This creature is insane," Hodin sighed, shaking his head. Before he could finish his sentence, two knightly lances had already pierced through the chieftain's skull. Defeat came as swiftly and overwhelmingly as an avalanche. The battlefield's grim scene perfectly embodied this ancient saying. With the beheading of the tribal chieftain, the morale of the lizard man army instantly collapsed. They abandoned their weapons and fled on all fours, their long, thick tails swaying from side to side for balance, resembling a herd of panicked Komodo dragons. Yet, their desperate attempt to escape proved utterly futile under the watchful eyes of the golden griffins circling above. These airborne predators, with their razor-sharp eagle vision, locked onto every fleeing target, carrying royal knights as they dove from the skies. Talons snatched up lizard men one by one, dragging them high into the air before tearing them apart and letting the remains plummet. The rain of mangled bodies struck terror into the beasts lurking in the sandy forests, sending them scattering in fear, desperate to avoid becoming the next prey of these aerial hunters. Hundreds of Royal Griffin Knights conducted a thorough sweep of the sandy forests across a 10-kilometer radius, hunting down nearly every escaped lizard man. Only after ensuring no enemies remained did they regroup at the newly claimed central riverbed. This fertile region owed its richness to a murky river teeming with decomposed biological remains. Dubbed a kingdom of bacteria, it was nonetheless the lifeline of the desert. The riverbed was surrounded by an abundance of desert fruit trees such as millet palms and date palms. The lizard men had utilized these resources to lure prey, allowing their population to swell to the thousands. But today, this territory had fallen into the hands of Lin Yi. As the battlefield cleanup began, the old steward, Hodin, stood amidst the countless lizard man corpses, troubled. What should we do with all these bodies? Dissect them or burn them? While the thousands of corpses could yield an immense quantity of lizard man meat, The flesh of these half-beasts was far beyond the limits of human consumption. At that moment, two towering Royal Inquisitor knights approached, each accompanied by their mounts golden griffins nearly 8 meters in length. One of them offered a suggestion. Old mage, no need to bother with dissection. We can transport them whole to the livestock farm as feed for the desert coyotes. Hodin's eyes lit up. This proposal not only avoided waste but also solved the issue of feeding thousands of desert coyotes. Just yesterday, the farm's female coyotes had all become pregnant, making this solution perfectly timed. In just one night, the mother coyotes gave birth to hundreds of pups, increasing the desert coyote population in the territory to over 1,000. Meanwhile, the moose population also experienced a significant surge. Take them all back. The old steward, Hodin, nodded and said. A trace of envy flashed in his eyes as he glanced at the two royal judgment knights. Both knights, along with their golden griffin mounts, had ascended to the king-level rank after slaying the lizardman chieftain and a large number of lizardmen. In contrast, despite decades of cultivation, he himself was merely a level 9 mage. The young master has instructed that after the battle, a squad of royal griffin knights is to patrol the nearby desert, searching for potential sandfolk settlements. By the will of the Lord. The two royal judgment knights bowed respectfully. Immediately, a dozen royal griffin knights mounted their golden griffins and soared into the sky, spreading out from the lizardman tribe to search in all directions. The remaining knights began transporting thousands of lizardman corpses back to the Golden Oasis. In the backyard of the town hall in the Golden Oasis, the old steward Hodin was once again stunned by the surging magical aura emanating from his young master. There's no need to be so surprised, Lin Yi said with a smile. Save your astonishment for the day I step into the demigod real mirror, even ascend to become an immortal deity. An immortal deity? Unimaginable. Young master, achieving king-level status at such a young age is a rarity even among the prodigies at the Royal Magic Academy in the capital of the Stanlow Kingdom. I'm no prodigy, I'm a lord. The stronger my territorial army becomes, the stronger I grow. If the Count and Countess were to learn of this, they would surely be overjoyed. Let's not talk about that for now, Lin Yi waved dismissively. Now that the Lizardman tribe has been annihilated, have the Royal Griffin Knights continue clearing out that sandy forest. Capture any non-human creatures you encounter. I need to quickly uncover the identity of this Charles, the Lizardman chieftain mentioned. After the old steward departed to carry out the orders, Lin Yi began inventorying the spoils of war. Over 6,700 gold coins, various types of equipment, 15 coin pouches, 11 small, 4 medium, 7 troop blueprint scrolls, and a skill book. The skill book, obtained from the king-level Lizardman chieftain, took Lin Yi by surprise. According to the Lord system, while defeating any enemy could yield special items, including skill books, the drop rate significantly increased when defeating king-level enemies. The skill book contained a king-level ability called Triple Slash, a longsword technique delivering 3 consecutive strikes to an enemy, dealing damage at 145, 200, and 350 of the base value, respectively. The skill was applicable to warriors, assassins, and knights, with a special note that it had no restrictions for lore-class practitioners. What a powerful skill! Lin Yi carefully studied the description in the skill book, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The final strike of this triple slash skill could deal damage up to 300% of the base value. This staggering damage boost was enough for an ordinary professional to treat it as their ace in the hole. After a moment of consideration, Lin Yi decisively chose to learn the skill. Although his royal knights each had their unique combat techniques that improved with their levels and didn't require this skill book, as a lord, he had the ability to learn a wide range of skills, from warrior to mage. Even though he preferred his identity as a mage, having more skills at his disposal could never be a bad thing. Next, his gaze shifted to the 7 troop quantity blueprints. Through the Lord system, he had already understood that the effectiveness of these blueprints was directly tied to the level of the troop buildings. The higher the building level, the more units could be recruited. With this in mind, he decided to upgrade the Royal Griffin Knights training grounds first before using all the blueprints at once. Lin Yi casually grabbed 15 bags of gold coins. Opening 11 small bags, he obtained a total of 1,876 gold coins, averaging about 170 coins per bag. The remaining 4 medium bags yielded 2,034 gold coins in total, averaging 500 coins per bag, 3 times as much as the small ones. Including his previous reserves and spoils of war, his total gold count now surpassed 10,000 coins. Although the Luck Altar and the Elven Spring also met the upgrade criteria, Lin Yi decided to prioritize troop buildings. After all, the altar's aura wouldn't refresh for a few days, and upgrading the Elven Spring wasn't particularly meaningful before Miss Sophia's return. Without hesitation, he invested 10,000 gold coins to upgrade the Royal Griffin Knights training grounds to level 5, allowing him to recruit 100 Royal Griffin Knights daily. After completing the upgrade, Lin Yi immediately took out the 7 troop quantity blueprints and used them all. A system notification promptly appeared. Congratulations, you have used 7 troop quantity blueprints and gained a total of 534 units of Royal Griffin Knights. Under a dazzling burst of golden light, the densely packed Royal Griffin Knights stood in neat formation on the training grounds. Among them, the most striking were the 74 Royal Sanctified Griffin Knights, elite warriors who had undergone evolution triggered by the Lord's talent, awakening of the ancient bloodline. Each one was towering in stature and exuded an extraordinary aura. The golden griffins they rode were exceptionally massive, all having reached level 9 in strength, just a step away from the king-level realm. The entire force consisted of over 500 Royal Griffin Knights, each radiating an intense battle spirit. Summoning such a force using conventional troop-building structures would have taken at least 5 to 6 days. However, Lin Yi had accomplished this feat in one go using just 7 troop blueprint scrolls seized from the battlefield. This further reinforced his belief that warfare is the quickest path to prosperity. Lin Yi immediately ordered the newly assembled unit to march several dozen kilometers to Saren and rendezvous with the local Royal Griffin Knights regiment. With this addition, the number of Royal Griffin Knights under his command had reached 978, just 22 short of the 1,000 needed to qualify as an official army. According to regulations, once the troop count surpassed 1,000, it could be upgraded from a regiment to an army. If he could obtain another blueprint today or wait for the midnight recruitment cycle, he could achieve this goal. At that point, not only would the regiment be officially renamed as an army, but a special task would also be completed simultaneously. Speaking of special tasks, Lin Yi currently had 2 on hand. The first was to reach a population of 10,000 citizens, which would reward him with a blueprint for a professional skill tower. The second was to form a formal army of 1,000 troops, which would grant him a rank upgrade, with the cap being the pinnacle of the king level. With his current beginner king level cultivation, this upgrade would elevate him to the intermediate king level. Within the king level realm, the hierarchy was divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle stages. Breaking through the pinnacle stage was the prerequisite for ascending to an even higher tier. At that moment, Lin Yi took out a random building blueprint. This was one of the rewards for completing the side quest, eliminate or conquer the Lizard Man tribe in the Saren region, along with 1,000 gold coins. Upon using the blueprint, a system notification sounded. It was a construction blueprint for a special building, the Dragon's Tomb. Once built, it would allow the recruitment of undead dragon units such as bone dragons and ghost dragons by burying dragon corpses. The required construction materials included 10,000 gold coins and 10,000 units of stone. Great stuff, Lin Yi exclaimed in delight as he carefully studied the blueprint in his hands. The Dragon's Tomb, while an unconventional military structure, could still recruit units albeit at the cost of dragon corpses. This meant that as long as he could gather enough dragon remains, he could build a formidable undead dragon army. Various undead dragon types, including bone dragons and phantom dragons, could be recruited. He carefully stored the blueprint. Given the current situation, the construction requirements of 10,000 gold coins and 10,000 units of stone were no small burden, especially with the gold being a particularly challenging obstacle. Moreover, dragon corpses were rare, and finding them would not be easy. It made more sense to wait until he had secured a dragon corpse before beginning construction. By afternoon, the training grounds were piled high with wood and stone that the hardworking sandfolk had collected. Looking over the materials, Lin Yi decided to address the housing issue first. He began constructing residences, each basic unit requiring only 100 units of wood. Soon, 600 neatly aligned residences rose on the open land within the territory. Each house could accommodate 5 inhabitants, providing shelter for a total of 3,000 people. After completing the construction, Lin Yi summoned the leader of the sandfolk, who had been chopping wood, and instructed him to dismantle the tents in the temporary settlement once their work was done. These new homes were specifically built for the sandfolk. As for the powerful Royal Griffin Knights, housing was not a concern. Being at least level 7 advanced professionals, their robust physiques, internal mana circulation, and the protection of their golden griffin mounts made them entirely resistant to the cold of the night. Praise you, great lord, the sandfolk leader exclaimed with emotion, falling to his knees in gratitude. The lord not only provided them with ample food, but also constructed such magnificent homes for them. This kindness was beyond anything he could repay. This is what you deserve. Tell your people to continue working hard. Only the diligent are worthy of better treatment, Lin Yi said calmly. The leader immediately pledged to strictly supervise the work, ensuring that no one would slack off. He promised that every sandfolk member would take pride in contributing to the development of the Golden Oasis. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction and dismissed the level 4 leader. After spending some time with the sandfolk, Lin Yi had abandoned the idea of forming a sandfolk army. Most of them were ordinary people, not even professionals. Despite their unwavering loyalty, they were not suited for the battlefield. Instead, they were far better suited for focusing on the foundational development of the territory. As long as he could work hard and provide for all his basic needs, he was content. In the southern scrublands of the Kalar Desert, a massive purge operation was underway. An elite battalion of nearly 1,000 Royal Griffin Knights moved as a sweeping net across the entire region. Wherever their blades pointed, nothing was left standing. From ordinary creatures scurrying through the sands to magical beasts that had undergone bloodline evolution, all fell as their prey. This was not senseless slaughter, but rather adherence to the ruthless survival laws of the Kalar Desert. On this resource-scarce land, hunting not only provided sustenance, but also allowed magical beasts to yield valuable experience, aiding the knights in enhancing their strength. Amid the fervor of this operation, in the western part of the scrublands near a sprawling rocky mountain range that stretched for thousands of meters, a lone lizard man was desperately fleeing. This lizard man, a member of a local tribe, had witnessed the devastating destruction of his entire tribe at the very onset of the conflict. Though he was supposed to heed the chieftain's call and join the battlefield, the overwhelming power of the enemy forced him to retreat before even stepping foot into the fray. Watching his kin perish, he made a snap decision to burrow into the sands, narrowly escaping death. Once the Royal Griffin Knights had moved on, he immediately fled toward the towering Rocky Mountain range. Before long, he reached the entrance of a canyon and spotted several dark gray figures concealed within. These were enormous rats, each nearly 2 meters long including their tails. They were fully armed, clad in leather armor, carrying quivers on their backs, and wielding bows while standing upright like humans. The sight filled the lizard man with relief, and he urgently hissed, "Take me to your king at once." He quickly recounted the tale of the scrublands being invaded by powerful enemies and the annihilation of his tribe. The rat warriors were alarmed upon hearing his story and promptly escorted him deeper into the canyon. After passing through narrow rock crevices and hive-like passageways, a vast underground world opened up before him. This was the famed Rat Kingdom. Countless wooden structures were neatly arranged, and the walls of the cavern were riddled with caves of varying sizes, each housing a rat family. Some were fast asleep, while others were cooking. This underground realm was home to at least hundreds of thousands of rats. These desert rats, also known as cave rats, belonged to the same half-beast lineage as the lizard men. Although they resembled ordinary rats in appearance, they possessed intelligence far beyond that of typical wild animals. Not only could they speak human languages, but they had also established a fully developed society and civilization. This set them apart from the high-level beastmen of the plains, who had human bodies but rat-like heads. The lizard man, escorted by several rat men, hurriedly arrived near a massive cavern. After undergoing thorough checks and reports from the guards, it was finally granted permission to enter the intimidating underground palace. The cavern was grand and imposing, with a diameter exceeding 30 meters and a depth approaching 100 meters. Torches and glowing crystals embedded in the rock walls illuminated the space, making it as bright as daylight. The flickering firelight on the walls added an air of mystery to this subterranean royal court. As soon as the lizard man entered, it immediately prostrated itself on the ground. On either side of it stood squads of fully armed elite ratmen warriors, clad in imposing armor and wielding sharp weapons. At the farthest end of the cavern, a massive greenstone throne loomed, atop which sat an enormous ratman. The towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, was none other than the ruler of the Ratman Kingdom, King Aubrey. King Aubrey's figure was bloated, a clear indication of a life of extreme indulgence. He wore a golden crown encrusted with gemstones, draped himself in golden yellow magical beast fur, and held a scepter in his hand, exuding an aura of authority. His narrow rat eyes gazed down at the kneeling lizard man, and in a sharp voice, he asked, "I hear your tribe has been invaded, and that powerful chieftain of yours perished on the battlefield?" "Yes, your majesty Aubrey," the lizard man replied respectfully, recounting the details of the battle at the central riverbed. It continued, "The invaders were clad in silver-white magical knight armor and rode fearsome beasts creatures with the heads and wings of eagles, but the bodies of lions. They descended from the skies, whipping up hurricanes, snatching my kin into the air, and tearing them apart. In an instant, the entire central riverbed was engulfed in blood and death, even driving bloodthirsty magical beasts into panicked retreat. I beg your majesty to send troops to avenge my tribe." Hearing this, King Aubrey's corpulent body visibly trembled. For the ratmen, flying enemies were indeed a significant threat. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Do you know where these invaders came from?" The lizard man shook its head and replied, "We've never seen them in this region before. They must have appeared recently. I observed them secretly and noticed they left heading northeast." "Northeast? The Golden Oasis?" King Aubrey murmured thoughtfully. The lizard man immediately flattered, "You are an incredibly wise and powerful ruler. The hunter's base must be near the Golden Oasis, or they might have already taken control of it. With their cruel and ruthless methods, the peace treaty is nothing more than an empty promise to them." The Rat King Aubrey nodded slightly, his fingers tapping the armrest of his throne. Go and rest for now. After I consult with my ministers, I will decide whether to send forces to eliminate these invaders. The lizard man was about to continue speaking, but noticed several elite rat warriors glaring intently at him. Understanding the situation, he wisely closed his mouth and quickly exited the hall. After the lizard man left, Aubrey tapped his scepter against the throne. Shortly, a figure cloaked in black robes stepped out from the shadows of the cavern. What is your opinion on these invaders, esteemed envoy? Aubrey asked. The figure in black replied in a deep voice, there's too little information to determine their purpose. They might simply be passing through, or they could be here for Lord Charles. If they dare covet Lord Charles, Aubrey growled, I am prepared to mobilize the entire kingdom to annihilate them. Your Majesty must proceed with caution, the black-robed figure interrupted. According to the description, those knights are riding the legendary Golden Griffins. Golden Griffins? Aubrey's plump face twitched. Though he had never seen one, he was well aware of the terrifying power of these sky rulers. They could effortlessly shatter boulders, pierce the scales of magical beasts, and their eagle eyes could lock onto prey from dozens of kilometers away. Once targeted, escape was impossible. Indeed, the black-robed figure continued. A force possessing such a number of golden griffin riders must have immense power behind it. Provoking them recklessly could spell disaster for the kingdom. Then what should we do? Aubrey asked urgently, his instinctive fear making him reluctant to become a meal for these aerial predators. Leave them be, the black-robed figure said calmly. Golden griffins may dominate the skies, but you dwell underground. As long as you stay below the surface, they can do nothing to you. Aubrey found the advice sensible. No matter how powerful a griffin was, it couldn't burrow through tunnels to hunt. However, he frowned and said, Envoy, please refrain from using the term rats, which is so degrading. We are ratfolk who have entered the era of civilization, part of the beastman lineage. Call yourselves whatever you like, the black-robed figure shrugged. To him, desert ratfolk were no different from ordinary rats. Only the beastman race's ratfolk could truly be considered a civilized and intelligent species. Ignore those invaders, said the figure in the black robe, his voice carrying a hint of indifference. Perhaps they'll retreat on their own soon enough. The Rat King, Aubrey, looked anxious. Your Excellency, what if they occupy Shaolin and refuse to leave? That is one of our most crucial hunting grounds. Losing that area would jeopardize the entire food supply for the Rat Kingdom. Countless citizens might starve as a result. The figure's tone suddenly turned harsh. Then fight with all your might. Summon every warrior in the kingdom. Storm the Golden Oasis and destroy the invaders' encampment. Even if you can't annihilate them, you must drive them out. Remember, do not disrupt Lord Charles's recovery, and ensure the food supply remains sufficient. Otherwise, Lord Charles might consider making you his meal. I understand. Aubrey shuddered, hastily affirming, rest assured, Your Excellency, we will spare no effort in aiding Lord Charles's recovery. The black-robed figure gave a slight nod before vanishing into the shadows. The Rat King immediately gathered his ministers and issued orders. The dangerous hunters have taken over Shaolin. Suspend all hunting activities. Dispatch scout rats at once to gather detailed intelligence on the invaders. The ministers obeyed without hesitation. They had all heard of the annihilation of the Lizard Men tribe and dared not object. Soon, a large number of scout rats secretly infiltrated various parts of Shaolin through underground tunnels. Thanks to their natural stealth, they were almost impossible to detect or capture. Before long, two critical pieces of intelligence were reported. The invaders were hunting Shaolin's magical beasts on a massive scale, and their numbers were not in the hundreds as initially thought, but nearly 1,000. Nearly 1,000 golden griffin riders? Aubrey's face turned pale upon hearing this. He no longer dared to act recklessly. Any hasty military action would likely result in his forces becoming nothing more than a feast for the griffins. Lock up that lizard man, he ordered solemnly. Don't let it spread its talk of vengeance. Out of old ties, give it some food. That night, under a sky full of stars, large numbers of royal griffin riders returned to the Golden Oasis. They brought back thousands of magical beasts and even more ordinary prey. These spoils not only provided an ample supply of meat, but also yielded an abundance of materials from the dissected magical beasts. Lin Yi carefully stored all the materials, contemplating whether to sell the raw components directly or craft them into equipment for higher profits. Young master, the old steward, Hoden, approached and handed several bags of gold coins to Lin Yi. This is the profit from today's afternoon hunt. After counting, the haul this time amounted to over 3,500 gold coins, along with 8 pouches of gold, 7 small and 1 medium containing approximately 1,700 coins. In total, around 5,300 gold coins were added to the treasury. Lin Yi's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Although this haul wasn't as bountiful as the spoils from conquering the Lizard Men tribe, it was still a decent gain. especially after the Royal Griffin Knights were expanded. Great job. If we go on another hunt tomorrow, we'll have enough to upgrade our territory, Lin Yi said with a smile. The elderly steward, Hoden, nodded in agreement, vowing to continue their efforts. Lin Yi glanced at the time. There was still a gap before midnight. Send the Royal Griffin Knights out again. I can feel him close to leveling up. Advancing to mid-tier king rank? Hoden asked in surprise. Exactly. Lin Yi nodded slightly. If he could break through to mid-tier king rank before midnight and claim the reward from Special Mission 1, he could take another step forward and reach high-tier king rank. Such an opportunity to level up for free was not to be missed. Hoden immediately took action, and soon, nearly 1,000 Royal Griffin Knights were airborne again. Though the number of magical beasts active at night was less than during the day, nocturnal creatures like the desert gray wolf packs were still abundant. Encountering a wolf pack could very well help Lin Yi achieve his breakthrough. An hour later, knights began returning one after another. Among them were over a dozen scouts sent out earlier in the day to locate Sandmen settlements. Most came back empty-handed, but some brought valuable information. They had discovered 4 Sandmen settlements. The sizes ranged from small outposts with a few hundred people to a medium-sized tribe of over 4,000 inhabitants. The largest tribe, about 150 kilometers from the Golden Oasis, was equipped with fortifications, arrow towers, and walls, as well as a proper armed force. The distance is indeed a bit far, Hoden analyzed. Conquering it wouldn't be difficult, but transporting the captives back to the Oasis would be quite troublesome. After all, Sandmen can't fly, unless we deploy the Golden Griffin Corps specifically for transport. Lin Yi, however, appeared confident. The Golden Griffins are large enough to easily carry 5 or 6 people at a time. A couple of trips back and forth, and we could transport not just the people but their supplies as well. You're planning to take action against that tribe tomorrow? Hoden inquired. We definitely need to go, Lin Yi said firmly, but we'll try diplomacy first. If we can peacefully assimilate them, that would be ideal. Killing civilians doesn't yield experience, and it's a loss of labor force not worth it. Understood, Hoden replied. I'll lead the team there in the morning. Once that's settled, we'll deal with the other settlements. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. He was eager to see the population of his territory exceed 10,000 as soon as possible. Once it did, he could construct a profession skill tower. Whether it was Sally, himself, or the troops and professionals within the territory, all could learn skills within the tower. As the territory grew stronger and its population surged, the value of the profession skill tower would become even more apparent. Good news arrived thanks to the relentless efforts of the Royal Griffin Knights. Lin Yi successfully advanced to mid-tier king rank. As the midnight chimes had just rung, Lin Yi immediately recruited 100 new knights from the Royal Griffin Knights training grounds. This brought the total number of knights to over 1,000, marking the transition from a regiment to a full legion. Upon completing the first special task, the Lord system instantly rewarded Lin Yi with a level up. After claiming the reward, Lin Yi's strength surged once again, leaping directly to high-tier king rank. This astonishing rate of advancement left the old butler, Hoden, wide-eyed in disbelief. Typically, the higher a professional's level, the more experience is required to break through a rule that also applied to the troops under Lin Yi's command. Yet Lin Yi defied this convention. From advancing to a king-class professional in the morning to now, less than a day later, he had already soared to high-tier king rank. Just 2 more steps, and young master will become a transcendent professional. Butler Hoden marveled. Across the entire sacred continent, transcendent professionals were considered elite. As the famous saying goes, below the transcendent, all are mere mortals. The hallmark of a transcendent professional is their ability to soar through the skies using only the magic within their bodies, without any external spells of feat unattainable by others. Of course, even transcendent beings pale in comparison to the true immortal gods. Butler, you're not far from advancing to king rank yourself, Lin Yi said with a smile. With your growth potential, reaching the transcendent realm in the future will be an easy feat. These words filled Hoden with joy. After a full day of hunting, he had indeed gained significant progress and expected to advance to king rank by the next day. As for the transcendent realm, something he had never dared to dream of before, he now firmly believed in achieving it, thanks to the young master's confidence. Once he became a transcendent professional, his lifespan would extend by at least 200 years, long enough to witness the young master build a family and bring prosperity to the Tulip family. Young master, it's late. You should rest early, Hoden advised. All right, Lin Yi nodded and agreed, then walked into the backyard of the town hall, accompanied by the increasingly radiant young maid, Sally. The next morning, the Royal Griffin Knights Legion set off early, heading toward the Sand Tribe settlement 100 miles away. Over 1,000 majestic golden griffins flew in formation at an altitude of several hundred meters, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In less than an hour, the Legion arrived at their destination. Standing on the back of one of the golden griffins, Butler Hoden gazed down. Amidst the endless yellow sands lay a sizable encampment, filled with wooden structures and tents, surrounded by a stone-built perimeter wall. In addition to the main structures, the camp is dotted with numerous arrow towers and small fortresses serving as defensive facilities. The most striking feature, however, lies a few hundred meters to the north of the camp, a sizable oasis. Though not as vast as the Golden Oasis, this oasis boasts an abundant water supply, sufficient to meet the daily needs of thousands of desert dwellers in the camp. In the Kalar Desert, there exists an ironclad peace treaty. No faction or intelligent race is permitted to monopolize the resources of an oasis. The oasis must be shared by all living beings in the desert. Any attempt to claim an oasis exclusively is met with sanctions from other factions, or even war. From this perspective, Lin Yi's act of establishing a territory directly on the Golden Oasis was tantamount to declaring war on the native superpowers that had established the peace treaty. In contrast, the desert dwellers in this area appeared far more shrewd. They cleverly built their camp near the oasis, not officially occupying it, yet still maximizing their access to its resources. It was a calculated exploitation of a loophole in the treaty. At this moment, piercing alarm bells echoed throughout the camp. Countless desert dwellers scurried about like startled ants, while large groups of people quickly gathered under orders from the camp's leadership. The arrow towers and fortresses surrounding the camp were all on high alert, with guards swiftly taking their positions. Long before the Royal Griffin Knight Corps approached, the sentries had already spotted their movements. Now, the massive nightly force circled above the camp, plunging the thousands of desert dwellers into unprecedented panic. Despite their organized armed forces and defensive structures, these measures were only designed to fend off ordinary desert beasts and low-level malevolent creatures. Against a well-equipped and powerful airborne force, they were utterly helpless. Leader, what should we do? Stay calm. Observe their intentions first. If they're only after supplies, give them all our stored food. But what if they want to destroy the camp? Then we fight to the death. The camp leader made a swift decision. Just then, several massive golden griffins dove down from the sky. Everyone listen up. Without my orders, no one is to act rashly, the leader commanded loudly. The golden griffins did not enter the camp directly but landed on the outer walls. Their enormous size and sheer impact caused a section of the wall to collapse. These majestic beasts stood nearly 8 meters tall, twice the height of the 4-meter walls. The sheer visual disparity alone deepened the despair among the desert dwellers within the camp. All of them are king-level beast riders. The camp leader, Elric, gasped sharply, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The beasts, resembling a hybrid of eagles and lions, were difficult to classify by species, but the sheer aura of king-level power they exuded was suffocating. As an 8th-level height-tier professional, Elric knew all too well that any one of these beast riders could easily obliterate the entire camp. Even the heavy crossbows on the fortress walls, which they had always taken pride in, would likely fail to leave a single scratch on those magic-infused, glowing armors. The camp descended into chaos. Terrified sand dwellers scattered in every direction, some collapsing to the ground and desperately praying to the true god, Brewster, for protection. At that moment, an elderly man holding a magic staff descended gracefully from one of the golden griffins, landing steadily atop the camp's walls. He gazed down at Elric and the others, who were gradually gathering below. Honorable mage and esteemed knights, Elric forced down the fear in his heart and spoke in the most respectful tone he could muster. I am Elric, the leader of this camp. May I ask what brings such distinguished guests to our humble settlement? To everyone's surprise, the old mage responded with a benevolent smile. My lord cannot bear to see you sand dwellers living in such hardship. He has built a new home for you at the Golden Oasis, over 100 kilometers away. That place has been transformed into a paradise by my lord's divine power. We are here to escort you there, so you can settle down and thrive. These words, however, only deepened the fear on Elric's face and those of the sand dweller professionals behind him. They knew all too well what this could mean. In the past, factions from human kingdoms often lured sand dwellers away under various pretenses, claiming to offer work mining desert pearls or salt lakes. In truth, these were unpaid labor camps, no better than slavery, and none who would ever returned alive. Honorable mage, Elric's voice trembled, we are doing well here and have no need for a new home. Please convey our gratitude to your lord for his kind intentions. I understand your concerns, but they are unnecessary. The old steward, Hodern, said gently. My lord is a benevolent bestower of divine blessings. To provide you with a peaceful living environment, he has not only eradicated the surrounding beast packs, but also wiped out the wicked Gnoll and Lizard Man tribes. Thousands of your fellow sand dwellers are already living peacefully in the Golden Oasis, enjoying abundant food and shelters that protect them from the scorching heat and bitter cold. In the name of the goddess of magic, the old steward, Hodern, solemnly made a promise to Elric, the leader of the Sand People. However, Elric's brow remained furrowed. his eyes glinting with skepticism. Years of exile had made him deeply distrustful of any goodwill from the outside world. "What does this great lord of yours require from us?" Alec asked cautiously, his tone laced with unmistakable wariness. Hodin offered a warm smile. "It's quite simple, just become subjects of my lord, and contribute to the development and construction of the Golden Oasis by extracting resources. No outsider of importance has ever been willing to accept us Sand People," Alec said bitterly, shaking his head. "They have always seen us as outcasts, branding us as descendants of criminals." "My lord is not like those others," Hodin replied gently. "He holds a special fondness for the Sand People." A heavy silence settled over the camp. Just as Alec hesitated, Hodin gestured subtly with his hand. In an instant, the Royal Griffin cavalry swooped down from the sky. Dozens of massive golden griffins landed atop the camp's walls, their descent stirring powerful gusts of wind. Their sharp, pale golden eyes fixated on every sand person in the camp, exuding an oppressive and heart-stopping aura. Alec immediately grasped the unspoken threat. "Respected mage, please grant me a few minutes." Inside a spacious tent, the camp's leaders engaged in a heated debate. The opinions quickly split into two factions. One feared it was a trap, worrying that their people would become enslaved. The other advocated surrendering in the face of overwhelming power, clinging to a sliver of hope that Hodin's words might be genuine. After a vote, Alec emerged from the tent, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "We are willing to give it a try," he declared, looking around at his people. "Let us see with our own eyes whether the Golden Oasis is a paradise or a pit of despair." The war never came. This outcome was entirely within the expectations of the old butler, Hodin. In truth, a desert tribe of only a few thousand people, with almost no high-ranking professionals, stood no chance against the might of the Royal Griffin Knight Legion. The Legion's power was sufficient to level the entire tribal camp in a single assault. Faced with such an overwhelming disparity in strength, any wise leader would make the right choice. The supplies within the camp were remarkably abundant. It took a full 2 hours to complete the loading process. The most striking aspect was their massive herd of moose, numbering over 7,000, far exceeding the figures of other desert tribes that had joined the Golden Oasis before them. This was largely due to the Oasis resources the camp possessed. The plentiful water sources nourished an abundance of needlegrass, the moose's favorite food. The desert people meticulously cultivated the needlegrass to expand their moose population. The relocation process was carried out with meticulous order. The moose were grouped in fives, secured with cloth strips and coarse hemp ropes. The golden griffins, with their retractable talons as agile as an eagle's claws, could effortlessly lift 5 moose at a time. Their broad backs could accommodate 3 to 5 desert people, and with a bit of crowding, even additional bundles of supplies. With just 2 trips, the Royal Griffin Knight Legion successfully transferred all the people and resources of the camp to the Golden Oasis. When the desert people arrived at Lin Yi's domain, the breathtaking scenery left them in awe. The sapphire lake shimmered under the sunlight, its crystal-clear waters teeming with schools of large fish. Expansive orchards stretched out in lush greenery, and the dense forests evoked images of the legendary Forest of Life. What reassured them most was the sight of their tribe's people freely chopping wood, with no overseers or signs of enslavement. In the residential area, pregnant desert women were focused on sewing clothes, while children ran joyfully along the streets, their laughter filling the air. Happiness was evident on everyone's faces. The newcomers couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Even if this place were a den of devils, they would willingly stay. In the town hall, the camp leader, Alec, knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his gaze toward the mysterious lord, Lin Yi, seated on the high throne. "Rise," Lin Yi said in a calm tone. "My steward has informed me that you are Alec, the leader of the camp. Your task is to manage the sand people in your camp and ensure there are no conflicts with other tribes," Lin Yi stated bluntly. "After joining my territory, you are now my subjects. I will protect you and provide you with a better life and future." Chief Alec immediately dropped to his knees, his voice trembling with emotion. "Praise you, great lord." Then he cautiously raised his head. "My lord, I heard from your steward that our job is to extract resources for your territory. Is that really all there is to it? What else?" Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. "Do you expect me to send you to expand the territory or hunt magical beasts?" Alec's face turned red in an instant, and he quickly explained. "Compared to the strength of your mighty magical beast knight army, my people's abilities are insignificant." He paused briefly, then hurriedly added, "But if the Lord requires it, my people are ready to fight for you on the battlefield. A paradise-like home, such as this, is worth defending with their lives." "That's a commendable attitude." Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Alec's response pleased him. "Unless enemies invade the Golden Oasis, there's no need for you to fight. Your daily duties include cutting down trees, mining stone, and harvesting salt from the salt lake. Those who are unfit for these tasks can do lighter work in the territory, such as sewing clothes, cleaning, or processing magical beast carcasses. His tone became stern. My territory does not support idlers. If anyone refuses to work, there is only one outcome: exile. Rest assured, my lord, Alec immediately pledged. We will work hard, and no one will slack off. You have sheltered us and made us your subjects. You are the greatest benefactor to the Sand People. Even our youngest children will understand gratitude. Good, Lin Yi said with a satisfied smile. Now go and gather your people. They'll have Agu assign your tasks. Alec respectfully withdrew, his heart brimming with excitement. As he reflected on this heavenly stroke of fortune, he encountered an unexpected figure outside the town hall. Gnoll. This sight instinctively put Alec on alert. Gnolls were notorious for their evil nature, and his camp had been attacked by Gnoll raiding parties many times. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. This was the Golden Oasis. If a Gnoll was here, it must have reformed its ways. Lord Ag. Alec quickly saluted. The Gnoll Agu stood with his hands behind his back and nodded arrogantly. Despite Alec being a high-ranking warrior who could easily overpower him, Agu showed no fear, confident in the backing of his master. Take me to your settlement. I'll assign your tasks for today, Agu said, scrutinizing Alec's oil-smeared body. Remember, my master values cleanliness. You must keep your settlement tidy and bathe regularly. All female Sand People must dress properly, no more exposing themselves. If anyone disobeys, I'll deal with them personally. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Agu. Alec responded quickly. Agu snorted lightly and strode ahead with an air of authority, exuding an unmistakable sense of importance. The relocation process went very smoothly. Under the deterrence of the Royal Griffin Knights Corps, the residents of the remaining 3 Sandfolk settlements cooperated fully without any resistance. Both the population and resources were systematically transferred to the Golden Oasis. When they first arrived at the Oasis, the Sandfolk were initially wary, fearing that the old steward, Hodin, might have deceived them and intended to enslave them. However, upon witnessing the prosperity of the Golden Oasis with their own eyes, their attitudes changed rapidly. Not only did they willingly join the Oasis community, but they also actively participated in various tasks. Compared to their previous precarious lives, jobs like logging, quarrying, and salt drying now felt almost like leisure activities. Many of them expressed their willingness to serve this mysterious lord until their last breath. In the backyard of the town hall, the elderly steward Hodin reported the latest updates to Lin Yi. Young master, the newly arrived Sandfolk have been properly settled, and all work has been assigned. The Royal Griffin Knights Corps has now headed to the Sandland region to continue their hunts. According to the latest statistics, the Sandfolk population in our territory has reached 9,368, and the number of moose has surpassed 12,000. The old steward smiled with relief. He had initially worried that the population surge might lead to a food crisis, but it now seemed that his concerns were unnecessary. With over 12,000 moose alone, there was more than enough to sustain the territory for a considerable time. Moreover, the grain brought in from the various Sandfolk tribes was plentiful, especially millet, which was now piled high in the warehouses. Although the Sandfolk, having relied on millet as their staple food for years, were somewhat tired of it, this ingredient, when roasted, emitted a nutty sweetness, making it ideal as a snack. If this millet were transported to the human kingdoms, it could likely fetch a significant profit. Lin Yi took a small vial from his spatial pouch and handed it to the old steward. This is a potion for rapid animal growth. Pour it into the livestock pens, and we'll have more fully grown moose and pregnant female moose in no time. Such an extraordinary item? Hodin exclaimed in astonishment as he carefully took the vial, suddenly realizing why there had been a sudden surge in pregnant desert coyotes and moose recently, with many giving birth overnight. It reduces an animal's growth time by 1/3, works in a single use, and doesn't require reapplication, Lin Yi explained further. Understood, young master. The old steward nodded earnestly. Lin Yi continued, in the next few days, have the Royal Griffin Knights Corps patrol the surrounding areas during their hunts. If they discover any new Sandfolk settlements, bring those people here as well. Once the population of our territory exceeds 10,000, we'll be able to construct the Tower of Vocational Skills. The Tower of Vocational Skills? Hodin asked curiously. Is it a magical structure related to professional skills? Exactly. Lin Yi confirmed with a nod. It will allow people to learn various vocational skills, whether combat techniques or magic. You'll understand more once it's built. Hearing this, the elderly steward Hodin, who was not far from advancing to the rank of a king-level professional, couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. However, he hadn't mastered a single king-level magic skill. Lin Yi gazed at the towering professional skill tower before him, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. If he could learn king-level magic here, his strength would undoubtedly take a qualitative leap. Such structures capable of teaching professional skills were exceedingly rare across the sacred continent, As most practitioners there could only learn magic and combat techniques through a master-apprentice relationship, constrained by their innate talent. When our territory's population surpasses 10,000, let's hold a harvest festival, Lin Yi said to the old butler, Odin. And while we're at it, let's catch some native fish from Sapphire Lake to treat the residents to a feast. Those sandfolk are truly blessed to have met you, young master. Its fortune accumulated over 3 lifetimes, Odin remarked with a sigh. From his perspective, the young master was far too kind to these sandfolk. Lin Yi smiled faintly. To him, offering an extra meal was a trivial matter, but it could significantly boost the sandfolk's morale and productivity, ensuring a steady supply of basic resources for the territory. It was an investment well worth it. The old butler, Odin, soon left the territory, juggling his own efforts to reach the king level while managing the tasks assigned by the young master. Meanwhile, Lin Yi continued his project, crafting a comfortable lounge chair. In just 2 short days, the territory underwent a dramatic transformation. Through recruitment and the utilization of troop blueprint drops, the Royal Griffin Knight Corps had expanded to a force of 1,800 soldiers, including over 370 Royal Judicator Griffin Knights. Most knights had reached levels 8 or 9, with more than 120 advancing to king level, primarily those with a higher starting point as Royal Judicator Griffin Knights. Lin Yi himself had also achieved the peak of the king level, just 1 step away from reaching the extraordinary realm. The territory had been upgraded to a mid-level town, and the area of the Golden Oasis had expanded several times over. The lush forest seemed inexhaustible, and even the distant Rocky Mountains had been incorporated into the territory as exclusive mining resources. Within the Sandfolk settlement, over 1,000 houses were neatly arranged, resembling a burgeoning city-state. Some of these homes had been upgraded to mid-level residences accommodating 10 people, while the rest remained in a basic state, just enough to meet the current housing needs of the Sandfolk. Tonight, the aura of the Luck Altar would refresh once again. The previous buff, which boosted the combat power of the territory's troops by 50, had made the Royal Griffin Knight Corps unstoppable. They had not only easily conquered the Lizard Men tribe, but also swept through the entire Shaolin region without encountering any rivals. To date, not a single knight had been injured in battle, let alone killed. Lin Yi eagerly anticipated that the new Luck Aura would provide similarly powerful enhancements. By now, the members of the Crystal Chamber of Commerce should have returned to Forest City. Lin Yi wondered how things were progressing on their end. As expected by Lin Yi, the Crystal Chamber of Commerce's caravan had safely arrived at Forest City. This bustling trade hub, situated in the southern part of the Forest of Life, served as a convergence point for the major kingdom's merchant guilds, boasting an astonishing level of economic prosperity. From a bird's eye view, several wide roads extended outward from the city, each leading directly to the forest's edge. The roads were teeming with activity merchants, travelers, bounty hunters, and professionals all moved back and forth. What stood out even more was the diversity of the population. Alongside humans were a variety of other races. Dwarves known for their small stature but exceptional craftsmanship, sturdy orcs, graceful half-elves, noble pureblood elves, aquatic beings from the 7 seas, and even towering giants from the frozen wastelands. Such a grand gathering of races was nearly impossible to witness elsewhere. In this world, where the adage, "those not of my kind are inherently different," holds true, mistrust and hostility between races were common, with conflicts often breaking out over minor provocations. The relative peace in Forest City was entirely due to it being under the jurisdiction of the natural elves. As one of the most intelligent and powerful races on the sacred continent, the natural elves ruled the entire Forest of Life with their immense strength, commanding even the respect of dragons who dared not act recklessly in their territory. Back at the guild's residence, Sophia finally had the chance to rest, indulging in a hearty hot meal and a relaxing bath. However, she did not linger in comfort for long and quickly began attending to business matters. After all, that mysterious and handsome lord was still waiting for her good news at the Golden Oasis. Once her personal tasks were handled, Sophia changed into an elegant outfit and headed to the Wisteria auction house with the old mage Simon. Without hesitation, she presented a staggering quantity of 1,000 bottles of Elven spring water for auction. The sheer volume left the reception staff and appraisers speechless, even alerting the auction house's manager. "Ah, the lovely Miss Sophia." A round-bellied middle-aged man approached quickly, offering an apologetic explanation. "While we don't usually question the origins of auction items, anything related to the elves must be verified in advance, especially here in their territory. This batch of Elven spring water is legitimate," Sophia replied calmly. "If there are any issues, the Crystal Chamber of Commerce will take full responsibility. We are willing to sign a magical contract immediately." Hearing this, the middle-aged man broke into a broad smile. "That would be perfect. Coincidentally, we have an auction tonight, and your Elven spring water will be the highlight of the event." Sophia gave a slight nod. "What are the fees?" 7%, the standard rate for all auction houses," the man replied. Sophia chuckled softly and said, but those auction houses have never auctioned off 1,000 bottles of Elven spring water in one go. This is a perfect opportunity to make your auction house famous, isn't it? The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly as he gritted his teeth and said, 5% commission, that's the lowest. Sophia turned gracefully, her gown swaying slightly. I believe the Silver and Emerald auction house next door might offer me a more favorable deal. The middle-aged man's plump face twitched immediately. This elegantly dressed Sophia, with her refined makeup and revealing evening gown, was clearly a seasoned expert. She had effortlessly pointed out their fiercest competitor. After a moment of silence, he said, "Please wait just a moment, Mississippi. I'll be right back." Of course. Sophia sat elegantly on the soft chair in the private room, nodding with a radiant smile. After a long while, the middle-aged man returned and got straight to the point. "If Miss Sophia agrees to establish a long-term partnership with our auction house, we can waive the commission for this auction entirely." This so-called long-term partnership was clearly just a way to save face. It was evident that they were determined to secure this batch of Elven spring water to enhance their reputation in Forest City. Sophia gently smoothed her gown and said, "Incidentally, I happen to have another batch of Elven spring water that will need some generous buyers." The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed instantly, a mix of surprise and delight. 1,000 bottles of Elven spring water was not even the limit for this mysterious merchant group. What kind of background did this unheard-of consortium have? "May I ask how many bottles Miss Sophia still has?" Sophia simply shook her head lightly. The middle-aged man understood immediately and responded, "After tonight's auction, I will introduce you to a few prominent buyers." "Thank you, Chairman." The process of signing the contract and auction agreement went exceptionally smoothly. Once the middle-aged man left, the old mage Simon asked, "Miss, are you not planning to visit other auction houses?" "Even if I did, the results would be the same," Sophia replied. "We need to act quickly and deliver the gold coins to that lord without delay." The old mage Simon nodded and said no more. As night fell, the Violet Blossom auction house was brightly lit and filled with distinguished guests. The auction proceeded as scheduled, with a glamorous auctioneer showcasing extraordinary equipment, rare magic element gems, magical manuscripts, and potions. When it came to the grand finale, the room fell silent. On the platform, 200 bottles of Elven spring water, glowing brilliantly, were neatly arranged. This treasure, derived from the diluted sap of the Elven mother tree, not only healed injuries but also greatly aided professionals in their training and could even recall lingering souls. The next item is 200 bottles of low-grade Elven spring water. The starting bid is 150,000 gold coins, with a minimum increment of 1,000 gold coins per bid. Distinguished guests, you may begin bidding now. 1,000 bottles of Elven spring water were divided into 5 lots for auction, with each lot containing 200 bottles. The bidding process was extraordinarily fierce, with the highest bid reaching an astonishing 302,000 gold coins. Even the lowest-priced lot fetched nearly 270,000 gold coins, far exceeding the typical market price. This exemplifies the unique allure of auctions prices soar as competition intensifies. Naturally, such a large quantity of Elven spring water is exceedingly rare. Unless one directly trades with the Elven race, it is nearly impossible to find such a supply on the market. After the auction concluded, a middle-aged man personally entered Sophia's private box, respectfully presenting her with a crystal card in both hands. "Miss Sophia, this crystal card contains 1,475,000 gold coins from today's auction. Please keep it safe." Sophia accepted the crystal card, which was a universal payment tool across the sacred continent. Jointly issued by top organizations such as the Magic Guild, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and the Trade Guild, it could be used or cashed at any location affiliated with these institutions. "Miss Sophia," the man continued, "there are 2 esteemed guests waiting for you in Box 9. Lead the way." Sophia nodded in acknowledgement. Inside Box 9, an elderly man in a black robe was seated opposite an alluring woman. The elder was tall and broad-shouldered, his silver hair betraying his age, yet his complexion was ruddy, and his demeanor brimming with vitality. The woman wore a purple evening gown that revealed her ample cleavage, while her long, slender, and fair legs were particularly striking. Sophia's gaze suddenly froze. She noticed a fluffy, snow-white tail peeking from the woman's lower back and delicate white fur on her ears. These features unmistakably identified her as a foxkin, a member of the cunning beastfolk race. "Young lady, let's not waste time," the elder said impatiently. "No matter how much Elven spring water you have left, we'll take it all. Just name your price." The fox woman chuckled softly. "Master Dominic, don't your people have a saying, 'Haste makes waste'? No matter how eager you are, business must be conducted patiently." She turned to Sophia with a charming smile. "Little sister of the human race, my name is Gloria. Though I am a foxkin, please don't lump me in with my more deceitful kin. As a legitimate merchant, I've always prided myself on honesty." "Honesty?" Sophia sneered inwardly, dismissing the words. The cunning nature of Foxskin was as ingrained as the pillaging habits of goblins. She had no interest in delving into their backgrounds. After all, they were figures far beyond her reach. Her sole focus was on selling the Elven spring water at the best price. As the higher the price, the larger her commission. I have about 4,000 bottles of Elven spring water left. Whoever offers a price that satisfies me will get them. 4,000 bottles? The elder, Dominic, suddenly sat upright with a jolt. Gloria, the fox woman, suddenly turned serious, her alluring expression replaced by a stern demeanor. Beside her, the middle-aged man's plump cheeks twitched uncontrollably, his eyes filled with disbelief. 4,000 bottles of Elven spring water? That amount was enough to make anyone suspect the plundering of an entire Elven tribe. Dominic, the elder, was the first to break the silence. No matter the quantity, 450,000 gold coins, I'll take it all. Too low, Sophia declined bluntly. That's the market price. Don't compare it to auction prices, the elder argued logically. Sophia's lips curved into a confident smile. It's not easy to find such a large quantity of Elven spring water on the market. Exactly, Gloria interjected, her eyes gleaming with sly amusement. Master Dominic is even shrewder than us foxfolk. If it were me, I'd offer at least 480,000. The elder's beard bristled with frustration. But before he could retort, Sophia calmly said, if that's your final offer, I'll take my leave. She had already set her bottom line in her mind, 500,000, not a single copper less. Gloria's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to its usual charm. 500,000 gold coins. That's my limit. 510,000. The elder snorted, raising the bid. 515,000. Gloria countered without hesitation. Are you serious? The elder demanded, visibly annoyed. Gloria raised an eyebrow slightly. You know I really need this shipment right now. The elder frowned, lost in thought for a moment, then suddenly stood and left without a word, clearly abandoning the competition. Gloria exhaled in relief and turned to Sophia. What do you think about this price? 520,000. Let's make it a round number, Sophia suggested slyly. If this collaboration goes well, we can work together long term. Though Gloria secretly cursed her opponent's audacity, she still agreed decisively. Deal. The transaction was finalized swiftly under the middle-aged man's supervision. Sophia's account increased by 520,000 gold coins, and Gloria got her hands on the coveted Elven spring water. About the long-term collaboration you mentioned? Gloria probed with a beaming smile. Prepare enough gold coins, and you'll find out. Sophia replied cryptically, confident that the lord she served had more supplies in reserve. As they parted, Gloria shook hands with Sophia and discreetly slipped a business card into her palm. Back at the Crystal Merchant Guild's residence, Sophia reported to the elderly mage Simon. It went surprisingly smoothly. Once we sell the red dragon fruit and stock up on some grain, we can head straight for the Golden Oasis. Simon, ever cautious, advised, Miss, we need to be careful. A transaction of this size is bound to attract unwanted attention. Sophia nodded in agreement. Indeed, caution was necessary. If they were ambushed by bandits, dying would be one thing, but surviving and failing to explain herself to the trusting lord would be far worse. In the Golden Oasis, the campfire blazed brightly, lighting up the night sky as if it were daytime. The sand dwellers sat in circles around the fire, cooking simple yet satisfying dinners, mainly meat accompanied by steamed millet, all prepared without any seasoning, offering a purely natural flavor. For these people, who once endured the pangs of hunger, being able to eat meat at every meal was a tremendous blessing. Before eating, they would always gather to pray in unison, expressing their gratitude to the Lord who had granted them sustenance. Aside from their diligent work, this heartfelt prayer was the only way they could show their appreciation. In the town hall, Lin Yi sat upright on an elaborately decorated chair, his gaze fixed on a tightly bound black-furred rat on the floor. The size of the rat was astonishing. Its body alone, excluding the tail, exceeded a meter in length, an enormity that defied Lin Yi's understanding of rodents. What was even more shocking was the revelation that tens of thousands of such massive creatures were lurking underground near the hunting grounds of the Royal Griffin Knight Corps. Although this army of rats clearly feared his Griffin Knight Corps, especially after he had eradicated the Lizard Men and taken control of Shaylin, they had only dared to send reconnaissance ratmen to spy in secret, avoiding outright conflict. Powerful human lord, the black-furred rat pleaded in a trembling voice. I have told you everything I know. I beg you to keep your word and spare my life. Lin Yi asked calmly, I still have questions. Who is this Charles that the Lizard Man chieftain mentioned? Why does he regard him as his master? It's Charles. The black-furred rat's entire body trembled violently. He is the king of our rat kingdom, your majesty. Don't lie. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold. Didn't you previously say your king is his majesty, Aubrey? Before the rat could respond, a burly knight of the late king-level Holy Judgment Order, pressed the tip of his sharp sword against the rat's forehead. Faced with the threat of death, the black-furred rat nearly fainted and stammered in terror. "Respected lord, I did not mean to conceal the truth. It's just, I didn't dare to speak. If I reveal the truth, His Majesty Aubrey will surely have me killed." This statement only deepened Lin Yi's suspicions about the unusual identity of Charles. Putting on a menacing expression, he glared at the rat man. "If you don't talk, you'll die right now." Caught between life and death, the black-furred rat underwent a brutal internal struggle. In the end, it chose to yield. Facing Aubrey's potential retribution in the future was still better than losing its life immediately. The black-furred rat took a deep breath and spoke in a solemn tone. "Esteemed human lord, Charles is the true ruler behind the scenes of our rat kingdom. He is the master we revere." Lin Yi's expression remained calm. Seeing this, the black-furred rat continued. "Charles is a terrifying dragon, powerful enough to destroy the entire rat kingdom. 2 years ago, his enormous wings stirred up a hurricane as he descended from the sky. His overwhelming dragons might sweeping across the entire Shaolin region. All living creatures trembled in fear. The Lizard Men tribe were the first to submit to his dominance. Later, King Aubrey welcomed Master Charles into the kingdom, offering abundant food in exchange for protection. To this day, Master Charles still resides in the forbidden zone of our kingdom." Hearing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly. A dragon living so close to his territory, was this a blessing or a curse? "Why has the dragon Charles stayed in your kingdom for so long?" Lin Yi pressed further. After all, food was scarce in the Kalar Desert, and with the dignity of a dragon, he could easily claim a mountain in the Forest of Life and feast on the delicacies there. The black-furred rat explained, "As far as I know, Master Charles was gravely injured. When he fell in the Shaolin region, his dragon blood stained the land red, and that area later attracted countless magical beasts vying for it." Lin Yi suddenly understood and asked, "Do you know what rank Charles is as a dragon?" "I'm too weak to sense Master Charles's rank." The black-furred rat shook his head, "But I do know he is a dark dragon, his body covered in pitch-black scales." "How did he enter your underground kingdom?" To welcome Master Charles, King Aubrey ordered a mountain to be excavated, creating a massive passage leading directly to the kingdom. Although the entrance is now sealed, the passage still exists. Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This passage might allow his Royal Griffin Knight Legion to launch a direct assault on the Rat Kingdom. But the primary concern was determining Charles's strength. If he was at the king level, they could eliminate him outright. If he was extraordinary, they would need to proceed cautiously. And if he was a saint-level dragon, they would have to consider how to protect themselves. Lin Yi turned to a Royal Judicator Knight and commanded, "Take him to the Shaolin region and confirm the location of the underground passage entrance. If he refuses to cooperate, execute him on the spot." "At once, my great lord." The Judicator Knight saluted, then dragged the black-furred rat out of the hall. The old steward, Hoden, looked worried and asked, "Young master, should we consider relocating?" He had grown deeply attached to this golden oasis. It was not only a haven for the desert people, but also his new home. But the thought of a dragon nearby sent shivers down his spine. "Not necessarily." Lin Yi shook his head, a glimmer of calm determination flashing in his eyes. To him, an injured dragon might be fearsome, but it was not enough to make him abandon the stronghold he had spent years building. He carefully analyzed the current situation. The dragon Charles, gravely injured 2 years ago, still had an uncertain recovery status. If the wounds were fatal, even with a dragon's formidable vitality, a full recovery would be no easy feat. This was undoubtedly a favorable factor for him. However, as the ruler of the Golden Oasis, home to nearly 10,000 people, Lin Yi knew better than to focus only on the optimistic side. The worst-case scenario was that Charles had fully recovered during these 2 years, and a saint-level dragon posed a serious threat to the safety of the entire territory. "There's no need to panic," Lin Yi said in a steady tone to the old steward. "The dragon Charles hasn't left the Rat Men Kingdom in 2 years. There must be a reason for that. It's unlikely he will attack us in the near future. Our priority now is to rapidly enhance the strength of the territory." He turned to the old steward, Hoden, and began outlining a precise plan. First, instruct the Royal Griffin Knight Corps to avoid the Rat Men Kingdom's territory during their hunts. Give them some breathing room. This will reduce hostility and prevent them from resorting to desperate measures, like unleashing the dragon. Second, his voice grew firmer. Form an elite unit of 100 Royal Griffin Inquisitor Knights. All experience gained from hunting monsters will be prioritized for them. The goal is to elevate them to the Transcendent level as quickly as possible. 100 Transcendent Knights paired with 100 Transcendent Griffins will give us the strength to stand against a Saint-level dragon. "Brilliant, young master." Hoden nodded repeatedly. "This will indeed significantly mitigate the threats we face." Lin Yi continued, "There's one more thing. I need you to travel to Forest City to meet with Miss Sophia and retrieve the gold coins from the trade. The old steward inquired. That's just part of it. A hint of mystery flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. I also need you to investigate whether any factions are selling dragon corpses. No matter the cost, we must acquire one. I have a blueprint for a dragon's tomb. If we bury a dragon's corpse there, we can summon undead dragon species like bone dragons or nether dragons. Hodin drew in a sharp breath. These legendary undead creatures, in terms of combat power, were nearly on par with living dragons. He hadn't expected the young master to possess such an astonishing trump card, truly a blessing from the goddess of magic. Understood, young master. I will depart for Forest City immediately, Hodin said without hesitation. Lin Yi nodded and said, I will dispatch a squad of Royal Griffin Knights to accompany you. With the speed of the Golden Griffins, you'll reach the Forest City by nightfall. He had originally planned to develop quietly, but now it seemed impossible. The threat of that dragon left him restless, fearing that one day he might wake up to a fiery breath in his dreams. Afterward, Lin Yi, accompanied by the old steward Hodin, left the town hall and headed to the nearby Elven spring. Under Hodin's watchful gaze, a brilliant golden light suddenly emerged from the void, enveloping the entire Elven spring. The surface of the spring shimmered faintly, and the water visibly expanded outward, soon reaching a diameter of about 5 meters. The aura of life and nature became even more vibrant and pure. Young master, this is? Hodin asked in astonishment as he witnessed the scene. Upgrading the Elven spring's structure level, Lin Yi explained. After the upgrade, it will produce medium-quality Elven spring water, just like the kind you drank years ago. A single bottle worth thousands of gold coins? The old steward asked excitedly. Something like that, Lin Yi replied with a smile. The exact price will depend on the market conditions in Forest City. But there's one thing you must remember. Please instruct me, young master. Our territory is still too weak compared to those kingdom-level superpowers. You must remain low-key in Forest City. The sale of this new batch of medium-quality Elven spring water must be handled cautiously to avoid drawing the attention of those superpowers. Of course, if you have the chance to trade for a dragon's corpse, taking some risks would be acceptable. The old steward nodded solemnly, indicating his understanding. Lin Yi said no more, trusting Hodin's vast experience in handling such matters. The two of them retrieved a large wooden barrel and began filling it with spring water. After filling only 1/5 of the barrel, they had about 3,000 bottles worth, valued at tens of millions of gold coins. Lin Yi could have allowed Hodin to take more, but considering they were in the territory of the natural elves, taking too much would inevitably attract attention. Besides, the Crystal Merchant Guild had already taken away several thousand bottles previously. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Sophia had already sold that entire batch of spring water. Thanks to her bold move, the Crystal Merchant Guild would soon gain widespread fame in Forest City. Sophia's confidence stemmed from her unwavering belief that Lin Yi had a saint-level powerhouse backing him. In her view, no one would risk offending a saint-level expert over a few thousand bottles of low-grade Elven spring water. At most, they might target the Crystal Merchant Guild, but they wouldn't dare provoke the Golden Oasis. If Lin Yi were aware of this, he would surely thank her. Under the cover of nightfall, the old butler Hodin mounted a majestic golden griffin with steadfast composure. Behind him, 10 royal griffin knights, clad in regal armor, stood ready for action. With a sharp whistle breaking the silence, the entire airborne squadron spread their wings and soared into the sky, racing toward the distant city of forests. The addition of the Golden Griffins marked a transformative leap in the long-distance transportation capabilities of Lin Yi's territory. He couldn't help but imagine had this aerial force been available during the Crystal Guild's visit, he might have sent the Griffins to escort Sophia and her entourage directly to the Forest City. If that had happened, his treasury might now be brimming with hundreds of thousands of Lord's coins, enough to upgrade the Royal Griffin Knights' training grounds to the highest level. But reality was harsh. Lin Yi could only hope for Hodin's squad to return to the Golden Oasis as soon as possible. Each day they returned earlier meant another day to recruit more Royal Griffin Knights, steadily building strength for the eventual confrontation with the dragon. While waiting, Lin Yi turned his attention to the updated information on the recently upgraded Elven Spring. Elven Spring Intermediate. Effect. Continuously produces Elven Spring water, imbued with natural and life magic, improving the surrounding environment. Enhances nearby cultivation efficiency. Upgrade requirement advanced. 100,000 coins, 50,000 units of stone. Special note. At its maximum level, it can produce the water of life. Seeing the upgrade costs had increased tenfold, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp. By this trend, upgrading the Elven Spring to its maximum level would require an astounding 1 million Lord's coins and 500,000 units of stone. However, upon closer calculation, the investment didn't seem unattainable after all. The batch of Elven Spring water Hodin had taken on this trip alone was worth over 10 million coins, and that was only 1/5 of the spring's production. More importantly, the water of life, which could be produced at the maximum level, would sell for at least 100,000 coins per bottle. Next, Lin Yi upgraded the luck altar to an intermediate level at the same cost 10,000 coins and 5,000 units of stone. By the end of these upgrades, his treasury was nearly emptied, leaving him with only a few hundred coins. However, in just 3 short days, he had already earned around 30,000 coins, reinvesting all of it into upgrading the town hall, Elven Spring, and luck altar. Although his gold reserves were depleted, his territory still held abundant resources, with over 250,000 units of wood and tens of thousands of units of stone stockpiled thanks to the relentless efforts of nearly 10,000 desert dwellers. As the clock struck midnight, ushering in a new day, Lin Yi decided to hold off on recruiting any new troops for the time being. He sat there, deep in thought. If the old butler, Hoden, could return from the forest city during the day with a large amount of gold coins, he would be able to upgrade the troop buildings immediately. After all, the level 5 Royal Griffin Knight training camp could produce 100 powerful knights every day. Currently, he had over 1,800 Royal Griffin Knights, so gaining or losing 100 wouldn't make much of a difference. Therefore, there was no need to rush this matter. Just then, the weekly aura of the luck altar refreshed. He focused on the information displayed on the system panel. Luck altar level, intermediate. Current aura effect, growth speed of territory-raised animals increased tenfold, fertility rate proportionally increased. Next level requirement, advanced altar upgrade requires 100,000 gold coins and 50,000 units of stone. Special reminder, a max level altar can grant higher attribute boosting auras through rituals and may provide special items. Seeing the new aura effect, Lin Yi fell into a long silence. The effect was indeed powerful. Take his silver-tailed fish, for example. Their usual 30-day growth cycle was now reduced to just 3 days. Once the first batch matured, they could immediately reproduce, and the new eggs would also mature in 3 days. At this rate, Sapphire Lake would be teeming with silver-tailed fish in less than a week. The same applied to the desert coyotes and moose in the ranch, which would soon resolve the territory's meat supply issues. However, the real problem was that the territory wasn't currently facing a food shortage. What it needed more urgently was a way to enhance its overall strength. Losing the previous aura, which boosted the combat effectiveness of troops by 50, had actually weakened the territory's power. System, can the luck altar's aura be refreshed? They'll pay extra. In response to Lin Yi's inquiry, the Lord system simply replied with a string of question marks and no further explanation. Helpless, Lin Yi could only pin his hopes on the old butler and Sophia bringing back good news. He turned and headed to the backyard of the town hall, where he embraced the soft figure of the maid, Sally, and drifted into a deep sleep. While Lin Yi was still dreaming, the Royal Griffin Knight squad had already reached Forest City. Though entering the city required a 1 gold coin head tax, the resourceful old butler, Hoden, managed to solve the issue with a single red dragon fruit worth 10 gold coins. Spread out and gather information on the location of the Crystal Chamber of Commerce. Regroup here in 2 hours. Hoden commanded the Holy Judgment Knights. Understood. The knights responded in unison before quickly dispersing. Since they had already stored their golden griffins in their mount spaces, they didn't attract much attention. The search for the Crystal Guild was far from smooth. The elderly steward, Hoden, headed straight to the Merchants Guild in Forest City, his weathered eyes meticulously scanning through directory after directory of guild names. Although there were numerous guilds bearing the word crystal, none of them met the requirements upon closer investigation. This led him to doubt the true identity of Miss Sophia. Just as Hoden found himself at an impasse, a royal sanctum knight clad in silver armor brought a breakthrough. Someone had witnessed a large-scale auction of Elven spring water last night at the Orchid Auction House, and the seller was none other than the Crystal Guild. This revelation lit a spark of hope in Hoden, but it was quickly overshadowed by a new challenge. No one knew the exact location of the Crystal Guild, and even the Orchid Auction House remained tight-lipped. Faced with the vast expanse of Forest City, Hoden furrowed his brows deeply. A knight offered a suggestion. We can start by searching the districts around the auction house, or seek help from the local underworld figures. Hoden promptly adopted this idea. He led the knights into a nearby shop, trading a bottle of Midir Elven spring water for nearly 4,000 gold coins. Driven by the allure of money, the rats of the district, those idle small-time thugs, vagrants, and freelance gang members quickly sprang into action. Though they lived on the fringes of society, they proved exceptionally skilled at gathering information. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the exact location of the Crystal Guild was uncovered. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Crystal Guild's headquarters, Sophia was smiling as she bid farewell to the 7th visiting guild representative of the day. As soon as they left, she immediately massaged her sore cheeks and complained to the old mage, Simon, "We've caused too much of a stir." Even though the Orchid Auction House promised confidentiality, word still got out. 7 guilds have already come this morning looking to collaborate. Simon shook his head and said, "These people have ulterior motives. They're trying to uncover the source of our Elven spring water. Fortunately, we're in Forest City. Otherwise, the trouble would be even greater." We need to wrap up our remaining business quickly and head to the Golden Oasis to lay low, Sophia suggested. At that moment, a staff member hurried in to report that a visitor named Horden had arrived, accompanied by a group of knights. Sophia was momentarily stunned, but her expression quickly changed. Horden? The old steward of that lord. We only returned to Forest City yesterday, and he's already caught up with us. Does this mean the lord doesn't trust us? Mage Simon asked, his tone mixed with a hint of resignation. After all, we're talking about goods worth millions of gold coins. Anyone would be cautious in this situation. Though his words made sense, Sophia couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. She lowered her head, busying herself with organizing the documents in her hands, trying to mask her unease. She had always believed she was doing her utmost, solely focused on returning to Golden Oasis as quickly as possible to deliver the gold to the Lord. She had never entertained the thought of embezzlement. Yet, the Lord's guarded attitude left a subtle bitterness in her heart. This is just a transaction, Sophia reminded herself silently. Once it's over, we might part ways. There's no need to overthink it. At that moment, a group of fully armed royal judgment knights entered the trade hall. Leading them was the old steward, Horden, whom Sophia had met back in Golden Oasis. Mage Simon gasped sharply at the sight of them. All of them, including Horden, were royal-ranked professionals. This was a stark contrast to the situation a few days ago in Golden Oasis, where not a single royal-ranked individual had been seen. Horden entered the hall, first nodding politely to Simon, a fellow mage, before turning to Sophia with a warm smile. Miss Sophia, we meet again. Sophia forced a faint smile. Steward Horden, your timing is impeccable. Our trade guild just sold off that batch of Elven spring water last night, and here you are the very next day. Horden seemed entirely unbothered by the sharp undertone in her words. He calmly took a seat and said, I visited the trade guild earlier and discovered something unexpected, Miss Sophia. Your crystal guild isn't officially registered with them? Steward Horden, you may not be aware, Sophia explained, but to be officially registered with the guild, we need to complete several required trade tasks and establish a trade route. Our recent trip to Vastian City was actually to open such a route. Ah, I see. Horden nodded in understanding. The Crystal Guild was evidently still in its infancy despite its name. However, that was not the main concern. He recalled the young master's words. Whether it was the Crystal Guild or the Blue Crystal Guild, a good guild was one that got things done. Sophia retrieved a crystalline card from her spatial equipment. This card contains approximately 6.7 million gold coins, the proceeds from the sale of the Elven spring water. Since you're here, please take it. As for the commission, we can discuss it after I sell the red dragon fruits. Horden accepted the card and, after a brief pause, said, Miss Sophia, I am here in Forest City under the Lord's orders. There are other matters I will need your assistance with. Rest assured, your commission will be paid in full once everything is settled. Not here to spy on us. Sophia began but abruptly stopped, realizing her slip of the tongue. She looked away, embarrassed. Horden smiled gently. The Lord entrusted this task to you because he trusts you. The idea of sending me to monitor you is baseless. He spoke the truth. If not for the situation involving the Dragon Charles, he wouldn't have come to Forest City at all. Hearing this explanation, the cloud over Sophia's heart lifted, and her face lit up with a genuine smile. I apologize, Steward Horden. I overthought things. No harm done. It's always better to clear up misunderstandings face-to-face, Horden replied cheerfully. To be honest, when I couldn't find any records of the Crystal Guild and the Trade Guild, I briefly suspected that Miss Sophia might be a fraud. His blunt honesty left Sophia and Simon momentarily speechless. Yet, this exchange seemed to bring them closer to the Lord they served, strengthening their mutual understanding. Steward. Sophia skillfully shifted the topic, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. May I ask, what brings you here on behalf of the Lord? If there's anything the Crystal Chamber of Commerce can assist with, we will spare no effort. The elderly steward, Horden, met her gaze with a piercing look and got straight to the point. My lord has taken an interest in dragon corpses and wishes to inquire whether any power in Forest City is selling such items. Dragon corpses? At those words, both Sophia and the old mage Simon immediately straightened their backs, their faces filled with astonishment. Indeed, such an item was an exceedingly rare and coveted treasure. Sophia instinctively glanced at the old mage Simon, who sighed lightly and shook his head. I'm afraid our Chamber of Commerce lacks the capacity to access such extraordinary goods. However, one thing is certain, dragon corpses are rarely acquired through simple monetary transactions. They are typically exchanged through bartering. Those who possess dragon corpses are usually immensely powerful individuals who have little need for gold coins and value other top-tier resources more. Unless one is exceptionally lucky and encounters a merchant coincidentally selling one, obtaining it is exceedingly difficult. Horden responded calmly. I have brought a batch of Elven spring water from our territory. If anyone is selling a dragon corpse, This can be used for the exchange. Sophia's heart stirred. As she suspected, the Lord indeed had a significant supply of Elven spring water. Could the source of these waters be related to the mysterious figure behind the Golden Oasis? The possibility was high. Rest assured, steward, Sophia promised earnestly. I will immediately dispatch people to investigate. Should I find any leads, you will be informed at once. Much appreciated, Houghton replied with a slight smile and nod. Noticing that the steward seemed fatigued after a night of travel, Sophia suggested, since you've come such a long way, why not rest for a while at our Chamber of Commerce's residence? Houghton gladly agreed, as the prolonged flight had indeed left him feeling a bit dizzy. After arranging accommodations for Houghton and his party in the rear courtyard, Sophia returned to the main hall, her curiosity barely contained. The Lord wants a dragon corpse. Could it be for crafting some high-quality equipment? The old mage Simon chuckled. Surely he's not planning to summon a bone dragon, is he? He recalled sensing the vibrant vitality and natural magic of the Golden Oasis. There hadn't been a trace of necromantic energy, which was enough to confirm that the Lord wasn't aligned with the forces of evil, let alone a necromancer. If he were the latter, the thousands of desert dwellers would have long been transformed into skeletons, and there would be no need to procure food supplies. Master Simon, Sophia refocused on the matter at hand. Please oversee the procurement of red dragon fruit and grains. I'll handle the investigation into the dragon corpse. The old mage nodded in agreement, and the two immediately set off in different directions. Meanwhile, the development of the Golden Oasis continued to progress steadily. The Royal Griffin Knight Regiment had split into two groups, one of which was hunting in the Sandforest regions. Following Lin Yi's instructions, they carefully avoided the sprawling Rocky Mountain area that was home to the Ratmen Kingdom. Another team was scattered across the vast desert, dedicated to hunting various magical beasts. Prey such as gray wolves, sandworms, gnolls, and sand lizards were being taken down one after another. Meanwhile, over 7,000 desert dwellers were methodically gathering resources, causing Lin Yi's basic resource reserves to grow at an astonishing rate. By midday, two towering piles of resources had already formed in the Royal Griffin Knights' training grounds, one of wood and the other of stone. These materials would be transported to the territory's advanced warehouse overnight, where the 50 million unit storage capacity ensured there would be no risk of overflow. In the Salt Lake region, the salt production process was progressing smoothly. Every evening, the desert dwellers would package the freshly sun-dried salt and transport it back to the Golden Oasis. Over time, the warehouse had accumulated tens of thousands of pounds of salt, far exceeding the territory's own needs. The surplus would be sent to Forest City for sale. Master, look at all these silver-tailed fish. Standing by the sapphire blue lake, Lin Yi and his maid Sally were awestruck by the sight before them. Overnight, the number of silver-tailed fish in the lake had increased at least tenfold, skyrocketing from 3,000 to tens of thousands. Under the influence of the luck aura, these newly hatched silver-tailed fish not only hatched quickly but also grew to palm size in no time. Didn't they say the reproduction rate of silver-tailed fish was extremely low? Sally asked in confusion. Silver-tailed fish are rare spirit fish, not ordinary species, Lin Yi explained. Their flesh is not only delicious but also rich in magical elements, which greatly benefits practitioners in their cultivation. Normally, even out of 10,000 eggs, it would be rare to hatch a single silver-tailed fish. That's why an adult silver-tailed fish can fetch as much as 20 gold coins. But thanks to the altar's aura, their growth speed and reproduction success rate have been significantly enhanced. Master, you're amazing, Sally exclaimed, her eyes full of admiration as she gazed at Lin Yi. Seeing the unrestrained admiration in his little maid's eyes, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile smugly. He leaned down and scooped two plump silver-tailed fish from the lake. Go get the seasonings ready. I'll show you some of my cooking skills later. Okay. Sally nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Night had fallen. Lin Yi stood in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky as he awaited the return of the old butler, Houghton. When the butler failed to appear after a long wait, Lin Yi summoned 100 Royal Griffin Knights. With a flash of golden light, squads of imposing knights clad in heavy armor materialized before him, each accompanied by a majestic golden griffin. Among them were 17 knights wearing specially crafted armor, elite Royal Judgment Griffin Knights, each starting at level 9 with growth potential reaching extraordinary heights. As Lin Yi surveyed this formidable force, a surge of pride filled his heart. After tomorrow's recruitment, his Griffin Knights would number 2,000, enough to form 2 full regiments. At dinner, a plate of grilled silver-tailed fish was served, its aroma and presentation tantalizing. The simple seasoning highlighted the fish's natural flavor, with its tender flesh melting in his mouth and its translucent skin smooth and delectable. Lin Yi had a particular fondness for the fish head, savoring it as he felt a surge of magic flowing within him. Though the increase wasn't enough to push him past the peak of the king level, the magical properties of this rare fish were undeniable, putting it on par with the priceless magic essence fruit. Young master, the Royal Knight Corps has gone out hunting again, reported Sally, the maid, in a soft voice. Understood, Lin Yi acknowledged with a nod. After dinner, the knights mounted their golden griffins and flew into the desert under the cover of night, training relentlessly until the early hours of the morning. Their rigorous efforts were all aimed at strengthening themselves to confront the looming threat of the dragon, Charles. If not for the presence of that dark dragon, Lin Yi wouldn't feel so uneasy, his eyes often drifting to the distant horizon, dreading the sudden appearance of a black silhouette in the sky. I must deal with that oversized lizard as soon as possible, Lin Yi resolved silently. Taking Sally's soft hand in his, he said, "Come on, let's go to bed." "Yes, young master," the cheerful maid followed him eagerly back to the bedroom in the rear courtyard. Meanwhile, at the Crystal Guild's headquarters in Forest City, Sophia, the old mage Simon, and the butler Hoden were deep in discussion. The red dragon fruits were sold at 13 gold coins each, yielding a total profit of 130,000 gold coins, Simon reported meticulously. "We've purchased food supplies, mainly wheat, rice, dried meat, and flour, costing 47,800 gold coins, enough to feed 10,000 people for a month." After a brief pause, Simon continued, "To expedite transportation, we'll also need to buy a few spatial storage items. This additional expense will naturally be covered by our territory," Hoden interjected with a warm smile. Though even the most basic spatial equipment cost thousands of gold coins, the expense was negligible compared to the profits they had earned. Moreover, such items would remain useful in the future. Hearing this, Simon breathed a quiet sigh of relief. After all, the Crystal Guild was a small operation and couldn't afford such a hefty expenditure on its own. The old butler, Holden, turned to Sophia, who was dressed in a rose-colored gown, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. "Miss Sophia, have you managed to gather any information about the Dragon Corps?" Sophia shook her head, her expression tinged with regret. "I visited more than a dozen major trading firms and renowned auction houses, but found nothing. On the contrary, someone specifically warned me not to inquire too much about this matter, lest I bring trouble upon myself." "Why is that?" Holden asked, frowning. "The dragon race has always been proud and domineering. If they discover someone openly trading the corpse of one of their kin, they will undoubtedly retaliate with fury," Sophia explained in a low voice. "As a result, such transactions are conducted in secrecy, requiring an extensive network of connections to reach the sellers." Hearing this, Holden furrowed his brows further. Noticing his concern, Sophia quickly added, "Please don't worry too much, Butler Holden. I've already issued a related task through the Bounty Hunters Guild. If anyone possesses a dragon corpse and wishes to sell it, they'll surely contact us." She continued, "The Bounty Hunters Guild has influence all across the sacred continent, from the Kalar Desert to the frozen wastelands. Wherever there's a city, there's a branch of their guild. They accept all kinds of commissions, from acquiring divine artifacts to locating lost pets, truly a variety of tasks. Purchasing a dragon corpse through them wouldn't attract undue attention. For now, that's all we can do," Holden sighed. "If there's still no news by tomorrow noon, they'll have to return to the Golden Oasis." "I'll leave this matter in your capable hands, Miss Sophia. It is the honor of the Crystal Merchant Guild to serve the Lord," Sophia replied earnestly. Holden nodded in acknowledgement before rising and heading to the guild's rear courtyard to rest. By noon the next day, the anticipated good news had yet to arrive. This was not surprising, as dragon corpses were exceedingly rare and difficult to come by. Holden decided not to wait any longer. After paying Sophia her commission, he took out 3,000 bottles of mid-grade Elven spring water. Both Sophia and the elderly mage, Simon, gasped in astonishment at the sight of such a massive quantity of Elven spring water. The value of this shipment easily exceeded tens of millions. Holden specifically instructed them to handle it discreetly, suggesting they sell it in small quantities. Sophia carefully secured the invaluable spring water and assured him that she had prepared a remote magical communication device to contact the Golden Oasis immediately if any news arrived. Later, Sophia and Simon escorted Holden and his party to the outskirts of the city. In an open area, 10 Royal Judicator Knights summoned their golden griffins from their mount spaces. The sudden appearance of these majestic and fantastical creatures left Sophia and Simon stunned. "High-tier mounts, golden griffins?" they exclaimed in disbelief. It wasn't until the silhouettes of the old butler Hoden and the royal knights disappeared into the horizon that Sophia and the old mage Simon snapped out of their astonishment. "Those knights' mounts? All royal-grade golden griffins," Simon murmured, his eyes gleaming with admiration. As advanced riding beasts, golden griffins were not only exceptional in combat, but also unmatched in their flying speed, making them highly coveted by knights. However, acquiring one was no easy feat. Ordinary griffins were common in large pet markets, but golden griffins, with their evolved bloodlines, were extremely rare. Even the youngest of them could easily become a prized auction item. "I never imagined the Golden Oasis would have 10 golden griffin knights," Sophia remarked in amazement. This isn't even Griffonia, the homeland of griffins. No wonder they arrived so quickly, Simon added. It only takes a few hours for golden griffins to fly from the Oasis to the Forest City. Sophia's eyes glimmered with envy. If only our merchant guild had golden griffins, long-distance trade would be so much easier. She frowned slightly. But it's strange. We didn't see these griffins when we first entered the Oasis. Where did the Lord acquire them? It must have something to do with that mysterious figure standing behind the Lord, Simon speculated. Someone capable of transforming the entire Oasis wouldn't find it hard to procure a few golden griffins. That makes sense, Sophia nodded in agreement. The butler summoning the griffins in front of everyone might have been a way to showcase their strength. That's understandable, Simon said. After all, we're talking about a transaction worth tens of millions of gold coins. A bit of caution is only natural. Sophia's smile was radiant. As long as the Lord continues to trust us, that's all that matters. Simon wholeheartedly agreed. By securing the Lord's favor, their guild could ensure a steady stream of profits. This single transaction alone had earned them a commission of 200,000 gold coins, more than 2 or 3 months of trading trips to Vastian City. And once they sold this batch of mid-grade elven spring water, they'd rake in at least another 300,000 gold coins. This kind of earning speed was beyond anything Simon had ever dared to imagine. One must remain content, for greed is the root of all sin. With that thought, the two returned to Forest City, quietly investigating rumors about the dragon's corpse while discreetly preparing to sell the elven spring water. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi was reclining on a homemade lounge chair, resting. Though the chair wasn't particularly exquisite, it became quite comfortable with a layer of wolf fur draped over it. Beside him, the maid Sally knelt down, skillfully massaging his legs. Young master, it's been almost 2 days since Grandpa Butler left for Forest City. I wonder when he'll return, she said softly, having grown up in the Tulip family. She was an orphan, raised single-handedly by the old butler, Horton. The young maid, Sally, stood by the window, glancing anxiously into the distance from time to time. It was clear she was worried about the old butler's delayed return. There's no need to worry, Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, speaking in a relaxed tone. Barring any unexpected delays, the old butler should return to the estate today. Horton understands how vital the gold coins are to the territory and wouldn't linger in Forest City unnecessarily. Hearing this, Sally's furrowed brows immediately relaxed, and a cheerful smile lit up her face. Lin Yi was in high spirits as well. Earlier that morning, 3 royal knights from his elite team had successfully ascended to the extraordinary level, which was the main reason for his good mood. Additionally, the other royal judgment knights in the team had all reached the peak of the king level. He believed it wouldn't be long before they, too, broke through to the extraordinary realm. This was the result of focused experience distribution. During the hunt for magical beasts, over 1,000 royal griffin knights had forfeited their share of experience to benefit the elite team members. Though these knights had made no progress in their levels over the past 2 days, their sacrifice had propelled the elite team's strength to new heights. What delighted Lin Yi even more was that his own level had reached the threshold of the extraordinary rank. If all went well, he'd complete his advancement today. The thought of gaining the ability to soar through the skies filled him with excitement, and even the issue of the dragon Charles seemed less daunting in comparison. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. The gnoll, Agu, crouched at the gate, not daring to enter without permission. Honored envoy, it said respectfully, a large number of strange fish have appeared in the sandy areas near our territory. The sand dwellers are busy catching them. Would you like to take a look? Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. The combination of sand and fish was perplexing. While he had seen fish venture onto land before, fish surviving in the desert was entirely new to him. Let's go take a look. Lin Yi, equally curious, left the backyard with Sally. Since the Royal Griffin Knights were all out hunting, they summoned 2 leader-level desert coyotes from the livestock yard to serve as mounts. Agu rode one alone, while Lin Yi and Sally shared the other. The 3 mounted riders set off swiftly. The desert coyotes were agile and quick. After passing through the dense forest, they reached the edge of the territory. Beyond lay an endless expanse of sand, with dunes layered like frozen waves. There was no greenery, no sign of life, only a pervasive sense of desolation and stillness. Yet, not far away, the sound of voices broke the silence. A large group of sand dwellers was bustling about, fishing amidst the dunes. These desert fish were sizable, with the largest exceeding a meter in length and the smallest around half a meter. Their numbers seemed to be in the thousands. One of the sand dwellers noticed Lin Yi and immediately dragged a bound, large fish over to him. Honored Lord, the man said, a vast number of devil fish have suddenly appeared in this area, and we are capturing them. Lin Yi examined the creature closely. It resembled a catfish, with a grayish-black body and a triangular head armored with a thick shell. Its back, belly, and tail were covered in scales, and it moved across the sand using its pelvic fins. Its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, looked like something out of a nightmare, a possible ancestor of piranhas. Why call them devilfish? Is it just because they're so ugly? Lin Yi asked with a smile. The sand dweller's voice trembled as he replied, My lord, the undead that slumber beneath the sands awaken whenever these fish appear, bringing disaster to the once peaceful desert. That's why they're called devilfish. Lin Yi's smile froze instantly. Listening to the sand dweller's account, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel as though misfortune was piling up all at once. The threat from the Ratman kingdom was still unresolved. The issue with the Dragon Charles loomed large, and now the calamity of the undead emerged. Everything seemed to be converging at this very moment. How could there be undead beneath this desert? Lin Yi asked with a frown. The sand dweller's voice carried a hint of reverence. In ancient times, the immortal gods waged a cataclysmic war in the Kalar Desert. Back then, Kalar was a fertile land teeming with countless intelligent races. The divine war not only claimed innumerable lives, but also saw the fall of gods themselves. This is why this place is called the land of fallen deities. The undead slumbering beneath the desert are the remnants of those who perished in that war, both the intelligent races and the devout followers of the gods. Who would have thought this godforsaken place had such a history? Lin Yi remarked with a sigh. The sand dweller continued, Lord, the devil rays usually remain dormant underground, only surfacing during mating and egg-laying seasons when they search for water sources. Their movements often disturb the slumbering undead, who then follow the devil rays' trail. Lin Yi immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The devil rays were heading toward the Golden Oasis, which meant the undead would inevitably be drawn to his territory as well. Have you encountered these undead before? He asked. Twice. The sand dweller replied gravely. Most of them are dried corpses and skeletal undead, though occasionally there are ghouls and undead knights. These creatures are extremely difficult to kill, so we never engage them directly. Spotting the devil rays is our signal to migrate, and we only return once the undead have gone back to their slumber. In the sacred continent, the undead were as terrifying to ordinary people as demons. But for Lin Yi, relocation was not an option. While the core building of his territory, the town hall, had the ability to migrate, the process of rebuilding was tedious, and the resources spent on upgrades would be lost. Not even the Dragon Charles had forced him to retreat. Mere undead certainly wouldn't either. Tell the clansmen to speed up the capture of the devil rays and return to the territory immediately once it's done. Also, send someone to the Salt Lake to recall the sand dwellers stationed there. Lin Yi commanded decisively. After the sand dweller left, Lin Yi turned to the gnoll, Agu. Release all the desert coyotes from the ranch and have them patrol the perimeter of the territory. Report immediately if they detect any signs of undead. These low-level magical beasts, with their rudimentary intelligence, were more than capable of handling surveillance tasks. Understood, Divine Envoy. Agu replied. He mounted a desert coyote and swiftly rode off toward the territory. Suddenly, the gates of the ranch burst open with a deafening roar, and a dense swarm of desert coyotes surged out like a tidal wave. Thousands of coyotes of various sizes sprinted under the sunlight, their eerie green eyes glinting with wild ferocity. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. In the past 2 days, the number of desert coyotes under Lin Yi's care had surpassed 5,000, most of which were newborn pups. At the current rate of reproduction, Lin Yi estimated that by the end of the week, when the lucky aura effect expired, their numbers might exceed 30,000. However, these artificially bred coyotes were generally of low levels, with most only reaching level 2. Even with the help of the ranch's bloodline evolution mechanisms, only a rare few could ascend to the elite ranks of level 3 or higher. But their levels were not the priority at the moment. These coyotes were no longer the main force for combat. Having them accompany the Royal Griffin Knights on hunts would only slow them down and dilute the experience points gained. Within moments, over 5,000 coyotes had spread out across the Golden Oasis in all directions. Perched alertly atop sand dunes, their glowing green eyes constantly scanned their surroundings, forming a surveillance network with no blind spots. No trace of the undead could escape Lin Yi's notice. To further strengthen the defenses, Lin Yi constructed 300 arrow towers encircling the oasis. Although these low-tier arrow towers were simple in design, their power was undeniable. One arrow was enough to kill a desert coyote. Whether they could deal with the so-called undying undead would soon be revealed. More importantly, the towers were extremely cost-effective, requiring only 50 units of wood and 20 units of stone each. The 300 towers consumed a total of just 15,000 units of wood and 6,000 units of stone, making them an economical yet powerful addition. After completing these preparations, Lin Yi returned to the town hall with his young maid, Sally. Young master, will the undead really appear? Sally asked, her face pale and her eyes filled with fear. As a former maid of the Tulip family, she had heard countless tales of undead hauntings but had never witnessed one herself. Despite being a professional now, She couldn't help but feel anxious in the face of such supernatural threats. Lin Yi gently pinched Sally's cheek and reassured her. With me here, there's nothing to fear. Even if the undead do come, our territory is more than capable of handling them. Indeed, with nearly 2,000 Royal Griffin Knights, the weakest of whom were advanced professionals and several extraordinary level knights among them, even an army of 100,000 undead would merely serve as fodder for experience. Hearing this, Sally visibly relaxed and quickly put the thought of the undead out of her mind, skipping off cheerfully to prepare dinner. By evening, while the old butler Hoden was still on his way back, Lin Yi had already received multiple warnings. Not only had the desert coyotes detected traces of the undead, but the returning Royal Griffin Knights also reported sightings of large numbers of undead in the desert. Even in the distant sandy forest region, tens of kilometers away, undead figures had been spotted. This sudden surge of undead activity surprised Lin Yi. The scale of this oncoming undead tide seemed unexpectedly overwhelming. My lord, a Royal Inquisition Knight of extraordinary rank reported to Lin Yi, we have identified a total of 14 undead groups scattered in all directions across the territory. The closest one is only 2 kilometers away. The knight provided a detailed account of the undead forces. Their sizes ranged from a few hundred to over 4,000, primarily composed of skeletal creatures and mummified corpses, with occasional sightings of ghouls. What about the situation in Shaylin? Lin Yi asked. It is far more severe there, the knight replied respectfully. The number of undead has reached tens of thousands. I even witnessed a cavalry unit of undead knights hunting down magical beasts. Their combat power is formidable. In your judgment, will the number of undead continue to grow? Highly likely, my lord. Especially in the Shaylin area, the knight explained. The large number of magical beasts and monsters we killed there, along with the blood-soaked land, will awaken more undead and draw them to gather. Comparatively, the undead activity in our territory is much less concentrated. Now that's good news, Lin Yi said with a meaningful smile. Let the situation develop for a while. Once the undead numbers in Shaylin are sufficient, we'll guide them toward the entrance of the Ratmen Kingdom. My lord intends to use the undead to deal with the Ratmen Kingdom? The knight suddenly realized. Exactly. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman reaps the benefit. Lin Yi's tone shifted. But first, we must ensure we have the strength to handle that dragon. In the meantime, focus on hunting magical beasts and undead to grow stronger. We will not fail you, my lord. Good. Prepare for battle. As you command. After the Royal Inquisition Knight withdrew, the Royal Griffin Knights of the territory quickly assembled, numbering over 1,900 in total. Among them, the most elite unit was Lin Yi's ace squad, 100 Royal Inquisition Griffin Knights, all at the peak of the king level, with over 10 having crossed into the extraordinary realm. Once assembled, the knights mounted their massive golden griffins and soared into the sky, charging toward the largest undead group of 4,000. The battle erupted as the griffin riders dove from above, unleashing a one-sided massacre on the undead below. The undead, shambling across the sandy terrain, were mostly low-level skeletons and mummies, with only a few mid-tier elites among them. The group also included over a dozen ghouls, each over 2 meters long and far stronger than ordinary undead. However, even they were no match for the Royal Griffin Knights. The knights' golden griffins alone were enough to shred the ghouls to pieces with ease. As for the lower-tier undead, they posed no effective resistance whatsoever. The undead, who once struck fear into the hearts of the desert dwellers, proved pitifully weak before the might of the Royal Griffin Knights. Sharp lances swept across the battlefield, shattering skeletons into fragments in an instant. Mummies and ghouls were skewered like candied fruit on a stick. Within mere minutes, nearly 4,000 undead were annihilated, leaving the battlefield strewn with broken bones and shriveled corpses. Captain, the battle is over. Shall we move to the next location? One knight inquired. No, it's not over yet. A Royal Judicator Knight, seated firmly on the back of a golden griffin over 10 meters long, gazed intently at the battlefield. As expected, a faint blue glow flickered, causing the scattered bones to tremble and quickly reassemble. Torn mummies and ghouls also transformed into skeletal undead, rising once more. This is the undying nature of undead creatures, the Judicator Knight said gravely. Use night combat techniques infused with magic to destroy the soul flames within them completely. Ensure they have no chance of revival. Understood, the knights responded in unison. Meanwhile, within the domain, a unique, thread-like energy surged into Lin Yi's body. This energy, gained from defeating the monsters, was the final key he needed to break through to the extraordinary level. Bathed in golden light, the magic within him boiled and surged, quickly filling his entire being. The gap between the royal level and the extraordinary level was not just one of rank but of a fundamental transformation in power, such as the ability of the extraordinary to fly through the skies using magic, a feat far beyond the reach of the royal level. 2.5 hours later, the breakthrough was complete. Lin Yi officially stepped into the extraordinary realm. Identity: Lord, Viscount of Stanlow Kingdom. Territory: Golden Oasis. Level: Extraordinary Initial Stage. Lord's talents: Patron of all races God-ear. Awakener of ancient bloodlines Epic Deer. Gold coins: 15,369. My first breakthrough took this long, what a challenge! Lin Yi exclaimed. Congratulations, young master, on advancing to the extraordinary. The elderly steward Horden and the charming maid Sally called out excitedly from nearby. Lin Yi looked toward the two of them and grinned. The old steward returned at just the right time. The old butler, Horden, gave a detailed report on the events in Forest City over the past 2 days. After listening, Lin Yi furrowed his brows slightly, feeling regretful for not being able to acquire the dragon's corpse. However, the butler quickly added that Sophia had already posted a bounty for the acquisition at the Hunters Guild, and they would be informed immediately if there was any news. As he spoke, the butler retrieved a small, intricately crafted, trumpet-shaped magical device from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yi. This is a specially designed long-distance communicator. You can contact Miss Sophia directly with it. Lin Yi took the device and examined it carefully, then asked the butler how to use it. It turned out that it only required an infusion of magical energy to activate, functioning like a modern smartphone but without any signal limitations. The butler then brought out several spatial storage items, a ring and a belt, and handed them to Lin Yi one by one. Young master, these contain the purchase supplies and profits. After deducting various expenses and the Crystal Chamber of Commerce's commission, the total amounts to 6.4 million gold coins. It turned out that before departing, the butler had specially withdrawn all the gold coins from the crystal card at the trade guild and brought them back. So much! Lin Yi gasped in surprise. 6.4 million gold coins were equivalent to 640,000 lord's coins, enough to upgrade the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds to the highest level, which would allow for the recruitment of thousands of knights daily. The thought of it filled him with excitement. Additionally, it would also enable him to upgrade the intermediate-sized town to a town hall, granting new lord talents. The butler continued. Miss Sophia has excellent business acumen. Although the Crystal Chamber of Commerce has yet to obtain formal certification, it shows great potential. Before I left, I entrusted her with managing that batch of intermediate-grade Elven spring water. You made the right decision, Lin Yi said approvingly. Compared to those large-scale chambers of commerce, smaller ones are more focused and less likely to resort to tricks. At this point, the butler mentioned spotting multiple undead sightings on the return journey and noted that the Royal Griffin Knights were already engaged in combat with them. Lin Yi gave a brief explanation of the situation, then smiled. You've returned at just the right time. He immediately set off for the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds, simultaneously using the Lord system to convert the gold coins into Lord's coins. A system prompt appeared. Do you wish to spend 30,000 coins to upgrade the troop building to level 6? Let's do it. Lin Yi took a deep breath and confirmed without hesitation. In an instant, radiant golden light surged from the void, enveloping the entire training grounds. As the ground trembled, the training grounds expanded rapidly, with the plaza growing significantly larger and the main hall becoming even more majestic and imposing. The golden griffin statue standing on one side of the square appeared even more majestic under the shroud of golden light, with every feather and texture vividly lifelike. As the golden glow dissipated, the Royal Griffin Knight training ground was successfully upgraded to level 6, allowing the daily recruitment of 300 Royal Griffin Knights. Lin Yi didn't even glance at the 50,000 gold coins required for the upgrade and immediately initiated the next level. The golden light reappeared, the ground trembled, and the training ground quickly advanced to level 7, increasing the daily recruitment to 500. Without hesitation, she started the 100,000 gold coin upgrade to level 8, and in no time, the recruitment capacity doubled to 1,000. Faced with the 300,000 gold coin requirement for level 9, Lin Yi confirmed the upgrade without a second thought. In a dazzling burst of golden light and a powerful transformation, the training ground's daily recruitment capacity surged to 3,000. A system notification promptly appeared. Royal Griffin Knight Training Ground. Current level, level 9. Daily recruitment capacity, 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights. Next level requirement, Ultimate Unit Building Blueprint. Special notes. 1. Upgrading increases recruitment capacity. 2. After reaching the ultimate building level, recruitment capacity increases tenfold. Awesome! Lin Yi couldn't help but shout. The daily recruitment of 3,000 knights was already beyond imagination, but what thrilled her even more was the existence of the ultimate building above level 9. With the ultimate building blueprint, the daily recruitment could skyrocket to a staggering 30,000. Through the system inquiry, she learned that the blueprint could be obtained by defeating powerful monsters. The stronger the monster, the higher the drop rate. Although there were no related tasks for now, the word temporarily hinted that future missions might directly reward the blueprint. Wasting no more time, Lin Yi immediately initiated the first recruitment of the day. In a flash of golden light, 3,000 fully equipped royal griffin knights lined up neatly in the training ground. The golden griffins they rode emanated an imposing presence, their eyes gleaming with a chilling ferocity, as if even a dragon would be torn to shreds by their might. Summoning so many royal griffin knights at once was truly astonishing. In the square, 3,000 knights clad in gleaming silver armor stood in perfect formation. The golden griffins beneath them spread their majestic wings, letting out a series of clear, resounding cries. The spectacular sight left the old steward, Hoden, and the maid, Sally, utterly speechless. 3,000 royal griffin knights! Hoden exclaimed in awe. Our entire territory's population is less than 2,000. Lin Yi gazed at the awe-inspiring army before him and smiled with satisfaction. This is the advantage of upgrading unit buildings. I just spent hundreds of thousands of Lord coins to upgrade the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds to level 9. Now, I can recruit 3,000 knights every day. Hoden drew in a sharp breath. This meant that nearly 100,000 knights could be recruited in a month. What shocked him even more was that each knight's mount was a powerful golden griffin. To put it into perspective, even the kingdom of Clelia, renowned for its griffins, was said by bards to have a golden griffin knight corps of only 5,000. Even if that number was inaccurate, and Clelia's actual force was as high as 10,000 or even 30,000 golden griffin knights, that would still only equal Lin Yi's recruitment in 10 days. The accumulated strength of an ancient human kingdom over centuries was equivalent to just a few days of Lin Yi's progression, utterly unbelievable reality. What Hoden didn't know, however, was that the current level 9 training grounds were not yet at their ultimate form. Once fully upgraded, Lin Yi would be able to recruit 30,000 Royal Griffin Knights at once, a truly terrifying prospect. Young master, with this advanced training ground, the threats from the Ratmen Kingdom and the Dragon Charles should be resolved in no time, Hoden said, his voice filled with joy. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. When the clock struck midnight and a new day began, he would be able to recruit another 3,000 knights. By then, his Royal Griffin Knights would number nearly 8,000. Even if the Dragon Charles personally attacked, he would likely flee in defeat. While dragons were considered apex creatures, facing thousands of elite knights mounted on high-tier golden griffins, sheer numbers alone could overwhelm such a foe. Lin Yi turned his attention back to the 3,000 knights before him. During the recent recruitment, his Lord Talent, Ancient Bloodline, had been activated, and nearly 500 of them had unlocked extraordinary peak potential, becoming even more formidable Royal Judicator Griffin Knights. The epic Lord Talent, Awakening of Ancient Bloodline, while not as powerful as favored by all races, still left Lin Yi extremely satisfied. Its strategic value rivals that of a divine-level talent, particularly when it comes to randomly obtaining crown-ranked or godder units in the future, where its importance will become even more evident. Praise you, great lord. We pledge our lives to your service. Loyalty is a knight's honor. 3,000 royal knights clad in gleaming silver armor stood in formation, their unified shouts echoing through the night sky. As their words faded, the knights knelt in unison. The golden griffins beneath them bowed their heads and folded their massive wings at their sides as a gesture of submission. For these human and beast units, loyalty to their lord was their sole purpose of existence. Even death on the battlefield was not an end but the beginning of eternal life. When the Lord ascends to godhood and establishes a divine kingdom, their souls would be reborn within it, becoming the Lord's eternal devotees. Rise, Lin Yi commanded, raising an arm lightly before ordering this newly summoned Royal Griffin Knight Legion to join the ongoing battle. The night sky bore witness to the still-raging combat, as the continuous flow of enemy casualties confirmed. Tens of thousands of undead had already fallen to the knight's lances, yet more undead relentlessly emerged from the ground, a hallmark of their nature, especially during this peculiar time, making them nearly impossible to eradicate completely. Upon receiving the order, the 3,000 knights spurred their golden griffins into the air. Thousands of massive beasts flapped their wings in unison, soaring into the night sky and blotting out the moonlight as they headed toward the distant battlefield. The awe-inspiring sight left the three onlookers utterly stunned once again. On the opposite shore of Sapphire Lake, nearly 10,000 desert dwellers knelt on the ground, illuminated by countless campfires. This was not due to Lin Yi's command, but rather their reverence for the miracles the Lord had displayed. The newly joined desert folk, in particular, were profoundly moved after witnessing Lin Yi effortlessly summon thousands of royal griffin knights, elevating their admiration to its peak. Their faith shifted from the distant and intangible true god, Brewster, to the god-gifted figure before them. After all, it was Lin Yi who had provided them with tangible protection, unlike the elusive Brewster. The desert dwellers prayed devoutly, beseeching the Lord to safeguard this golden oasis from the ravages of war forever and hoping that all evil forces would be unable to breach the royal knight's defenses. In the underground world, the Ratmen Kingdom, the Rat King Aubrey sat atop his throne. His plump, rodent face was so bloated that his eyes were almost invisible, and at this moment, his expression was terrifyingly grim. Earlier, his mood had been relatively good. The Golden Oasis Griffin Knights had evidently discovered the existence of the Ratmen Kingdom and were wary of its strength. When they occupied the Shailen region, they deliberately avoided the Ratmen Kingdom's territory, leaving the kingdom with a hunting ground. This news somewhat alleviated the Rat King's hostility toward the Golden Oasis. If the Griffin Knights had taken over all of Shailen, causing a food crisis, he would have been forced to start a war, either sending the Ratmen army to attack the Golden Oasis or seeking aid from their great master, Charles. But a new threat quickly emerged. The appearance of devil rays awakened the slumbering undead in the depths, and countless undead creatures, drawn by blood and souls, began to invade Shailen on a massive scale. Wherever they passed, trees withered, corpses littered the ground, and many magical beasts and animals were slaughtered. Worse yet, this undead army continued to grow. Not only were more subterranean undead joining their ranks, but the dead magical beasts and animals were also transforming into new undead. At this rate, Shailen was destined to become a barren wasteland. The undead would only return to their subterranean slumber after the last living being was killed. This posed a deadly threat to the Ratmen Kingdom. Without prey, and with the fruit trees withering under necromantic magic, they would face a severe food shortage. The starvation of ordinary Ratmen wasn't the biggest concern. With their astounding ability to reproduce in litters of a dozen or more, the population could recover quickly. However, the food supply for the Dark Dragon Charles could not be compromised under any circumstances. This temperamental master, if left hungry, might very well make the Rat King himself his first target. Is there no one who can solve this problem for me? Rat King Aubrey roared, his voice echoing through the grand hall. The gathered ministers cowered at the sound, none daring to meet the gaze of their enraged king. No one will step forward, is that it? The Rat King said menacingly. Then when the food crisis hits, they'll sacrifice each and every one of you to Master Charles. At these words, the entire court turned pale with terror. Soon, someone mustered their courage and stepped forward. Your Majesty, King Aubrey, the scale of this undead calamity is unprecedented and poses a grave threat. We must act immediately and not allow the undead to continue ravaging the Shailen region. I propose we deploy the royal army at once to eliminate them and simultaneously gather food supplies from areas not yet affected, to prevent the situation from worsening further. As soon as the words were spoken, another high-ranking official hastily added, Your Majesty, while we are powerful, engaging the undead army Hedon would result in significant losses. Instead, we should send an envoy to the Golden Oasis to seek assistance from the Golden Griffin Knights. After all, if Shailen falls to the undead, their food supply will also be severely impacted. King Aubrey, the Rat King, nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile spreading across his plump face. These ministers, much like stubborn mules, only understand the sting of the whip when it's applied. He turned to the first official who had spoken. Since you proposed the fight against the undead army, you shall personally lead the forces to Shailen. Then, shifting his gaze to the second official, he added, As for you, tomorrow you will depart as the royal envoy to the Golden Oasis. While you're there, gather detailed information about the situation. Upon hearing this, the two officials turned pale. Fighting the undead was nearly a death sentence, with the horrifying possibility of being turned into the undead themselves, forever condemned to unrest. Meanwhile, the mission to the Golden Oasis was fraught with its own dangers, with no guarantee of a safe return. Both now deeply regretted speaking up, wishing they had let someone else take the lead. After the court meeting concluded, King Aubrey tapped the armrest of his throne lightly with his scepter. Moments later, a figure cloaked in black emerged silently from the shadows. Envoy, my kingdom is facing a crisis with the undead plague, the Rat King began, only to be cut off by the cloaked figure, who said coldly, What does that have to do with me? The Rat King's plump face twisted with anger, barely restraining himself from striking the figure with his scepter. This ungrateful individual lived off his resources, enjoyed his hospitality, and was even served by the kingdom's most elegant female ratfolk. Yet now, in the kingdom's time of need, he showed such indifference, even a hint of schadenfreude. After much haggling, the cloaked figure finally agreed to lend his aid. When the Rat King promised to reward him with beautiful women upon success, the figure disdainfully demanded human women instead. The Rat King eagerly pounded his chest in agreement, secretly relieved that he wouldn't have to part with his beloved ratfolk beauties. After leaving the grand hall, the figure in a black robe stepped into the most mysterious forbidden area of the Ratmen Kingdom. It was an immense man-made cavern, with the walls covered in chisel marks. On one side of the cavern, a subterranean river flowed quietly, providing the Ratmen Kingdom with a steady supply of water. This abundance of resources was the reason they did not need to occupy the central riverbed of the sandy plains. At the center of the cavern stood a solemn altar, densely engraved with runes. Each magical node on the altar was embedded with a dark energy gemstone that emitted a faint, eerie glow. These gemstones, similar to magic crystals, could be used to craft magical equipment or ground into powder for writing magical scrolls. The magical elements within them could also be extracted through secretive methods. The primary difference between these gemstones and magic crystals was their origin. Magic gemstones were gifts from nature, while magic crystals were rare treasures found within the bodies of certain magical beasts. Atop the altar lay a massive, terrifying creature. Its enormous body spanned over 100 meters in length, dwarfing even Lin Yi's most majestic golden griffin. Its entire form was covered in pitch-black scales, layered like fish scales. Its powerful limbs supported a body adorned with a pair of enormous, dramatic wings extending from its sides. This was the dark dragon, Charles. The oppressive aura emanating from its form was so overwhelming that even the black-robed figure revered as an extraordinary archmage by the Rat King Aubrey could not hide a flicker of dread. Yet, beyond this instinctive fear, the black-robed figure's eyes betrayed a burning greed and desire. As the figure approached, Charles slowly opened its golden, slit-pupiled eyes, making its presence even more menacing. Human mage blinded by power and desire. "What brings you here?" the dragon asked in a deep, rumbling voice. "Lord Charles, the Ratmen Kingdom is facing a minor undead calamity, and I intend to help these humble rats overcome this disaster," the figure replied. "Is that so?" Charles's tone was indifferent. "I thought you came to inquire about the progress of my recovery." The dragon showed no concern for the plight of the Ratmen Kingdom, nor any intention of protecting such insignificant beings. It was merely waiting for its wounds to heal so it could leave this dark underground world and return to its blue skies and bountiful hunting grounds. "Of course, I am deeply concerned about Lord Charles's recovery as well," the black-robed figure said hastily. Charles let out a cold snort, exhaling 2 blasts of powerful dragon fire from its nostrils, distorting the air around them. "In no more than 6 months, my wounds will fully heal. When that time comes, I will fulfill my promise and forge a contract with you. To become Lord Charles's companion would be the greatest honor of my life," the black-robed figure exclaimed, his breathing quickening with excitement. The long wait was nearing its end. Just 6 more months, and he would become a revered dragon mage. "Human, you may leave now. Do not disturb me again during this time," the dragon's voice echoed throughout the cavern. "Yes, Master Charles," the figure in the black robe said respectfully before immediately turning and leaving the cave. He paid no mind to the arrogant demeanor of the dragon, Charles. After all, arrogance was inherent to dragons. Even the nature spirits who ruled the forest of life could hardly earn their respect, let alone a mere human. To dragons, humans, despite being an advanced intelligent species, were nothing more than weak creatures. But enduring such disdain was a small price to pay if it meant securing a partnership contract with the mighty dragon Charles. Once the black-robed figure was out of sight, Charles slowly unfolded his left wing, revealing his astonishingly bloated abdomen. Near his heart, a massive emerald-green arrow, several meters long, was deeply embedded. The arrow radiated a luminous, jade-like glow, and fresh dragon blood continued to drip from its tail. This very arrow was the source of his grievous injury. For 2 years, Charles had painstakingly worked to neutralize the domain power within the arrow. Removing it recklessly would only cause its energy to tear apart his heart. A wound even a dragon could not survive. "Just 1 more month, and I can pull it out," Charles murmured to himself. The 6-month timeline he had given the black-robed man was a blatant lie. A mere human mage dared to dream of imitating a dragon knight? Once his wounds were healed, that foolish human would become his first prey. As Charles gazed at the emerald arrow embedded in his chest, memories of the past flooded back, igniting a blazing fury in his dragon eyes. Damn nature spirits. Damn trance. Soon, you will all pay the price for provoking a dragon. His murderous intent filled the entire cave. Meanwhile, in the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi was focused on upgrading his territory. He neither knew nor cared that the Ratmen Kingdom was amassing an army to confront the Undead Legion invading the Shaolin Desert. After spending 10,000 units of gold, wood, and stone, the intermediate town hall was successfully upgraded to an advanced town hall. Now, only one final step remained to reach the city hall level, requiring 30,000 units of each resource. For Lin Yi, who still had 160,000 gold coins, this was hardly a concern. The moment he confirmed the upgrade command, a brilliant golden light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire oasis. From above, it looked as though greenery was rapidly consuming the surrounding dunes. Towering trees sprang up from the ground, and the sapphire lake expanded in size. In the southwest of the oasis, a mountain imbued with the glimmer of iron or appeared out of thin air, a gift from the system itself. The town hall stood majestically before Lin Yi, resembling a grand and opulent royal palace. With ease, He upgraded the small town hall to a full-fledged town hall in one go, consuming only a modest amount of resources. He still had 130,000 gold coins left in his possession. To upgrade the town hall to an intermediate level, he would need to gather an additional 10,000 units of refined iron. However, Lin Yi wasn't in a rush to proceed. Starting from this level, the resources required for upgrades began to multiply exponentially. Based on the consumption ratio, upgrading the town hall to a city hall would demand at least 800,000 gold coins and over 1,000,000 units of basic resources. He decided to reserve the remaining gold coins for other purposes, for instance, upgrading special buildings like the Altar of Luck or the Spring of Elves, or preparing for the construction of newly unlocked troop buildings. However, the newly unlocked walls and fortifications could be constructed immediately. These defensive structures would significantly enhance the security of the Golden Oasis. Just then, a series of system notifications flashed through his mind. Congratulations, Lord. The core building has been upgraded to a town hall. Main quest completed. Random Lord talent acquired. You have obtained the Lord talent, Saint of Light. New main quest unlocked. Upgrade the core building to a city hall. Reward. Random Lord talent. Following this were prompts for 2 side quests. The first was to eliminate or subdue the Rat Men Kingdom, with a reward of a random blueprint, which could include territory buildings or troop buildings. The second was to slay or subdue the Dark Dragon, Charles, with a reward of a new Lord title. The rewards for these side quests immediately caught Lin Yi's attention, especially the potential blueprint for troop buildings, something that had never appeared in previous quests. As for the Lord title, it was an unprecedented reward. Currently, Lin Yi possessed 2 titles, Lord of the Golden Oasis and Viscount of the Stanlow Kingdom. The former granted him absolute authority over his territory, while the latter was practically useless. In Stanlow Kingdom, his Viscount title not only failed to provide any benefits, but also became a burden due to his status as a wanted fugitive. The aging king could revoke his noble rank at any moment. Because of this, Lin Yi was particularly intrigued by the system's new title reward. This title might just bring him an unexpected advantage. Lin Yi eagerly examined his newly acquired Lordly Talent Light Saint. It was an advanced, upgradable ability that revealed his affinity for the light element had reached a perfect level, marking him as an exceptional prospect for the light faction. Even more exciting was the fact that all non-evil units under his command would deal 30 more damage when battling undead, dark, and other evil-aligned creatures. Although it was merely an advanced talent, it held limitless potential. By slaying 100,000 creatures of the evil faction, the talent could be upgraded to a rare level, bringing even greater bonuses. Lin Yi's heart burned with determination. This meant that with enough accumulated kills, he could potentially elevate this talent to divine or even super divine levels in the future. His Royal Griffin Knight Legion would benefit greatly from this, not only dealing increased damage to undead creatures, but also accelerating the accumulation of kills against evil beings. This made Lin Yi secretly hope the Undead Calamity would last longer, as the endless waves of undead creatures would serve as the perfect catalyst for enhancing his talent. Next, Lin Yi began constructing a massive wall, consuming 5,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone. Surprisingly, this wall did not merely encircle the core area of his territory, but encompassed the entire Golden Oasis. From the dense forests to the stone mountain mines, from the Sapphire Lake to the dwellings of the desert inhabitants, every region was unified within this colossal structure. The wall formed an irregular oval shape, stretching up to 8 kilometers at its widest point and over 5 kilometers at its narrowest. Its total length exceeded 20 kilometers. Standing 8 meters tall and 6 meters thick, it was constructed entirely of solid bluestone. To call it a wall would be an understatement. It was more akin to a grand city wall. The old steward, Hoden, gazed at this miraculous feat of engineering, once again awestruck by the Lord's capabilities. Yet Lin Yi was far from finished. He proceeded to place 300 low-level arrow towers atop the wall, spacing them roughly 80 meters apart. He then integrated numerous fortresses into the wall, creating a seamless defensive system that made his territory nearly impenetrable. The arrow towers and fortresses constructed by Lin Yi using the Lord system were fundamentally different from the defensive structures of the native world. They could automatically identify and attack any enemies attempting to invade the Golden Oasis without the need for station troops. The arrow towers were equipped with standard arrows, while the fortresses were armed with more powerful heavy crossbow bolts. These massive bolts, up to 3 meters long, could easily pierce through solid rock. Lin Yi built 100 fortresses along the walls, with each fortress spaced approximately 240 meters apart, and 3 arrow towers positioned between each interval. The construction of these defenses consumed a total of 50,000 units of wood and 100,000 units of stone. But that wasn't all. Lin Yi further invested 90,000 units of wood and 30,000 units of stone to upgrade all 300 arrow towers to intermediate level, significantly enhancing their lethality. If not for running out of resources, he would have continued upgrading. To advance these intermediate arrow towers to the advanced level, each would require 1,000 units of wood and 500 units of stone, totaling 300,000 units of wood and 150,000 units of stone. Although resources were currently insufficient, gathering wood and stone was no longer a challenge for the Golden Oasis. Within 2 days, they would have enough resources to complete the upgrades. In the next few days, we need to speed up hunting efforts and focus on strengthening the elite squad, Lin Yi said to the old steward, Hoden, standing beside him. Is young master planning to make a move against the Rat Kingdom? Hoden asked. After all, how can one allow others to rest easy under their own roof? Lin Yi smiled and replied, even if we advocate for peace, once this undead crisis passes, the Rat Kingdom won't be able to coexist with us peacefully. After all, our existence poses a significant threat to their survival. Although there had been no direct conflict between the two sides so far, this superficial calm was only temporary. Lin Yi wanted to eradicate the Rat Kingdom, and the Rat King Aubrey wanted to eliminate him. To the Rat Kingdom, Lin Yi and his royal griffin riders were foreign invaders. Once the Rat King Aubrey discovered that Lin Yi had established a territory in the Golden Oasis, he would stop at nothing to destroy him. You have a point, young master. Hoden nodded in agreement but added, however, once the Rat Kingdom is wiped out, the neighboring non-human factions, and even the Forest City, will likely become aware of you and your territory. At that point, the Golden Oasis will be fully exposed to the world. Lin Yi smiled and said, it was never going to remain hidden forever. Sophia's side won't be able to keep it a secret for long anyway. The people of the Forest City aren't fools. No matter how discreetly Sophia operates, they can still find traces of her actions. Lin Yi understood that the other side might already have some information about their territory. However, he wasn't worried. The rapid development of their territory far exceeded Forest City's expectations. As long as they maintained their lead, the threat would remain insignificant. Understood, young master, the old butler, Hoden, replied respectfully with a nod. It's getting late. You should rest, Lin Yi said, glancing at the darkening sky outside the window. He still had to stay awake until midnight to wait for the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds to refresh, allowing him to recruit 3,000 new Royal Griffin Knights. By the next morning, after the early hours of recruitment, Lin Yi's Royal Griffin Knight total had reached 8,000, forming 8 regiments. Each regiment was equipped with 12 to 13 Royal Judicator Knights from the elite squad. These Griffin Knights willingly sacrificed their experience points to help the Judicator Knights level up quickly. After resting for a few hours, the Royal Griffin Knight regiments began to set out one after another. Over 30 Royal Judicator Knights had already advanced to the Extraordinary tier, and it wouldn't be long before all 100 Judicator Knights from the elite squad reached the same level. At that point, Lin Yi would be ready to direct his forces toward the Ratmen Kingdom. Another new day. Lin Yi stretched lazily as he stepped out of the town hall. Last night's friendly interaction with the young maid Sally left him feeling slightly tired, but his extraordinary physique quickly restored his energy. Looking at the majestic Royal Knight Hall in the distance, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Acquiring the 9th tier troop building had far exceeded his expectations, all thanks to the system and the Fountain of Elves. For now, the upgrade of the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds was put on hold until the ultimate troop building blueprint was obtained. He only needed to wait a few more days for the refresh of the Super Divine Lord talent, hoping for a brand new troop building. In the distance, the noise of bustling voices echoed. Groups of sandfolk were heading to their respective work assignments. Due to the Undead Calamity, Salt Lake mining had been suspended, and over 7,000 sandfolk were divided into 2 groups, one tasked with logging and the other with quarrying stone. Among the crowd, the Gnoll Agu strode with confidence, exuding the demeanor of a chief steward. Since becoming the overseer of the sandfolk settlement, his every gesture carried the air of leadership. Upon spotting Lin Yi, he quickly adjusted his expression to one of flattery and hurried forward. Oh, great divine envoy, your humble servant Agu is assigning tasks to the sandfolk. Do you have any new orders? There are indeed a few matters, Lin Yi replied. Send 2 teams, one to harvest the ripe red dragon fruits and another to mine iron ore in the southwestern region. Also, the passageways of the territory's 8 main gates need to be rebuilt. Make sure they're wide and level. Don't skimp on the resources. As you command, my master. Agu the Gnoll replied with utmost reverence. By midday, good news arrived. The Royal Griffin Knights who had ventured out returned with a large number of sandfolk, pushing the territory's population past 10,000. As a result, the special task for the skill tower blueprint was finally completed. Lin Yi carefully studied the blueprints of the professional skills tower. This structure, which allowed citizens to learn professional skills, required 1,000 gold coins and 500 units of stone to construct, the same building conditions as the Altar of Happiness and the Elven Spring. As he reviewed the building details, Lin Yi noticed a crucial detail. All special buildings required gold coins for construction and upgrades. With each level increase, the gold coin requirement would skyrocket tenfold. For instance, Upgrading the current intermediate level altar of luck and Elven spring to advanced level would require a staggering 100,000 gold coins. In contrast, ordinary buildings like arrow towers, walls, warehouses, and markets could be constructed and upgraded using basic resources such as wood and stone. Identifying an open space near the altar of luck, Lin Yi quickly constructed the professional skills tower. It was an imposing four-story tower, with the first floor taking up nearly half of its height, while the upper three levels gradually narrowed. At the very top was a sharp spire. The entire building had a diameter of 18 meters and stood about 40 meters tall. Upon examining the building's information, Lin Yi discovered that the tower not only allowed citizens to learn various professional skills such as magical arts, night combat techniques, alchemy, and forging, but also increased the probability of citizens advancing to professional status. Even better, the higher the building's level, the greater this probability. With the intention of further enhancing the tower, Lin Yi immediately invested 10,000 gold coins and 5,000 units of stone to upgrade the professional skills tower to an intermediate level. The upgraded tower became even more magnificent, with the base diameter expanding to over 30 meters, the total height reaching 70 meters, and the number of floors increasing to 5. Most importantly, the maximum level of learnable skills rose from king level to extraordinary level, meaning that both Lin Yi and his extraordinary level Royal Holy Judgment Knights could train in even more advanced skills here. What truly amazed Lin Yi, however, was a newly added special note in the building's information. A fully upgraded professional skills tower could provide insights into the laws and related profound knowledge. It was known that the laws were the hallmark of demigod-level Powera domain beyond the mastery of the saint level. Even titled quasi-gods could only ascend to their rank after reaching a certain level of comprehension in the laws. The fact that this tower could offer insights into such profound truths was an extraordinary discovery. Lin Yi contemplated his future development plans. Through this town, he could not only attract powerful individuals from the local world to settle, but also potentially turn these talents into his loyal followers. Reaching the intermediate level for now will suffice. I'll consider further upgrades once I have saint-tier troops under my command, he murmured to himself. He then called for the young maid, Sally, who was busy preparing lunch, and together they entered the tower. The day passed quickly. With the latest summoning, Lin Yi's Royal Griffin Knights had exceeded 12,000 in number. This additional 1,000 knights came from a troop blueprint he unexpectedly obtained while hunting, a pleasant surprise that greatly lifted his spirits. The advanced studies at the professional skill tower also yielded significant results. Lin Yi mastered his first transcendent magic skill Meteor Shower. This skill could summon a dense barrage of explosive fireballs from high above, covering a range with a diameter of 100 meters. In a field test, it instantly reduced an undead army of several hundred to ashes, completely annihilating any chance of resurrection. The young maid Sally's progress was even more remarkable. Perhaps due to her lower level or extraordinary talent, she managed to master 3 magic skills in one go: Ice Spike, Thunderball, and Frost Ring, officially embarking on the path of a mage. To fulfill his promise, Lin Yi dispatched a squad of knights to escort her on an adventure, hoping she would soon ascend to the rank of a saint-tier maid. Great divine envoy! Nolagu suddenly burst into the town hall, panting as he reported. The Sandfolk discovered a group of sneaky rat men near the walls. They claimed to be envoys from the Ratmen Kingdom and request an audience. Envoys from the Ratmen Kingdom? Lin Yi was slightly surprised. Bring it in. Before long, Agu escorted a large rat into the hall. The Ratman envoy stood in the center, visibly awestruck as it surveyed its surroundings. As a high-ranking member of the Ratmen Kingdom, it had visited the Golden Oasis, just a few dozen kilometers away, multiple times. Yet the scene before it was beyond belief: an expansive sapphire lake, vegetation as lush as a forest, and grand architectural structures, all unmistakable signs of formidable power. Honorable human lord, the Ratman envoy stammered, on behalf of the great King Aubrey and the Ratmen Kingdom, I extend our most sincere respects to you. Before it could finish, Nolagu pressed it to the ground and scolded, You lowly rat! When appearing before my master, you must kneel in reverence. And remember, only my master is worthy of being called great. The Ratman envoy fell into an awkward silence, leaving Lin Yi momentarily at a loss for words as well. After the brief interlude, Lin Yi asked seriously, What did Aubrey send you here for? The Ratfolk envoy, though displeased by Lin Yi's casual reference to their Rat King, did not dare to correct him. Bowing slightly, it said urgently, Honorable Lord, I bring a message from His Majesty Aubrey. He hopes to form an alliance with you. Our desert is currently facing an unprecedented undead calamity. There was a clear note of anxiety in its voice, particularly in the Shaolin region, where over 100,000 undead have gathered. Among them are powerful undead night legions rampaging everywhere. These undead not only slaughter magical beasts and animals, but also corrupt fruit trees with necrotic energy, severely damaging the entire ecosystem. A glimmer of hope flashed in the envoy's eyes. With the aid of your Golden Griffin Knight Legion, combined with our Ratfolk army, we could surely annihilate these undead completely. Lin Yi listened to the envoy's account, his expression largely indifferent. Indeed, the number of undead in the wild had been growing at an alarming rate. The earlier prediction by that extraordinary Royal Inquisitor Knight had proven overly optimistic. Even though the Royal Griffin Knight Legion had already destroyed tens of thousands of undead, they continued to emerge endlessly, as if they could never be eradicated. The Ratfolk envoy continued, I set out from the kingdom early yesterday morning, but with undead infesting every path, I had to take numerous detours, which delayed my arrival until today. The situation is far worse than anyone anticipated. Lin Yi responded calmly, as a peace-loving lord, I too wish to form an alliance with the Rat Kingdom. Unfortunately, my resources are limited. The Golden Griffin Knight Legion is currently just sufficient to defend the area around the Oasis, and cannot spare any forces to support the Shaolin region. But, my lord, the Ratfolk envoy interrupted urgently, your Golden Griffin Knights are masters of the skies. It would not take them long to reach Shaolin. Once my legion has cleared the undead near the Oasis and resolved the crisis here, I will consider your request. Lin Yi interrupted, his tone even. The Ratfolk envoy fell silent. It was all too clear that this was merely an excuse. How long would it take to truly eliminate the ever-rising undead in the desert? Evidently, this human lord had no intention of forming an alliance, and might even be waiting to see the Rat Kingdom suffer heavy losses in this disaster. I understand, the envoy murmured. I will convey your words to His Majesty. I shall take my leave now. No need to rush, Lin Yi said with a faint smile. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the Gnoll Lagu had already grabbed the Ratfolk envoy, who had turned to leave, and dragged it back. The Ratfolk envoy immediately began trembling all over. It regretted coming here in the first place. Now it seemed not only had the chance for cooperation failed, but its very life might also be in danger. The Ratman envoy trembled as he asked, Honorable human lord, is there anything else you wish to command? A faint, enigmatic smile suddenly curved Lin Yi's lips. Do you wish to live, or to die? My lord, I am an envoy of the Ratman Kingdom. You cannot kill me. The envoy's voice instantly turned shrill, his terror written all over his face. The Ratmen who came with you trespassed into my territory and have already been executed, Lin Yi said calmly. He then gave a meaningful glance to the Gnoll, Lagu. Understanding immediately, Lagu hurried out of the hall, and returned shortly to report that the task had been completed. Mercy, my lord. The Ratman envoy's face turned ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Do not be afraid. I am offering you a chance to live, Lin Yi said, his tone suddenly softening. Honorable lord, as long as you spare my life, I will do anything you ask, the envoy quickly declared. Good. Lin Yi's smile deepened. Now, kneel before me, swear loyalty to the Golden Oasis, and become one of my subjects. Then you may leave. Become your subject? The envoy thought to himself. A simple oath could never truly bind him. His loyalty would always belong to the Ratman Kingdom. Did this human lord not understand that? After confirming that all he needed to do was swear an oath, the Ratman envoy immediately knelt and pledged his allegiance. Lin Yi, satisfied, allowed him to stand and then asked, What is the current status of the dragon? Charles. The envoy described in detail how Charles was recuperating in a forbidden area of the Ratman Kingdom and how rumors claimed he had reached the saint level in power. He couldn't quite understand why he was being so forthcoming. After a moment of thought, Lin Yi issued a new command. When you return to the Ratman Kingdom, I want you to gather all possible information about the dragon, Charles. As you command, great lord. The envoy froze mid-sentence, bewildered by his own willingness to accept such a perilous task. Lin Yi waved him off, instructing Agu to send desert coyotes to escort the envoy out. At the city gates, Agu patted the envoy on the shoulder, reminding him to complete the mission. The Ratman envoy mounted a leader-class desert coyote and rode away, his mind in turmoil. He resolved that he would never betray his kingdom, but merely gathering information didn't seem like betrayal. Yet what disturbed him more was the strange thought creeping into his mind. The idea of taking treasures from King Aubrey's vault to present to his new master. Damn it, what am I even thinking? I would never do such a thing. The Ratman envoy shook his head, trying to dispel the thoughts, but they lingered stubbornly. With the desert coyotes as their means of transportation, the Ratfolk messenger reached the edge of the Shaolin region in less than 2 hours. Although they had to take detours to avoid a few groups of undead along the way, the journey remained remarkably swift. Howl! A low growl came from the leader of the desert coyotes as it led its pack toward the direction of the Golden Oasis. Watching the agile figures gradually disappear over the horizon stirred a sense of longing in the Ratfolk messenger's heart. They knew that a high-tier mount like a golden griffin was far beyond their reach, but owning a desert coyote as a steed would already be more than satisfying. If I can complete this mission successfully, perhaps the generous Lord might grant me one. This thought had barely surfaced when the ratfolk messenger snapped out of it. Damn it, how could I think this way? They cursed themselves angrily, silently reaffirming their loyalty to the Rat Kingdom. Just then, the distant sound of intense battle cries reached their ears. The ratfolk messenger quickly climbed a rocky hill to get a better view of the commotion. The sight before them was overwhelming. The army of the Rat Kingdom was locked in a fierce battle with the undead forces, turning the entire Shaolin region into a battlefield of blood and fire. Elite ratfolk warriors fell one after another, while undead creatures were continuously shattered. Suddenly, a figure in a black robe appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Wielding a magic staff, the figure unleashed massive black spheres with every wave of their hand. Each sphere struck the ground, creating devastating dark shockwaves that annihilated everything in their path. Whether it was ordinary undead, powerful ghouls, or undead knights, they were all pulverized in an instant, their soul flames extinguished. It's the envoy who serves under His Majesty Aubrey. The ratfolk messenger recognized the fearsome human mage. Witnessing such overwhelming power left them deeply awestruck. With such a formidable ally in the fight, perhaps the undead crisis in the Shaolin region could truly be resolved. If this undead calamity were to inflict significant losses on the kingdom, then the Lord might. The dangerous thought barely emerged before the ratfolk messenger shook their head vigorously to dispel it. They silently berated themselves for harboring such disloyal ideas. Afterward, the messenger returned to the Rat Kingdom through a concealed underground passage and was soon granted an audience with Rat King Aubrey. Have you completed the task I assigned you? What exactly is the situation at the Golden Oasis? The Rat King, seated on the throne, looked down at his subordinate and asked. Your Majesty Aubrey, the ratfolk messenger quickly replied, the Golden Oasis has indeed undergone some changes, but they are not significant. I did not see any golden griffin riders there. Instead, I encountered a human lord. In the grand and resplendent palace hall, the Rat King Aubrey sat with a serious expression, listening intently to the emissary's report. The esteemed lord is very willing to cooperate with our king, and has promised to send the Golden Griffin Knight Legion to assist us after clearing out the undead creatures surrounding the oasis. That's all? Yes, your majesty, that's all. The Rat King Aubrey frowned deeply. The primary purpose of dispatching the minister to the Golden Oasis was to assess its military strength, particularly the true intentions behind the presence of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion in the region. Yet now, the emissary had returned with such insignificant information? Are you hiding something from me? The Rat King's sharp gaze bore into the emissary. I wouldn't dare. The rat emissary fell to the ground, trembling. You are His Majesty, my king. As your loyal servant, how could I ever deceive you? I have told you everything I know. And your attendants? We were attacked by undead creatures multiple times on the way, and they all perished. If I hadn't fled quickly, I fear I wouldn't have made it back to the kingdom either. I see. You may leave now. The Rat King waved his hand expressionlessly. As you command, your majesty. The emissary hurriedly exited the hall, leaving in a panic. Watching the emissary's disappearing figure, the Rat King Aubrey felt a tinge of doubt but decided not to probe further. In his view, betrayal was an impossibility within the Rat Kingdom, a notion he firmly believed. However, upon returning to his own domain, the rat emissary immediately began a series of secretive operations. First, he planted trusted subordinates in the food delivery team, aiming to gather information on the Dragon Charles's condition. As a high-ranking member of the Rat Kingdom, such tasks were effortless for him. Later, I'll meet with the 17th Queen Consort and have her figure out a way to steal the key to King Aubrey's treasury. The emissary muttered to himself. She's my younger sister. She won't refuse me. Suddenly, he shook his head violently. No, no. How could I even think of doing such a thing? King Aubrey is my sovereign, the one I serve. The emissary repeatedly admonished himself to remain a loyal subject. In response, the Lord's system conveyed a message to Lin Yi. It may deceive itself, deceive its oath, but it cannot deceive me. A saint-tier? Lin Yi frowned slightly. Even an injured saint-tier dragon, wielding the power of its domain, was not to be underestimated. This also validated his earlier decision to assemble an elite team. Over the past few days, although the Royal Griffin Knight Legion had not hunted magical beasts in the Saren region, they had eliminated a significant number of undead creatures. All the experience gained was used to advance the elite team, causing their levels to skyrocket. By the day after tomorrow at the latest, the entire elite team would ascend to the Transcendent tier. Meanwhile, Lin Yi himself had advanced to Mid-Transcendent. On the information panel of his Lord Talent, the Radiant Saint, the number of undead creatures slain had surpassed 80,000 and was nearing the 100,000 mark. Once that milestone was reached, the Royal Griffin Knight's damage against undead creatures would increase even further. All in all, This undead calamity had unexpectedly become a rare opportunity for Lin Yi. Lin Yi, with some free time on his hands, decided to inspect the progress of daily tasks within his territory. A bustling scene greeted him. The sandfolk were busy building roads between the 8 walled gates. Teams of workers compacted the road surfaces, ensuring they were level and sturdy. From the iron mine came the rhythmic sounds of mining. To Lin Yi's surprise, the small mine produced high-quality refined iron that could be directly used to forge equipment, requiring no additional processing. The daily output was a steady 30,000 units. Although, at the current rate of extraction, the mine would be depleted within a month, the territory's upgrades would inevitably expand the vein and increase its reserves. Passing through the territory to the orchard, Lin Yi found that the red dragon fruits had been harvested, yielding over 10,000 pounds, double the previous harvest. This growth was attributed to the territory's level increase. Lin Yi used the plant growth acceleration potion again, reducing the red dragon fruit tree's growth cycle by a third. A new batch of fruit would soon be ready for harvest. At the ranch, the population of desert coyotes had grown to nearly 10,000, while the number of moose had reached 50,000, all healthy and robust. In Sapphire Lake, the population of silver-tailed fish and native species had surged, with native fish reproducing at an astonishing rate. If not for the territory upgrade that expanded the lake size, the silver-tailed fish might have faced habitat pressure. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately summoned the Gnoll Agu. Gather a group of female sandfolk and have them weave fishing nets and baskets. Start catching the native fish in the next couple of days. Understood, my lord. Agu obeyed and left to carry out the order. Afterward, Lin Yi headed to the professional skills tower to continue improving his abilities. 2 days later, he successfully upgraded all 300 arrow towers to an advanced level, consuming hundreds of thousands of units of wood and stone. This upgrade was absolutely necessary. Undead creatures in the wilderness were becoming increasingly numerous. Even with the Royal Griffin Knight Corps tirelessly hunting them down, the battlefield had shrunk to the vicinity of the Golden Oasis. Occasionally, some undead managed to break through the hunting perimeter, approaching the arrow tower's range. Things seemed to be getting more and more serious. Lin Yi remarked to the old steward, Hoden, in the town hall. Indeed, young master. Hoden replied with a worried expression. At first, I thought this undead crisis wouldn't last long, but I never expected their numbers to keep increasing. At dawn, Lin Yi rode his radiant golden griffin, patrolling the skies above his territory. Below, the land was teeming with wandering undead. In the Shaolin region, hordes of undead were busy constructing outposts, piling the corpses of magical beasts, wild animals, and rat men into towering mounds that exuded a nauseating aura of death. The actions of these necrotic creatures were horrifying if left unchecked. The entire Shaolin region could become a death-shrouded domain of the undead. What's the situation with the Rat Min Kingdom? Lin Yi inquired. The old steward, Hoden, wore a grave expression. The Rat Min Kingdom suffered a crushing defeat, abandoning tens of thousands of corpses as they fled back underground in panic. Even that mysterious extraordinary mage was powerless to turn the tide and ended up being severely injured after being besieged by hordes of gargoyles and wraiths. The news made Lin Yi's eyelid twitch. If even an extraordinary level mage couldn't withstand the undead army, the situation was far direr than he had imagined. I had initially planned to break open the passage entrance and lure the undead toward the Rat Min Kingdom, Lin Yi sighed. But now it seems that even if we stand by and do nothing, the Rat Min Kingdom won't last long. Sooner or later, the undead will discover them. Hoden nodded in agreement. This undead calamity has far exceeded expectations. What's most concerning is that if large-scale undead activity emerges in the distant desert regions as well, it would result in a true undead catastrophe. The entire Kalar Desert, including the Shaman Kingdom and all other factions, would be in grave peril. Lin Yi, however, revealed a faint smile. If it truly escalates into an undead catastrophe, the natural elves of the Forest of Life, the humans of the fertile lands, and other intelligent races in the surrounding regions won't sit idly by. The undead, as immortal creatures, won't be confined to the desert. Once a calamity forms, it will inevitably spill over to neighboring areas. To prevent the situation from worsening, these powerful races are bound to intervene. Imagine would the natural elves simply watch as the undead army grows strong enough to threaten the Forest of Life? The key is to accelerate the development of our territory to ensure we survive this undead calamity. Sometimes, chaos brings opportunity. Understood, my lord. Hoden responded before taking his leave. When he was alone, Lin Yi reviewed his Lord Talent information. Lord Talent Holy Envoy of Light. Level: Rare. Upgradable Talent. Description: Perfect affinity with light elements, a prodigy of the light faction. Special effect: Non-evil faction troops under your command deal 80 increased damage to evil creatures. Upgrade requirement: Kill 5 million evil faction creatures. Current progress: 472,000. This talent had just upgraded 2 nights ago from Holy Disciple of Light to Holy Envoy of Light, causing the damage boost to skyrocket from 30 to 80. The remarkable improvement was immediately evident within just 2 days. His Royal Knight Corps had slain nearly 500,000 undead. This success was partly due to the sheer number of undead, and partly because the Royal Griffin Knight Corps had expanded significantly. Through continuous recruitment and the support of unit blueprints, the Corps now boasted nearly 19,000 knights. By the end of tonight's recruitment, the Corps size would surpass the 20,000 mark. What excited Lin Yi the most wasn't the expansion of the Royal Griffin Knight Corps, but the fact that his Super Divine Lord talent, favored by all races, was set to refresh tonight. This meant he would gain a brand new unit building. As a lord, Lin Yi understood clearly that territory and military units were the two core elements of power. The level of his territory dictated the speed of its development, while the strength of his military directly impacted both its defensive capabilities and its ability to expand outward. Even though he already possessed the formidable Royal Griffin Knight Corps, with a level 9 training ground capable of recruiting 3,000 knights, Dahlia force so powerful that any intelligent race on the sacred continent would revere it as a divine artifact, still yearned for more. Faced with the looming challenges ahead, Lin Yi longed for even stronger military units. He eagerly anticipated tonight's talent refresh, hoping it would bring him good fortune. After all, obtaining blueprints for unit buildings from the Lord system was never an easy task. Opening his attribute panel, Lin Yi carefully reviewed his current status. Identity: Lord, Viscount of the Stanlow Kingdom. Territory: Golden Oasis. Level: Height Tier Extraordinary. Lord Talents: Favored by all races, Super Divine. Awakening of Ancient Bloodlines Epic. Radiant Envoy Rare. Gold Reserves: 239,300 coins. This near 240,000 gold reserve had been painstakingly accumulated for the new unit building. Ever since upgrading his territory's core to a town hall, he had been saving relentlessly. If it weren't for the low drop rates of the undead creatures he had been hunting, his reserves could have been even higher. Over this period, his forces had slain more than 500,000 undead, but often it took defeating several of them just to obtain a single gold coin, let alone other rare drops. Fortunately, the equipment they collected, though mostly of ordinary quality and heavily corroded, still held some value after being reforged. Lin Yi retrieved a magical communicator from his spatial bag. Infusing it with mana, he quickly connected with Sophia, who was far away in Forest City. Recently, he had been using this method frequently to stay updated on the situation in Forest City and the movements of the major factions. "My lord, I was just about to contact you." Sophia's voice came through the communicator. A clear yet slightly alluring voice came from the loudspeaker. It was Sophia. Her distinctive tone perfectly complemented her image. Captivating dark red wavy hair and a bold, enchanting demeanor that exuded confidence in every gesture. After numerous remote conversations, Lin Yi had become well acquainted with her personality. With anticipation, he responded, "I trust the brilliant Miss Sophia has brought me good news. You are truly a wise leader." "Not long ago, the Bounty Hunters Guild sent word," Sophia said with excitement in her voice. "Someone has accepted my task and arranged a meeting spot. I'm heading there now to meet them." "That is indeed great news." Lin Yi's spirits soared, and his eagerness to acquire the dragon's corpse grew stronger. "My lord," Sophia continued, "the amount of elven spring water I have left is running low. After selling it over the past few days, I now have fewer than 500 bottles remaining." "Understood," Lin Yi responded immediately. "I'll have the steward deliver another batch shortly. If they truly possess the dragon's corpse, make sure to secure it no matter the cost." "I won't let you down, my lord," Sophia replied softly. Then she added, "By the way, I heard rumors of a large number of undead creatures appearing in the Kalar Desert. Is your territory still safe?" "Not a major issue." "That's good to hear," Sophia said. "In the past couple of days, many bounty hunters have entered the desert to clear out the undead. Some of them might approach the Golden Oasis. Be cautious, my lord, there may be some who dare to covet your lands." Sophia had been away from the Golden Oasis for quite some time and was unaware that it now housed a Royal Griffin Knight army of nearly 20,000. If she knew, she might worry more for the bounty hunters instead. Nevertheless, Lin Yi appreciated her concern. After ending the communication, Lin Yi immediately summoned the old steward, Hodin, who had been out hunting, and recalled a 10-person squad of Royal Sanctum Griffin Knights, all of whom had reached extraordinary levels. The elite Royal Sanctum Knights had all ascended to extraordinary ranks, greatly boosting their combat strength. Even in the face of the Dragon Charles, Lin Yi no longer felt intimidated. "Young master, what are your instructions?" Hodin inquired. "Sophia has news regarding the dragon's corpse," Lin Yi said. "Take the elven spring water to her and make sure to secure the dragon's corpse. Also, bring back the gold coins from the Crystal Chamber of Commerce." "Understood, young master." "How many bottles of elven spring water should I bring?" "Take all of it," Lin Yi said without hesitation. Leave the rest with the Crystal Chamber of Commerce for continued sales. Since the Elven Spring replenished itself daily, there was no need to be stingy. Lin Yi decided to have the steward take the entire well supply of spring water. Soon, the old butler Hoden led 10 Royal Judgment Griffin Knights on their journey. Each knight rode a golden griffin that had reached an extraordinary level, thanks to the seamless integration of the Royal Knight Training Grounds and the Golden Griffin Nest, two specialized military buildings that allowed the knights and their mounts to level up in perfect synchronization. The extraordinary level Golden Griffins were massive, each over 20 meters in length. While they couldn't compare to the 100-meter-long Dark Dragon Charles, the sheer presence of 10 such colossal creatures gathered together was enough to leave anyone breathless. Their flight speed had also significantly increased with their enhanced level, reducing the journey to the forest city from several hours to just 2. Meanwhile, after Lin Yi ended the call, Miss Sophia, accompanied by the old mage Simon, left the Crystal Merchant Guild's premises and headed to a tavern affiliated with the Bounty Hunter Guild. She wore a stunning purple gown with a high slit, revealing her long, fair legs. Her semi-exposed chest complemented her dark red, wavy hair, exuding a captivating allure. To remain inconspicuous, both of them donned masks. The tavern was bustling with noise and activity, filled with well-equipped professionals mages, archers, knights, warriors, and assassins all radiating distinct magical energy. This was a space dedicated to serving bounty hunters. Upon entering, the overpowering mix of alcohol, sweat, and cheap tobacco made Sophia wrinkle her nose. Though she was tempted to leave, she remembered the Lord's instructions and chose to stay. Led by a provocatively dressed bunny girl, the two arrived at the third private room on the second floor, where they met a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes and also wearing a mask. Once the bunny girl exited, Sophia got straight to the point. "Do you have a complete dragon corpse?" "I do," the robed figure replied in a low, rigid male voice, "but I am not interested in gold coins." The task description already stated that if gold coins are not acceptable, we can offer Elven spring water in exchange, Sophia responded. The robed figure chuckled softly. "So the rumors are true. Your Crystal Merchant Guild indeed controls a trade route capable of supplying Elven spring water in large quantities." This statement sent a jolt of shock through Sophia's heart. She can still be recognized even with a mask? And she didn't reveal her identity when issuing the task either. How does this man know her? Sophia frowned, her tone turning cold. "If you're certain about trading the dragon corpse, I hope we can focus on the transaction itself. Is this how the guild master treats her clients?" The masked man's tone carried a hint of mockery. "I only care about the transaction," Sophia replied with a blank expression. The masked man said no more and casually tossed over a spatial ring. "The dragon corpse you wanted is inside." Sophia caught the ring and immediately channeled her mental focus and magic into it. A vast dimensional space unfolded in her perception. Inside, a massive dragon corpse came into view, its body over 100 meters long. The deep red dragon scales still exuded a faint heat. This was the corpse of a blazing dragon, one of the 5 chromatic evil dragons like the Dark Dragon. The dragon's body was intact, except for a piercing wound in its chest, clearly indicating it had been slain by a single strike from a powerful individual. However, the corpse was completely withered, as though all its flesh and blood had been drained, leaving only the dragon's skin stretched over its skeletal frame. It was unclear how long it had been preserved. Sophia pondered to herself, wondering if the lord she served would find such a corpse valuable. As she set the ring down, the masked man spoke. "I have many similar dragon corpses. As long as your Crystal Chamber of Commerce can provide sufficient quantities of Elven spring water." His words hit like a thunderclap, causing Sophia to tremble as a storm of thoughts surged in her mind. Possessing multiple dragon corpses? It was unbelievable. Dragons were the most supreme transcendent beings on the sacred continent, with immense individual and collective power. Even the nature elves wouldn't dare provoke the entire dragon race lightly. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves." Sophia took a deep breath to calm herself. "How many bottles of Elven spring water do you want in exchange for this dragon corpse?" 10,000 bottles. Sophia rolled her eyes at his response. Even a live dragon wouldn't sell for that price, let alone this near-skeletal corpse. The masked man was silent for a moment. 8,000 bottles of Elven spring water. That's the lowest he'll go. After all, the Elven spring water you have is only of lower purity. "I can now provide medium purity Elven spring water," Sophia replied. Meeting the masked man's gaze directly, the masked man fell into silence. The life energy contained in mid-tier Elven spring water far surpasses that of the lower tier, making it several times more valuable. Inside the private room, the man in the mask crossed his hands on the table, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. "Give me 4,000 bottles of mid-tier Elven spring water, and this dragon corpse will belong to the guild leader, Mississippi." Sophia shook her head slightly at his words. "A skeleton like this is far from worth that price. 4,000 bottles of mid-tier Elven spring water are worth tens of millions of gold coins. She knew this price was far beyond reasonable, and agreeing to it would undoubtedly make the Lord question her business acumen. Then, how much is the guild leader willing to offer? The masked man asked. Sophia raised one slender finger. Seeing this gesture, the masked man abruptly stood up, almost ready to walk away. As an experienced merchant, he despised both women and swindlers, and it was clear that the woman before him had pushed the price far too low. It seems the guild leader has no sincerity in closing this deal, the masked man said coldly. If it were a fresh dragon corpse, I would offer a higher price, Sophia replied earnestly. But this is nothing more than a skeleton. This dragon was of saint-level strength when it was alive. That still doesn't change the fact that it's just a skeleton now. The masked man's breathing grew visibly heavier, clearly displeased with the term skeleton. To a necromancer, this was a priceless treasure. After a heated round of bargaining, the two parties finally settled on a deal for 1,800 bottles of Midir Elven spring water. The guild leader certainly has a knack for business, the masked man said, his tone growing darker. Just that full set of dragonhide will make you a fortune. Sophia smiled and replied, if it weren't for the fact that the dragonhide can be used to craft top-tier equipment, I would have only offered 500 bottles for the remaining bones. This remark nearly made the masked man tremble with anger. Eager to end the transaction, he could not wait to leave the stifling private room. In the end, Sophia stated that she needed time to gather the elven spring water and suggested that the masked man hand over the dragon corpse first. Although he expressed trust, he insisted on a cash-and-delivery policy, leaving behind a magical communication device before departing. Back at the guild's headquarters, Sophia immediately reported the good news to Lin Yi, hinting that the masked man might have more dragon corpses in his possession. She specifically noted that this dragon corpse had withered to the point of being just a skeleton, resembling a mummified body buried for years. It doesn't matter, Lin Yi said, unconcerned with such details. A skeleton is actually cheaper. Besides, when recruiting undead dragon units, the presence of flesh and blood is irrelevant. Hodern will be arriving at the Forest City soon. When he gets there, discuss things with him and try to acquire as many dragon corpses as possible. Yes, my lord. Sophia responded respectfully. Lin Yi had initially hoped to acquire a single dragon corpse, which would have already exceeded his expectations. However, the sudden appearance of a large number of dragon mummies piqued his curiosity about the masked man Sophia had mentioned. Such a massive trade involving dragon corpses suggested a powerful and unusual force operating behind the scenes. Yet, a question lingered in Lin Yi's mind. If this force was so formidable, wouldn't it be easier for them to directly negotiate with the nature elves for the spirit spring water? Why go through the Crystal Chamber of Commerce as an intermediary and deliberately conceal their identity? Their methods indicated that neither the masked man nor the power he represented wished to be exposed to the public eye. Could it be some kind of sinister organization? And what was their purpose in acquiring such large quantities of spirit spring water? Lin Yi pondered for a long time, but lacked enough clues to draw any definitive conclusions. Never mind. I'll focus on securing the dragon corpses first, he decided silently. As night fell, the old butler Hodern led a squad of Royal Inquisition knights into Forest City, smoothly entering the Crystal Chamber of Commerce's premises to meet Sophia. When Sophia learned that Hodern had brought over 20,000 bottles of intermediate spirit spring water, she was so shocked she couldn't find words. This quantity far exceeded her expectations, leading her to speculate whether the mysterious figure backing Lin Yi might be from the nature elves. Considering their previous methods of transforming the Golden Oasis, this theory seemed increasingly plausible. The masked man arrived promptly after hearing the news, showing no concern for the late hour. Both sides carefully inspected the goods, and once everything was confirmed, the transaction was completed. With the spirit spring water in hand, the masked man's tone softened noticeably, and he even suggested the possibility of future trades. Sophia nodded in agreement but then added, if it's more mummies next time, the price will have to be adjusted downward. After all, spirit spring water is not easy to come by. Her words immediately ignited the masked man's anger. He turned to leave but paused to say, wait for my message, before departing. Watching his reaction, Sophia's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Her remark had been a deliberate test to gauge the masked man's reliance on the spirit spring water, ultimately saving costs for Lin Yi. As a competent merchant working on commission, she had clearly achieved her goal. After the masked man departed, the old butler, Hodern, emerged slowly from the back of the hall. Sophia gazed at the spatial ring in her hand, pondering that this mysterious guest might truly possess a considerable number of dragon corpses. His words seemed far from empty boasts. She nodded slightly and handed the spatial ring along with a crystal card to Hodern. Butler Hodern, our trade association recently sold approximately 2,500 bottles of Midir Elven spring water, generating total revenue close to 9 million gold coins. You can take all of this back to the Golden Oasis. As for the commission, there's no need to rush. Hodin accepted the items and immediately infused his spiritual energy and magic into the spatial ring. When he saw the massive dragon corpse inside, he couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Even in death, the sheer presence emanating from the carcass was awe-inspiring. It was his first time seeing a legendary dragon with his own eyes. Thank you, Miss Sophia. The young master will undoubtedly be delighted to receive this dragon corpse. It's the honor of the Crystal Trade Association to serve the Lord, Sophia replied with a smile. Hodin remarked that it was getting late, and he needed to rest. He'll return to the Golden Oasis early tomorrow morning. He'll leave the follow-up matters in your capable hands, Miss Sophia. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact the young master. After Hodin left, the elderly mage Simon sighed. The strength of those knights has grown again. The last time, the 10 Golden Griffin Knights who came were at the king level. This time, all 10 have reached the Transcendent Realm. A full squad of Transcendents? Sophia drew in a sharp breath. In the Sacred Continent, a Transcendent practitioner was already considered a formidable force. A Golden Griffin Knight squad entirely composed of Transcendents was a level of strength that even some medium to large trade associations could hardly rival, let alone their Crystal Trade Association. Their strongest member was the king-level beginner, Simon, who was still far from the Transcendent Realm. I really wish I could see what the Golden Oasis has developed into now, Simon remarked wistfully. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Sophia's eyes. Lately, she had been overwhelmed by the constant stream of collaboration requests from other trade associations, and she had long been yearning to retreat to the Golden Oasis. Once this batch of Elven spring water is dealt with, let's head to the Golden Oasis together for a while. Hearing this, Elder Simon's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This time, Butler Hodin brought over 20,000 bottles of intermediate-grade Elven spring water to the guild, an overwhelming quantity. Even if they were used again for trading dragon corpses, a significant portion would likely remain. Considering the Lord's directive to act discreetly, handling these surplus resources would pose a challenge. Meanwhile, at the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi was stationed in the town hall, awaiting the refresh of his Lord's talent, favored by all races. Upon receiving news that Sophia had successfully completed the transaction, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He immediately sent her instructions, urging her to seize the opportunity for the next trade deal. Afterward, Lin Yi left the town hall and headed to an open space near the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds. Here, he invested 10,000 gold coins and 10,000 units of stone to construct the dragon's tomb. However, the resulting structure was far from what he had expected. It was not a traditional graveyard but a massive, ancient bronze gate standing 10 meters tall and 6 meters wide. The bronze gate was intricately engraved with dragons of various forms. Some were ferocious and menacing, bearing their claws and teeth. Others were graceful and elegant, resembling serpentine creatures in flight. Particularly striking was the fact that not all the dragons depicted had wings, showcasing the diversity of dragonkind. Although Lin Yi's knowledge of this world's dragons was limited, making it difficult to identify the exact species of each one, the mysterious runes etched across the gate captured his attention. These runes occasionally glowed with golden light, adding an air of mystique to the entire structure. The system identified this as a low-level building capable of nurturing undead dragon units. To upgrade it to a mid-level dragon's tomb, 50,000 gold coins and 30,000 units of stone would be required. The system also highlighted that the strength of the dragon units produced here was intrinsically tied to both the building's level and the original power of the dragon in life. Unlike the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds, the dragon's tomb did not recruit units directly. Instead, it required dragon corpses to summon them. This unique mechanism offered a significant advantage. The dragon units nurtured here were not bound by conventional level limitations. Unlike the Griffin Knight training grounds, which could only produce units of fixed levels, the dragons produced here could potentially possess extraordinary power upon their emergence, provided the conditions were suitable. Lin Yi decided to keep the building at its current low level for the time being, and to reconsider upgrading it after constructing new unit buildings. He pushed open the bronze gate and stepped inside, only to retreat shortly after. Beyond the gate lay an expansive space with nothing but rows of empty tombstones. After a period of waiting, midnight finally arrived. At this moment, Lin Yi's Lord talent, favored by all races, refreshed as expected. Congratulations, Lord. Your talent, favored by all races, has been refreshed. You have acquired a unit-building structure, the Ancient War Mother Tree. Would you like to construct it? No resources required for construction. The system prompt suddenly popped up in front of Lin Yi. Immediately afterward, detailed information about the structure appeared. It was a crown-level building capable of recruiting ancient treants. As the pinnacle of the natural elf faction's combat power, ancient treants possessed not only formidable strength, but also served as the most reliable support for natural elves on the battlefield. It's finally here. Lin Yi took a deep breath, unable to conceal the excitement on his face. After a long wait, a crown-level unit structure had finally appeared before him. However, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The Spring of Elves, the ancient War Mother Tree. Both were iconic structures of the natural elf race, yet now they were appearing in a human's territory. If the native natural elves were to witness this, it might completely upend their understanding. Without hesitation, Lin Yi immediately selected an empty plot near the back courtyard, adjacent to the town hall. Accompanied by the tremor of the ground, a glowing green sapling broke through the soil and began growing at an astonishing speed. In just a few seconds, it transformed into a towering tree, tens of meters high. Its sturdy trunk stretched upward as countless branches extended outward, adorned with shimmering, emerald-like leaves that formed a vast canopy. With the establishment of the ancient War Mother Tree, the air across the territory instantly became fresher, and the concentration of life and natural magic significantly increased. This environment was undoubtedly an ideal training ground for practitioners with elemental talents. The system promptly displayed additional information. The Level 1 Ancient War Mother Tree could recruit 3 Ancient Treants per day, and upgrading it to Level 2 required 1,000 gold coins. The recruitment rate seemed alarmingly low after all. A Level 1 Royal Knight training ground could recruit 10 Royal Knights daily, and even as an advanced building, it could still recruit 5 Royal Griffin Knights per day. However, Lin Yi was unconcerned. By investing gold coins to continuously upgrade the building, even a god-level structure could eventually recruit hundreds of units per day at Level 9. At the ultimate level, the recruitment capacity could increase tenfold. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi immediately began pouring gold coins into upgrading the ancient War Mother Tree to Level 2. Upgrading to Level 3 required 3,000 gold coins, the same cost as upgrading the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds. It seemed that although the ancient War Mother Tree was a crown-tier building, it did not impose additional upgrade costs. Minutes later, Lin Yi stood before the ancient War Mother Tree, which had cost a staggering 199,000 gold coins to reach Level 8. The system notification indicated that raising it to Level 9 would require another 300,000 gold coins. However, with only 30,000 coins left in his treasury, he clearly couldn't afford the upgrade for now. Still, this wasn't a major concern once the old steward Hodern returned from Forest City during the day. This amount of gold would be a mere drop in the bucket. According to the information provided by Sophia, the sale of the intermediate-grade Elven spring water had already brought in nearly 9 million gold coins, equivalent to around 900,000 in Lord coins. This wealth would not only be sufficient to upgrade the ancient War Mother Tree to Level 9, but could also fund the construction of another new unit building. The Level 8 Ancient War Mother Tree's building stats filled Lin Yi with excitement. It could recruit 500 Ancient Treants daily. Even more thrilling was the anticipation of seeing how his talent, Ancient Bloodline Awakening, would enhance these Treants into potentially superior units. Although eager, he restrained himself from recruiting them immediately. After all, once the tree reached Level 9 tomorrow, the number of ancient Treants recruitable would increase significantly, making the wait worthwhile. By now, the ancient War Mother Tree had transformed into a truly towering giant. Its trunk spanned over 100 meters in diameter, its height exceeded 300 meters, and its lush canopy extended far and wide, covering a range of several hundred meters. The tree's shadow enveloped both the town hall and Lin Yi's backyard. Even the chill of the desert night couldn't penetrate the magical barrier exuded by the tree, creating an environment far more comfortable than any air conditioning could provide. Moreover, the entire ecological balance of the Golden Oasis was gradually improving under the tree's influence, promising a more beautiful and thriving future. After marveling at the majestic silhouette of the tree and completing the day's recruitment of 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights, Lin Yi yawned and returned to the backyard. During the recent group hunting expeditions, the maid Sally had made remarkable progress, advancing to a Level 5 intermediate class professional. With her enhanced abilities, her service to her young master had become even more efficient and seamless. Holding the soft and gentle maid in his arms, Lin Yi drifted into a deep sleep. Compared to the prosperous development of the Golden Oasis, the Ratmen Kingdom is undergoing an unprecedented crisis. King Aubrey tossed and turned in his spacious chamber, unable to sleep. The devastating cost of the Battle of Shaolin still haunted the entire kingdom. The loss of tens of thousands of elite Ratmen warriors was only the beginning of the catastrophe. What was even more alarming was that the few soldiers who managed to escape were now tormented by the power of necromancy. Some had become feeble and frail, while others perished quietly in the night, only to rise as ghastly undead, wandering the kingdom and spreading fear among the populace. What truly kept Aubrey awake, however, was the news that the undead army was building a stronghold in the Shaolin region. This was no longer just a food crisis. It was a grave threat to the kingdom's very survival. The Ratmen Kingdom, nestled in the Stone Mountain Range, was separated from the Shaolin region by only a narrow boundary. The undead army loomed like a sword poised to fall, threatening the fate of the kingdom. In the dead of night, Aubrey suddenly sat up in bed. Under the puzzled gazes of his massive Ratmen queens, he quickly left the chamber. These queens epitomized the Ratman's standards of beauty, each towering 3 to 4 meters tall, their plump bodies draped in silk gowns, with black fur covering them from head to toe. This unique aesthetic once led the cloaked figure to firmly reject Aubrey's gift of a beauty, a reaction that was not difficult to understand. "What's wrong with His Majesty?" one queen whispered. "Surely it's about the recent troubles. Let's hope, like in past years, the undead plague ends within a month. I want to go out for a sand bath." 17th sister, "Where are you going?" "I can't sleep. Just going for a walk." Aubrey made his way alone to the forbidden cave. The black-robed emissary who usually resided there was absent, clearly having suffered severe injuries during the Battle of Shalyn. Inside the cave, the enormous dark dragon Charles lay sprawled on the altar, surrounded by heaps of various meats. Feeding this naturally voracious creature had pushed the Ratman kingdom to its limits, even leading to the starvation of many commoners. As Aubrey prepared to kneel in reverence, a pile of white bones in the corner of the cave caught his attention. The sight sent chills down his spine. For a dragon with such formidable digestive abilities, it was unheard of to leave behind bones after a meal. The presence of these remains clearly hinted at something unusual. A faint aura of necromancy lingered in the air. Aubrey, the Rat King, stared at the scattered white bones on the ground, his brow furrowed deeply. The necrotic energy clinging to these remains betrayed their origin. Undead creatures. Damn it! These undead dare to invade even the dragon's resting grounds. At that moment, the dark dragon Charles, sprawled across the altar, slowly lifted his massive head. His ancient golden slit-pupiled eyes radiated cold indifference and disdain as they locked onto the trembling Aubrey. "Pathetic servant Aubrey, why are you here?" Under the crushing weight of the dragon's presence, Aubrey's legs gave out, and he fell to his knees. "Great master, Lord Charles," he stammered. "The vile undead have defiled the dragon's dignity by invading your domain. As your loyal servant, I should have eradicated them, but my strength is too feeble. I humbly beg you to intervene and unleash your dragon fire to quell these wretched undead." "I am aware," Charles replied with icy detachment, his concern solely on his own recovery, with no care for the fate of the Ratman kingdom. Aubrey pressed his forehead to the ground, pleading further. "The undead have established a stronghold in the Shalyn region, and their necromantic power has formed a dark sky that blots out the sun. It won't be long before my Ratman kingdom faces a full-scale invasion, and when that happens, your rest will surely be disturbed." Charles's golden eyes narrowed slightly before he stood. With a powerful sweep of his immense wings, he created a gale that hurled Aubrey against the stone wall of the cavern. "Master, please forgive me," Aubrey cried out in pain, quickly kneeling once again. He knew this was punishment for his audacity, but if it meant compelling Charles to act, the cost was one he willingly bore. "Return and rally your army. Tomorrow, we march to Shalyn," Charles commanded in a deep, resonant voice. "By your will, great Lord Charles," Aubrey exclaimed with relief and joy, retreating swiftly from the cavern. Charles seethed with anger. This pitiful rat had dared to pressure him. Once his wounds healed, he vowed to annihilate the entire Ratman kingdom. "Cursed rats! Cursed undead! Why must they disrupt me now?" he roared, unleashing a blazing breath that reduced the scattered undead bones in the corner to ash. The next day marked Charles's first emergence from the underground world in 2 years. Despite the searing pain caused by the emerald arrow lodged in his chest with every beat of his wings, he relished the exhilaration of soaring through the open skies. As the Ratman army gathered below, Charles dived from the heavens, his fiery breath scorching the land. A new war erupted in the Shalyn region. Lin Yi had always been a sound sleeper, especially after a delightful evening spent with his young maid Sally. However, this morning, a series of orderly noises interrupted his sweet dreams. "Master, the situation outside," Sally began as she skillfully organized Lin Yi's clothes and prepared his washing items. "The Sandfolk have mistaken the ancient war tree you built last night for a divine tree. Now they're all kneeling beneath it in prayer." It was hardly surprising. To the Sandfolk, trees were sacred symbols, and this particular ancient war tree, towering hundreds of meters high, was unlike anything they had ever seen. Treating it as a divine tree was perfectly understandable. "Having faith is a good thing, but make sure it doesn't interfere with their daily tasks," Lin Yi said calmly. "I'll go tell them right away," Sally replied. Then, her tone shifted to one of excitement as she eagerly shared her hunting exploits. "The knights have been so kind to me. I can now handle mid-level undead creatures on my own. Just yesterday, I personally took down a ghoul." "That's impressive." Lin Yi praised her sincerely. After breakfast, Lin Yi headed to the town hall. Though the crowd of worshippers had dispersed, the Sandfolk still couldn't help but show reverent expressions whenever they glanced at the enormous tree. Lin Yi turned his gaze toward Sapphire Lake. The surface of the lake was dotted with small boats, where thousands of Sandfolk were engaged in large-scale fishing. Their task was to clear out the native fish species in the lake, leaving only the silver-tailed spirit fish. Men, women, and children all worked together, some rowing boats and casting nets, others hauling in nets along the shore, while children lent a helping hand nearby. The scene was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, the territory's Royal Griffin Knight Corps had set out early in the morning for another hunt. This elite force tirelessly fought on the most perilous front lines with remarkable efficiency. Following last night's recruitment efforts, their numbers had grown to over 21,000. At the same time, in the Forest City, the old steward Horden was withdrawing nearly 9 million gold coins from the Merchant Guild. The transaction took nearly an hour to complete, much to his dissatisfaction. He resolved to use either the Magic Guild or the Bounty Hunter Guild for future dealings. As Horden prepared to leave with the Royal Inquisitor Knights, a middle-aged man accompanied by several Beastman servants blocked their path. The presence of these Beastman attendants immediately drew attention. Each one of them was tall and brawny, towering over 3 meters in height. Just standing there, these Beastman warriors exuded an overwhelming sense of dominance. Clad in heavy armor, their exposed skin was covered in thick black fur, and their facial features bore a striking resemblance to bears. They were members of the Bear Clan, renowned in the Beastman race for their immense strength. The Beastman race was composed of numerous clans. Among them, powerful groups such as the Bear Clan, Tiger Clan, and Elephant Clan were often sought after by human nobles as bodyguards or slaves. Meanwhile, the Fox Clan's alluring grace, the Rabbit Clan's petite charm, and the Swan Clan's noble elegance were also highly favored by the aristocracy. "Stand back!" barked a royal paladin knight in a cold tone. The other knights immediately drew their secondary swords from their waists, their eyes fixed warily on the middle-aged man blocking the way. Although the Forest City strictly prohibited riots and killings, these knights, loyal to Lin Yi, cared about only one thing: ensuring the safety of the elderly steward, Horden. Any hostile individual who approached would face swift and decisive action. "Please, don't misunderstand." The middle-aged man hastily waved his hands, clearly intimidated by the knight's imposing stance. Even the Bear Clan bodyguards behind him instinctively stepped back a few paces, evidently feeling outmatched by these extraordinary knights. "I mean no harm. I just want to discuss a business deal," the man quickly explained. Horden responded indifferently, "We are not merchants. There is no business to discuss. Respected mage, I know your faction supplies the Elven spring water to the Crystal Chamber of Commerce," the middle-aged man said eagerly. "The Flamingo Trading Guild I represent is far more powerful than the Crystal Chamber. We are willing to waive all commissions and only use the Elven spring water to enhance our guild's reputation. We have trade routes across all major kingdoms and are even partners of the Royal Chamber of Commerce in the Kingdom of Stanlow. If you agree, we can deliver the goods directly to the capital of Stanlow, where the prices are significantly higher." At the mention of the Kingdom of Stanlow, a slight change flickered across Hoden's expression. He mused to himself that the old king would never have imagined that the direct lineage of the Tulip family had already established a firm foothold in the Kalar Desert. "We'll discuss cooperation the next time I visit Forest City. If you truly wish to collaborate, you'll need to prepare a deposit of at least 50 million gold coins," Hoden said before leaving with the knights, leaving the middle-aged man frozen in shock. 50 million gold coins? That's outright extortion, the man muttered to himself as he regained his composure. He then spoke softly into the air. "Send someone to investigate this group's background at the Golden Oasis. Let's see what makes them so arrogant." "Understood," came a low, muffled response from the seemingly empty air. The middle-aged man's face darkened as he stared in the direction Hoden had departed. They had already learned from a swordsman of the Crystal Chamber of Commerce that Sophia had risen to prominence only after leaving the Golden Oasis. This indicated that the Elven spring water must have originated from there. Since negotiations had failed, force would have to be the next option. What he didn't know, however, was that Hoden wasn't bluffing. The more than 20,000 bottles of intermediate Elven spring water they had brought this time were worth far more than 50 million gold coins. "Master Steward, we've been targeted." The Flamingo Merchant Guild? Not just them. The old steward, Hoden, turned around warily. Along the bustling trade route behind them, a dense crowd surged, while shadows flitted intermittently through the trees on both sides. Although this road leading to the Forest City was always busy with travelers, every gaze now seemed fixed solely on their group. Even more suspiciously, whenever they halted, their followers stopped in unison as well. Hoden's expression darkened as he said gravely, "Our information has been completely leaked." A royal judicator knight chimed in, just as the Lord predicted. While the president of the Crystal Merchant Guild kept her lips sealed, the ordinary swordsman accompanying us into the territory couldn't resist the threats and bribes from various factions. In the end, the secret got out. "Pay it no mind. Our priority is to return to the territory immediately," Hoden ordered decisively. Before his words had fully settled, 10 royal judicator knights simultaneously summoned their golden griffins. Without hesitation, they mounted their extraordinary steeds, which soared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. By the war god, 10 extraordinary class golden griffins, gasped one of the followers in astonishment. The strength of the golden oasis is far beyond expectations. Isn't it just a small, resource-poor oasis? How could it have such hidden power? Who cares? Our guild master said that if the Crystal Merchant Guild can acquire elven spring water from there, then mid-sized and larger guilds like ours have no reason to miss this opportunity. Exactly. The Kalar Desert may be plagued by undead, but with the influx of bounty hunters, opening a trade route shouldn't be impossible. Fortune favors the bold. The merchant caravans quickly reached a consensus and pressed onward in the direction where the golden griffins had vanished. Some traveled light, while others carried large quantities of goods, yet they all shared the same goal to seek business opportunities in the golden oasis. Among the crowd, one figure stood out. Though he appeared to walk leisurely, every few dozen meters, a fleeting afterimage was left in his wake, and in an instant, he disappeared into the distance. Damn it! Even the nature spirits have set their sights on the golden oasis, someone exclaimed. Meanwhile, in the town hall of the golden oasis, Lin Yi was listening intently to an important report from a royal judicator knight. My lord, the Ratmen Kingdom can no longer hold out. The dark dragon, Charles, was summoned by the Ratmen Kingdom. Its scorching dragon breath swept through the Sarin region, reducing hundreds of thousands of undead creatures to ashes in a brutal massacre. It actually emerged? Lin Yi's face showed surprise. He had assumed the injured Charles would remain hidden in the underground world to heal, and had even sent Ratmen envoys to gather intelligence. Yet, before any news arrived, the dragon had already appeared. Did we manage to discern the exact level of the dragon, Charles? Lin Yi inquired. The Royal Holy Judgment Knight shook his head and replied, to avoid detection, we could only observe from a distance. Rough estimates suggest its level is at least mid-ear saint level. Additionally, we noticed an arrow lodged in its chest. So, it really is seriously injured. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Continue the investigation. Be cautious and make sure not to expose yourselves. Understood, my lord. The Royal Holy Judgment Knight respectfully retreated. Watching the knight's figure fade into the distance, Lin Yi tapped his fingers unconsciously on the armrest of his chair. A tempting idea surfaced in his mind: send his elite team to hunt down the injured saint-level dragon. Even if it meant sacrificing half of the Royal Holy Judgment Knights, the reward of slaying Charles would be well worth the cost. Hiss. Lin Yi suppressed the impulsive thought. Not yet. Let's wait until the old steward returns with the dragon's corpse so I can first create dragon-based troops. With 1 dragon and 100 extraordinary-level Royal Holy Judgment Griffin Knights, the odds of killing Charles will be much higher. By noon, the old steward, Hodin, returned to the Golden Oasis with a squad of knights, delivering both the gold coins and the spatial ring containing the dragon's corpse to Lin Yi. After providing a detailed report on his observations in Forest City, Hodin added solemnly, Young Master, our information has been leaked. Many factions now know about our territory's existence. It won't be long before they send people here. While using his spiritual sense to examine the dragon's corpse within the spatial ring, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, Let them come. Those who genuinely seek trade can cooperate with us. Those with malicious intentions will be dealt with on the spot. The old steward nodded in agreement. With the territory's current strength, there was no longer any need to remain in hiding. Let's go, my dear old steward, Lin Yi said with a smile full of anticipation. Let me show you what a true top-tier unit looks like. The two of them arrived at an ancient tree towering over 300 meters high, exuding a rich aura of life and natural magic. Lin Yi poured in 300,000 Lord coins at once, upgrading the ancient War Mother tree to level 9. The system immediately displayed new information. The tree could now recruit 1,000 ancient treants daily, and upgrading it to the ultimate level would require blueprints for ultimate unit buildings. A special note indicated that increasing the building's level would further boost recruitment numbers, with the ultimate upgrade allowing recruitment to increase tenfold. Recruit ancient treants. Following Lin Yi's command, the mother tree radiated a dazzling green light. Countless orbs of light emerged from its trunk, shattering to form towering ancient treants over 30 meters tall, even larger than the extraordinary level golden griffins. Suddenly, the system issued a notification. Due to the Lord's innate talent, Ancient Bloodline Awakening, 147 ancient treants have evolved, ascending to become eternal treant guardians. In terms of sheer size, the evolved eternal treant guardians are indeed on par with the ancient treant warriors, both towering at an impressive height of 30 meters. However, their equipment reveals a stark contrast in power. While the ancient treants are clad in bronze-colored heavy armor, the eternal treant guardians are adorned with golden armor, making their superiority unmistakable. This is just too overwhelming, exclaimed the old butler, Horden, as he stared at the treant army before him, drawing in a sharp breath. Treants have always been renowned for their defensive capabilities, But this army, each one armored like a giant iron barrel, seemed utterly indestructible, standing as an unyielding wall. Iron barrels? Lin Yi grinned. The metaphor was apartment. These treants had tall, slender forms, with flexible root systems at the base, a central trunk encased in heavy armor, and their heads perched at the top. Their branch-like arms extended outward on either side. Just the armored trunk alone rose over 20 meters high, and fully equipped, they indeed resembled massive iron barrels. Who would have thought the young master could summon treants? They are the exclusive guardians of the nature elves, Horden said in astonishment. These are no ordinary treants, Lin Yi clarified. The ones I summoned are at least ancient treants, and some are even stronger eternal treant guardians. This information had come straight from his lord system. The difference between ordinary treants and ancient treants was like comparing ordinary griffins to golden griffins, entirely different leagues. The eternal treant guardians were the pinnacle of treant evolution, the strongest of their kind. I've heard tales of ancient treants, the old butler remarked. They are the foundation of the nature elf strength, rarely deployed in battle. After all, treants aren't invincible, and even they suffer losses against formidable foes. The nature elves typically send ordinary treants into combat. Ancient treants are far too difficult to cultivate. Horden couldn't help but think to himself, if the nature elves discovered that there were thousands of ancient treants here, not to mention the even mightier eternal treant guardians, they would likely be driven mad with envy. They might even muster an army to challenge this force. If he were in their place, he wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. Ancient treants, eternal treants, these are legendary, fearsome, intelligent beings, the old butler mused. No wonder the young master calls them top-tier units. Compared to the royal griffin knights of our territory, they are leagues ahead in strength. In battles of the same level, ancient treants and eternal treant guardians can indeed suppress the royal griffin knights. Even when facing aerial units, these treants show no weakness. They excel in the art of spear throwing, capable of piercing even mighty dragons. This is no exaggeration. Historical records of the sacred continent recount instances where a treant spear brought a dragon crashing down from the skies. Lin Yi was carefully examining the attribute panels of the ancient treants and eternal treant guardians. Ancient treant warrior. Rank, crown tier unit. Initial level, mid-king rank. Growth potential, peak saint rank. Traits, sluggish, resilient, life regeneration, power strike. Eternal treant guardian. Rank, crown tier unit. Initial level, early transcendent rank. Growth potential, demigod. Traits, sluggish, resilient, life regeneration, power strike, impenetrable defense. Unbelievable. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Was this the power of crown tier units? The ancient treants already possessed growth potential to reach the peak of the saint rank, while the eternal treant guardians surpassed all expectations, reaching the demigod level. This was far beyond anything she had anticipated. Sensing Lin Yi's astonishment, the lord system proactively explained, the ancient war mother tree holds a position in crown tier unit buildings comparable to that of dragon race structures. So, you're saying this is equivalent to summoning 1,000 dragons? More or less, but each type of unit comes with its own strengths and weaknesses. The primary drawback of the treants is their sluggishness. Even after ascending to transcendent or saint ranks, this trait is difficult to significantly improve. Lin Yi immediately began reviewing the specific details of these traits. Sluggish, greatly reduced movement speed and attack speed. Resilient, defense triples during combat. Life regeneration, rapid recovery from injuries with no obvious fatal weak points. Power strike, has a chance to instantly kill enemies up to 2 levels lower. Impenetrable defense, unique to eternal treant guardians. Defense increases 5-fold, forming an energy shield to protect allies. The shield's protective range expands with level progression. Aside from the weakness of sluggishness, the other traits were simply extraordinary. Lin Yi felt that the word astounding couldn't fully capture her shock, especially the impenetrable defense trait, which turned the eternal treant guardians into the ultimate battlefield protectors. Facing the layered energy shields they provided, enemies would likely be driven to despair. Praise to you, great lord. You have granted us new life, and we, the treants, pledge our unwavering loyalty to you. Hundreds of treants stood in neatly organized ranks, led by over 100 eternal treant guardians. Forming a square formation, they stood before Lin Yi, their sturdy trunks slightly leaning forward, branches and leaves trembling gently as they bowed in the most respectful manner. Due to the unique structure of their bodies, they couldn't kneel on one knee like royal knights, so they lowered their branches as much as possible to express their reverence and loyalty to their lord. The battlefield of the future belongs to you. Go forth and fight. Lin Yi nodded slightly. As you command. The treants responded in unison. Immediately, the eternal treant guardians activated their unique ability, Impenetrable Fortress, creating massive energy shields that enveloped the other ancient treants. As an extraordinary tier initial unit, the Eternal Treant Guardians were capable of flying freely. They controlled the energy shields, carrying the ancient Trento had yet to master the ability to fly into the sky, heading toward the distant battlefield. As the Treant army gradually disappeared into the distance, a satisfied smile spread across Lin Yi's face. Recruiting 1,000 ancient Treants and Eternal Treant Guardians each day meant it wouldn't take long to assemble an awe-inspiring Treant army. If he could obtain the blueprint for the ultimate unit structure to upgrade the ancient War Mother tree, it would be even more perfect. At that moment, the old butler, Hodin, snapped out of his astonishment and spoke with concern. Young master, sending these Treants into battle will undoubtedly draw the attention of the Forest City and prompt an investigation by the nature elf race. If we end up in conflict with this pinnacle race of the sacred continent, the Golden Oasis might struggle to cope. Even a human kingdom-level power like the Stanlow Kingdom is insignificant before the nature elves. Let them come. We'll deal with it as it happens, Lin Yi replied with a dismissive smile. Summoning Treants only to keep them hidden in the territory instead of letting them fight on the battlefield, what's the point of that? Units are meant to kill enemies in battle. Only through combat can they grow quickly. Once these 100+ Eternal Treant Guardians advance to the Saint tier level, I won't hesitate to face the nature elves directly. If we're outmatched, we can always temporarily relocate the main base. With the unit structures in our possession, we can rebuild our forces elsewhere and return when the time is right. After a pause, Lin Yi added, besides, even without these ancient Treants, the nature elves would eventually take notice of us. Hearing this, the old butler Hodin had to admit that the young master had a point. The abundant appearance of elven spring water in the Forest City would inevitably attract the attention of the nature elves. It was only a matter of time before those proud elves visited the Golden Oasis. Rather than hiding the Treant army, it was better to let them quickly gain strength on the battlefield. Lin Yi quickly accessed detailed information about the characteristics of ancient Treants from the Lord system. The system explained that Treant units could regenerate even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as their souls remained intact and their bodies were not burned to ashes. Remarkably, they could revive using their remaining limbs. What was even more surprising was that their recovery speed could be significantly enhanced by using elven spring water or the water of life. This discovery lit up Lin Yi's eyes. His ancient Treants and Eternal Treant Guardians possessed astonishing survivability, even surpassing that of dragons, rivaling the undead in their near immortality. Afterward, Lin Yi arrived at the dragon's tomb. Without hesitation, he invested a large amount of gold to upgrade the structure to an intermediate level. The system immediately displayed the building's updated information. It was a mystical structure capable of nurturing undead dragon units. To upgrade it to an advanced level, he would need 500,000 gold coins and 300,000 units of stone. The system also emphasized that the strength of dragon units was closely tied to the building's level and the dragon's strength during its lifetime. The cost was indeed staggering, significantly higher than the 300,000 gold coins required for a level 9 unit structure. Lin Yi quickly calculated his resources. The nearly 900,000 gold coins he had exchanged earlier, combined with his existing reserves, totaled 920,000. After upgrading the ancient War Mother tree and the intermediate dragon's tomb, he was left with 570,000 gold coins, along with tens of thousands of units of stone. After careful consideration, Lin Yi decided to push forward and upgrade the dragon's tomb to an advanced level in one go. With the investment of 500,000 gold coins, the bronze gate became even more majestic, towering nearly 40 meters high. He entered the massive bronze gate with his old steward, Hodin. Behind the gate lay a breathtaking extra-dimensional space, an endless world devoid of sunlight or signs of life, with only neatly arranged blank tombstones stretching as far as the eye could see. Hodin seemed to grasp the significance. So this is the dragon's tomb, capable of summoning undead dragons? Lin Yi nodded in confirmation. He then retrieved a 100-meter-long dragon corpse from his spatial ring and laid it to rest within an activated tombstone. Soon, the tombstone revealed information about the dragon's life. Interred, Flame Dragon. Name, Augustine Wallace Edwin Rutherford. Lifetime rank, Peak of Saint Tier. Age at death, 3,792 years. Date of death, 10,000 years ago, slain by the titled sword goddess, Amelia. Staring at the information on the tombstone, Lin Yi and the old butler, Hodin, fell into a prolonged silence. After a long while, Hodin finally broke the stillness with a sharp intake of breath. Young master, this might be more serious than we thought. Lin Yi's eyelid twitched. The mummified dragon corpse, originating from 10,000 years ago, indicated a gravity far beyond, a bit serious. He silently prayed that the masked man had merely stumbled upon this ancient dragon remains by chance. Otherwise, the entire world could be in grave peril. Hodin shuddered and cautiously asked, Young master, should we continue our business dealings? What if that person brings more dragon corpses? Of course, we carry on. Why wouldn't we? Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. I don't care what he plans to do with the Elven spring water, even if it's to resurrect a lich. As long as he's willing to sell, I'm willing to buy. As he spoke, a message appeared in his mind. You have buried a dragon corpse. You may choose to summon it as either a bone dragon or a zombie dragon. No option for an umbral dragon? Lin Yi asked. In his mind, an umbral dragon, intangible like a soul and immune to physical attacks, was the most desirable choice. The Lord system responded. Summoning an umbral dragon requires the dragon corpse to contain a soul or fragments of a soul imprint. This 10,000-year-old mummified corpse clearly retained no soul. Lin Yi shifted his inquiry. What's the difference between a bone dragon and a zombie dragon? The system explained that bone dragons were more agile and could quickly regenerate when shattered, but their defensive capabilities were inferior to those of zombie dragons. After weighing the options, Lin Yi decided to summon a zombie dragon. He reasoned that, at the very least, a zombie dragon still had a layer of flesh, which could be repurposed if it fell in battle. Does burying a single dragon corpse only allow me to summon one dragon unit? Lin Yi suddenly asked. The system replied, a fresh dragon corpse can summon 3 types of dragon units simultaneously: bone dragon, decay dragon, and umbral dragon. The skeleton can summon a bone dragon, the flesh can summon a decay dragon, and the soul can summon an umbral dragon. As the dragon tomb trembled violently, a massive claw burst through the ground, followed by a ferocious dragon head, an enormous body, and tattered, decaying wings riddled with holes. The zombie dragon, now towering larger than its original mummified state, stretched to a colossal 150 meters in length. Its entire form exuded a nauseating stench of rot, resembling a fiend that had clawed its way out of hell. Young master, it's bigger now, Hodin stammered, staring in disbelief at the monstrous creature. In the name of the goddess of magic, he swore he had never seen anything so enormous and terrifying in his entire life. The golden griffins of the territory seemed as insignificant as chicks in the presence of this colossal creature. Lin Yi stood to the side, watching the awe-inspiring scene unfold before him. His heart filled with doubt. How could the skeleton of a dragon resurrected from its grave continue to grow? At that moment, the Lord System's notification sounded. Congratulations, Lord. You have triggered the Lord's talent, awakening of ancient bloodline while recruiting units. The zombie dragon you recruited has successfully evolved into a zombie dragon king. Is that even possible? Lin Yi was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that the first dragon unit he summoned would evolve immediately. After all, even when recruiting 1,000 ancient treants, there was only about a 14% chance of evolving into eternal treant guardians. Given such odds, the evolution of the zombie dragon into a zombie dragon king was nothing short of extraordinary luck. The system then displayed detailed information. Zombie Dragon King Voles. Level: peak of the Saint rank. Growth potential: peak of demigod rank. Traits: a dual breakthrough in bloodline and status, significantly improving the rigidity of its body, granting it greater strength, higher defense, and top-tier combat capabilities. Although it lacked the traditional traits of other units, this was inconsequential. As a special summon from the dragon's graveyard, it not only possessed all the characteristics of regular units, but also boasted unique abilities. What thrilled Lin Yi the most was its level already at the peak of the Saint rank upon emergence, with growth potential reaching the peak of the demigod rank. This far surpassed even the advanced Eternal Treant Guardians. Under normal circumstances, undead dragons created through conversion would be slightly weaker than they were in life. Low-level dragons would drop 3 levels, mid-level ones 2, and high-level ones 1. However, due to the bloodline evolution, this zombie dragon king had not only avoided any degradation but had directly ascended to the peak of the Saint rank. The massive zombie dragon king descended from the sky, landing slowly in front of Lin Yi. Lowering its head, it expressed its loyalty to its master. Though it had lost its flesh and could no longer speak, it communicated with Lin Yi through mental consciousness. Praise be to you, my great master. Your servant Voles shall serve you for eternity. Good. Rise, Lin Yi commanded. I have a task for you. Travel 30 kilometers south of the territory to the Sandy Forest region and retrieve the corpse of an injured dark dragon from there. For the powerful zombie dragon king, capturing the dark dragon Charles alive would not be a challenge. However, Lin Yi was more interested in its corpsey fresh dragon corpse could allow him to summon 3 undead dragon units. This sealed Charles's fate. As you command, my master. The zombie dragon king spread its massive, tattered wings and passed through a newly opened portal, instantly appearing in the skies above the golden oasis. Roar! A deafening roar erupted across the skies of the golden oasis. The massive zombie dragon king circled high above, spreading its colossal wings that seemed to blot out the sun, unleashing a wrathful cry that had been silent for millennia. The entire oasis trembled in its wake, and countless birds fell from the sky in fright. The sand dwellers in the oasis immediately stopped their work. Some, terrified, fled in all directions, while others grabbed whatever tools they had, hoes, shovels, and the like, and began gathering together to defend their home. Despite his trembling legs, the Nolagu forced himself to stagger toward the town hall. In his heart, even if he were to die, he wanted to do so by the side of the divine emissary. When he saw Lin Yi and the old butler stepping out from the bronze gates, he shouted desperately, "Master, run quickly! A dragon is attacking!" Lin Yi looked at the gnoll, who, though terrified, was still running toward him, and felt a faint warmth in his heart. This loyal lackey was truly dependable. He put on a stern expression and said, "Stop yelling nonsense. Go tell the sand dwellers of the territory that the dragon is our protector. There's no need for panic. They should continue their work." A goose skidded to a halt, stunned for a moment before the words sank in. His expression quickly shifted from fear to obsequiousness as he nodded and bowed repeatedly. "Yes, yes. Praise the great master. I'll go calm those cowardly sand dwellers right away." Soon, the oasis returned to its usual calm. Fishermen resumed fishing, and lumberjacks went back to chopping trees. Inside the town hall, Lin Yi stared at the dwindling pile of gold coins and couldn't help but sigh. In the blink of an eye, we're almost out of gold again. The nearly 1 million lord's coins he once had were now reduced to just 70,000, after upgrading the dragon's tomb and the ancient war tree. The old butler, Hoden, twitched slightly at the sight. The 9 million gold coins he had brought back from Forest City, enough to buy out several Tulip family estates, had been spent in no time by the young master. But when he thought of the powerful army of ancient Treants and the fearsome zombie dragon king, he felt the investment had been worthwhile. "There's no need to worry, young master," Hoden reassured him. "Once Miss Sophia sells the elf spring water, we'll have a new source of income soon." Lin Yi nodded in agreement, though his thoughts had already drifted to the sandy regions. More than the gold, he was concerned about whether the zombie dragon king could retrieve the body of Dragon Charles and lay it to rest in the dragon's tomb. Thinking about the zombie dragon king still felt like a dream. Initially, in order to deal with Dragon Charles, he had been prepared to sacrifice the experience points of other Royal Griffin Knights to form an elite squad, even bracing himself for the loss of his top troops. Although the recruitment of the Eternal Treant Guardians had given him more confidence, he hadn't expected the zombie dragon king to single-handedly bring down Dragon Charles in the end. This made Lin Yi feel that the world changes too quickly, and plans can never keep up with reality. Dozens of kilometers away, the Shaolin region had become unrecognizable. In just a few days, this once lush area filled with vegetation, fruit trees, and roaming magical beasts had been ravaged into desolation by the undead army. As far as the eye could see, decaying trees were scattered everywhere, along with the corpses of beasts and animals. Normally, these remains would gradually transform into undead creatures under the influence of the necrotic canopy, but an unexpected event disrupted this process. That unexpected event was the Dark Dragon, Charles. The undead army clearly hadn't anticipated that their chosen base would be so close to a recovering Saint-Tier Dark Dragon. If they had known, they would have surely avoided this area, as even the undead feared such a powerful creature that stood at the pinnacle of the world. A massive black dragon shadow swept through the low skies, accompanied by a raging gale. Its scorching dragon breath poured down like molten lava, scorching the earth black. Entire swathes of undead creatures and corpses were instantly turned to charcoal, crumbling into ash at the slightest touch. Meanwhile, enormous dark energy spheres rained down from the skies, each one exploding violently before hitting the ground, unleashing terrifying dark magic that consumed everything in their vicinity. These were the two signature abilities of the dragon race: dragon breath capable of melting metal and rock, and dragon magic comparable to legendary forbidden spells. Against these frail undead creatures, Charles didn't even need to use his domain powers. These two abilities alone were sufficient to annihilate everything in his path. So far, Charles had slaughtered over 1 million undead creatures. 90% of the undead army invading the Shaolin region had been wiped out, and even their stronghold had been completely destroyed. After this battle, it was unlikely that any undead would dare approach this area again, allowing Charles to recover in peace. Meanwhile, the army of the Ratmen Kingdom was already cheering, praising their mighty master Charles and celebrating the victory. However, soaring high above, Charles merely cast a cold glance at these insignificant beings. He had already decided that once his injuries were healed, he would destroy the Ratmen Kingdom, both to punish King Aubrey for his disrespect and to prepare a hearty meal for himself before departing. As a dark dragon, he had no qualms about feasting on rats. Seeing that there were hardly any undead creatures left alive, Charles was about to return to the Ratmen Kingdom. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned his gaze toward the northern sky. A small black dot came into focus, and soon, a massive dragon shadow appeared on the horizon. Charles's eyes widened in disbelief. It was a zombie dragon. By the dragon god, the size of this zombie dragon was utterly astonishing. Could it have been a demigod dragon in its lifetime? As a Saint-Tier Dark Dragon, Charles measured 110 meters in length, but this zombie dragon, emerging from Walknoshire, was 150 meters long. The 40-meter difference made them seem like they weren't even in the same league. Damn it. It's coming for me. We're both dragons, why must we fight each other? With a twisted expression, Charles quickly turned around, flapping his wings desperately, intent on escaping from the terrifying zombie dragon. Master Charles has fled. The cry erupted among the ranks of the Ratmen army. A massive undead dragon suddenly appeared in the skies above the battlefield, its body several times larger than Charles. Its decayed wings spread wide, blotting out the sun, while its hollow eye sockets glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, clearly filled with an intense desire to kill Charles. Just a minute earlier, the Ratmen army had been celebrating their victory, but now chaos consumed them. Moments ago, they had been singing praises of Master Charles's bravery in elaborate words. Yet now they watched in shock as their master was forced to flee for his life. The dramatic turn of events left the Ratmen warriors momentarily speechless, but soon their survival instincts kicked in, driving them to scramble desperately back toward their underground kingdom. At this point, they no longer cared about Charles's fate. Their sole thought was to escape the battlefield that could soon become a feast for the undead dragon. The news quickly reached the Ratmen kingdom. At that moment, King Aubrey was basking in the joy of a premature celebration. Dressed in luxurious robes, wearing a golden crown, and holding a solid gold goblet, he had even invited the figure in the black robe to share in the feast. However, the black-robed figure showed no interest in the banquet. To him, no amount of opulent attire could conceal the fact that Aubrey was nothing more than a plump, oversized rat. If not for Aubrey's status and the invitation, he wouldn't have attended such an event at all. Yet Aubrey seemed oblivious to the envoy's discomfort and continued laughing heartily. Praise the great Master Charles. Those undead creatures have finally learned the price of provoking a dragon. From now on, they won't dare covet Shaylin or our territory again. The black-robed figure raised his goblet in a perfunctory gesture, then thoughtfully suggested, Your Majesty, when Master Charles returns in triumph, perhaps you might ask him to deal with the human knights occupying the Golden Oasis. The sudden appearance of those golden griffin knights in such a desolate area seems suspicious. Given the value of their equipment, it's unlikely they're here for something as trivial as gathering salt. Hearing this, Aubrey's expression became hesitant. The memory of his last request for Charles's assistance was still fresh despite his thick hide. The dragon's wrath had left him deeply shaken. If he were to make another request now, he feared he might face the same peril once again. The figure in the black robe revealed a subtle, meaningful smile and said, Your Majesty, are you worried that Lord Charles might refuse? Absurd. The plump face of Aubrey, the Rat King, flashed with anger as he immediately retorted, The great Lord Charles is the protector of our Rat Kingdom. How could he stand idly by while external forces threaten his loyal subjects? As long as I ask, he will surely take action to eradicate those vile human knights. Before he could finish his sentence, a rat guard burst into the grand hall in a panic, almost tumbling in. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Such disgraceful behavior. Aubrey roared angrily, his thick cheeks trembling with fury. What is the matter? The guard's face was filled with terror. The war in the Shaylin region has ended, but a terrifying zombie dragon suddenly appeared, and it's chasing after the great Lord Charles. What? A zombie dragon is hunting Charles? Aubrey exclaimed in shock, leaping from his throne. Did the two dragons engage in battle? Lord Charles fled the moment he saw the zombie dragon. He's being pursued as we speak. Both the Rat King and the figure in the black robe were stunned by the news. Before the guard could withdraw, Aubrey turned anxiously to the black-robed emissary. What should we do, Your Excellency? You're asking me. The black-robed figure snapped, exasperated. Even Lord Charles fled in fear. Do you think we stand a chance against this zombie dragon? All we can do now is pray that Lord Charles manages to escape. Inside, the black-robed figure was even more agitated. The great dragon Charles had promised to become his partner once he recovered, and with that, he was on the verge of achieving the status of a revered dragon mage. Yet now, out of nowhere, this powerful zombie dragon had appeared, threatening Charles's life. Seething with rage, the black-robed figure turned on the Rat King and shouted, This is all your fault. You shouldn't have disturbed Lord Charles during his slumber. Now look at the mess you've caused. A zombie dragon has come out of nowhere. If anything happens to Lord Charles, I won't let you off the hook. Equally furious, Aubrey bellowed back, You wretched human mage. I've tolerated you long enough. You'd better pray that Lord Charles survives, or you'll be the first to die. Such big words. Let's see how you plan to kill me. The black-robed figure sneered coldly, sweeping his cloak as he stormed out. The Rat King's gaze followed his retreating figure, his plump face radiating murderous intent. Just moments ago, the two had been conversing amicably, but now they were at each other's throats. Meanwhile, the dragon Charles was still desperately fleeing for his life. He beat his massive wings furiously, weaving through the clouds, and had already escaped hundreds of kilometers. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the zombie dragon remained relentlessly on his tail. The wound on his chest throbbed with increasing pain, waves of agony gnawing at his consciousness and deepening his sense of despair. After flying another 100 miles, Charles finally gave up on escaping. Realizing the zombie dragon was closing in and that further flight was futile, he turned to face his pursuer, ready to fight. Above the clouds, the sunlight was dazzlingly bright. Two massive dragons faced off from thousands of meters apart, a distance that, for creatures over 100 meters in length, could be crossed in a single wing beat. The stark contrast in their sizes was striking, like a southern potato facing off against a northern giant. The smaller dragon, Charles, gazed at the immense, suffocating figure of the zombie dragon before him, a chill running through his heart. Those dark, cyan claws looked as if they could tear him in two with ease. Charles quickly assessed his opponent. With such an astonishing size, this zombie dragon must have been a demigod-level entity in life. Among dragonkind, only clan leaders or elders could reach such a level of power. For instance, the leader of Charles's Dark Dragon clan was a peak demigod of similar size. From the dark red scales still clinging to the zombie dragon's decayed body, it seemed that it had once been a flame dragon. Yet, curiously, Charles could not recall any record in the past century or even the past millennium of a demigod-level flame dragon's demise. Respected elder, Charles spoke in the draconic tongue. Though you have become an undead, we are still of the same dragon lineage. Why must we fight? Besides, I too belong to the forces of evil. Surely, we can find common ground. The zombie dragon king's mental voice reverberated like a tremor. My master commands me return with your corpse. Master? Charles was stunned. He hadn't expected this terrifying zombie dragon to have a master. Who could it be? A demigod-level necromancer? Or perhaps a legendary lich? Before he could think further, a wave of foul-smelling black energy radiated outward at incredible speed, enveloping a radius of 10 kilometers in an instant. This was the zombie dragon king's domain. Charles immediately unleashed his own dark domain to counter it. The clash of two opposing domains created a violent explosion of energy, tearing apart the clouds and leaving a massive gash in the sky, as if the heavens themselves had been pierced. At the center of this storm of energy, the two colossal dragons engaged in close combat. In battles between adult dragons, domain attacks and physical combat were the ultimate weapons. Flashy techniques like dragon breath or draconic magic, unless they exploited a critical elemental weakness, were often ineffective. Worse, they could waste precious energy and leave the user vulnerable to a decisive counterattack. With a sharp tearing sound, Charles's claws raked across the zombie dragon king's abdomen, but the attack only produced a spray of sparks and a few shallow white marks. Charles's expression twisted in frustration. Its proud dragon claw, renowned for its might, was unable to penetrate the defenses of this zombie dragon. As the great dragon Charles reeled in shock, a shadow streaked toward him like lightning. In an instant, the zombie dragon king's tail struck him with tremendous force, sending Charles hurtling through the air for over 1,000 meters. He spewed bright red dragon blood from his mouth, and the emerald green arrow embedded in his chest for 2 agonizing years shattered under the immense impact. Ah! A heart-wrenching roar echoed across the skies. The unbearable pain overwhelmed even this mighty dragon. The only glimmer of fortune was that the shattering of the arrow did not damage his heart. With the dragon's extraordinary healing abilities, he would recover and return to his peak state in the high ranks of the sacred level within days. But for now, the threat of death loomed dangerously close. The zombie dragon king lunged again, its sharp claws tearing through Charles's back defenses and leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds. Even in such dire straits, Charles refused to give in. He retaliated with ferocity, even unleashing his dragon breath directly at the enemy's face. Yet, no matter how fierce the physical assaults or the searing dragon breath, they were all futile against the zombie dragon king's monstrous defenses. A sharp, tearing sound pierced the air as the zombie dragon king ripped through Charles's right wing, leaving several gaping holes and shattering the wing's bones. Stop this! Charles roared in desperation, struggling to escape. Fortunately, as a sacred-level dragon, he could still manage to stay airborne despite losing a wing. Otherwise, he would have surely plummeted to the ground. Don't kill me! Charles finally broke down, fleeing once more in desperation. His domain had collapsed, and he stood no chance in close combat. The scent of death grew ever stronger, but his primal will to survive refused to let him give up. In a flash, the zombie dragon king closed the distance of several kilometers, catching its prey with terrifying speed. Its claw clamped down on Charles's tail, dragging him closer. Then, with its other claw, it pierced Charles's back, severing his spine in one swift motion. Charles went limp, powerless to resist as he watched in despair. The zombie Dragon King's fangs closed in on his neck. With a sickening crunch, his neck snapped. The battle was over. The zombie Dragon King gripped Charles's lifeless body and took to the skies, flying toward the golden oasis like a raptor returning to its nest with its prey. Meanwhile, in Vastian City, roughly 10 kilometers away, countless sand-dwellers bore witness to the awe-inspiring battle of the dragons. They were both shaken by the sight of a mighty dragon's demise, and relieved that the zombie Dragon King showed no interest in their city. Yet, a far graver concern loomed over them outside the city. A massive horde of undead creatures was gathering. It was clear that the repercussions of this undead calamity extended far beyond the Golden Oasis and the Ratmen Kingdom. The Forest of Life is home to numerous cities built by nature spirits. Among them, the City of the Forest is the only one open to outsiders, while the other cities serve as strongholds exclusively for the nature spirits. Without special status or circumstances, it is nearly impossible for outsiders to gain access. Throughout the Forest of Life, from south to north and west to east, countless spirit tribes are scattered, all firmly under the control of the nature spirits. In a city of the spirits called Katia, a powerful nature spirit sat cross-legged on a bed carved from white jade. She possessed the distinctive pointed ears of her kind, with golden hair cascading like silk down to her slender waist and curvaceous hips. Her deep green eyes shimmered like exquisite emeralds, radiating a captivating glow. She wore a flowing gown adorned with myriad flowers, her flawless figure exuding an irresistible allure. The spirit race is a vast and diverse one. Much like how the beast race consists of various beast folk, the spirit race has multiple branches. Beyond the nature spirits, there are also forest spirits, dark spirits, frost spirits, elemental spirits, dragon spirits, flower spirits, sun spirits, and more. Additionally, beings such as unicorns, treants, phoenix guardians, fairy dragons, and spirit dragons are allied with the spirit faction, making their collective power formidable. The mark has vanished again. This time, it's completely gone. The nature spirit murmured softly, her clear and melodious voice like the gentle flow of a brook. She furrowed her brows slightly, pondering to herself, could it be that Charles the Dragon destroyed my spirit arrow? The timing puzzled her. Logically, if it were Charles, he would have remained hidden until after destroying the arrow before revealing himself. However, his appearance long before the arrow was destroyed seemed like an intentional move to expose his location. From the last known position of the mark, she determined that Charles was in the Kalar Desert, not far from the city of Vastian in the Kingdom of Sand. This must be a trap. Charles wants to lure me there to exact revenge for that arrow, she speculated. But she was entirely mistaken. Charles had no idea the arrow carried a mark. If he had known, he would never have left the Ratmen Kingdom to clear out the undead army in the Shaolin region, nor would he have been pursued by the zombie Dragon King. As for why the mark only resurfaced after 2 years, it was because the slumbering altar Charles had crafted not only concealed his dragon aura, but also inadvertently severed the connection between the mark and the nature spirit. For 2 whole years, Charles had been recovering on the altar, never leaving its confines, which is why she had been unable to sense the mark's presence. Sometimes, things happen in the most unexpected ways. The nature elf furrowed her brows, an unsettling thought flashing through her mind. If this was a meticulously crafted conspiracy, Amy might very well be in danger. She quickly retrieved her long-distance communication magic device and anxiously contacted her dear sister. Earlier, when the dragon Charles had rampaged through the Shaolin region, slaughtering the undead, she had sensed the disturbance and tasked Amy with eliminating the injured dragon. With Amy's abilities and the aid of a holy class unicorn, it should have been a relatively straightforward mission. Sister, why are you reaching out all of a sudden? A familiar voice came through the magical device. Amy, the situation has changed. The nature elf explained her findings and suspicions in detail before asking, have you reached the designated location yet? Not yet, sister. I'm still about 100 kilometers away from the target. Charles has moved near Vastian City. Stay where you are and wait for me, the nature elf said gravely. Don't worry, sister. With Teresa by my side, even if there's an ambush, we'll handle it. You must listen to me. All right, I'll wait for you at the Golden Oasis, Amy replied cheerfully. In the meantime, I'll check out the source of the elven spring water here. That works, the nature elf said, finally feeling a bit more at ease. After ending the communication, the elven lord of Kitiati City stepped out of her room, summoned a unicorn, and sped off with the wind. Although she hadn't originally planned to handle the matter of the dragon Charles personally, for her sister's safety, she had no choice but to intervene herself. Meanwhile, under the vast, cloudless sky, a petite elven girl was flying on a snow-white unicorn. Amy's looks were in no way inferior to her sister's, though her youthful cuteness starkly contrasted with her sister's mature allure. By the elven goddess, this cursed weather is hot enough to roast an elf alive, Amy complained, wiping the sweat off her forehead. As a race that revered nature, the nature elves never used magic to shield themselves from harsh weather, be it scorching heat or freezing cold. How about we head back to the Forest of Life? Suggested the unicorn, Teresa. No way. Amy tapped its head lightly and laughed. We have to go to the Golden Oasis to wait for Sister Ira. Teresa shook her head helplessly and picked up speed toward the Golden Oasis. Suddenly, it came to an abrupt halt midair. What's wrong? Amy asked, puzzled. Amy, look to the southeast, Teresa said in astonishment. Is that a group of ancient trants? Don't be ridiculous. This isn't the Forest of Life. Amy's words trailed off as her emerald green eyes widened. She rubbed her eyes hard and exclaimed in disbelief. It really is a group of ancient trants. What on earth? How can there be so many ancient trants in the middle of this desert? In a sunken sandy terrain kilometers away, an epic battle was unfolding. Dozens of ancient treefolk, towering at 30 meters high, were locked in fierce combat against an unrelenting tide of undead creatures. From the surrounding sand dunes, an endless army of undead surged forward like a catastrophic flood, swarming onto the battlefield. The ancient treefolk demonstrated overwhelming dominance, each one possessing king-level strength. They swung their massive limbs, effortlessly crushing the undead creatures that charged at them. The sandy ground was already layered thick with pale white bones, and remnants of mummies and ghouls were scattered everywhere. In the skies above, gargoyle sundead flying units with exceptional defense and vampire-like speed launched continuous assaults. Yet, even these formidable creatures proved no match for the ancient treefolk. Wooden spears rained down like a storm, piercing the air and striking the gargoyles. One by one, they plummeted to the ground, their bodies shattering into fragments upon impact. This was due to the nature of the gargoyles. Whether in battle or death, their bodies would petrify into stone. Teresa, they're surrounded by those vile undead creatures. Let's go help them. Got it, Amy. The unicorn galloped swiftly toward the battlefield. As soon as it reached the sky above the battle, the silver horn on its forehead unleashed countless streaks of purple lightning, instantly creating a field of electrified destruction. Accompanied by deafening thunderclaps, thousands of undead creatures were reduced to charred remains in the dazzling flashes of light. This unexpected assistance momentarily confused the ancient treefolk. Soon, however, they locked their gaze on the unicorn and the elf, Amy, who was riding on its back, raising their massive wooden spears in unison. Hello everyone. I'm Amy, an elf from the city of Kiati. Amy began, but she was abruptly cut off by one of the ancient treefolk. Elf, leave this place. This is our territory. The treefolk warned in a deep, resonant voice. Amy's expression froze. She could feel the intense hostility emanating from these ancient treefolk. If she continued to approach or refused to leave, they could attack her at any moment. This realization was shocking. Being a nature elf, she was supposed to be a natural ally to the treefolk. Throughout the history of the sacred continent, there had never been a precedent of treefolk attacking nature elves. My friends, what's wrong? Amy asked urgently. I am a nature elf, your kind's most friendly ally. Why are you showing such hostility toward me? The ancient treefolk did not answer her question. Instead, the one who had spoken earlier simply repeated the warning. The other treefolk raised their wooden spears, preparing for battle. Seeing this scene, the elf Amy had no choice but to ride her unicorn and leave. Although her strength was more than enough to easily subdue the ancient trants, the ancient pact between the elves and the trants prevented her from taking action against them. Teresa, what's wrong with these trants? How could they have forgotten the pact with us nature elves? Amy asked in confusion. The unicorn, Teresa, shook her head and replied, I'm not sure either, but this matter must be investigated thoroughly. It's even more important than the issues with the Elven Spring and the Dragon Charles. Indeed, Amy said, her expression troubled. Being nature elves and yet treated as enemies by the Trents, this is something even Her Majesty the Elven Queen would find hard to believe. We're already close to the Golden Oasis, Teresa said. The strange behavior of these ancient trants is likely connected to this oasis. Understood. Let's pick up the pace. We must uncover the truth, Amy urged. After they left, the ancient trants began clearing the battlefield. Their conversation revealed personalities starkly different from the native trants. That elf was infuriating. She wiped out the undead creatures we painstakingly lured here, costing us a lot of experience points. It seems she's heading toward our territory. We need to report this to the Lord. The report has already been made. The Lord has recalled the eternal Trant Guardians, and with the zombie dragon king at the peak of the saint rank, that elf won't stand a chance. Excellent. Brothers, clean up the battlefield and relocate quickly. We need to level up as soon as possible to help the Lord conquer the world. Praise the Lord. The Trants cheered with unusual excitement. Their strong desire for war was in sharp contrast to the native Trants' peaceful nature. Meanwhile, at the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi was giving instructions to the returning zombie Dragon King. There's an elf coming soon. Keep an eye on her. If she tries anything suspicious, don't hold back. Understood, Master. The zombie Dragon King, Wallace, responded respectfully. He then spread his massive wings and soared into the sky, circling like a guardian of the oasis. Lin Yi, meanwhile, arrived at the dragon's graveyard to bury the remains of the Dark Dragon, Charles. The gravestone bore the inscription, "Here lies Dark Dragon Wilcotus Charles Victor. Level in life, High Saint rank. Lifespan, 1,359 years. Date of death, passed away half an hour ago. Slain by the zombie Dragon King Wallace under the command of Lord Lin Yi." Afterward, Lin Yi summoned 3 undead dragons, a bone dragon, a corpse dragon, and a nearly translucent ghost dragon. Trading 1 for 3, what a deal. Charles the Bone Dragon, as an ordinary bone dragon, perfectly inherited all the traits of his kind, both strengths and weaknesses, without any surprises. The same could be said for the corrupted dragon and the nether dragon that were summoned alongside him. All 3 had reached the mid-tier of the saint level, with the potential to grow to the peak of the saint level. During the summoning process, Lin Yi's lord talent, Ancient Bloodline, was indeed triggered. However, these 3 undead dragons failed to evolve, leaving him slightly disappointed. Compared to the zombie Dragon King, these undead dragons were indeed somewhat lacking in power, especially in terms of growth potential. They couldn't compare to the zombie Dragon King, which had the potential to reach the peak of demigod status, and were even outclassed by the Eternal Treant Guardian. Nevertheless, Lin Yi quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, exchanging 1 dragon corpse for 3 undead dragons of comparable strength was already a worthwhile trade. More importantly, each of these undead dragons had combat strength equivalent to that of the injured Charles, effectively giving Lin Yi 3 more versions of Charles. Thanks to upgrading the dragon graveyard to an advanced level beforehand, these 3 undead dragons were only 1 tier below the original saint level high tier Charles, reaching the mid-tier of the saint level. If the summoning had been done with a mid-level dragon graveyard, their levels would have only reached the initial tier of the saint level, making the power gap significantly larger. Lin Yi was already planning for the future, envisioning upgrading the dragon graveyard further once he obtained the ultimate building blueprints. By then, the undead dragons summoned would at least match their highest level in life, possibly even surpass it. After all, ultimate buildings came with special abilities, just like other troop buildings that, when upgraded to their ultimate form, could increase daily recruitment tenfold. Interestingly, these 3 undead dragons all share the same name: Charles. Charles the Bone Dragon, Charles the Corrupted Dragon, and Charles the Nether Dragon. It was as if they were triplets. Despite their identical names, their different species made them easy to distinguish. Lin Yi immediately released the 3 Charles from the dragon graveyard, intending to use them to intimidate the elf and any other potential intruders. At this point, Lin Yi, leveraging his recent accumulation of resources and the massive experience gained from the zombie Dragon King's defeat of the Dark Dragon Charles, had successfully advanced to the peak of the Transcendent level. Although he was just 1 step away from the Saint level, that single step marked a vast gap. Only by becoming a Saint level expert, capable of wielding the power of domains, could he exert absolute dominance over Transcendence and ensure his safety. As someone deeply afraid of death, Lin Yi understood the importance of this all too well. Just then, a sudden notification from the Lord's system appeared in his mind. The message detailed the unique nature of the Lord. As long as the territory remained intact, the Lord possessed an almost immortal trait. Not even eternal gods could kill the Lord. If the Lord were to die in the outside world, they would resurrect at the core building. Lin Yi stared at the information for a long moment before muttering in frustration, "My territory has already been upgraded to a town, and you're only telling me this now?" The system's response was straightforward. "The Lord never asked. Do I need to ask about something this crucial to my life?" Lin Yi was bewildered. Thinking back to the 2 sleepless nights spent worrying about an attack from the Dark Dragon, Charles, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "System, you're like my parent. From now on, anything involving my life and death, you must tell me immediately. If I die unjustly, I won't let you off, even as a ghost." "Understood, Lord. I won't let you become a ghost so easily." Feeling lighter, Lin Yi exited the dragon's tomb and casually closed the heavy bronze door that only the Lord could open. Looking up, he saw 4 dragons circling thousands of meters in the sky. The most striking among them was the massive zombie Dragon King, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. The other 3 were a bone dragon, a corpse dragon, and an almost transparent nether dragon, each radiating an intimidating presence. The desert dwellers were initially startled by the sudden appearance of the 3 undead dragons, but quickly calmed down. After all, these colossal creatures were their Lord's summons and the protectors of the entire oasis. In the distance, the elves were approaching. Although Lin Yi wasn't looking forward to this meeting, with their arrival imminent, he had no choice but to face them unless he opted for an extreme measure, such as eliminating the elf and her unicorn mount outright. At that moment, several kilometers away in the sky, the unicorn, Teresa, came to a halt. This is terrifying. The undead aura has reached the peak of the sacred rank, she said nervously, gazing at the 4 dragons beneath the clouds. Amy, let's wait for Isla before proceeding. However, the elf Amy's attention was entirely drawn to the lush and vibrant golden oasis below. It wasn't just the glistening azure lake that captivated her, but also the towering ancient tree, hundreds of meters tall. That was the true source of her fascination. Teresa, do you know about the ancient War Mother tree? The voice of the elf, Amy, trembled noticeably. The unicorn, Teresa, turned her head, her gaze soft as she looked at Amy. Of course I do. The ancient War Mother tree holds the same significance to the Treants as the Elven Mother tree does to your people, the nature elves. It is the source of their heritage. Exactly, Amy said with a sigh of awe. Before this, I had never seen the ancient War Mother tree with my own eyes. Not even the capital of our Elven kingdom had one. It's said that only in the ancestral lands of the elves could one be found, serving as the oldest guardian of that place. Teresa followed Amy's gaze and suddenly gasped. Amy, you're not saying that towering tree, hundreds of meters high, is the legendary ancient War Mother tree, are you? That's precisely what I'm saying, Amy confirmed. Although I've never seen the ancient War Mother tree in our ancestral lands, the aura emanating from this tree is unmistakably that of the Treants. Think about it, what other tree, aside from the tree god itself, could grow to be hundreds of meters tall? I'm certain this is the fabled ancient War Mother tree. Teresa shook her head in disbelief. This is just too incredible. I'd sooner believe it has evolved into the tree god than accept that it's the ancient War Mother tree. Then how do you explain the ancient Treants we encountered earlier? Amy countered. They're clearly not natural creations of the wild. Teresa fell silent, evidently swayed by Amy's reasoning. Let's go into the golden oasis, Amy said resolutely. I must uncover the secrets of this oasis. But Amy, there are 4 saint-level undead dragons there. Teresa hesitated. Amy grinned mischievously. Dear Teresa, since when did you become as timid as a flower sprite? I am not, Teresa retorted immediately. Then, with a determined expression, she gritted her teeth and flew toward the golden oasis. This oasis has grown several times larger than before. With the protection of the ancient War Mother tree, it's no surprise, Amy said. Who knows? In 100 years, this place might flourish into a forest as vibrant as the forest of life. Before long, they stopped 300 meters from the edge of the oasis, not because they didn't want to press forward, but because they were already being targeted. High above, 4 undead dragons hovered, ready to strike. On the edge of the oasis, arrow towers and fortresses stood vigilant. Even more astonishing, behind the walls loomed over 100 towering golden-armored Treants, each tens of meters tall, their eyes filled with hostility. Amy, Teresa whispered, lowering her voice, these Treants seem different. You didn't see it wrong. The elf Amy nodded in confirmation, a look of astonishment appearing on her delicate face. They are the eternal Treant guardians, whose status among the Treants is even higher than that of the ancient Treants, just like how the Sun Elves hold a supreme position among us natural elves. Eternal Treant guardians? Exclaimed the unicorn Teresa in disbelief. Even in the Elven King's realm, they're rarely seen. Yet there are hundreds of them here? Exactly, Amy said in a lowered voice. This only strengthens my belief that the ancient tree must be the mother tree of the ancient war. Only it could have the power to nurture so many eternal Treant guardians. Teresa took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping across the mysterious golden oasis. What kind of force could establish such a formidable presence here? The patrolling eternal Treant guardians clearly showed no intention of allowing outsiders to set foot in the oasis. Looking up at the sky, where a few undead dragons circled, Teresa's eyes lingered on one particularly massive zombie dragon. She dared not act recklessly. The sheer aura of that creature, practically a dragon king among the undead, felt as if it could tear her apart with ease. Although the unicorns were considered one of the most powerful races on the sacred continent, they still fell short when compared to the dragons. I'll try to communicate with them and gain permission to enter, Amy said, taking off gracefully toward the eternal Treant guardian station near the wall. Moments later, Teresa saw Amy waving excitedly for her to come over. Though still filled with doubt, she approached Amy's side. Under the guidance of the eternal Treant guardians, they passed through the slowly opening gate and stepped into the heart of the oasis. How did you manage to convince them? Teresa asked softly. It wasn't really my doing, Amy explained, shaking her head. It was the lord of this oasis who granted us entry. Teresa fell silent, deep in thought. If the oasis were only inhabited by Treants, she wouldn't be overly concerned. But the presence of undead dragons made her hesitant to draw any conclusions. It was well known that Treants and natural elves belonged to the good and orderly alignment, while undead creatures represented chaos and evil. The idea that these two opposing forces could coexist peacefully completely defied her understanding. As they ventured deeper, more astonishing sights unfolded before them. Not only were numerous desert folk living in harmony here, but even desert coyotes were peacefully coexisting with them, assisting in the transportation of wood and stone. All of this left Teresa utterly astounded. "This truly is a magical place," exclaimed the elf Amy, standing in a clearing within the forest, marveling at the scene before her. Not far away, thousands of sand dwellers were carrying out an organized logging operation. The most striking part was their unusual helpers packs of desert coyotes. These magical beasts had ropes woven from tree bark strapped to their backs, dragging wooden sleds back and forth along the forest paths. Each time a sled was filled with timber, the coyotes would promptly haul it to its destination. The entire operation was remarkably orderly. As lower-level magical beasts, desert coyotes were typically known for their low intelligence and volatile temperament, making them difficult to tame. Yet here, they coexisted harmoniously with humans, working in perfect synchronization, a truly astonishing sight. As Amy ventured further, the dense forest gradually thinned out. Though the four undead dragons overhead kept a watchful eye on them, both the elf and her unicorn companion, Teresa, patiently adhered to the rule of traveling on foot. When the view opened up, a breathtaking scene unfolded before them. A sapphire blue lake shimmered under the sunlight, surrounded by sturdy date palms and towering giant cacti. Vibrant flowers dotted the lush meadows, while neatly arranged wooden cottages lined the lakeshore. Scattered fishing boats glided across the lake, their occupants busy hauling in their catch. In the distance, a grand hall and a towering spire stood majestically. For travelers who had just crossed the boundless sand sea, this place felt like paradise. Amy couldn't help but wonder about the enigmatic lord who had cultivated this oasis over the years, and why so little had been heard about the Golden Oasis until now. If it weren't for the mission to address the awakening of the Dark Dragon Charles, she would never have ventured into the Kalar Desert. Investigating the Elven Spring was merely a secondary task. Her primary goal had been to wait for her sister, Ella. These extraordinary experiences would likely sound unbelievable even to Ella. Soon, an eternal Treant guard escorted them to the entrance of the town hall. "Go on in, elf. The Lord is expecting you inside." "Thank you," Amy replied with a polite smile before stepping into the hall with Teresa. The interior was lavishly adorned, and the spacious hall was large enough to accommodate Teresa's full form, which exceeded 10 meters in length. Though Teresa, as a wholly ranked magical beast, could assume a human shape, like most magical creatures, she preferred to remain in her true form. In their beast form, the creatures indeed reach their peak combat strength, while transforming into human form diminishes part of their power. The spacious hall was empty, save for a young human man seated calmly on the high throne. The elf, Amy, gazed at the scene in astonishment. In her understanding, ancient Treants, let alone the even mightier eternal Treants, had never bowed to any human. And yet, here was this extraordinary human, who hadn't even reached the saintly rank, commanding such powerful Treants and the 4 undead dragons circling high above. What intrigued her even more was the presence of an ancient war mother tree growing within this territory. These peculiar phenomena made Amy suspect that Lin Yi might merely be a puppet lord, with the true ruler of the Golden Oasis hidden behind the scenes. However, she kept her doubts to herself and gracefully performed an elven bow, adhering to her people's etiquette. "Honorable human lord, I am Amy, an elf from the city of Kiati. It is my honor to meet you here. This is my companion, Teresa." The unicorn beside her, Teresa, bent her right foreleg and lowered her head, showing respect to the lord. Lin Yi smiled warmly and introduced himself briefly. "Elves and unicorns from afar, my territory welcomes you wholeheartedly. Praise to the Lord." Amy's crescent-shaped eyes sparkled as she offered a sweet smile. Her flawless, delicate features, pointed elf ears, and petite, doll-like figure exuded a charm so endearing that Lin Yi almost lost himself, feeling a strong urge to embrace the adorable elf. Realizing his lapse in composure, he silently chastised himself and quickly regained his composure before asking, "May I inquire, lovely elf, about the purpose of your sudden visit to my territory?" Amy explained, "Lord Lin Yi, I came here in pursuit of the Dark Dragon, Charles. This malevolent dragon slaughtered one of our tribes in the Forest of Life, and it must pay for its atrocities. Along the way, I unexpectedly encountered a group of ancient Treants. The Treant race has always lived alongside us in the Forest of Life and rarely appears elsewhere, let alone in this vast Kalar Desert. This piqued my curiosity, which led me to your domain." She paused briefly and bowed again to Lin Yi. "Respected Lord Lin Yi, please forgive my intrusion. The Treants have always been our most loyal companions and friends among the natural elves. I need to understand why they have pledged allegiance to you." Moreover, there is an ancient War Mother tree within your territory. Are ancient War Mother trees rare? Lin Yi asked, a subtle glint of meaning flashing in his eyes. The elf, Amy, naively failed to notice the probing in Lin Yi's question. She answered earnestly, the ancient War Mother tree is as precious and rare as the Mother God tree of our nature elf clan. Across the entire divine continent, only one remains, planted in the ancestral land of our elf race. She paused briefly before adding, as for the specific location of our ancestral land, outsiders can hardly ever know. But one thing is certain, it is not in the Forest of Life. Though the Forest of Life is ruled by the kingdom of nature elves, it is not the origin of our bloodline. Hearing this, Lin Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. Amy's response had inadvertently revealed quite a bit of valuable information. Since you can recognize it as an ancient War Mother tree, you must also know the origin of the treants in my domain. Their loyalty to me stems from the fact that this ancient War Mother tree was planted by my own hands. Amy frowned at these words, remaining silent for a moment before responding. Lord, forgive me for saying so, but that's hard to believe. The ancient War Mother tree is not something a mortal could cultivate. Even if you manage to grow the seed, for it to reach its current height of several hundred meters, it would require nearly 2 years even if it grew a meter a day. Such an unusual phenomenon in the Golden Oasis could hardly go unnoticed. I have no need to deceive you, Lin Yi replied calmly, but this involves the secrets of my domain, which I am not at liberty to disclose. Upon hearing the word secrets, Amy wisely refrained from pressing further. Delving into others' secrets was a taboo everywhere, just as she would not easily share her own. Instead, she changed the subject. Lord, the recent surge of Elven spring water in Forest City, does it come from your domain? Indeed, Lin Yi admitted with a nod. This was already public knowledge. Elven spring water is diluted from the water of life and is unique to our race. Rumors say it is derived from the sap of the Elven mother tree, and that is not untrue. May I ask how you prepared it? Do you, perhaps, have an Elven mother tree in your possession? Lin Yi's gaze sharpened abruptly. Elf, are you questioning me? Amy quickly apologized. Respected Lord, please forgive my rudeness. I only wish to understand. She trailed off, but her mind was racing with speculation about Lin Yi's true identity. The ancient War Mother tree, the Elven spring water, it all left her bewildered. A wild thought even crossed her mind. Could the Lord have visited the Elven ancestral land? Though the idea seemed utterly absurd, the ancient War Mother tree outside bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in their ancestral land. This, too, is a secret of my domain, Lin Yi said evenly. Amy was left speechless and could only change the topic again. Respected Lord, may I stay in your domain for a night? I wish to wait here for my sister Ella. She is the Lord of Katia City. Amy, continuing to explain her intentions to Lin Yi, stated that she had come to the Kalar Desert to deal with the Dark Dragon, Charles. She elaborated on this point to ease any suspicion Lin Yi might have about her, though she was indeed curious to learn more about the Oasis. I'm sorry, but my territory is currently not open to outsiders, Lin Yi said gently but firmly. There's another oasis about 100 kilometers southwest. You can rest there. Amy's delicate face immediately showed a hint of disappointment. Not even for one night? May I ask when your territory will be open to visitors, or is it closed to outsiders permanently? You're welcome to return in a while, Lin Yi said with a smile. When that time comes, I promise you'll have a wonderful night here. Praise the Lord of the Oasis. Amy let out a sigh of relief. Then I'll visit the Golden Oasis again in a few days. But before I leave, may I take a closer look at the ancient war tree? With Lin Yi's permission, Amy was overjoyed. Together with Lin Yi and the beast, they left the town hall and arrived at the towering ancient war tree. The elf gazed up at the majestic tree, utterly captivated by the overwhelming aura of life and nature it exuded. My lord, she said dreamily, her crescent-shaped eyes shimmering with awe, this is the first time I felt the presence of the ancient war tree. It's so magnificent, so beautiful it rivals the mother tree of our elven kingdom. I've heard that natural elves are born from the elven mother tree. Is that true? Lin Yi asked curiously. Yes, my lord, Amy explained. All natural elves originate from the mother tree, just like fruits growing on a tree. We are her children. Lin Yi couldn't help but imagine tiny elves hanging from tree branches like fruit. The thought reminded him of the immortal Zenuan's ginseng fruit tree, and he wondered if eating an elf might grant eternal life. Amy sincerely thanked Lin Yi, saying, Thank you, my lord, for fulfilling my long-held wish. Please also remind the treants in your territory to be cautious when venturing out. The dark dragon, Charles, harbors deep hostility toward both elves and treants. At that moment, she was unaware that 3 of Charles' minions were circling overhead. I will. You're a kind-hearted elf, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Then he asked, Miss Amy, do you know where I might find dragon soul grass? Dragon soul grass? Amy was momentarily taken aback. How much do you need, my lord? At least 100 stalks, the more, the better. Amy shook her head. Finding a few wouldn't be too difficult, but 100 is a tall order. Dragon soul grass is a rare magical herb that enhances the soul and boosts innate spiritual abilities. It only grows in dragon burial grounds and is quite scarce on land, as the dragon race primarily resides in the Seven Seas. However, she paused and thought, if you're in urgent need, my lord, you could try your luck in Dragonfall Canyon. It's located about 1,400 kilometers southwest of the Golden Oasis. Thousands of dragons fell there in an ancient battle, and their blood stained the entire canyon. Occasionally, bounty hunters have found dragon soul grass there, but please be cautious, the canyon is home to numerous powerful undead creatures. Despite Amy's earnest warning, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. To him, Dragonfall Canyon sounded like the perfect dungeon to explore. In fact, the undead legions gathering in the wilderness and the occasional appearance of monster hordes have already met most of the hunting needs for the troops within the territory. Take Lin Yi's Royal Griffin Knight Corps as an example. This unit sets out at dawn every day and only returns at nightfall, their busy figures moving tirelessly across battlefields. Since Lin Yi lifted the restrictions on prioritizing the elite squad's training, other Royal Griffin Knights have also gained more opportunities for combat experience, steadily improving the strength of the entire corps. However, the growth of the ancient Treant Legion has been exceedingly slow. These colossal wooden warriors, born with mid to high king-level strength, require the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of undead creatures to gain enough experience to level up. Not to mention the eternal Treant Guardians who have already reached the transcendent level, they require even greater challenges. Currently, the scale of the undead legions has not yet reached a catastrophic level, making it impossible to fulfill their advancement needs. The situation is even more dire for the 4 Saint-level dragons under Lin Yi's command. Even if they were to massacre tens of thousands of low-level undead creatures, they would still struggle to break through their current bottleneck. This realization made Lin Yi acutely aware of his urgent need for a more resource-rich hunting environment. It was against this backdrop that the mention of Dragonfall Canyon by the elf Amy caught Lin Yi's attention. The canyon not only teemed with numerous powerful monsters, but also offered the chance to harvest rare dragon soul grass, making it an ideal location for leveling up. Thank you for the information, Miss Amy, Lin Yi said with a smile. What you've shared is very helpful to me. Amy returned a sweet smile. It's my honor to assist you, my lord. It's a pity I can't remain in your territory. I deeply regret that. Lin Yi chose to tactfully avoid addressing the hidden request in Amy's words. In truth, he was already planning to open the Golden Oasis, which was one of the reasons he had previously constructed a marketplace. Much like Forest City, the idea was to generate substantial revenue by collecting trade taxes from various merchant guilds. However, before proceeding, Lin Yi knew he needed to prepare thoroughly. He intended to divide the Golden Oasis into 2 sections, an outer city for visitors and a marketplace, and an inner city exclusively for troops and residents. Outsiders would be strictly prohibited from entering the inner city without permission, and even if granted access, they would be required to leave by the end of the day. Additionally, Lin Yi planned to construct an exceptionally strong magical barrier over the inner city to block any spiritual probes. Most importantly, he aimed to cultivate a powerful army of troops capable of deterring the superpowers of the world. Only when all these preparations were complete would Lin Yi consider opening the Golden Oasis. Before this, not even a celestial being, let alone an elf, could spend the night in his territory. As she prepared to leave, the elf Amy's gaze fell on the shimmering sapphire lake. She softly asked, Lord of the territory, I noticed you are raising a large number of silverfin fish in the lake? That's correct. Lin Yi nodded in confirmation, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The number of silverfin fish in Sapphire Lake had surpassed 100,000. In 2 days, a new growth cycle would begin. By then, the total number of mature fish was expected to exceed 500,000, all meeting the harvesting standards. Lin Yi planned to catch a batch for sale to exchange for gold coins. Timing was crucial because the aura effect of the Lucky Altar was about to fade, and a new buff would replace the current tenfold growth and reproduction speed bonus. Once the aura disappeared, creatures like silverfin fish, desert coyotes, and moose would return to their natural growth rates. Looking at the charming and delicate elf before him, Lin Yi smiled and asked, Miss Amy, are you interested in purchasing some silverfin fish? Yes. Amy nodded. These spiritual fish are rare in our city of Chadi. If the Lord is willing to sell, I will immediately inform my sister of this good news. Sure, but you'll have to wait 2 more days, Lin Yi agreed readily. If City Lord Isla could purchase all the silverfin fish at once, that would be ideal and save the elderly steward Hodern the trouble of making a trip to Forest City. Speaking of Hodern, the aging magician was currently out on a hunting trip, missing the rare chance to witness the natural elf and the unicorn firsthand. Lin Yi thought of how Hodern had once lamented never seeing an elf in his lifetime. If he found out now, he would surely regret it deeply. Hearing Lin Yi's response, Amy beamed with joy. Soon after, she reluctantly bid farewell under the escort of the eternal trance. She glanced back from time to time, but her gaze was not on Lin Yi. Instead, it lingered on the ancient war mother tree, radiating immense vitality and natural magic. If Lin Yi allowed it, she would have embraced the mother tree without hesitation, even willing to sleep on its massive leaves. For an elf, resting in the embrace of the mother tree was the ultimate bliss. After leaving the Golden Oasis, Amy immediately contacted her sister Isla, who was on her way. Sister, you won't believe what I saw at the Golden Oasis. Is it the secret of the Elven Spring? Isla asked. Of course not. Amy exclaimed excitedly. Dearest Isla, I saw the legendary ancient war mother tree, a host of ancient treants, and the powerful eternal treant guardians. Amy, that's not a very good joke. From afar, Ella had just stepped into the territory of the Kalar Desert. Hearing the voice coming from the long-distance magical communication device, her slender eyebrows furrowed slightly. The ancient war mother tree? The thought seemed utterly unbelievable to her. Even the royal capital of the Elven Kingdom didn't possess such a rare existence. How could a mere golden oasis have one? It's true, dear sister. Amy's voice was firm. That ancient war mother tree stands several hundred meters tall and exudes the purest, most intense aura of the trance. It is the very source that nurtured the eternal treant guardians and the ancient trance. I saw with my own eyes that the oasis had over 100 eternal treant guardians, each towering 30 meters tall, clad in golden heavy armor. Are you sure you haven't been hallucinating? Ella's voice trembled slightly, and even her upright posture wavered for a moment. Of course not, Amy declared with absolute certainty. The Lord of the Oasis allowed me to personally sense the aura of the ancient war mother tree. There's no mistaking it. Wait, the Oasis has a lord? Yes, a young and handsome human lord. All those ancient treants and eternal treant guardians are fiercely loyal to him. That's even more impossible, Ella exclaimed. The treants only pledge their allegiance to us, the nature elves, but it's the truth. I saw it with my own eyes. After a long silence, Ella finally spoke. By the spirit goddess, treants loyal to a human? Unless this human has received a special blessing from the elven goddess. Amy, stay at the oasis and wait for me. We'll be there soon. I must see this ancient war mother tree for myself. Sorry, sister. I've already left. The Lord didn't allow me to stay overnight in his territory. You coward. Ella snapped, irritated. Where's the courage you had when you wanted to take on the Dark Dragon, Charles, all by yourself? Amy retorted indignantly. If you can handle 4 Saintier undead dragons, including one that might have already evolved into a dragon king at the peak of Saintier, I'll listen to everything you say from now on. After a lengthy pause, Ella finally said, I'm heading back to Forest City now. You should return too. I need to know everything about the Golden Oasis and that human lord. Ending the communication, Ella mounted her unicorn and flew toward Forest City. The news of the ancient war mother tree was enough to shake the entire Elven Kingdom. She needed to investigate thoroughly before reporting to the Elven Queen. Perhaps even Her Majesty herself would visit the Golden Oasis to witness this legendary tree. Meanwhile, back at the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi, who had bid farewell to Amy, had returned to the backyard of the town hall. With a flip of his right hand, a massive gemstone appeared out of thin air in his palm. The gemstone was a radiant golden yellow, emitting a dazzling light, and its flawless surface was breathtakingly beautiful. Inside the gem, the figure of a tiny sprite floated quietly, her eyes closed as if in a deep slumber. This gemstone had an extraordinary origin. It was one of the spoils obtained by the zombie dragon king after defeating the dark dragon, Charles. It had been secured along with a trove of gold coins. Lin Yi was well aware that defeating monsters could sometimes yield rare items like blueprints, but until now, his army had only managed to acquire some ordinary unit quantity blueprints and equipment blueprints that were of no immediate use. This was the first time they had come across such a precious gemstone. This was no ordinary magical gem, but an exceptionally rare spirit gem, which was also the very reason Lin Yi sought out the elf Amy to inquire about the dragon soul grass. The system information was even more thrilling. Spirit gem type, dragon sprite. Level, sacred grade, initial tier. Item description. This is a gemstone capable of nurturing a dragon sprite. Nurturing conditions. Requires at least 100 dragon soul grass. Special note. The more dragon soul grass absorbed, the higher the level of the dragon sprite nurtured. Dragon sprites were an exceedingly rare type of sprite, even rarer than the mythical elemental sprites. They were born with the ability to control soul power and could wield dragon-exclusive magic known as dragon tongue spells, making them highly cherished by dragons. Typically, dragon sprites could only be nurtured in unique locations like dragon graves, where the remains of numerous dragons were buried. At this moment, while the ancient treants and eternal treant guardians within the territory possessed demigod-level growth potential, Reaching that level required defeating countless monsters and would take an extremely long time. In contrast, a dragon sprite could be directly nurtured as long as there was enough dragon soul grass. It would be born at the sacred grade, initial tier, and could continue to grow stronger as it absorbed more dragon soul grass. Lin Yi immediately dispatched the zombie dragon king and the nether dragon to Dragonfall Canyon to search for dragon soul grass. This duo, one with immense strength and the other elusive and unpredictable, was perfect for the task. At the same time, he reviewed the rewards for defeating the dark dragon. Charles, congratulations. You have earned the title, Little Prince of Dragon Slayer. Title effects. Troop combat power increased by 20. Damage to dragons increased by 50. Immune to dragon intimidation. Morale unaffected. Dragon hostility towards you increased by 100. The title can be upgraded to Top Dragon Slayer. Upgrade condition. Defeat 50 dragons. Special note. Holding this title will make you a sworn enemy of the dragon race. You may choose to bring the corpse of the dark dragon, Charles, along with a large amount of treasure to the Seven Seas Dragon Island to apologize to the dragons and renounce this title. Dragon Slayer Prince? Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly. The title sounded anything but serious, yet he couldn't deny its impressive utility. The system prompt revealed that this title not only increased the combat strength of his territory's troops by 20, but also amplified damage dealt to dragon-type creatures by a staggering 50. With the Zombie Dragon King as an example, combining these buffs made defeating a peak Saint-tier dragon of the same level practically effortless. Even more exhilarating was the fact that after slaying 50 dragons, the title could be upgraded to Dragon Slayer Overlord. As for the special notification in the information panel that suggested heading to Seven Seas Dragon Island to apologize, present Charles's corpse, and offer a large amount of treasure, Lin Yi completely ignored it. Charles had already been sliced into 3 pieces, and bringing those triplets to the dragons would likely incite even greater hostility. Instead of walking into a beating, it was better to stay resolute on the dragon-slaying path and work toward the goal of becoming the Dragon Slayer Overlord. With the mission of slaying the dragon Charles complete, Lin Yi shifted his focus to the 2 remaining tasks. One side quest involved conquering or annihilating the Ratmen Kingdom, with the reward being a random blueprint. This task needed to be completed urgently, as the Ratmen might flee en masse upon learning of the dragon's demise. Letting hundreds of thousands of giant black rats escape and forego all that experience would be a waste. Without delay, Lin Yi issued 2 orders. First, he commanded the Royal Griffin Knight Corps, who were out hunting undead creatures, to regroup immediately and prepare to attack the Ratmen Kingdom. Second, he summoned an Eternal Treant Guardian and instructed them to take the captured Ratmen scout and seal off all underground tunnel exits of the Ratmen Kingdom. Pay special attention to that extraordinary human mage, Lin Yi stressed to the Eternal Treant Guardian. Capture them alive if possible. If not, eliminate them on the spot. Understood, my lord. The Eternal Treant Guardian replied solemnly. With us guarding the exits, not a single rat will escape. Soon, over 100 Eternal Treant Guardians were assembled and set off toward the Ratmen Kingdom. One of them carried the dejected black rat in its grop. It was the second time this unfortunate creature had betrayed its kingdom. The first betrayal had revealed the location of the dragon's passage, and now it was aiding the enemy in finding the underground tunnel exits. It wanted to die but didn't dare to, so it could only silently pray in despair. Great Aubrey, your majesty, betraying the kingdom was never my intention. The Ratman captive stammered, his voice trembling with fear. If you die, please, do not come seeking revenge on me, and especially not on that lord. Otherwise, you might have to die a second time. High above Saline, squads of Royal Griffin Knights gathered in waves. The golden wings of the griffins shimmered under the sunlight, and before long, more than 20,000 royal knights had assembled. Each knight was clad in gleaming armor, mounted on a massive golden griffin, and wielding a lance several meters long, its tip radiating an intimidating gleam of cold steel. The sheer scale of this army was astonishing, so much so that even the kingdom of Clelia, known as the homeland of griffins, would struggle to mobilize such a colossal force of golden griffin knights in a short time. The sight of this formidable legion alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of most kingdom-level powers across the sacred continent. Even dragons would think twice and flee with their tails between their legs. With the arrival of the last elite squad, every member of which possessed extraordinary abilities, the command to attack was issued. The mighty Griffin Knight Legion charged toward the entrance of the underground passage. A massive stone gate, nearly 100 meters in diameter, shattered under their relentless assault, revealing a wide tunnel leading deep into the earth. This passage had originally been excavated by the Ratman Kingdom to welcome the Dark Dragon, Charles. Now, it served as a crucial pathway for the Royal Griffin Knights' advance. Without this tunnel, Lin Yi's efforts to destroy the underground Ratman Kingdom would have been fraught with difficulty, as the other passages were far too narrow, allowing only Ratmen to pass through. Meanwhile, Over 100 Eternal Treant Guardians had divided into dozens of smaller squads, each stationed at an exit from the subterranean tunnels. Their mission was to intercept any escaping Ratmen and ensure the complete annihilation of the Ratman Kingdom. Within the underground Ratman Kingdom, alarms blared and war drums thundered, echoing throughout the vast underground space. An endless swarm of Ratmen surged like a black tide. About one-fifth of them were fully armed, while the rest wore tattered clothing and wielded crude weapons. However, their numbers far exceeded the reported tens of thousands. In reality, their population surpassed 1 million. This discrepancy wasn't due to deliberate deceit by the captive, but rather the Ratmen's rapid reproduction and lack of accurate population records. Even King Aubrey himself couldn't determine the exact number. The enemy is about to invade our kingdom. King Aubrey's voice reverberated through the underground realm. Brave Ratmen, take up your weapons. Fight the invaders to the death. Defend the great Ratman Kingdom at all costs. Kill, kill, kill. Countless Ratmen roared and screeched in unison, their cries shaking the earth as they answered their king's call, ready to make their final stand in defense of their homeland. Your Majesty, the stone gate of Dragon Path has been destroyed, and the enemy forces have broken through. Alarms echoed throughout the grand hall of the kingdom. Your Majesty, the enemy is less than 500 meters from the main camp. Your Majesty, the 7th defensive outpost has been destroyed. One urgent report after another pierced the hearts of everyone present like arrows. Seated upon the throne, King Aubrey the Rat and the surrounding ratfolk leaders trembled without exception. Against other enemies, even the neighboring Grey Dwarf Kingdom, they would not have been so stricken with fear. But this time was different. The invaders were none other than the renowned Golden Griffin Knights of the Holy Continent, and their numbers were suffocatingly overwhelming. A force of 10,000 strong. Just days ago, when they first received intelligence that the enemy was assembling in the skies over Shaelin, the ratfolk leaders could hardly believe it. In mere days, the Golden Griffin Knights had surged in number from a little over 1,000 to a staggering 10,000, defying all logic. Even the expansion speed of the Rat Kingdom could not compare. However, as wave after wave of confirmed reports came in, they were forced to accept this terrifying reality. Your Majesty, a ratfolk leader's voice trembled. The enemy is about to breach the royal palace. These Golden Griffin Knights are far too fearsome. What should we do? A deathly silence fell over the hall. All eyes turned to King Aubrey the Rat. With the great Master Charles nowhere to be found, their last hope rested entirely on their king. Where is the envoy? Aubrey asked darkly. Your Majesty, the envoy disappeared long ago. He must have fled. Curse that human mage. King Aubrey spat angrily. Treacherous humans are never reliable. They flee faster than rats. Though the thought of fleeing crossed his mind, Aubrey knew he had nowhere to run. As the ruler of this land and its countless riches, he understood that even when faced with the terrifying Golden Griffins, he had no choice but to fight to the death. Summon every ratfolk to battle. King Aubrey ordered through gritted teeth. Even if we are devoured by the Golden Griffins, let them choke on us. This is a war for the survival of our kingdom. No one is allowed to retreat. That includes all of you. Everyone must fight. The ratfolk leaders exchanged uneasy glances. Some were paralyzed with fear, while others tried to muster courage. Soon, they began to leave the royal hall one by one, outwardly not daring to defy the king's command. Once the high-ranking officials had departed, King Aubrey summoned the palace guards, preparing to lead the battle himself on the front lines. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit underground vault, two shadowy figures moved stealthily, a towering, bloated figure over 3 meters tall, and a much smaller, wiry one barely reaching 1.2 meters. Brother, do we really have to do this? The 17th princess asked nervously, glancing at her brother in the dimly lit corridor. We must. Haven't you already stolen the keys? The ratfolk envoy urged impatiently. But, brother, this means betraying His Majesty the King, betraying our kingdom. My dear 17th sister, this isn't betrayal. It's for the survival and continuation of our ratfolk clan. As long as we offer the treasure inside to the great lord, we won't have to die. But, no buts. Quickly now. The ratfolk envoy pushed his sister, but her large frame remained immovable. He could only continue to persuade her. At last, the 17th princess gritted her teeth and shuffled her hefty body to unlock the treasury door. A dazzling golden light burst forth, so bright that it nearly blinded the titanium alloy eyes of the ratfolk siblings. So much gold, gems, and crystals. Brother, we've struck it rich. Wrong. The great lord has struck it rich. Take out the spatial equipment. Don't leave a single coin behind. After emptying the treasury, the siblings snuck away furtively. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the betrayal, Rat King Aubrey had ascended the city walls. Beside him stood the kingdom's powerful elites and the well-equipped royal guard, which included not only king-level warriors, but even a few transcendental ratfolk. Rat King Aubrey himself was also a transcendental being, though his strength came entirely from consuming countless substances to boost his power. When it came to actual combat, however, he was utterly unremarkable. Suddenly, the distant darkness was pierced by golden light. As the glow drew nearer, everyone could finally see the astonishing sight: a massive swarm of golden griffins, numbering no less than 20,000. Each griffin carried a fully armed knight on its back. They were arranged in perfect formation, resembling a meticulously trained swarm of bees. The spectacle was so overwhelming that several ratfolk fainted on the spot. "Your Majesty, the intelligence was wrong. There are at least 20,000 golden griffins, with over 100 transcendental warriors among them. We're doomed," a trembling ratfolk elite reported. "What do you suggest we do then?" the Rat King demanded with a grim expression. "Perhaps we should retreat. Save as many as we can. If we escape, we can rebuild the kingdom." "That makes sense." The Rat King immediately nodded and turned to leave. "They'll leave the retreat to you. Once I rebuild the kingdom, they'll make you a count." Before his words had even fully landed, the Rat King's figure had already vanished. The stunned elite and the other strongmen exchanged incredulous glances, utterly shocked by this abrupt turn of events. Mouse King Aubrey hurriedly retreated from the city walls with the royal guards, his figure quickly disappearing into the dense cluster of palace buildings. The kingdom's high-ranking officials followed suit, all scrambling to evacuate. After all, with the king himself issuing an order to retreat, no one was willing to stay behind and die for the sake of so-called dignity. For the ratfolk living at the very bottom of the Holy Continent's hierarchy, survival was always the top priority. However, the ordinary ratfolk were oblivious to this. At this moment, a swarm of golden griffins was closing in on the kingdom, their terrifying presence sending shivers through millions of ratfolk. As the massive figures drew nearer, some ratfolk warriors could no longer hold back. At first, sporadic arrows whistled through the air, but soon a dense rain of arrows followed, as if a chain reaction had been triggered. More and more ratfolk joined in this futile resistance. The arrow barrage collided with the aura of the Royal Griffin Knight Legion, a shimmering golden barrier formed by concentrated magic, which effortlessly deflected every arrow. Many of the arrows even splintered into pieces the moment they made contact. Such an attack was utterly insignificant to the vastly superior Royal Griffin Knights, barely even worth their notice. When the command to attack was given, over 20,000 Royal Griffin Knights spread out like a swarm of bees, surging into the ratfolk capital from all directions. Explosions erupted in quick succession as the knights unleashed their long lances, each several meters in length. Every lance strike unleashed a 100-meter-long arc of energy, effortlessly destroying arrow towers and fortifications both inside and outside the city walls, as easily as slicing through tofu. This staggering destructive power stemmed from the magical synergy between the knights and their golden griffins. Drawing on the immense magical reserves of their mounts, the knights' combat techniques were significantly amplified. If their mounts were dragons instead of griffins, the power would be even more astonishing. In fact, it could be said that even an ordinary combatant could potentially achieve the strength of a saint-level warrior if they became the rider of a holy-tier dragon. The black-robed sorcerer was desperate to forge a pact with the dark dragon, Charles. His goal was simply long to become a dragon mage. With the immense power of the dark dragon, even as a grand mage of extraordinary rank, he could unleash terrifying magic on par with the holy tier. On the battlefield, the Royal Griffin Knights charged with lightning speed. In an instant, the meticulously constructed defenses of the Ratmen Kingdom crumbled to dust. Towers and fortresses were reduced to ruins, and the knights didn't even need to assault the walls. Unlike the wealthier major powers, the Ratmen Kingdom lacked the resources to create large-scale magical barriers, rendering their defenses utterly ineffective. Over 20,000 golden griffins circled above the capital, their piercing cries echoing through the skies. These majestic mounts simultaneously spread their massive golden wings and beat them powerfully, unleashing countless golden arrows formed from elemental magic. Each magical golden feather covered an area of tens to hundreds of meters. When tens of thousands of griffins attacked in unison, the sky seemed to rain golden death, engulfing the majority of the Ratmen Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, buildings collapsed, blood flowed freely, and countless Ratmen were impaled by the magical golden feathers on the spot. The million-strong Ratman army disintegrated in an instant, and the survivors scattered in all directions. Some rushed toward the royal palace for sanctuary, others fled beyond the city, while some desperately burrowed into the ground to hide. Such was the brutal reality of an overwhelming power disparity. Against an opponent of equal strength, such an area attack would at most eliminate a few minor enemies. But against the weak and poorly equipped Ratmen forces, this single strike was enough to obliterate their will to resist. The Royal Griffin Knights descended from the skies, spreading out across the kingdom to methodically hunt down the fleeing rat men. Meanwhile, oblivious to the catastrophic defeat, the Rat King, Aubrey, was escorted by the palace guards to the underground treasury. Upon realizing the key was missing, he immediately ordered the guards to break down the door. What awaited him was an even greater blow. The vast treasury was completely empty. The treasures amassed by generations of rat kings had vanished without a trace, as if looted by a swarm of ravenous rats. Damn it! Who stole my treasures? How heartless can they be? Couldn't they at least leave me a few coins? Overcome with rage and shock, Rat King Aubrey collapsed and fainted on the spot. Seeing King Aubrey of the Ratfolk faint from anger, the palace guards revealed anxious expressions and hurriedly carried the unconscious king away from the underground treasury. Their loyalty lay not in the glittering treasures, but in the royal bloodline flowing through Aubrey's veins. Just as bees serve their queen and ants follow their queen, the Ratfolk highly value lineage and heritage. Only Aubrey and his direct descendants could rebuild a new Ratfolk kingdom and secure the loyalty of their people. The hurried footsteps echoed through the tunnels as the group quickly fled into a hidden passage. Here, they encountered other high-ranking officials of the kingdom, also fleeing with their families. What happened to His Majesty? One official asked in alarm, noticing the unconscious king. Someone looted His Majesty's private treasury, and he fainted out of rage, a guard replied succinctly. The surrounding officials exchanged uneasy glances. None of them had expected that, in such a critical moment, someone would dare to rob the Rat King's treasury. What was even more startling was that the king insisted on bringing those treasures with him during their escape. For the Ratfolk, in the resource-scarce Kalar Desert, such flashy treasures were far less valuable than food. At that moment, the Rat King slowly regained consciousness. His first words, spoken through gritted teeth, were, "Damn thieves. I will tear them to pieces. That was my life's fortune. Your Majesty, your safety is paramount. We can deal with the treasure later," one official quickly advised. "Where are we?" Aubrey asked, glancing at the dark walls of the tunnel. "This is the secret escape passage you had constructed, known only to the guards and a few high-ranking officials," the official explained. "Once we pass through here, we will reach the Monlade Highlands. Further north lies the ruins of the Anelby Mines, which is the territory of the Greyland Dwarves." "Yes, the Greyland Dwarves," the Rat King said eagerly. "Rebuilding the kingdom will require their support. If they agree to help, I am willing to offer all my wealth." "Your Majesty," the official hesitated before replying, "the only wealth you have left now is us and the scepter in your hand." This remark nearly caused the Rat King to faint again. "Damn it! Move! Get us out of this cursed place." The group pressed on, their hurried footsteps echoing through the dark passage. Every Ratfolk was engulfed in sorrow and despair, knowing that this escape likely meant they would never return to their homeland. Meanwhile, the purge of the Ratfolk kingdom continued. The royal griffin riders, unable to enter the tunnels due to their mount size, focused on eliminating Ratfolk who had failed to escape above ground, particularly those well-armed and of professional combat rank. During their operations, they faced fierce resistance from small, elite Ratfolk units led by powerful individuals. The Ratmen who attempted to break through the encirclement of the Royal Griffin Knights met the same fate as the other Ratman warriors that had been eradicated. After several clashes, they were slain by the Royal Griffin Knights. Neither king-level powerhouses nor transcendental-level fighters could withstand the might of the Royal Griffin Knights Legion. Just minutes earlier, a formidable transcendental Ratman had tried to escape the capital of the Ratman Kingdom by flying, but within less than a minute, it was caught by nearly 100 Royal Griffin Knights and was ultimately pierced by a sharp knight's lance. Facing the assault of the Royal Griffin Knights, the Ratman Kingdom had virtually no power to resist. Those who managed to flee through underground tunnels were considered extremely fortunate. "Don't kill me. I'm on your side." Near a grand hall, a Ratman raised its hands and shouted loudly. It was the Ratman envoy, accompanied by a large family, including its rather plump and stout 17th princess sister. With a gust of wind, a massive golden griffin landed on the ground. The royal judicator knight on its back coldly stared at the Ratman envoy and asked, "What about those Ratmen behind you?" He did not act immediately, as he sensed the aura of a citizen's insignia on the Ratman envoy. The citizen's insignia was granted by the Lord's system, and it could easily distinguish between citizens and outsiders. "Reporting to you, honorable knight, they are all my family, and like me, they pledge loyalty to the Great Lord," the Ratman envoy quickly explained, then took out several spatial artifacts and handed them to the royal judicator knight. "Sir Knight, these are treasures I stole from Rat King Aubrey's private vault. I am willing to offer them all to the Great Lord." "You are a clever rat," the royal judicator knight remarked as he pocketed the spatial artifacts. He then asked, "Where have Rat King Aubrey and your kingdom's leaders fled to?" "I don't know." The Ratman envoy hurriedly shook its head. "I haven't seen Aubrey since the war council ended." At this moment, The 17th princess beside it nervously raised her chubby paw and said, "Honorable knight. His Majesty Aubrey likely escaped using a secret passage." "A secret passage? Take me there," the Royal Judicator Knight commanded. "Yes, right away." Soon, they arrived at the entrance of an underground tunnel. The tunnel had a diameter of about 5 meters, allowing both rat men and the human Royal Judicator Knight to pass through with ease. However, the golden griffin was too large to enter. The Royal Judicator Knight promptly stored the griffin in his mount space and summoned several transcendental-level knights to pursue the escapees through the tunnel. As the group of knights disappeared into the distance, the 17th princess quietly asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" The Ratman envoy replied, "If you don't want to die, stay where you are and don't move until this war is over." The 17th princess and the other Ratmen obediently remained motionless. On the surface, the exits of dozens of underground tunnels were guarded by eternal Treant wardens. Each warden wielded a massive wooden club nearly 20 meters long. Whenever a Ratman emerged from a tunnel, the wardens would mercilessly smash them with their clubs. One Ratman, one strike. A group of Ratmen, one massacre. Soon, heaps of Ratman corpses piled up near the tunnel exits. In one of the underground tunnels, a figure cloaked in black stood silently. He was none other than the emissary of the Rat King, Aubrey the Pensive. 200 meters ahead, golden sunlight streamed through the tunnel's exit, symbolizing freedom and hope. Yet, the emissary dared not advance recklessly. From the exit came intermittent, heavy thuds, each accompanied by a faint tremor in the ground, the sound of massive wooden clubs striking down. The emissary's gaze fell on the mangled corpses of large black rats crushed into pulp in the distance, sending shivers down his spine. The sheer destructive power of those 20-meter-long clubs filled him with dread. What shocked him even more was the sight of several colossal Treants, each towering dozens of meters high, guarding the exit. "Damn it, Treants, in a place like the Kalar Desert," the black-robed emissary muttered through gritted teeth. When the Royal Griffin Knights had gathered in the skies above the sand dunes, he had already sensed that the dragon, Charles, was doomed and that the Rat Kingdom was beyond saving. To survive, he had fled immediately, taking refuge in the underground tunnels. However, it seemed the enemy had anticipated his moves and acted even faster. Nearly every exit of the underground tunnels had been sealed. He had tried several different routes but failed to break through each time. What shocked him the most was that these Treants were not just extraordinary beings but eternal Treant guardians, far more powerful than ancient Treants, capable of overwhelming even dragons. Another deafening crash echoed, and the ground shook violently. A group of terrified ratfolk scrambled back deeper into the tunnel, clearly having witnessed more comrades meet a gruesome fate. The emissary glanced at the massive wooden clubs and couldn't help but shudder. As a mage, his physical constitution was far from robust. Even with magical shields, he doubted he could endure such devastating attacks for long. "Emissary, you're a powerful, extraordinary mage. You can definitely break through," a ratfolk suddenly cried out. "Yes, emissary. You should lead the charge. We'll support you in spirit," others chimed in. These words made the emissary tremble with rage. These despicable black rats actually wanted to use him as cannon fodder. How outrageous. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Charging Hedon is pointless. Aren't you rats? Dig a new tunnel." "Emissary, you must be joking," one ratfolk replied, shaking his head. "The rocks in the underground world are so hard that even with a month's time, we couldn't carve a safe passage. Besides, without food, we'd starve halfway through." The black-robed emissary fell silent, rendered speechless, and sank into a state of despair. A moment later, his expression turned cold as he said, "Then there's only one solution." "What is it, my lord?" The rat men huddled together, asking anxiously. The figure in the black robe traced a sinister arc in the air with his staff and said coldly, "The solution is for all of you to die." Before the words had fully left his mouth, countless inky black tendrils appeared out of thin air, writhing through the narrow passage. Wherever the tendrils passed, any ratman they caught was instantly drained of life, reduced to a shriveled husk. In mere seconds, dozens of lifeless, desiccated bodies had fallen to the ground. This was with the black-robed figure intentionally holding back his power. Otherwise, every ratman in the passage would have perished. The remaining ratmen were so terrified they scattered in all directions, fleeing frantically. But when they tried to retreat, they found their path blocked by more dark tendrils, forcing them to turn and race desperately toward the distant exit. Hundreds of ratmen surged forward in terror, even though they knew this was the human mage's trap, meant to use their lives to clear his way. They had no other choice. "Evil human mage, you will meet a terrible end. The great rat god will curse you for eternity." Amidst furious curses, the swarm of ratmen poured out of the underground tunnel like a tide, only to be met by several massive wooden clubs, each over 20 meters long. With heavy, muffled thuds, Groups of rat men were crushed to death on the spot. Amid the chaos, the black-robed figure shot out of the tunnel like an arrow loosed from a bow, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Just as he thought he was about to escape, dozens of sharp wooden spears sliced through the air, aiming directly for his vital points. The spears moved with incredible speed, far beyond the black-robed figure's ability to react. He could only watch helplessly as the spears struck his magical shield with precision, silently praying that it would hold against the onslaught. It has to hold. I'm a high-tier extraordinary Magithos Treants are at most mid-tier. If I just had enough space to cast, I could even suppress them. Before he could finish the thought, the first spear exploded against his shield, followed by the second, then the third. The shield remained intact until the second-to-last spear struck. Without warning, the magical barrier shattered completely. The final spear pierced through his body in an instant. How is this possible? The black-robed figure's vision went black as his body plummeted uncontrollably from the sky. He would never know that the eternal Treant Guardians possessed a unit trait called Mighty Strike, which allowed them to instantly kill enemies no more than 2 levels higher. Simply put, he was defeated because the trait had been triggered, resulting in his instant death. Inside the skill tower, Lin Yi was deeply focused on his secluded training. As a lord, he was not bound by any profession or elemental attributes, granting him the freedom to learn various magical skills. After a period of intensive practice, he had mastered 3 extraordinary level spells: Meteor Shower, capable of wide area attacks; Summoning, which could call forth an extraordinary level Earth Giant Golem; and Holy Light Barrier, a light-based magic for team protection. Although, as a lord, he rarely needed to personally step onto the battlefield, and these magical skills might never be used, mastering each new spell gave him a profound sense of achievement that came with increasing power. Just as he was engrossed in his magical training, a series of system notifications suddenly flashed through his mind. Congratulations, Lord. Your legion has destroyed the core structure of the Ratmen Kingdom, the Royal Palace Hall. You have conquered the Ratmen Kingdom. Side Quest 1 completed. You have received a random blueprint. Lin Yi opened his eyes, a look of surprise crossing his face. While he was well aware that the Royal Griffin Knights Legion was strong enough to easily take down the Ratmen Kingdom, the speed of their success was beyond his expectations, as if the enemy had mounted no effective resistance at all. With a thought, a blueprint emitting a faint golden glow appeared in his hand. Lin Yi secretly hoped it would be a blueprint for a military unit building, never worried about food supplies, only about whether his military strength was sufficient for self-defense. However, when the blueprint's details were revealed, it turned out to be for a special structure called the Hero Tavern. Though the tavern was not a military unit building, its construction requirements were staggering: 50,000 gold coins and 100,000 units of wood, a cost even higher than upgrading the Dragon's Tomb. Yet, this only heightened Lin Yi's anticipation in this world. The cost of construction often correlated directly with a building's importance. Without hesitation, he left the skill tower and selected an empty plot of land near the town hall to invest the necessary resources into building the Hero Tavern. Surprisingly, despite its exorbitant cost, the building appeared remarkably ordinary. It occupied a small area, and its exterior was far from luxurious, revealing no obvious signs of its uniqueness. The system promptly displayed: this is a low-level Hero Tavern, but it is only open to the strong. The requirements for upgrading the intermediate Hero Tavern appeared before Lin Yi: 500,000 gold coins and 1 million units of wood. The system emphasized upgrading the Hero Tavern would attract stronger heroes to serve the territory. A tavern only for the strong? Lin Yi murmured softly, pushing open the heavy wooden door. He was greeted by a modestly sized hall. An antique bar counter stretched across the center, with fewer than 10 wooden tables scattered around. In the corner, a semicircular sofa quietly marked its status as a VIP seat. Behind the bar stood an elderly man in a gray robe, focused on mixing drinks with a blank expression. Noticing Lin Yi approaching, he mustered a faint, professional smile. What would the Lord like to drink? We offer countless beverages from across the multiverse, including celestial wines crafted from divine artifacts. The multiverse? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Then I'll have a celestial wine. Of course, my lord. That will be 50 million gold coins. Lin Yi's smile froze. Even the lord has to pay? No choice, small business, the old man replied calmly. Small business? Lin Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then just give me the cheapest one. With a wave of the old man's hand, a glass of blood-red liquid appeared out of thin air. Bloody Mary, 300 gold coins. Consider this one on the house, my lord. Lin Yi thanked him and took a sip. The drink first delivered a strong, metallic tang, followed by a fiery sensation burning down his throat, sending warmth coursing through his body. As the heat subsided, a hint of sweet fragrance lingered on his palate. Good wine. While sipping, Lin Yi tried to inquire about the old man's background but received no definitive answers. He speculated that the peculiar bartender might be supported by the Lord's system itself. Sir, how often do heroes visit? Lin Yi asked. It depends on luck. Sometimes several a day, other times none for a year. But upgrading the tavern increases the chances of heroes appearing. Lin Yi nodded and was about to leave when a figure suddenly materialized in the tavern. It was a woman dressed in a silver-white crystal gown, her silver hair flowing elegantly. Her breathtaking beauty was matched by an overpowering aura that left Lin Yi momentarily dizzy. What is this place? The woman's gaze swept past Lin Yi and landed on the old man. The Hero Tavern, a miraculous structure connecting countless universes. Only true heroes may enter, the old man responded blankly. Countless universes? Fascinating. She turned to Lin Yi. Are you a hero too? No. I'm here to recruit heroes, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Recruit? She sighed softly. You're too weak to recruit me. Unfazed, Lin Yi extended his hand. Recruitment can wait. I'm Lin Yi, a human lord. The woman stared at his outstretched hand for a moment before lightly shaking it. Keisha, Queen of Angels. Lin Yi forced an awkward laugh, his gaze falling on the breathtaking figure before him. Are you really the holy Keisha, the one who upholds the order of justice? Keisha didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked softly, how much do you know about the order of justice? I know a little. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. As a lord, I acknowledge the supreme authority you've established within the system of order, but I don't agree with the selfless protection of weaker civilizations. Keisha's expression remained calm. Life follows its natural laws. The existence of the order of justice is to prevent stronger civilizations from wantonly invading weaker ones and to maintain the normal operation of the universe. If we're talking about the normal operations of the universe, Lin Yi said, meeting Keisha's gaze, isn't the strong conquering the weak the natural state? Powerful civilizations will never remain content forever. Desire will eventually sprout in the shadows. Keisha's brows furrowed slightly. Lin Yi continued, from a lord's perspective, what I desire is for all civilizations and races to unite under my rule, forming a solid whole with me at the center. With my protection, they could live better and endure longer. Of course, this process inevitably involves war. If Morgana heard this, she would appreciate your words, Keisha said, casting him a meaningful glance. If she's willing to become one of my heroes, I'd like her too. Lin Yi replied with a grin. Then you'll need to grow stronger. Keisha let out a soft chuckle and walked to the bar, addressing the gray-robed elder. 2 glasses of your finest drink. The elder waved his hand, and 2 glasses of golden, glowing liquor materialized out of thin air. 70 million gold coins. Keisha casually pulled a weapon emitting a terrifying energy from the void. The elder accepted it, and Lin Yi's eyes turned red with envy. If he could get his hands on such an artifact-level weapon, dominating the sacred continent would be within his grasp. Keisha pushed one of the glasses toward Lin Yi. Next time, it's your turn to pay. No problem. Lin Yi unhesitatingly took the glass and drank with the alluring angelic queen. As the liquid slid down his throat, his magical power surged within him, instantly elevating his cultivation to the high tier of the saint level. Meanwhile, Keisha remained completely unaffected, her strength clearly far surpassing such energy. What kind of world is this? Keisha asked, setting her glass down. Suppressing the restless energy within him, Lin Yi explained. This is the sacred continent, ruled by extraordinary powers and so-called immortal deities. I haven't ventured beyond this world, but it's said that gods are everywhere. The universe will eventually face its end. There's no such thing as true immortality, Keisha said, shaking her head. What you call immortal deities are merely powerful beings relative to the weak. I heard you've lived for 30,000 years? Keisha nodded slightly. More or less. There are even older deities in this world, Lin Yi remarked. Keisha chuckled softly, her expression carrying a hint of mystery. After my death, I'll come back to see this world with my own eyes. If you're strong enough by then, I might consider becoming your guardian angel. Lin Yi frowned slightly. You know you're going to die? Keisha nodded faintly. I've seen a glimpse of the future. Then why not leave? With your power, you should be able to escape before the supernova explosion. I'm tired. Keisha turned her gaze to Lin Yi, studying her intently. You carry the soul data of Earth's humans, yet you're slightly different from the humans of Earth in my universe. Are you from a parallel universe? More or less, Lin Yi admitted with a nod. Keisha's curiosity deepened. In your universe, after my death, what becomes of the fate of justice and order? Didn't finish watching. It had a bad ending. A bad ending? Keisha looked puzzled. In my world, you're just a character in an anime, Lin Yi said bluntly. Keisha's expression froze instantly. The Angel Queen seemed unable to accept the notion that she was merely an anime character. Her face darkened, and she vanished on the spot. Before leaving, she left a parting remark. declaring that she would follow Lin Yi to her universe to personally witness the unfolding of events after her death. If the outcome displeased her, she would settle scores with some people. Lin Yi turned to the gray-robed elder behind the bar. Sir, what's going on with Divine Keisha? A fictional character appearing in the real world. The elder smiled his usual smile at Lin Yi. In a world where gods are as common as stray dogs, does it really matter to you, Lord? That weapon Keisha just pulled out. Can I borrow it? Lin Yi shifted the topic. It's already been turned in. The elder shook his head. You can acquire it in the future by completing certain tasks. Fine, I'm out. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and got up, leaving the Hero Tavern. Back in the town hall, he opened his personal status panel to check his latest stats. Title: Lord, Viscount of Stanlow Kingdom, Little Dragon Slayer Prince. Territory: Golden Oasis. Level: High Saint Tier. Lord's talents: Favored of all races Divine Tier. Awakening of Ancient Bloodline Epic Tier. Holy Emissary of Light Rare Tier. Gold coins: 28,400. Jackpot. Lin Yi grinned widely. Although he hadn't managed to recruit Divine Keisha directly, his level had skyrocketed to High Saint Tier, which thrilled him even more than cultivating Saint Tier dragon troops. After all, this was power that truly belonged to him. A drink worth tens of millions of gold coins, totally worth it. Lin Yi mentally mapped out his next steps. Next, I need to head to the Professional Skills Tower to research domains. A Saint Tier expert without a domain is incomplete. Once I master a domain, my strength will multiply. The cleansing campaign lasted until late into the night before finally coming to an end. In this brutal war, the Royal Griffin Knights Legion and the Eternal Treant Guards annihilated hundreds of thousands of rat men, including all of their professionals. Less than 200,000 ordinary rat men survived. Following Lin Yi's orders, the Legion refrained from complete extermination. These ordinary rat men, devoid of any combat ability, posed no threat and instead could provide value to the Golden Oasis. Under the supervision of the Griffin Knights Legion, approximately 170,000 surviving rat men were gathered and pledged their allegiance to Lin Yi, officially becoming residents of the Golden Oasis. The resettlement of the rat men turned out to be surprisingly straightforward. The rat men kingdom had originally stockpiled enough food to sustain millions of rat men and the Dark Dragon Charles. Now, with only a fraction of that population to feed, these reserves were sufficient to last 2 to 3 months. During this time, the rat men could work and forage for themselves, requiring no additional effort from Lin Yi. Lin Yi decided to let these new subjects remain at the ruins of the Rat Men Kingdom, but reassigned their tasks mining stone from the Rocky Mountains on the surface. To better manage this new workforce, a Royal Inquisitor Knight summoned the former Ratman envoy. The Lord has appointed you as the new king of the Rat Men Kingdom, the knight declared with authority. Your duty is to manage these rat men, extract stone, and gather resources for the Lord. Do not disappoint the Lord. The Ratman envoy immediately prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly praising the Lord's mercy. He secretly felt fortunate for betraying Aubrey in time. Although he had failed to complete the Lord's original mission, he had offered up all of Aubrey's personal wealth as proof of his loyalty. Gather your people at once and clean up the battlefield, the knight commanded. All Ratmen corpses are to be moved to the surface. Understood, Sir Knight. Under the influence of the vassal mark, the ordinary Ratmen, traumatized by the war, obeyed their new king's orders without question. Over time, the obedience instilled by the mark would deepen, eventually leading them to willingly dedicate their lives to Lin Yi. Late into the night, countless Ratmen corpses were carried to the surface, casting long shadows under the moonlight. The Royal Griffin Knights made several trips back and forth, transporting all the Ratmen corpses to the livestock farms in the Golden Oasis. While these corpses were unsuitable for human consumption, they became a new source of feed for the desert coyotes and golden griffins at the farms. As descendants of eagles and lions, the griffins found the taste of these giant rats quite to their liking. After all, rodents had always been one of their favorite delicacies. At the handover ceremony for the new Ratman Kingdom, the Royal Judicator Knights sternly delivered their final orders to the Ratman envoy. From today onwards, all Ratmen must begin working without any slacking off. This is not negotiable. Understood, Honorable Knight. The Ratman envoy replied with an ingratiating smile, bowing respectfully. Beside him stood the Scout Ratman who had provided intelligence to the Golden Oasis on numerous occasions. Now promoted to a high-ranking position in the new kingdom, the Scout Ratman's responsibilities were clear: to govern the new Ratman Kingdom, regularly transport mine stone and resources to the Golden Oasis via spatial equipment, and immediately report any enemy attacks to the Lord through prayer. Hearing these words, both the envoy and the Scout Ratman displayed expressions of deep reverence and awe, with a trace of devoutness and expression typically seen only on the faces of pious believers. A vast crowd of Ratmen knelt on the ground, watching the Royal Griffin Knights depart in grand procession. The magnificent sight left a profound impact on their hearts. However, this time, their fear had been replaced by an overwhelming sense of safety. Everyone, rise. The Ratman envoy declared from a high vantage point. From this moment on, I am your new king, His Majesty Harvey. You will obey my commands and serve the great Lord. Join me in proclaiming, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. Tens of thousands of Ratmen echoed in unison. They were grateful to have survived and filled with reverence for the godlike Lord. This catastrophe would be chronicled in the history of the Ratmen kingdom, serving as an eternal reminder to future generations. Only under the Lord's protection could the Ratmen kingdom thrive and endure, and betrayal would inevitably lead to the annihilation of their kind. Meanwhile, back in the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi was busy inventorying the spoils of war. This kingdom-level conflict had brought him nearly 600,000 gold coins in total profits, including over 400,000 from the war itself, and an additional 100,000 from Rat King Aubrey's private treasures. Moreover, there was a significant haul of magical gems, mana crystals, potions, and over 1 million pieces of equipment and troop blueprints, a truly bountiful harvest. A royal judicator knight approached to deliver a report. My lord, Rat King Aubrey has escaped through a secret passage. According to captured prisoners, they are heading toward the Grey Dwarven Kingdom at the ruins of the Enerby mines. Our forces are tracking them, they won't get away. The Grey Dwarven Kingdom? Lin Yi pondered briefly. Keep a close eye on them, but don't capture them. As it happens, our territory could use a group of skilled blacksmiths. Understood, my lord. The royal judicator knight responded respectfully. How is the progress of the Royal Griffin Knights? Lin Yi asked. The Royal Judgment Knight immediately bowed and replied, reporting to the Lord, this war has greatly strengthened us. Nearly all of the Royal Judgment Griffin Knights have advanced to the king level, and most of the other Royal Griffins have also risen by 1 or 2 levels. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. He was well aware that the Royal Judgment Griffin Knights started at level 9, just 1 step away from the king level. It was only natural that the other lower-level Royal Griffins gained advancements during such a large-scale campaign. Now, under his command, there were over 3,000 king-level Royal Judgment Griffin Knights, each paired with a king-level Golden Griffin. This formidable force was enough to strike fear into the hearts of enemies. Keep up the good work, Lin Yi said with a smile. I look forward to the day when all of you reach the Transcendent level. Once more than 20,000 Royal Griffin Knights ascended to the Transcendent realm, combined with his lordly talents and the title of Little Prince of the Dragon-Slaying World. Even 10 dragons like Charles combined would flee in terror. We will not disappoint you, my lord, the Royal Judgment Knight assured confidently. As night deepened, Lin Yi gave his instructions. Take turns resting tonight. Just make sure no undead creatures approach the perimeter walls. He wasn't worried about the defensive structures failing. He simply didn't want the arrow towers and fortresses to claim kills that could provide valuable experience points. The Royal Judgment Knight bowed respectfully and withdrew. At that moment, the young maid Sally came bouncing into the courtyard carrying a tray of late-night snacks. On the tray were several aromatic grilled silver-tailed fish, an exquisite fruit platter, and a fine wine left by Sophia. What's got you so cheerful? Lin Yi asked. Master, I've advanced to a 6th-tier professional. Just 1 more level and I'll reach the advanced tier. Sally exclaimed excitedly. That's great. Keep it up, Lin Yi said, affectionately pinching her rosy cheeks. Go call the old butler over. Let's have a midnight snack together. Moonlight and the glow of the ancient war tree bathed the courtyard, making the golden oasis appear as bright as day. Unlike the biting cold of the Kalar Desert, where temperatures dropped below freezing, this place remained warm and spring-like year-round, a paradise sheltered by the ancient war tree's magic. The old butler, Hodin, soon arrived. He hadn't participated in today's campaign against the Ratmen Kingdom. Instead, he had engaged in a fierce battle with a sizable pack of grey wolves, reaping great rewards. He had advanced to the High King level, now just 1 step away from the Transcendent realm. When Lin Yi appeared, the old butler, Hodin, was just about to bow but suddenly froze mid-action. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his young master. Young master, have you advanced to the Saint tier? Indeed. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. I had a fortunate encounter and ascended to the high level of the Saint tier. These words made the old butler's body tremble once more. The vast difference in levels meant he could no longer sense the exact extent of Lin Yi's power. However, the overwhelming surge of magical energy radiating from Lin Yi was enough to confirm that his young master had broken through the pinnacle of the extraordinary tier. What shocked him even more was that Lin Yi had not only stepped into the Saint tier, but had reached its high level in 1 leap. What kind of opportunity could be this terrifying? The old butler had no idea that Lin Yi's breakthrough came from merely drinking a fine wine. This wine, worth tens of millions of lords' gold coins, had been exchanged by Queen Kaisha for a piece of artifact-level equipment. By all accounts, such value should have been enough to propel him to the demigod level. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi couldn't help but suspect that the Lord's system was even craftier than a swindler. The wine's actual worth likely fell far short of that artifact-level equipment. At this rate, the young master might soon ascend to the demigod level and stand at the pinnacle of the sacred continent. The old butler's voice was filled with awe. In the Stanlow Kingdom, demigod-level powerhouses were incredibly rare, and those who existed were ancient beings who had lived for centuries. Yet his young master, only 20 years old, was already a saint-tier professional, an unprecedented feat on the entire sacred continent. Enough about that. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. Tonight, we're here to celebrate our territory's victory over the Rat Men Kingdom. As you wish, young master. The young maid Sally poured wine for them. The trio, one elder and two younger, gathered around the dining table. With fine wine and succulent silvertail fish, they ate and chatted in a warm and pleasant atmosphere. It was unclear how much time had passed, but as the alcohol took hold, the old butler suddenly wiped away tears. The young master has reached the Saint tier, and the Golden Oasis is thriving. If the Earl and Countess knew, they would be overjoyed. I wonder if they're still alive. As someone who had served 3 generations of the Tulip family heads, Hoden held the deepest affection for the current Earl. He had watched him grow up and had witnessed his marriage to the Countess. Lin Yi slowly set down his wine glass. Truthfully, he had little emotional attachment to the Earl and Countess, having only recently arrived in this world after his transmigration. However, the Tulip family's tragic fate filled him with resentment. He should have been living a peaceful life as a noble, surrounded by the affections of Angie and Annie, the 2 sisters, enjoying a life of luxury. Instead, his family had been destroyed, his fiancée lost, and he had been exiled to the remote Kalar Desert. Even now, with his growing power and flourishing development, the anger in his heart had not subsided. He silently vowed that one day he would conquer the Stanlow Kingdom, overthrow the foolish old king, and settle accounts with every noble who had stood against him in the royal palace that day. No rush. Our army will soon march into the Stanlow Kingdom. Hearing these words, the old butler Hoden sobered up considerably. He firmly believed that his young master would succeed in his rebellion. As the clock struck midnight, a new day quietly began. Lin Yi immediately initiated the day's routine summoning. Golden light shimmered in the air as 3,000 royal griffin knights and 1,000 ancient treants materialized before him. Under the influence of his lord talent, the ancient bloodline, over 500 royal griffin knights evolved into the more powerful royal judicator griffin knights, while 176 ancient treants transformed into eternal treant guardians. With this, Lin Yi's army reached an unprecedented scale. The Royal Griffin Knight Legion now numbered 28,000, and the Treant Legion surpassed 2,400. This number exceeded the usual summoning scale expected over 2 days, with the additional forces coming from unit blueprints acquired during the conquest of the Rat Men Kingdom. In the battle that annihilated nearly 1 million Rat Men, the number of blueprints obtained hit a record high. Upon use, these blueprints added over 400 treants and nearly 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights to Lin Yi's forces. It is worth noting that due to Lin Yi's multiple unit buildings, the types of units summoned via blueprints were randomized. If not for this random mechanism, Lin Yi would undoubtedly have chosen to summon only the more powerful crown units, the ancient treants. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with this unexpected windfall. After a casual bedtime chat with his maid Sally, Lin Yi lay down on his bed and quickly established a connection with the Nether Dragon, Charles. At this moment, the Nether Dragon and the Zombie Dragon King had already reached Dragonfall Canyon, some 1,400 kilometers away. The Zombie Dragon King was scouring the canyon for dragon soul grass while clearing out undead creatures along the way. Meanwhile, the Nether Dragon, Charles, hovered high above, guiding the Zombie Dragon King and scouting for suitable prey. From 1,000 meters in the air, the Nether Dragon, Charles, let out a low growl and used its soul energy to project Lin Yi's figure. Standing atop the dragon's head, Lin Yi surveyed the vast canyon below. Even seeing it for the second time, he couldn't help but feel awestruck. The main vein of Dragonfall Canyon resembled a colossal centipede crawling across the land, with countless tributaries coiling around it, stretching beyond the horizon. What was even more astonishing was the dense concentration of undead creatures within the canyon. Particularly in the main vein, the undead were not only vast in number but also incredibly powerful. Among them were countless elite-level undead as well as numerous king-tier entities, such as Skeleton Kings, Ghoul Kings, and Stone Golem Kings. These rulers, much like Aubrey of the Rat Men Kingdom, commanded massive undead armies and were undoubtedly true boss-level threats. Bounty hunters rarely dared to venture deep into the main vein of Dragonfall Canyon. As evening approached, Lin Yi rode atop her Nether Dragon, Charles, patrolling the skies above the canyon. Her gaze swept over the winding terrain below. Scattered teams of bounty hunters spread out across the smaller branch canyons, resembling tiny flickering torches. Suddenly, a glimmer of deep blue light caught Lin Yi's attention. "There's dragon soul grass over there. Dive down." Her mind instantly synchronized with the Nether Dragon's consciousness. Responding immediately, the nearly transparent creature plunged downward, its body flickering in and out of view in the twilight. Thanks to its unique nature, the nether dragon could naturally evade detection by most undead creatures. Only beings of king-level strength or higher could sense its presence. As the nether dragon approached the area where the dragon soul grass grew, the powerful undead guardians in the vicinity behaved unusually. They didn't attack. Instead, they scattered and fled in panic. It's a nether dragon. These dragons are here to harvest the dragon soul grass again. Run for your lives, brothers. Fearful mental waves rippled through the air. The nether dragon let out a thunderous roar, sending invisible soul ripples spreading outward like waves. In an instant, all undead within a radius of several hundred meters collapsed to the ground. Skeletal undead shattered into piles of white bones, and the soul energy within them transformed into ghostly blue flames, which the nether dragon devoured in one gulp. This not only allowed the undead to rapidly increase their strength, but also granted additional experience rewards. Not bad for dragon soul grass plants. Lin Yi directed the nether dragon to encase the precious plants with its soul energy. These flowers, resembling blue chrysanthemums, had black stems and leaves, stood about 30 centimeters tall, and possessed deep blue petals and stamens that were worth a fortune. Each individual plant was valued at tens of thousands of gold coins, yet they were so rare they were nearly impossible to buy. For an ordinary bounty hunter, finding just a few would be enough to strike it rich. Let's move to the next location, Lin Yi commanded, and the nether dragon rose into the air once more. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the canyon, a zombie dragon king opted for a far more aggressive approach. It charged directly into the main vein of the canyon, rampaging through the sea of undead. Whether elite, leader, or even king-level undead, everything in its path was effortlessly crushed like paper. The ground was littered with corpses in its wake. Eventually, even the powerful undead bosses, such as skeleton kings and ghoul kings, were paralyzed with terror. They abandoned their territories and fled in all directions. In the southwestern region of the fallen Dragon Gorge, beneath the main canyon, lies a lake stretching about 1 kilometer in length and 200 meters wide. The water is an eerie deep green, with its surface occasionally erupting with bubbles that release an overwhelming stench of decay. The toxic odor is so potent that even king-level warriors cannot endure it. Just a single breath would be fatal. The lake is littered with countless rotting corpses, both human and beast. Even more horrifying is the presence of grotesque creatures moving among the remains. Abominations, assembled from decaying flesh. These abominations are distinct from ordinary undead corpses. Unlike creatures such as Lin Yi's undead dragon, which at least retains the form of a dragon, abominations are chaotic amalgamations of decayed flesh, bearing no resemblance to their original forms. They devour the flesh and blood of other beings to strengthen themselves, transforming into even more terrifying patchwork monstrosities. This deathly lake serves as the stronghold of the Abomination clan. As rulers of this area, they oversee all undead creatures within a radius of several miles, commanding even specters to bow before them. At this moment, less than 30 kilometers from this lair, the zombie dragon king is wreaking havoc. My lord, intruders have entered your territory. A rotting crow, several meters long, flapped its wings and landed on a dead tree by the lake, squawking in a human voice to deliver its warning. The lake's surface churned violently as more corpse-stench-filled bubbles burst, releasing a dense green toxic mist. The rotting crow, far from avoiding it, greedily inhaled what it considered a delicacy for undead creatures. Amidst the sound of bursting bubbles, a massive head slowly emerged from the lake. Over 10 meters in diameter, its surface was covered with countless twisted, tormented faces, both human and beast. This was the Abomination King, ruler of the region. Yet another group of foolish bounty hunters? The Abomination King spoke in a voice that was a chilling blend of anguished wails. The fallen Dragon Gorge belongs to the undead. Within 100 kilometers of this desolate area, there were no settlements of intelligent races. In this barren land, apart from reckless bounty hunters, few dared to disturb the lives of the undead. My lord, a decayed raven flapped its wings urgently, landing on a withered tree. A massive zombie dragon is wreaking havoc in the canyon 30 kilometers away. It's slaughtering our undead kin without restraint, utterly disregarding this as your territory. The Abomination King remained silent for a long time before speaking slowly. Let it kill. How many can one dragon take down? It's here for the dragon soul grass. Once it's had its fill, it will leave. But my lord, what if it refuses to leave? The Abomination King's voice turned icy and menacing. Then kill it, and let the undead dragons from other regions understand that this is the territory of the Abomination clan. Your might is unmatched, my lord. The decayed raven squawked excitedly. I fully support you in spirit. Scram! The Abomination King roared. But as the raven turned to leave, he called it back. Go to the Bone Dragon King's domain and inform it that one of its underlings has crossed the line. My lord, where's your dominance? I thought you were going to confront it heathen, but you're bowing to the Bone Dragon King. Bang! A massive hand instantly crushed the noisy raven, tossing its remains into the lake. Moments later, another decayed raven emerged from the water, landing obediently on the withered branch. The Abomination King repeated his command, and the newly reborn raven immediately flew off toward the depths of the canyon. This scene had played out countless times in this land. Every so often, a talkative raven would meet a grim fate. Meanwhile, on the other side of the canyon, Lin Yi, oblivious to all this, was riding his nether dragon, Charles, searching for dragon soul grass. He had no concerns about the safety of the zombie dragon king thanks to various attribute enhancements. Even 3 to 5 undead dragons of the same level working together would struggle to pose a threat. In fact, they might end up being defeated instead. Especially in battles against other dragons, the zombie dragon king's combat prowess was terrifyingly overwhelming. By 3 a.m., the nether dragon had already located over 70 dragon soul grass plants. Lin Yi severed his mental connection with it and returned to his physical body. With the portion gathered by the zombie dragon king, there was enough to begin nurturing a dragon spirit. However, Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry. He knew the more dragon soul grass consumed, the stronger the dragon spirit would become. If he started now, it would only reach the initial level of the saint rank. His goal was to collect more dragon soul grass and elevate the dragon spirit to the peak of the saint rank, or even directly to the demigod level. With a demigod level dragon spirit guarding my domain, let's see who dares to act arrogant in my territory. Lin Yi had already made up his mind. Once the canyon's dragon soul grass was nearly depleted, he would start targeting those bounty hunters. As for making enemies, with a demigod level dragon spirit, that was the least of his concerns. With that thought, Lin Yi wrapped his arms around the soft and gentle maid, Sally, and drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Yi woke up early. After having breakfast served by the maid Sally, he watched the young maid accompanying the royal griffin knights as they departed for a hunt. Then, he stepped out of the town hall, ready to begin the territory upgrade process. The previous day's battle had provided him with ample resources, 600,000 lord coins in reserve, an abundant supply of wood and stone, and over 100,000 units of refined iron, more than enough to meet the requirements for the upgrade. As Lin Yi activated the upgrade program, brilliant golden light surged from the void, enveloping the entire golden oasis. The ground trembled as dense forests sprang up, vibrant flowers of various colors blanketed the greenery, and the territory's borders rapidly expanded, consuming the surrounding sand dunes. The Sapphire Lake's waters also extended, and schools of silver-tailed fish leapt joyfully from the lake, their silvery arcs gleaming under the sunlight. The upgrade to a mid-level town was completed swiftly, consuming 100,000 units each of gold coins, wood, stone, and 10,000 units of refined iron. Without delay, Lin Yi initiated the upgrade to a high-level town, investing 300,000 units each of gold coins, wood, and stone, along with 50,000 units of refined iron. After the second round of upgrades, the Golden Oasis had grown even more magnificent. Its narrowest point spanned 15 kilometers, while its widest exceeded 20 kilometers. The formerly barren Salt Lake was now incorporated into the territory, transformed into a mine capable of directly producing edible salt, eliminating the need for laborious evaporation processes. Reviewing the remaining resources, Lin Yi found he still had 200,000 gold coins, an ample supply of wood and stone, but a slight shortage of refined iron. He planned to gather the necessary resources for upgrading the city hall after completing the profit settlement with Sophia. With that, he would be able to complete the main quest and unlock a new lord talent. He casually checked the progress of the Light Saint Envoy's upgrade. Overnight, primarily relying on the Zombie Dragon King and the Nether Dragon Charles, they had eliminated over 3.7 million undead creatures. At this rate, they would reach the target of 5 million by tonight, elevating this lord talent to epic level and significantly increasing damage against undead creatures. Feeling content, Lin Yi strolled toward the western shore of Sapphire Lake. This is the residence of the Royal Griffin Knights Legion. Across the expanse of the Golden Oasis, 2,000 neatly arranged intermediate residences stand in an impressive formation. These structures were not built overnight, but were part of Lin Yi's early planning during a period of rapid population growth among the desert dwellers and abundant timber resources. The first 1,000 residences have all been upgraded to intermediate level, each capable of housing 20 royal knights. As for their mounts, the Golden Griffins, no special accommodations are needed. They are either stored in the mount space or allowed to soar freely over the pastures on the far side of Sapphire Lake. With the completion of a new round of recruitment at dawn, the number of Royal Griffin Knights has risen to 31,000, prompting Lin Yi to decide on an expansion of the residential area. Taking advantage of the further expansion of the Oasis after the territory upgrade, Lin Yi decisively invested 300,000 units of timber to construct an additional 1,000 intermediate residences. This brought the total housing capacity of the 2,000 residences to 40,000 people. His long-term plan is to upgrade all residences to advanced level once the number of knights surpasses 40,000, allowing for even greater capacity. Following this, Lin Yi began upgrading the territory's defensive structures. The outer wall was directly enhanced to an advanced level, reaching a height of nearly 60 meters and a width exceeding 20 meters, rivaling the scale of city walls. Notably, as the Oasis expanded, the wall extended as well, perfectly encircling the entire perimeter of the Oasis. To further strengthen the defenses, Lin Yi added a significant number of advanced arrow towers and fortresses to the imposing advanced wall. But he didn't stop there. A secondary inner wall, also equipped with numerous arrow towers and fortresses, was constructed within the territory, forming an inner city ring. This inner city ring embodied Lin Yi's far-reaching vision. He planned to eventually relocate the desert dwellers of the inner city to the outer city. There, they could engage with markets, trade guilds, and external professionals, invigorating the territory's economy and generating more tax revenue. Any new settlers joining in the future, barring special circumstances, would also be placed in the outer city to promote market prosperity and attract more professionals and intelligent races. Before all of this could be fully realized, however, the magical defensive shield of the inner city was paramount. Lin Yi understood that only by making it strong enough to withstand attacks from demigod-level opponents could he confidently open up the Golden Oasis. After handling the affairs of the territory, Lin Yi was about to head to the Professional Skills Tower when a royal judicator knight, clad in silver armor, approached briskly and knelt on one knee to report, "My lord, the team monitoring the Rat King Aubrey has sent word the target has fled into the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom." Quite swift, Lin Yi remarked with a faint smile before giving an order: "Dispatch a team of royal judicator knights to the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom under the guise of emissaries. Demand they hand over the Rat King Aubrey. At the same time, assess their military strength and defensive arrangements to prepare for any potential future conflict." "As you command, my great lord," the knight responded respectfully before withdrawing. Soon, a squad of extraordinary level knights mounted on massive golden griffins took off, heading toward the ruins of the Inerbi mines. The Inerbi mines were once renowned for their rich iron ore deposits, but excessive exploitation by various kingdoms quickly led to their depletion. If not for the accidental migration of a Greyland dwarf tribe a century ago, the mines might have long been buried under sand. Over time, these outsiders established a formidable kingdom in the area. Although their history was not as long as the Ratmen kingdoms, their military strength was far superior. According to captured prisoners, they possessed several well-equipped armies. Before proceeding to the Professional Skills Tower, Lin Yi made a stop at the Hero Tavern. Inside, the elderly man in a gray robe stood behind the bar, expressionless as usual, mixing drinks. This old man always maintained a cold demeanor, except when he saw Lin Yi. Then, his wrinkled face would manage a slight smile, and he would respectfully greet him as "my lord." However, his respect extended no further. Any request for discounts or credit would be met with a firm refusal, citing a small business as the reason. "A Bloody Mary for me," Lin Yi requested. "Of course, my lord. That'll be 300 gold coins." For Lin Yi, who carried a fortune of 200,000 gold coins, such an expense was negligible. Besides, compared to the fine wine Sophia had gifted him, the Bloody Mary here was much more to his liking. He had already been thinking about having another one since dinner the previous evening. "No heroes showing up today?" Lin Yi asked casually. "Not at the moment," the old man replied curtly. The old man in the gray robe wiped a bottle with a towel as he spoke. "Perhaps this afternoon, perhaps tonight, or maybe tomorrow. As long as time keeps flowing, new heroes will always arrive." Lin Yi quickly changed the subject. "Sir, what level are you?" "I'm just an ordinary old man," the gray-robed elder replied with a meaningful smile. "Lord, it's better not to focus your attention on me. Who knows, I might disappear one day." "Whether you disappear or not can wait for later," Lin Yi said seriously. "I'd like to ask for guidance on the mysteries of domains. Could you offer me some advice?" "I'm not qualified to guide you," the elder said with a chuckle, shaking his head. "With the treasure you possess, such small matters should hardly be a challenge for you." Lin Yi immediately grasped the implication of these words. After expressing his thanks, he picked up his wineglass and left the Hero's Tavern. Once inside the Professional Skills Tower, Lin Yi downed the blood-red liquid in his glass in one gulp and carefully examined the cup in his hand. The translucent vessel, somewhere between glass and crystal, had struck him as unusual even the day before. His high-level saintly strength had been unable to break it. If used to craft equipment, it would undoubtedly be extraordinary. "I can't determine the material," Lin Yi thought to himself. "Once I conquer the Ashen Dwarf Kingdom, I'll capture a few master blacksmiths to study it thoroughly." Saying this, he placed the glass into his spatial ring. This ring, not only exquisitely crafted but also boasting a capacity dozens of times greater than his previous, unsightly spatial pouch, was a testament to his unabashed habit of exploiting the Lord system. Soon, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the void-like floor of the professional skills tower and began communicating with the Lord system. Is there a straightforward and efficient way to master domains? Preferably one that doesn't require much thinking. This wasn't self-deprecation. With his talent, mastering 3 extraordinary spells in just a few days was already remarkable. However, the intricacies of domain mysteries were overwhelming. Despite spending an entire afternoon and evening studying them yesterday, he had made no progress. By his estimation, even with the help of the professional skills tower, mastering a single domain would take a week, with multiple domains taking even longer. He was unwilling to expend his energy on this after all. In a week's time, he might already ascend to demigod status and begin comprehending laws, rendering domains relatively insignificant. The system soon responded. The Lord may directly purchase complete domain mysteries using gold coins. Shouldn't you have reminded me of this earlier? Why do I always have to ask? Lin Yi rubbed his forehead. The system promptly displayed a detailed price list. Creation domain 10 million gold coins. Fate domain 5 million gold coins. Time domain 5 million gold coins. Thunder domain 2 million gold coins. Flame domain 1 million gold coins. Frost domain. Wind domain. The comprehensive price list left Lin Yi utterly stunned. Thousands of domain insights were displayed in abundance, ranging from the most advanced domains like creation, fate, and time, to more common ones such as flame, frost, and earth, and even non-elemental types like strength, speed, and gravity. What surprised him the most were the bizarre and extraordinary domain insights. The clone domain, for instance, allowed the domain master to create numerous clones, with the number increasing as the domain level rose. The beauty transformation domain was even more astonishing once activated. The domain master would instantly transform into a peerless beauty. Regardless of the viewer's race or aesthetic standards, they would be captivated by the master's stunning appearance. This soul-stirring effect was even more potent than the enchantment domain, which focused on mental manipulation. However, the cost of these domain insights made Lin Yi gasp in shock. The cheapest one was priced at 1 million gold coins, while the most expensive, the creation domain, reached a staggering 10 million gold coins. The creation domain was indeed formidable, allowing the master to create anything within the domain that matched their power. Following closely were top-tier domains like fate, causality, time, and space, each costing 5 million gold coins. Lin Yi quickly did the math. Even if he sold 20,000 bottles of mid-grade Elven spring water, it would only be enough to purchase one top-tier domain along with 1 or 2 ordinary domains. I must enhance the purity of the Elven spring and produce high-grade Elven spring water, he resolved, knowing that a single bottle of high-grade water could be worth several bottles of the mid-grade variety. How many domain insights can one person master at most? Lin Yi asked the system. The system replied, ordinary saint-tier individuals can master 1 or 2, while geniuses might handle more. As for lords, as long as they have enough gold coins, they can learn as many as they want. Won't there be attribute conflicts? Lin Yi questioned. With me here, attribute conflicts won't exist, the system assured. You're incredible. Lin Yi sincerely praised before asking another question. If I buy a domain insight now and later purchase the corresponding law after ascending to a demigod, will I have to pay again? No, the system explained. When purchasing laws, the cost of already bought domain insights will be deducted. For example, if the time domain costs 5 million gold coins and the time law costs 50 million, you'd only need to pay an additional 45 million. Lin Yi concluded his conversation with the Lord system, and at this moment, only one thought remained in his mind: making money. Hundreds of kilometers away, in the forest city, 3 figures were seated around an elegant stone table in a garden bursting with vibrant blooms. Across from the sisters, Ella and Amy, sat the city's ruler. The elven city lord was clad in a silver-white light armor, her long golden hair cascading gracefully down her back. Her translucent, radiant skin accentuated her breathtaking beauty. Her pointed elven ears twitched slightly, betraying a hint of unease. The ancient war mother tree, the elven city lord's voice trembled faintly. This matter must be reported to Her Majesty, the Elven Queen, immediately. Ella spoke firmly. I plan to head to the Golden Oasis the day after tomorrow for an on-site investigation before reporting to Her Majesty. Why wait until the day after tomorrow? The Elven City Lord leaned forward slightly. The 3 of us, along with our unicorn partners, are fully capable of handling the 4 undead dragons guarding the Oasis. It's best to avoid conflict if possible. Ella shook her head. That human lord can control the ancient war mother tree, and has even earned the loyalty of ancient Trance and eternal Trance. His background is anything but ordinary. Before Ella could finish her sentence, the Elven City Lord's expression had already shifted subtly. Amy quickly chimed in. Don't misunderstand, City Lord. My sister didn't mean you're as dense as a goblin. Faced with the sister's unfiltered remarks, the Elven City Lord took a deep breath and retrieved a bottle of Elven spring water from her spatial equipment. This is mid-grade elven spring water sold by the Crystal Guild. It has been tested by alchemists and is indeed genuine, but it differs slightly from the spring water of our race. How so? The sisters asked in unison. The life water of our race is prepared using the sap of the elven mother tree. Even when diluted, it carries the scent of grass and wood. However, this bottle lacks that characteristic, the city lord explained. Ella drew a sharp breath. Are you saying the Golden Oasis has discovered another method of preparation? Something even the Holy Light Church has failed to develop for centuries, a life water that a mere human lord has somehow managed to produce. She paused for a moment. This only strengthens my belief that he has been blessed by the elven goddess. The situation might be graver than we imagined, the elven city lord said, her expression growing severe. Recently, a mysterious figure has been frantically purchasing elven spring water in the city. Some have even traded dragon corpses with the Crystal Guild for it. If this is connected to the undead scourge, their purpose in stockpiling so much elven spring water is worth deep consideration. Ella and Amy exchanged glances, and almost simultaneously, they exclaimed, "A lich!" It is said that a lich's rebirth requires an immense amount of life energy. Once the process succeeds, the lich attains true immortality. Unlike ordinary undead, a lich evolves into a near-divine eternal existence. Even if sealed for millions of years, it will not perish. In contrast, ordinary undead, if isolated and sealed, will eventually have their soul flames extinguished, and their bodies will turn to dust over the passage of time. The water of life is the ideal medium for a lich's rebirth, but it is impossible to acquire on the market. However, diluted and prepared elven spring water also contains life energy. It would take the combined energy of around 300 to 400 bottles of mid-grade elven spring water to match that of a single bottle of water of life. After listening to the analysis of the elven city lord, the sisters Ella and Amy furrowed their brows deeply. Considering the rapidly spreading undead plague in the Kalar Desert, they immediately suspected that either a corpse mage was attempting to ascend into a lich or a dormant lich was striving for revival. After all, undead plagues were often linked to these two entities. If it were a corpse mage, it might still be manageable, but if it were a lich, the situation would be far more dire. Perhaps someone is simply trying to hoard resources and profit from the war. The elven city lord suggested another possibility. Ella and Amy exchanged a glance, both finding this scenario highly unlikely. Who would be foolish enough to trade the precious body of a dragon for elven spring water? We should capture those mysterious buyers and interrogate them, Ella proposed. The elven city lord shook his head. We've already caught 3, but they all committed suicide by poison. Even their souls were destroyed by dark magic, leaving no clues behind. What about the Crystal Chamber of Commerce? We've investigated. President Sophia is solely focused on conducting business and hasn't inquired about the buyers' identities. Ella suggested banning the Crystal Chamber of Commerce from selling elven spring water, but the elven city lord shook his head again. Without concrete evidence, doing so would not only damage the reputation of the forest city, but also offend the Golden Oasis. Ella rubbed her temples. Then we'll have to investigate the identities of these mysterious individuals first, and then negotiate with the human lords in the Golden Oasis. At that moment, the elven city lord's expression suddenly froze. What is it? Ella asked. A mysterious individual has entered the Crystal Chamber of Commerce. What are we waiting for? Ella leapt to her feet. Even if we can't extract information, we can't let them get their hands on another bottle of elven spring water. In an instant, the 3 saintier elves transformed into streaks of light, rushing toward the Crystal Chamber of Commerce's location. Meanwhile, Sophia stood in the hall of the Merchant Guild's headquarters, waiting. Moments later, a familiar figure stepped into the hall. It was the masked man she had seen at the Bounty Hunter Tavern. He was still wearing the same mask and hadn't changed his attire. You seem to be in quite a hurry, Sophia said with a faint smile. You should already know why, the masked man replied, his deep voice muffled through the mask. The elves of Forest City are hunting my companions. I fear I may already be under their watch as well. Sophia nodded in acknowledgement. Recently, the masked man and his group had indeed been making large purchases in the market. The terms of their deal had been agreed upon in Advancia Dragon Corps in exchange for 1,500 bottles of mid-grade elven spring water, 300 bottles fewer than their last trade. Is the shipment ready? The masked man asked. Of course. With a wave of her right hand, a gray spatial pouch appeared out of thin air. All 15,000 bottles of elven spring water are in here. The masked man immediately scanned the pouch with his mental energy and then produced a spatial ring. Sophia quickly inspected the contents of the ring, finding 10 enormous dragon corpses neatly arranged inside. The transaction was completed swiftly. Thank you, Miss President, the masked man said as he took the spatial pouch, and to Sophia's surprise, he swallowed it whole. What are you doing? Sophia asked, clearly puzzled. Just in case, the masked man said. Before his words fully landed, A flash of sword energy, like a beam of light, cleaved him in two. Three figures appeared in the hall, the elf lord of Forest City, accompanied by the sisters Ella and Amy. Sophia's face turned pale as she looked at the body on the ground, and then at the three elven powerhouses who had suddenly appeared. But then, something bizarre happened. The body, split in two, began to rapidly reassemble itself. The masked man stood up, unharmed. "Good thing I was prepared," he said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the three elves before his figure dissolved like foam. As he disappeared, his voice echoed in the air, "Miss President, it's been a pleasure working with you. Next time, prepare more spring water. My master will not forget your kindness." "Damn it, he got away," the elf lord said in frustration. "Even with domain power, I couldn't trap his teleportation ability. If only we had a spatial domain, we could have captured him." As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Sophia. Sophia calmly pocketed the spatial ring containing the dragon corpses and said evenly, "I have no connection to him, nor do I know his identity. This was purely a business transaction. How much elven spring water did you trade?" "That's confidential. Do you realize they might be using that spring water to revive a lich?" Sophia froze at the words. Revive a lich? By the gods of commerce, that's a legendary, terrifying existence. She took a deep breath. "But I'm just a merchant. It's not my place to question the buyer's intentions." The elf lord fell silent for a long moment before recalling Ellis' earlier suggestion. "Well, let it go this time, but do not trade with them again in the future." "That's not my decision to make." "Then I'll go to the Golden Oasis myself and discuss this with your lord." Sophia smiled. "There's actually a simpler solution if you don't want us selling to that mysterious man. Why don't you purchase the goods instead? Surely, for the natural elves, that wouldn't be too difficult." Hearing Sophia's astonishing words, everyone present froze in place. The elven lord's expression twitched slightly, while the sisters Ella and Amy were utterly dumbfounded. A human merchant guild leader daring to sell elven spring water to the nature elves? This was unheard of. It was common knowledge that before the emergence of Golden Oasis, the nature elves were the sole suppliers of the water of life and elven spring water across the sacred continent. Now, Sophia was proposing to sell these products back to them? Her business acumen was truly remarkable. A few dark lines appeared on the elven lord's forehead as her frustration simmered internally. If not for the delicate relationship with the Golden Oasis, she could have easily used her authority as the city lord to outright ban the Crystal Merchant Guild from selling elven spring water. As for the claim about the reputation of the Forest City being at stake, that was merely a convenient excuse. Compared to the threats of liches and undead calamities, such reputational damage was insignificant. It was only because Ella had reminded her that the mysterious human lord might have earned the favor of the elven goddess that she chose a more diplomatic approach to negotiations. Yet, Sophia's proposal that she spend money to purchase what rightfully belonged to the elves was testing her limits. "It's merely a suggestion, my lady. If you're not interested, that's perfectly fine," Sophia said with a smile. "As for terminating the deal with the mysterious individual, I'm afraid that's beyond my control. I will personally visit the Golden Oasis," the elven lord declared, turning on her heel to leave. At that moment, Ella suddenly asked, "How much elven spring water do you have?" Sophia maintained her smile. "That depends on how many dragon corpses you can provide." She thought to herself that even she didn't know the exact amount the lord possessed, only that he had once stated, "As many dragon corpses as there are, that's how much spring water will trade." Ella pressed further. "How exactly are you conducting these trades with that mysterious person?" "He brings skeletal remains of dragons without flesh. As long as the dragon reached mid-ear saint level in life, it can be exchanged for 1,500 bottles of mid-grade elven spring water. If the corpse is fresh, the price increases by 50. This was a pricing scheme specifically instructed by Lin Yi. Although Sophia didn't understand why fresh corpses commanded a higher price, her expertise as a merchant taught her to follow orders without questioning the rationale. "You merchants are truly ruthless," Ella couldn't help but remark. To her, the price seemed absurdly low. Even doubling it would still be a bargain after all. These were the precious corpses of dragons. Across the entire sacred continent, who would trade a dragon's corpse for a mere 1,500 bottles of mid-grade elven spring water? Even for skeletal remains, the price should be at least 2,000 bottles. This abnormality could only mean one thing. The faction behind the mysterious individual had an urgent need for elven spring water, to the extent that they were willing to trade dragon corpses at a significant loss to obtain it. Sophia's lips curved into a confident smile. "Business is all about mutual agreement. That mysterious man has always been satisfied with our trades, and has never once complained." As she revealed the truth, her mind replayed the scene of the masked man scheduling their next transaction before parting ways. Clearly, he still possessed more dragon corpses. Ella's eyes sharpened. "How many bottles of intermediate-grade elven spring water do you have?" "I'll buy them with gold coins." Sophia considered briefly. "About 3,000 bottles." At market price, that's 12 million gold coins. I'll take them all, Ella declared decisively. Deal. Sophia agreed without haggling. The tax-free advantage of private transactions helped her make a quick decision. After all, selling Elven spring water through the guild shops in Forest City required her to pay taxes. Card or cash? Card. The transaction was completed swiftly. As the governor of Creati City, Ella effortlessly paid the 12 million gold coins from public funds, emptying the Crystal Guild's remaining stock of Elven spring water. Sophia felt a wave of relief. The 20,000 bottles of intermediate-grade Elven spring water brought by the old steward were finally all sold. Apart from the 10 dragon corpses, she had amassed nearly 38 million gold coins in total, living up to her lord's trust. She decided to immediately purchase a flying mount and head to the Golden Oasis. The immense wealth and dragon corpses made her uneasy, and she needed to deliver them to her lord as soon as possible to find peace of mind. The 3 Elven leaders left the Crystal Guild and returned to the rear garden of the governor's mansion. The Elven governor turned to Ella. Why did you spend such a large sum of gold coins to buy Elven spring water from the Crystal Guild? Ella explained. That human lord in the Golden Oasis hasn't been there long. The amount of life water he can produce is likely limited. By buying these, those mysterious figures won't be able to get their hands on them. That makes sense. The Elven governor's eyes lit up. Whether it's producing life water or diluting it into Elven spring water, both require time. The Golden Oasis couldn't possibly sustain such a large supply indefinitely. This could be considered an indirect way to hinder the progress of the Lich's rebirth. When we head to the Golden Oasis the day after tomorrow, we'll bring enough gold coins to buy out the human lord's entire stock of Elven spring water. Don't trade dragon corpses for it. That's too much of a loss, said the Elven governor. Ella agreed. Sophia was right given the heritage of the nature elves. Providing dragon corpses was not difficult. The Forest of Life was home to numerous dragons, including the dark dragon Charles, who had been hunted into the Kalar Desert for slaughtering an Elven tribe. As long as they followed the rules, dragons coexisting on their land was never an issue for the nature elves. Over the years, it was inevitable that some dragons in the Forest of Life perished for various reasons, and their corpses often ended up in the hands of the nature elves. They had the resources to trade dragon corpses for Elven spring water, but the price Sophia demanded was outrageously high. Unless they lost their sanity, they would never accept such an unequal exchange. In the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi received good news from Sophia. When he heard they had acquired 10 dragon corpses in one purchase, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Even though these were dried remains, they were rare treasures to him. His mind was already envisioning the scene of awakening these zombie dragons. If the ancient bloodline awakening talent of his lordship could be triggered, he might even gain 1 or 2 incredibly powerful zombie dragon kings. This is the beauty of commerce. After all, even through normal development or by waging war to conquer the entire Ratman kingdom, such a bountiful harvest would be unlikely. Of course, this didn't mean that war had lost its purpose. On the contrary, war remained an essential tool for the rapid development of his territory. His massive army still needed continuous battles to level up and grow stronger. Sophia then went on to describe in detail the events that had transpired in the guild hall at the trading post. She specifically highlighted the Elven City Lord's speculation. The mysterious masked man's faction was purchasing Elven spring water, most likely to prepare for a Lich Transformation plan. This plan was closely tied to the Undead Calamity emerging in the Kalar Desert. After hearing all this, Lin Yi's expression remained unusually calm. Back when he buried the zombie dragon king, Voles, and saw the words inscribed on the tombstone perished 10,000 years ago, slain by the titled sword Saint Amelia, he had already sensed something was amiss. At the time, he even discussed with his old steward, Hodin. If the masked man had merely stumbled upon these millennial dragon corpses by chance, it wouldn't be a problem. But if there was more to the story, the entire world might face upheaval. It seemed now that his concerns were becoming reality. However, even if it was confirmed that this was part of the Lich Transformation plan, Lin Yi wouldn't refuse to trade with the masked man. The corpse Lich seeking to become a Lich wouldn't abandon the plan just because they couldn't acquire Elven spring water. Since the Undead Calamity had already begun spreading and the disaster in the Kalar Desert was inevitable, Lin Yi's priority was to strengthen his territory and prepare for the coming chaos. After all, he was still young and didn't even have a partner yet. As for the adorable maid Sally, that was another matter entirely. Sophia continued her report, stating that over the past 2 days in Forest City, they had purchased a total of 27 dragon soul herbs, costing approximately 400,000 gold coins. Lin Yi was unconcerned about the expense. In terms of lordship currency, it only amounted to several tens of thousands of coins, which wasn't even enough to purchase a domain skill. In comparison, dragon soul herbs were truly critical for nurturing dragon spirits. My lord, Sophia said through the remote magic communication device, I've acquired a flying mount and will soon set off for the Golden Oasis to deliver the dragon corpses and gold. All right, don't forget to collect the gold from the guild, Lin Yi replied, pausing briefly before adding, We'll send someone to meet you along the way. He had no intention of letting anything happen to Sophia during the journey. Praise the Lord. Sophia's voice brimmed with joy, filled with anticipation for the journey ahead. There was not a trace of worry about safety in her tone. At this moment, her mind was focused on one thing: reaching the Golden Oasis as soon as possible. This time, she wouldn't have to rush in and out as she had so many times before. After the communication ended, Lin Yi strode out of the town hall. He looked up at the sky and waved his hand lightly. In an instant, a gust of wind roared, and the massive figure of Charles, the Bone Dragon, dove down from the clouds, landing respectfully before Lin Yi. These undead dragons, though not bound to Lin Yi by any magical contract, neither summoned creatures nor pets, demonstrated unwavering loyalty comparable to the forces of a lord's domain. To outsiders, they would never be associated with any human lord. They were seen solely as wild undead beings, as there were no contract markings on them. Go to the Forest City and escort Sophia from the Crystal Merchant Guild. I've transmitted her information to you, Lin Yi instructed the Bone Dragon. Remember, do not enter the Forest of Life. Meet her en route. By your command, Great Lord, Charles replied, his mental voice resonating with power. He spread his enormous skeletal wings and soared skyward, speeding towards the Forest City. At the speed of a bone dragon, it would take less than an hour to reach the border between the Kalar Desert and the Forest of Life. Lin Yi had explicitly forbidden the Bone Dragon from entering the Forest of Life because it was the sacred territory of the Elves, who worshipped nature and life. To the Elves, undead creatures were as abhorrent as dark cultists were to the Holy Light Church, enemies to be eradicated at all costs. Watching the Bone Dragon disappear into the horizon, Lin Yi turned and entered the Tower of Professional Skills. With no immediate tasks at hand, he decided to seize the opportunity to explore the mysteries of domain mastery. If he could comprehend even one domain through his own efforts, it would save him a significant amount of gold. On the distant horizon, a jagged mountain range pierced through the vast expanse of yellow sand, faintly visible through the haze. These barren stone mountains were riddled with holes, some reduced to crumbling rubble. Sparse green vegetation clung stubbornly to life in the crevices between the rocks, while the base of the mountains was littered with black debris, half buried in the sand. This was the Undead mine ruins, where traces of iron mining from a century ago by the Great Kingdoms were still evident. Suddenly, a well-equipped squadron of aerial knights appeared above the ruins. After a brief sweep of the area, they descended into an open hollow surrounded by mountains, accessible by only a single pathway. On one side of the hollow stood a nearly 10-meter-high stone gate, its surface faintly glowing with magical runes. Moments later, a small opening appeared on one side of the stone gate, and a group of heavily armed, stout figures emerged in single file. Standing only about 1.3 to 1.4 meters tall, these figures were remarkably robust, even bullier than the warriors of the Ratmen Kingdom. Each of them sported long, bushy beards of various colors. These were none other than the legendary Grey Dwarves. As for the aerial knights who had descended from the skies, they were none other than the Royal Griffin Knight Squadron under Lin Yi's command. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In a secluded mountain hollow, a group of massive golden griffins spread their wings, emitting sharp, ear-piercing cries. Each griffin stood over 20 meters tall, making the Greyland Dwarves, barely over a meter in height, appear minuscule in comparison. The heavily armed Greyland Dwarves recoiled in fear, retreating step by step until they reached the vicinity of a stone gate. Yet, their terror quickly gave way to fury. This was their kingdom, the realm of the Greyland Dwarves, and no one was allowed to act so brazenly here. One Greyland Dwarf stepped forward angrily, confronting the royal knights. This is the territory of the Greyland Dwarves. What business do you have trespassing here? His voice carried a tone of hostility. Known for their fiery tempers, the Greyland Dwarves were passionate drinkers, masters of forging, and feared no battle. This race, which claimed to inherit the bloodline of the Titans, was even bold enough to challenge Dragon's Hedon. A royal paladin responded calmly, "We are emissaries from the Golden Oasis, here under the orders of our lord to seek an audience with your king. Our kingdom does not welcome outsiders." "You should leave," the dwarf replied coldly. "I bring with me the friendship of our lord. Please, do not refuse us," the royal paladin said sincerely. The Greyland dwarf's expression darkened further, but after a moment of silence, he said, "Wait here. I will report this." With that, he disappeared into a small tunnel beside the stone gate. 20 minutes later, the heavy stone gate creaked open. The dwarf returned and led the knights inside, while the golden griffins were stored away in their riding pet spaces. Passing through a dim, winding passage, they entered the heart of the Greyland Dwarves' kingdom. This underground world was far more majestic than the Ratfolk Kingdom. Towering stone structures reinforced with steel stood in dense rows, and an unbreakable defense system was formed by countless arrow towers, fortresses, and bastions. A man-made underground river encircled the kingdom, serving as a natural moat. After crossing a mechanically operated drawbridge and passing through the heavy steel gate, they finally stepped into the bustling underground city. The streets were crowded with dwarves going about their business, while numerous blacksmith shops billowed with smoke. The rhythmic clanging of hammers against metal was constant a testament to both the dwarves' profession and their greatest passion. Before long, the group arrived at the palace hall. The leading Greyland dwarf turned to them and said, "Only your captain may enter the hall. The rest of you must remain outside." A team of 10 extraordinary knights, accompanied by 10 equally extraordinary golden griffins, was indeed a force that unsettled the Greyland dwarves. The dwarf dared not let this group meet the king all at once and could only handle the situation cautiously. "Why don't you all take a tour of this magnificent royal city?" the royal judicator knight suggested to the others with a nod. "Such a grand subterranean structure is rare to see elsewhere." The other knights immediately obeyed and departed. The Greyland dwarf initially intended to stop them, but hearing such praise for their royal city left him momentarily flattered. By the time he regained his composure, the knights had already disappeared into the streets of the city. He consoled himself, thinking, "It's just a tour. Nothing should go wrong." Afterward, he led the royal judicator knight into the grand palace hall. The hall glimmered with brilliance. The floor was paved with polished blue stone, reflective like a mirror. Massive pillars adorned with intricate dwarven carvings were coated in dazzling gold paint. The walls were hung with numerous golden ornaments, their surfaces gleaming in the torchlight, making the entire hall resplendent. On a throne atop 9 ascending steps sat the dwarf king, dressed in a lavish robe and crowned with gold. Behind him stood a colossal statue towering dozens of meters high. From below, the statue exuded an overwhelming sense of authority, magnifying the king's imposing presence. The royal judicator knight stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, I bring you the most sincere friendship and regards from my lord." The dwarf king nodded lightly. "A human lord who violates peace treaties will find it hard to gain anyone's trust. If you seek our friendship, you must leave the Golden Oasis." "I will convey your words to my lord," the knight replied. "Additionally, my lord has entrusted me to relay this message. The Rat King Aubrey and his high-ranking followers are our prisoners of war. We hope you will hand them over to us." The dwarf king frowned. "You've already slaughtered hundreds of thousands of innocent rat folk. Now you seek to eradicate them completely? This war has nothing to do with your Majesty. We only ask for Aubrey to be handed over." "You're mistaken. Aubrey is not within my kingdom." Hearing this, the knight turned and left without hesitation. Watching his resolute departure, the dwarf king felt a twinge of confusion. Could it really be that easy to deceive him? In truth, the royal judicator knight had not left the city immediately. Like the other knights, he carefully observed everything about the Dwarven kingdom. It wasn't until hurried Dwarven warriors arrived to expel them that he finally led his team out of the underground royal city. "What's the situation? Though we didn't see everything, it's clear they can't withstand us. The mana cannons on their walls are somewhat threatening, but with 2 undead dragons, a single breath would destroy them. And what about Rat King Aubrey? It seems the Dwarf King wants to shelter him. This gives us a reason to declare war, though, reason or not, it doesn't really matter. Let's head back and report to the Lord." In a secluded side hall, the king of the Grey Dwarves watched as the Golden Griffin Knights disappeared into the distance. Once he was certain they were completely gone, he turned to the trembling figure of Aubrey, the Rat King, beside him. "They're gone," the king of the Grey Dwarves said. At these words, the previously quivering Aubrey's face lit up with joy. He exclaimed repeatedly, "Praise to your Majesty. When I rebuild the Rat Kingdom, I will surely repay you with great gifts." "No need for such formalities," the king of the Grey Dwarves replied with a wave of his hand. He knew all too well that Aubrey, having already lost his kingdom, could hardly provide for himself, let alone offer grand gifts. The reason he extended his aid was partly due to the long-standing friendship between their nations and partly in gratitude for the help the Rat Kingdom had provided when the Grey Dwarves founded their nation at the ruins of the Alby mines. More importantly, to him, the Golden Griffin Knights were nothing more than arrogant invaders. To submit to them would mean losing his standing in the region. However, as he recalled the decisive departure of the night earlier, a sliver of doubt crept into his mind. "King Aubrey, are you certain you're not deceiving me? You claim there are fewer than 5,000 Golden Griffin Knights." Of course, Aubrey replied, though his tone carried a trace of awkwardness. The king of the Grey Dwarves fell silent for a long moment before speaking with a dark expression. "Aubrey, I need the truth. If my kingdom falls, you won't escape unscathed either." Faced with this stern warning, Aubrey trembled and nervously raised 2 clawed fingers. 20,000? The king of the Grey Dwarves was stunned. More than 20,000? Aubrey's voice grew quieter with each word. The king of the Grey Dwarves' face turned ashen, filled with regret. Over 20,000 Golden Griffin Knights? This was absurd. He felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the deceitful, rotund rat in front of him. Seeing the anger burning in the Dwarf King's eyes, Aubrey hastily explained, "Please, Your Majesty, calm down. If I had told the truth from the beginning, you wouldn't have even let me through your kingdom's gates. Besides, there's no need to worry too much. The fall of the Rat Kingdom was entirely due to the Dragon Charles. The massive tunnel we dug for him became the very pathway the Golden Griffin Knights used to invade. But your kingdom is different. The widest passage connecting your land to the outside world is only 10 meters. Those massive griffins can't possibly fit through, but the human knights can enter," the king of the Grey Dwarves countered grimly. "And the golden griffins can use the knights' pet storage spaces to infiltrate the heart of my kingdom." Aubrey quickly offered a solution. "Your Majesty could fortify the passages with defensive forces, or even plant large amounts of black powder. Once the knights enter, detonate it. This would not only cause significant damage, but also deter them from acting recklessly. And after the passages are destroyed, how will my people get out? The outside is overrun with undead. Staying inside might be a blessing in disguise." With a dark expression, the king of the Grey Dwarves left the side hall. Right now, he really wanted to tie up the Rat King Aubrey, deliver him to the Golden Oasis, and reclaim the friendship he had just rejected. Unfortunately, he dismissed this thought as soon as it arose. As a dwarf, he was unafraid of war, but he was no reckless fool. An army of over 20,000 Golden Griffin Knights was not something to be trifled with. Besides, the resolute attitude of the knight as he departed made it clear that his kingdom was preparing for war. Even if Aubrey were handed over now, it was unlikely to prevent the impending conflict. For now, he had no choice but to strengthen his kingdom's defenses, seek more allies, and, following Rat King Aubrey's suggestion, lay large quantities of black powder throughout the passageways. If the enemy invaded, he would blow up the tunnels. With this plan in mind, he immediately convened a high-level meeting of the kingdom to discuss further strategies. While the Royal Griffin Knight squad was returning to the Golden Oasis, a figure was also speeding toward the same destination from the direction of the Forest of Life. Sophia of the Crystal Merchant Guild. This time, she was traveling alone, leaving the old mage Simon behind in Forest City to handle guild affairs. Sophia was riding atop an ironclaw finch several meters long, flying nearly 1,000 meters above the ground. It was her first time flying at such an altitude. Though a bit nervous, the ironclaw finch, having been thoroughly tamed, was gentle and steady in its flight, which gave her some reassurance. However, trouble often strikes when least expected. Just as she was about to leave the Forest of Life and enter the Kalar Desert, more than 20 silverwing venom bees suddenly appeared behind her. These venomous bees were even larger than the ironclaw finch, and each carried a black-robed, masked human rider on its back. It was clear that these individuals had used special means to conceal their presence, and their intentions were obvious. Sophia, however, was prepared for such an encounter. Urging her mount to accelerate, she simultaneously retrieved a large number of magical scrolls from her spatial equipment. She unleashed spell after spell: Gale, Ice Wall, Thunderstorm, and Explosive Fireball. While none of the spells were particularly high-level, their sheer quantity made up for it. "Damn it! When I catch that woman, I'll kill her." One of the Venom Bee riders roared furiously after being caught in an explosive fireball. His hair and eyebrows had been completely singed off. The other riders, equally enraged, urged their silverwing Venom Bees to speed up the chase. Although the Venom Bees had a higher burst speed than the Ironclaw Finch, their stamina was inferior. Sophia's relentless magical bombardment gradually widened the gap between her and her pursuers. Once she crossed into the Kalar Desert, her supply of ordinary magical scrolls was nearly depleted. With a pained expression, she pulled out an expensive teleportation scroll, one that could instantly transport her 100 kilometers away. "When I reach the Golden Oasis, I must ask the Lord to reimburse me for this," Sophia muttered to herself. The teleportation scroll was Sophia's trump card. This magical artifact, capable of instant transportation, rested quietly in her hand. As long as she activated it, she could immediately escape the pursuers behind her. Even with the venomous wasp knights chasing her relentlessly, she was confident she could rendezvous with the Golden Griffin Knights dispatched by the Lord to assist her. With their help, they could even launch a counterattack. With this in mind, Sophia decided not to wait any longer. Although the pursuers were still 500 meters away, in such a dire situation, an extra measure of caution was far better than risking everything. Just as she was about to activate the scroll, a massive shadow suddenly streaked across the distant sky, moving at an astonishing speed. The suffocating aura of terror emanating from it made her steel-clawed gray sparrow tremble uncontrollably, sending her frantic mental signals urging her to flee. As the shadow's outline became clearer, Sophia's bright eyes widened in shock. A colossal dragon composed entirely of skeletal remains was hurtling straight toward her. Damn it! Her face turned ashen in an instant. Almost instinctively, She tore the teleportation scroll in her hand. A strange light immediately enveloped both master and mount, and in the next moment, they reappeared in the sky 100 kilometers away. Bless the god of commerce. Sophia patted her heaving chest, still shaken. The steel-clawed gray sparrow let out joyous chirps, nuzzling its head against her in gratitude. That elven city lord was right. This undead scourge is becoming increasingly rampant. Encountering a bone dragon in broad daylight, Sophia gently patted her mount's head. Let's head to the Golden Oasis quickly. I don't want to stay in this cursed place a second longer. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers away in midair, the bone dragon, Charles, was left bewildered. Hovering in the sky, its hollow eye sockets glowed with confusion. What just happened? I had her in my sights, and then she suddenly teleported away. Was she scared of me? Damn it, I forgot to announce myself beforehand. Charles quickly pieced together the situation. Anyone who saw a bone dragon suddenly appear would instinctively choose to flee. At that moment, it noticed the venomous wasp knights fleeing in panic in the distance. It was this group of scoundrels who had been hunting Sophia, the one Charles had come to protect. Worried for her safety, he had rushed over in such a hurry. It's all your fault, you bastards. Charles let out an earth-shaking roar and charged toward the wasp knights. A ripple of gray energy surged outward from his body, enveloping a radius of several kilometers in the blink of an eye. Despite the poison bee knights scattering in all directions to escape, their speed was no match for the domain unleashed by the bone dragon, Charles. A dim, ominous energy rapidly expanded, engulfing the entire sky. Domain art weakening and corrosion. In an instant, the poison bee knights seemed to have their strength drained from their bodies. Their skin began to decay visibly, layer by layer. Even activating their magical shields proved futile. One by one, they let out blood-curdling screams as they plummeted from the skies like falling leaves. Charles spread his massive wings and soared through the air, crushing the knights between his colossal bone jaws one by one. Yet, being a skeletal creature, he couldn't truly consume the flesh and blood. The shattered remains of their bodies slipped through the gaps in his neck bones. But that was irrelevant. His true aim was their souls. Ignoring their desperate pleas for mercy, the bone dragon devoured every single poison bee knight and their mounts. By consuming their souls, Charles gleaned critical information about their origins. The Flamingo Trading Consortium. Daring to target my master, Charles sneered internally. He also learned that this was merely part of the consortium's larger scheme. Earlier, a group of assassins had been dispatched to gather intelligence at the Golden Oasis. However, they had yet to reach their destination. Perhaps they were still en route, or perhaps they had already perished in the undead-infested desert. Wasting no time, Charles flapped his wings and flew swiftly in pursuit of Sophia. In just a matter of minutes, he caught up to the ironclaw finch, flapping its wings desperately in an attempt to escape. Sophia, at this point, was consumed by despair. She was just an ordinary professional. Her teleportation scrolls had been exhausted, and the golden griffin knights she had hoped for were nowhere to be seen. Watching the bone dragon closing in, she resigned herself to her fate and braced for death. But suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Foolish human, why are you running? My master sent me to fetch you. Sophia turned back in disbelief to look at the bone dragon. Charles communicated again through mental projection. The great lord of the Golden Oasis is my master. Before long, Sophia found herself seated on the bone dragon's back. Her ironclaw finch had been paralyzed with fear under the dragon's overwhelming aura. Though the bony surface beneath her was painfully uncomfortable, the thrill of becoming a dragon rider filled her with exhilaration. If only Bone Dragon Lord had contacted me earlier, I wouldn't have wasted a precious teleportation scroll, Sophia muttered with some regret. You're just too much of a coward, Charles retorted bluntly. What about those poison bee knights? She asked. Devoured, he replied. Sophia glanced at the dragon's blood-stained jaws and the crimson-streaked bones of its neck, feeling a renewed sense of dread. Still, she managed to say, well done. My goodness. Another full regiment of golden griffin knights. During the flight, Sophia's exclamations were unending. On the way to the Golden Oasis, she had already witnessed at least 5 regiments of golden griffin knights. Each regiment was impeccably equipped, radiating waves of magical energy that sent shivers down her spine. The sight of those massive golden griffins flying in formation left her in awe time and time again. As advanced magical beasts, golden griffins were exceedingly rare even in the largest magical beast markets of Forest City. Yet here, thousands of them were organized into regiments, an utterly unbelievable sight. These are just a few ordinary regiments, Bone Dragon Charles said calmly. My master commands over 30,000 royal griffin knights. What you've seen is only a small fraction of them. That number made Sophia gasp. The image of 30,000 golden griffin knights mobilizing at once could only be described as overwhelming, like a sky blotted out by their sheer presence. The rapid rise of power in the Golden Oasis astounded her. She recalled her first visit here, when there were only about 100 royal knights, the strongest among them merely advanced-level professionals, with not a single king-tier powerhouse. Now, with 30,000 well-equipped Griffin knights, their strength had increased at least 1,000-fold. In the distance, a group of enormous figures caught her attention. They were Treant warriors, swinging their massive wooden clubs with ease, smashing the oncoming undead army into oblivion. Treants? You even have Treants? Of course. They also serve my great master, Bone Dragon. Charles confirmed with a nod. But Treants have always been allies of the nature elves. Never in history have they been known to serve any other race, including humans, Sophia said incredulously. That was in the past. Times have changed, the Bone Dragon replied succinctly. When they arrived above the Golden Oasis, Sophia was once again stunned by the sight before her. The oasis had expanded several times its original size since her first visit. Towering walls, dense arrow towers, and fortresses now stood proudly. Most striking of all was the colossal tree at the center, reaching into the heavens. This is nothing short of a miracle. What kind of person could create all of this? Sophia marveled. She and the old mage Simon had once speculated that Lin Yi was backed by a saint-tier powerhouse, but now it seemed their assumptions had been far too conservative. The wonders before her were feats even ordinary demigods would struggle to achieve. Suddenly, she noticed a massive shadow circling high above. It occasionally dove toward the distance, releasing thick clouds of green mist. Wherever the mist spread, countless tiny figures collapsed in droves. Lord Bone Dragon, what is that? She asked. Oh, that's a plague dragon, Charles replied. In the elegant and tranquil backyard, Sophia finally met the lord she had been yearning to see. Although it hadn't been long since they last parted, Lin Yi now gave her an unfamiliar feeling. This unfamiliarity stemmed not only from the dramatic transformation of the Golden Oasis, but also from the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Yi, an aura so powerful it felt like a towering mountain pressing down on her. She recalled their first meeting when both were 9th-level professionals, standing on equal footing. Yet, in just over a week, Lin Yi's presence had grown so overwhelmingly strong that she couldn't even bring herself to look directly at him. His power now seemed 100, even 1,000 times greater than hers. The oppressive energy emanating from him was even more terrifying than the bone dragon she had once encountered. Sophia's instincts weren't wrong. The bone dragon, Charles, was a mid-tier saint-level entity, while Lin Yi had now reached the high-tier saint level, making his aura far more formidable than the dragon's. Miss Sophia, it's been a while. Lin Yi greeted her warmly, gesturing for her to take a seat at the specially crafted stone table and chairs. This outdoor furniture had been thoughtfully placed in the backyard, perfect for enjoying a midnight snack while admiring the dazzling stars over the Kalar Desert. I've been looking forward to this meeting for so long, my lord, Sophia said as she sat upright on the stone stool, her demeanor noticeably more reserved than during their first encounter. There's no need to be nervous, Lin Yi said gently. We're friends and excellent partners. You can treat the Golden Oasis as your own home. Rather than easing her tension, his words only made Sophia more anxious. A blush spread across her delicate face and ears. This is so sudden. My lord, am not prepared for this. Noticing her misunderstanding but choosing not to clarify, Lin Yi simply smiled and said, take your time to think about it. He quickly changed the subject. As for the Silverwing Venom Bee Knights who pursued you, I've identified their origins. They're from a large merchant guild called Flamingo. Flamingo Guild? Sophia exclaimed in surprise. Their representative visited our base several times, proposing a partnership to trade in Elven spring water. That man appeared polite and offered tempting terms, but I never expected them to be so despicable behind the scenes. If not for her thorough preparations, she might not have escaped the knight's deadly pursuit. Greed blinds people and drives them to reckless actions, Lin Yi remarked calmly. I intend to teach this guild a lesson. Sophia immediately straightened up and declared, if the Crystal Guild can be of any help, please don't hesitate to ask. There's no rush, Lin Yi replied. We'll discuss this after you return to Forest City. Hearing this, Sophia quickly pleaded, my lord, may I stay in your territory for a few more days? Her words betrayed her fear of being sent away. The Golden Oasis isn't open to outsiders yet, Lin Yi said with a smile. If you want to stay, you'll need to become one of my citizens. Join your territory, Sophia hesitated. But what about my guild? You'll lose ownership of the Crystal Guild, Lin Yi said frankly, but you'll gain a brighter future. Trust me, this will be the most profitable deal of your life. Sophia, with barely a moment of hesitation, pledged her allegiance to the Golden Oasis under Lin Yi's witness. Unlike her initial visit when she was filled with doubt, the Golden Oasis now seemed like a lofty place she was fortunate to join. As her gaze swept over the distant bone dragons, undead dragons, and the vast army of tens of thousands of golden griffin knights, along with treants scattered across the land, the sheer display of power left her in awe. Watching the Oasis's territory steadily expand, Sophia became increasingly convinced that it was on the verge of becoming a formidable kingdom. If she could seize the opportunity, perhaps she could secure a high-ranking position within this rising power, a prospect far more promising than remaining an ordinary merchant in Forest City. After the oath ceremony concluded, she looked at the young and handsome lord before her, a deeper sense of reverence welling up in her heart. With a wave of Lin Yi's hand, a bottle of wine and 2 glasses appeared out of thin air on the stone table. Sophia immediately stood up and poured the crimson liquid into the glasses for both of them. To celebrate your joining the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi said with a smile, raising his glass. Glory to you, my lord, Sophia responded enthusiastically. The moment the wine touched her throat, Sophia began to cough violently, her cheeks instantly flushing. As the warmth and delicate fragrance spread through her, she asked in surprise, My lord, what is this wine? It's far superior to anything I've brought before. If we could sell this in Forest City, it would be an instant hit. This is a Bloody Mary, priced at 3,000 gold coins per glass, Lin Yi replied calmly. That expensive? Sophia thought to herself, alarmed as she realized she had just downed hundreds of gold coins in a single sip. Lin Yi encouraged her to drink more, mentioning casually that this was actually the cheapest drink in the hero's tavern. He recalled how Kaisha had once treated him to a glass of wine worth tens of millions of Lord Gold coins of fortune, when converted into the universal currency of the Holy Continent. In truth, Lin Yi had another reason for offering the wine. He had his eyes on the bottles and glasses from the hero's tavern. These vessels were extraordinarily durable, so much so that even he couldn't damage them. Spending a few thousand gold coins to obtain materials that might be used to craft divine artifacts was undoubtedly worth it. After a few glasses, Sophia was visibly tipsy, but she hadn't forgotten her primary task. She handed over the goods she had brought from Forest City. 10 dragon corpses, all in a mummified state, each over 100 meters long, with 2 exceeding 130 meters likely at the peak of the Saint tier in strength. Additionally, there were more than 20 dragon soul herbs and a pouch of gold coins. My lord, Sophia slurred slightly, her voice tinged with drunkenness. The masked stranger also asked me to prepare more elf spring water before he left. It was clear that he still had plenty of dragon corpses in his possession. Lin Yi pocketed the spatial ring containing the dragon corpses and simultaneously began managing the tens of millions of gold coins stored in another spatial item. Skillfully, he exchanged the coins for Lord coins, a faint smile playing on his lips. As long as he can provide dragon corpses, we'll keep doing business. After the exchange was complete, his stash of Lord coins skyrocketed to an impressive 3.8 million. This amount was enough to purchase 3 types of basic domain principles, but basic domains no longer satisfied him. In his eyes, top-tier domains like time, space, fate, and causality were the ones truly worth investing in. Just then, Sophia, slightly tipsy, remarked, My lord, I overheard that Elf City Lord mentioning she plans to visit the Golden Oasis. Also, they seem intent on buying all the elf spring water you have. Heh. Lin Yi chuckled upon hearing this, not out of mockery, but rather because it was clear the Elf City Lord underestimated the scale of what she was about to face. Noticing that Sophia was so drunk she could barely sit upright, he said, There's a spare room in the courtyard. Go rest for a while. My lord, I can still. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yi stepped forward and scooped up the girl, who resembled a drunken kitten. At first, her body stiffened, but soon she softened in his arms, curling up into a little ball. After ensuring Sophia was resting, Lin Yi made his way to the vicinity of the elf spring, thinking to himself, Let's see how much you can buy. Without delay, he began upgrading the structure. As dazzling golden light surrounded the spring, it transformed into an advanced building. It could now produce high-quality spring water, each bottle worth over 10,000 gold coins. The well's diameter expanded to 15 meters, its depth reached 20 to 30 meters, and its storage capacity increased to hold up to 200,000 bottles of elf spring water, with a total value of 2 billion gold coins. To avoid scaring off potential elf customers, Lin Yi decided to conceal the massive well. He constructed an advanced residential building around it, using the anti-detection features of territorial architecture to ensure that even demigods couldn't perceive its existence. Next, he invested 100,000 Lord coins and 50,000 units of stone to upgrade the luck altar into an advanced structure, hoping it would generate more powerful auras by the next day. Finally came the most critical part, the territory upgrade plan. After checking his resource reserves, he found that everything was ready except for a small shortfall in refined iron. About 3 hours later, the refined iron was finally gathered. Upgrade the territory. As Lin Yi's command echoed, a radiant golden light surged from the void, enveloping the entire golden oasis. The upgrade process took an unusually long time. The golden light lingered in the air for a full half-hour before gradually fading, marking the official advancement of Lin Yi's territory to the City Hall level. The system immediately displayed new information. At the City Hall level, new structures such as mana cannons and city walls were unlocked. Additionally, it revealed the massive resource requirements for the next upgrade: 1 million units each of gold, wood, and stone, along with 300,000 units of refined iron. The size of the Golden Oasis expanded significantly after the upgrade. Dense trees now covered the territory, seemingly endless to cut down. New stone and iron mines were forming underground. The air had grown fresher, and the concentration of magical energy in the atmosphere had multiplied. However, the expansion of the territory also brought new challenges. The perimeter of the Golden Oasis now stretched to 60 kilometers. Even with the 30,000 strong Royal Griffin Riders, achieving comprehensive defense was nearly impossible. This made it an urgent priority to add more troop types and build additional defensive facilities. Fortunately, the newly unlocked mana cannons and city walls could significantly enhance the territory's defenses. From the reports of the returning Royal Griffin Riders, Lin Yi learned that the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom was already using these powerful mana cannons. System: does replacing arrow towers with mana cannons require demolishing the existing structures? Lin Yi asked. The system responded. Mana cannons are an upgraded version of arrow towers and can be directly upgraded, with partial construction costs deducted. This thoughtful design pleased Lin Yi. A mana cannon originally required 100 units of resources to build. Upgrading an existing advanced arrow tower that had already cost 80 units would only require an additional 20 units. The upgrade mechanism for city walls followed a similar approach. The system then displayed specific data. Constructing a mana cannon from scratch required 100 units of stone and 200 units of refined iron, while upgrading an advanced arrow tower to a mana cannon only required 150 units of refined iron. Examining the data, Lin Yi frowned. Upgrading all 1,700 advanced arrow towers on the territory's 2 walls would require 250,000 units of refined iron. While wood and stone were abundant, the shortage of refined iron posed a significant challenge. A resolution formed in his mind. He immediately summoned a royal paladin and issued an order: spread the word, rest well tonight. At dawn tomorrow, we march on the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. At your command, my lord. The knight bowed respectfully and withdrew. Watching the knight's figure fade into the distance, Lin Yi murmured thoughtfully to himself, the Grey Dwarf Kingdom, those wealthy hoarders, not only forged an arsenal of equipment, but also stockpiled an enormous amount of refined iron. A glint of ambition flashed in his eyes. If I can take over the Grey Dwarf Kingdom, I could upgrade the arrow towers in my territory with heavy cannons, but his brows furrowed shortly after. Still, I can't focus on just one place. I'll need to purchase some from the forest city as well. After all, the Grey Dwarf Kingdom isn't something I can conquer anytime soon. Due to the shortage of refined iron, Lin Yi temporarily shelved his plans to upgrade the arrow towers and redirected all resources toward fortifying his territory's defenses. 2 ordinary walls were transformed into awe-inspiring fortifications. The towering structure, reaching a height of 100 meters, was entirely constructed from massive, polished blue stones, its surface gleaming like a mirror. Even in the extraordinary world of the Sacred Continent, walls of such scale were a rare sight. Apart from flying creatures and individuals with flight magic, no being below the extraordinary rank could hope to scale it. Even king-level professionals would struggle to cross this natural barrier without external aid. The moment the wall upgrade was completed, a cascade of system notifications flooded Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations, Lord. The core building has been upgraded to a city hall. Main quest completed. You have gained a random Lord talent, Titan King. New main quest unlocked. Upgrade the core building to Palace Hall level. Reward: 1 random Lord talent. Following this, 2 side quests appeared. Side quest 1: eliminate or conquer at least 3 kingdom-level forces. Reward: 1 random unit building blueprint. Side quest 2: conquer the Fallen Dragon Canyon. Reward: 1 ultimate unit building upgrade blueprint. Damn! Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. The rewards for these quests were jaw-dropping, especially the ultimate unit building upgrade blueprint. With that, his Royal Griffin Knight training grounds would achieve a qualitative leap, increasing daily production from 3,000 to a staggering 30,000. Even the Ancient War Mother Tree's capacity could soar to an astonishing 10,000 ancient trance. At all costs, I must take the Fallen Dragon Canyon, Lin Yi resolved firmly in his heart. After calming his excitement, he turned his attention to the newly acquired Lord talent. Titan King. Level: God Ear talent. Effect: lightning-based attacks are enhanced tenfold. Combat strength of giant units is tripled. Combat strength of Titan units is quintupled. During battles, giant units have a chance to evolve their bloodline into Titans. My luck today is off the charts. Lin Yi almost laughed out loud. With this addition, he now possessed 4 Lord talents: 1 Super God Ear, 1 God Ear, and 2 Epic Ear talents, including the Light Envoy talent. But soon, a wry smile crept onto his face. Too bad I don't even have a single giant unit, let alone a Titan. Before acquiring the Titan race units, the practical value of the Titan King's lord talent had indeed diminished significantly. Although Lin Yi had become favored by the Thunder Origin Law, gaining a tenfold attack boost within the Lightning domain, as a lord, he didn't need to personally engage in battles. The Royal Griffin Knight Legion had long proven its strength. Whether it was hunting expeditions or assaults on the Greyland Dwarven Kingdom, there was no need for the lord to take the field. Lin Yi's involvement seemed to be more of a decorative addition than a necessity. However, the allure of the ultimate unit building upgrade blueprint made Lin Yi reconsider. Especially when facing the undead forces of Fallen Dragon Canyon, the few undead dragons currently in the territory were far from sufficient. Even adding 10 more undead dragons would struggle to break through the canyon's defenses. Here, the unique advantage of being a player became apparent. Lin Yi could resurrect in the core building even if he fell in battle. This meant he could continuously deplete the canyon's boss through repeated attempts. After careful deliberation, Lin Yi decided to purchase the Thunder Domain Arcana. Although this skill cost 2 million gold coins and was far less valuable than top-tier domain arcanas like time or space, under the enhancement of the Titan King talent, its power would experience a qualitative leap. Once he reached the pinnacle of the Saint rank, a single Thunder Fist could potentially unleash power comparable to that of a demigod. With this in mind, Lin Yi immediately entered the professional skill tower and spent 2 million Lord Gold coins to acquire the Thunder Domain Arcana. In an instant, countless golden bolts of lightning materialized in the void, each exuding a regal aura as they struck him with precision. Lin Yi remained still, immersing his consciousness in the transmission of the Domain Arcana. The process felt like receiving data through a cable. He only needed to remain calm and wait, without deliberate comprehension or study. All the Domain Arcana seemed innate, seamlessly integrating into his essence. As time passed, a purple halo gradually spread around Lin Yi, its diameter expanding until it enveloped an area spanning several kilometers. When he opened his eyes, golden lightning flickered in his pupils. Compared to ordinary purple lightning, this golden lightning was purer and contained a far more terrifying power. Lin Yi stood up and flicked his fingers lightly towards the distance. A streak of purple lightning shot out like an arrow, rapidly expanding mid-flight. In an instant, it grew from the thickness of an arm to the size of a barrel. Where the lightning struck, the ground exploded into a massive crater with a diameter of several dozen meters, its walls charred and smoking. He then began testing the power of the lightning domain. A vast purple aura, spanning several kilometers, formed in the sky, filled with countless flickering bolts of purple lightning. Under Lin Yi's control, the lightning rained down like a torrential storm, each strike creating craters of varying sizes on the ground. Within moments, the area spanning thousands of meters was riddled with pits, resembling the aftermath of a relentless missile bombardment. Then came an even more ferocious wave of lightning storms. Amid deafening thunderclaps, a colossal crater, stretching several kilometers in diameter, appeared beneath Lin Yi's feet. The soil within had been entirely electrified by the lightning's sheer force. Impressive! Lin Yi exclaimed in admiration. This power far surpasses forbidden spells. But he'll need a saint-level opponent to properly test its strength. After a moment's thought, he added, "Tomorrow, I'll head to Dragonfall Canyon to challenge the Abomination King. I can't risk striking down the undead dragons in my own territory. It'd be a disaster if they turned to ash." Having completed the test, Lin Yi's figure blurred as he departed from the professional skills tower. Not long after he left, the giant crater spanning several kilometers miraculously restored itself, the ground returning to its smooth, unblemished state. Night had deepened. Lin Yi glanced at the pitch-black sky, feeling a bit surprised. It had been daylight when he entered the tower. He must have been so engrossed in mastering the lightning domain's secrets that he had lost track of time. By now, the Royal Griffin Knight Corps and the Ancient Treant Corps had returned to the territory after completing their hunt. The knights were resting in their quarters, while the Treants merged back into the forest. Notably, Treants required no sustenance. After returning, they transformed into towering trees scattered across the land, absorbing the life force and natural magic from the ancient War Mother Tree, the Elven Spring, and the power of the earth to recover their strength and magic. This unique trait, as masterpieces of nature, was unmatched even by the Elven race. In the brightly lit backyard of the city hall, faint sounds of conversation between Sophia and the maid Sally could be heard. The two seemed to get along quite well. Lin Yi did not go over but instead turned and headed toward the dragon graveyard, pushing open the heavy bronze doors. He soon buried 10 dragon corpses, one by one. The tombstones displayed information about their lifetimes: 5 mid-tier saint-level dragons, 3 high-tier saint-level dragons, and 2 peak-tier saint-level dragons. The 2 peak-tier dragons, each measuring 130 meters in length, were only second to the zombie Dragon King. Immediately after, the Lord System issued a notification. "You have buried 10 dragon corpses. You may choose to summon them as bone dragons or zombie dragons. A fragment of soul consciousness not belonging to a dragon has been detected and has been shattered and integrated into the dragon corpses. You may proceed with the summoning. Somewhere beneath the Kalar Desert lies an underground world. A colossal beast suddenly began to tremble violently, followed by a piercing, blood-curdling scream. The creature was a 9-headed giant serpent over 200 meters long, its massive coiled body dwarfing even the mightiest of dragons. All 9 of its ferocious snake heads opened their massive jaws simultaneously, their anguished roars reverberating throughout the subterranean space. The enormous body writhed and thrashed on the ground, shattering nearby stalactites into fragments. After what seemed like an eternity, the dreadful cries gradually subsided, though the serpent's body continued to spasm uncontrollably. This massive creature was, in fact, a desiccated corpse. Its black scales clung tightly to its skeletal frame. Of the 9 snake heads, 3 were shriveled and withered, while the other 6 had strangely begun to regenerate fresh flesh and blood. Damn it! Who destroyed the fragment of my soul consciousness? The 9-headed serpent bellowed in fury, its roar echoing through the underground realm. 3,000 bottles of Elven spring water wasted. Before long, a group of black-robed followers hurried over, kneeling in submission before the serpent. The serpent raised its towering body, its cold, predatory eyes on the central head glaring down at them. Who did you sell those dragon corpses to? A trembling elderly man in a black robe stammered, Master. We sold them to the Crystal Chamber of Commerce, a minor trading guild. They are backed by the Lord of the Golden Oasis, who was virtually unknown until half a month ago. Golden Oasis? Are you telling me that the lord of some insignificant oasis destroyed a fragment of my soul consciousness? The serpent hissed venomously. Master, why was your soul fragment on the dragon corpses? The old man asked, instantly regretting his question. The serpent's heads loomed closer to him, its voice chilling. What did you just say? Master, please forgive me. We are gathering information about the Golden Oasis and will have answers soon. The old man replied hastily, his voice quivering. Gathering information? What a waste of time. The serpent snarled. Call everyone back. This is no time for unnecessary complications. It seethed internally, regretting its earlier plan. It had intended to double-cross the Crystal Chamber of Commerce and raid the forces backing them, avoiding payment for the dragon corpses while seizing large quantities of Elven spring water or even the legendary water of life. Such a bounty might have enabled it to complete its reincarnation. But its adversaries proved unexpectedly powerful, with formidable beings in their ranks. Now, its reincarnation incomplete, it had no choice but to bide its time. Continue trading with the Crystal Chamber of Commerce. I need more Elven spring water, the serpent commanded, then added, also, ask them if their backers are interested in non-dragon semi-divine corpses. Offer them a discount if necessary. After issuing these orders, the mighty titan-devouring serpent couldn't help but mock itself. To think it had stooped so low as to negotiate deals with humans. How would the other liches view it if word got out? But it had no choice. Its stock of dragon corpses was running dangerously low. After all, it's been tens of thousands of years. The black-robed elder's voice echoed through the underground chamber. Nowadays, dragon corpses are exceedingly rare. Most have either transformed into undead creatures on their own or decayed into nothingness. Only a very small number have been preserved. He paused briefly before continuing. The president of the Crystal Guild promised that if it's a fresh dragon corpse, the price could increase by 50%. This statement caused the 9-headed serpent coiled within the underground space to visibly tremble. Investigate where there are small gatherings of dragons. I will personally hunt them down. Understood, my lord. The black-robed elder was about to retreat but added, my lord, there's been unusual activity recently near Dragonfall Canyon. A large number of high-level undead are awakening. Ignore it. That's not my territory. The 9-headed serpent responded indifferently. Understood, my lord. The black-robed elder led the other robed figures out of the underground chamber swiftly. The 9-headed serpent remained coiled on the ground, occasionally gulping down bottles of Elven spring water. For this lich, the life energy contained in Elven spring water was more precious than a semi-divine artifact. It was the key to its transformation into a full-fledged lich. Unfortunately, the supply was pitifully scarce and always ran out quickly. If it could obtain a continuous source of Elven spring water, it would have completed the transformation long ago. For the sake of my rebirth plan, dragons must die, it thought to itself. While it dared not provoke the mysterious Golden Oasis, it was confident in dealing with ordinary dragons. As long as it avoided directly challenging Dragon Island, there shouldn't be significant trouble. Meanwhile, within the dragon graveyard, Lin Yi stared at the sudden notification in his mind, feeling a sense of surprise. Where did that fragment of soul consciousness come from? He asked the Lord System. The system replied, The fragment of soul consciousness originated from a half-dead lich. Lord, you need not worry. The fragment has been destroyed by the power of the dragon graveyard and will not affect your summoning of undead dragons. A lich? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat as he immediately thought of the master behind the masked figure. The Elven City Lord's suspicions had been correct. There was indeed a lich attempting to use the Elven spring water to transform into a Lich King. This, however, was good news. It wasn't an ancient lich causing trouble. So, they tried to ambush me. Lucky for me, the system had my back. Once I catch them, they'll make sure they regret it. Lin Yi thought, then began the summoning ritual. As the graveyard trembled, one by one, massive undead dragons emerged from their tombs. 10 zombie dragons lined up neatly, their bodies still covered in intact dragon hide, providing an additional layer of defense compared to ordinary skeletal dragons. The system notification rang out. Congratulations, Lord. You have triggered the Lord Talent Ancient Bloodline Awakening. 3 of the zombie dragons have undergone bloodline evolution. Among the 3 evolved zombie dragons, 2 retained their holy level height year ranks from their lifetimes, with their massive bodies reaching an astonishing 140 meters in length. Their growth potential rivaled that of demigods. While they couldn't compare to a zombie dragon king, they were still remarkably powerful. The most striking was the 3rd evolved dragon. It reached an enormous size of 180 meters, far surpassing the zombie dragon king. What made it truly unique was its 10 heads, 1 dragon head and 9 serpent heads, each connected to the dragon's neck by long snake-like necks. When they all rose together, they formed a bizarre, crown-like silhouette of serpentine heads. The system displayed its information. Zombie Devouring Sky Dragon Serpent King, Delk. Early demigod level, with subdivine potential. This was a zombie dragon king fused with the soul essence of a titan devouring sky serpent, boasting outstanding attributes across the board. With proper cultivation, it might even ascend to godhood. Incredible! Lin Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. The sky-devouring dragon python king before him not only possessed near-divine growth potential, but had already reached the early stage of demigod level. This was the first demigod-level combat force under his command, far surpassing the strength of the zombie dragon king by several times. His gaze fell upon the 9 serpent heads on the dragon python king's neck. It was evident that this creature had perfectly replicated the genetic traits of the titan sky-devouring python that sought to transform into a lich. By all logic, such a thing should have been impossible. Yet, with the system in his possession, a creature that was originally meant to evolve into a zombie dragon king had successfully transformed into an even more powerful dragon python king. Lin Yi mused to himself, if he could obtain the method for lich reincarnation from that titan sky-devouring python, and combine it with his abundant supply of elven spring water, it might not be impossible to cultivate a legendary lich. The thought stirred a wave of anticipation in his heart. Master! Under the leadership of the dragon python king, the other 9 zombie dragons prostrated themselves neatly before Lin Yi, displaying absolute loyalty to their creator. Rise, Lin Yi gestured with a wave of his hand, quickly assessing the levels of these undead dragons. 3 at high-tier saint level, 1 at mid-tier saint level, and 5 at low-tier saint level. Although the latter 5 had dropped a rank due to their failure to evolve, with the Dragon Python King in command, the strength of this army was already formidable. You are to travel to the Fallen Dragon Canyon and join forces with the Zombie Dragon King and the Nether Dragon. Your mission is to clear out the undead creatures there and collect dragon soul grass. By your command, Great Master. The dragons responded reverently, spreading their massive wings. With a surge of spatial energy, they vanished in an instant, reappearing moments later high above the golden oasis. A terrifying dragon aura, laced with a dense, deathly energy, swept across the entire oasis. The sand-dwelling residents in the area instinctively knelt in worship, their eyes brimming with fervent reverence for their lord. They knew well that these mighty undead dragons were the summoned creations of their great ruler. At that moment, the ancient war mother tree at the center of the oasis, towering several hundred meters high, gently swayed, radiating an increasingly luminous green glow. A sweep of green light purified the necromantic aura within the territory in an instant. Witnessing this, the devouring sky serpent king unfurled its massive dragon wings and soared toward the distant horizon, followed closely by the other 9 zombie dragons, quickly retreating beyond the range of the ancient war mother tree. Lin Yi, who had just emerged from the dragon's graveyard, observed this scene. He understood the reason necromantic power and life energy are inherently repulsive to one another. Only liches who have mastered the secret art of lich rebirth can coexist with life energy. The ancient war mother tree, in particular, instinctively rejects and purifies all necromantic forces. Despite Lin Yi's presence allowing for peaceful coexistence between the undead and the living in the golden oasis, even light-aligned beings would merely keep their distance from the undead without engaging in conflict, had already decided to separate them for the long term. His plan was to build a series of fortresses on the outskirts of the Oasis after conquering the Grey Dwarf Kingdom and acquiring sufficient refined iron resources. These fortresses would serve as bases for the undead dragons and other malevolent creatures unsuitable for living in the Oasis. In the backyard of the city hall, Sophia and Sally had been waiting for some time. The stone table was laden with an array of dishes, far more sumptuous than usual, many of which were personally prepared by Sophia. "Master!" Sally exclaimed joyfully as soon as she saw Lin Yi, rushing over to him with excitement. Since becoming a professional and learning magical skills, she had been accompanying the Royal Griffin Knights on daily hunts for undead creatures, only returning at night to see Lin Yi. This made her miss her young master dearly. Lin Yi gently ruffled Sally's hair with a smile. "Not bad. You've already reached level 8. Keep it up, and you'll soon become a king-level professional." Indeed, Sally's progress had been swift, not only due to her growing strength, but also thanks to the increasing number of undead creatures in the wild. His gaze then shifted to Sophia. Tonight, the guild leader wore an elegant long dress, her light makeup lending her a refined and ethereal charm, a stark contrast to her usual seductive demeanor. Her curvaceous figure was far beyond what the young maid could compare to. "My lord." Sophia greeted Lin Yi with a bow, her cheeks flushing as she recalled the events of the day. Normally, she dressed maturely and alluringly to emphasize her role as guild leader. Yet Lin Yi's actions earlier had been something she had never experienced before. She silently vowed to herself not to get drunk again. The three of them sat around the table, with Sally seated beside Lin Yi, diligently tending to his needs, pouring wine and offering him a handkerchief. Though Lin Yi had told her it wasn't necessary, Sally insisted, claiming it was a maid's duty. She even declared that when her young master married in the future, she would continue to serve him in this way. "My lord, those undead dragons earlier. What exactly were they?" Sophia finally couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked after dinner. "They are zombie dragons I summoned," Lin Yi replied calmly. Sophia's eyes widened in shock. She quickly realized that these were the 10 dragon corpses she had brought with her. What had once been an offhand joke by the old mage Simon had now become reality. The Lord's purpose in purchasing dragon corpses was indeed to summon undead dragons. What surprised her even more was the speed of the summoning. Though she had never witnessed a necromancer casting spells before, it was widely rumored that the more powerful the undead creature, the harder it was to summon. Especially for dried corpses that were nothing but bones and lacked even fragments of a soul, even experienced necromancers required special methods to reanimate them. Yet Lin Yi had brought 10 dragon corpses back to life in just half a day. "With your abilities, my lord, creating an army of undead dragons should be no challenge as long as there are enough dragon corpses, right?" Sophia couldn't help but marvel. Lin Yi nodded slightly. "Easier than eating. Eating requires chewing, but summoning undead dragons only takes 2 steps. Bury the corpses in the dragon tomb, then summon them out." "So," Lin Yi continued, "I need more dragon corpses. This task falls to you. Aside from that masked man, you need to secure any other channels where dragon corpses can be obtained. As for the Elven spring water, don't worry about it. Tour territory has no shortage of that." "I understand," Sophia responded with determination. "I'll head back to Forest City tomorrow and work on expanding the supply channels." As Lin Yi's subordinate, she was fully committed to serving him. Her ambition was to hold an important position in the future Oasis Kingdom, and that required proving her worth through her actions. "Leave by tomorrow evening," Lin Yi said. "During the day, the territory will hold a harvest festival. It's not a grand celebration, but will improve the meals and create some cheer for the people." "Understood, my lord," Sophia agreed immediately. If it weren't for the importance of the dragon corpses to the Golden Oasis, she wouldn't have wanted to leave so soon. Everything about this place fascinated her, even more so than the vibrant forest city. Moonlight spilled into the small courtyard as Sophia stayed to talk with Lin Yi for a long time. Most of the time, it was she who spoke while Lin Yi listened. She told him about the customs and culture of the Ace Free Alliance, where her homeland and her family were. She traveled across great distances to the forest city with the ambition of making a name for herself. As Sophia described the location of the Ace Free Alliance, a glimmer of interest flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. This land, situated northeast of the Forest of Life and bordering the frozen wastelands, was steeped in mysterious legends about frost giants, ice elves, and the Snow Queen. For Lin Yi, the existence of frost giants was particularly intriguing. As someone possessing the Titan King's lordship talent, he needed the giant race as a key addition to strengthen his army. If he couldn't acquire giant-related troop structures through random means, conquering the local giant tribes would inevitably become his only option. Late at night, after reluctantly bidding farewell to Sophia, Lin Yi did not retire to bed. When the clock struck midnight, he immediately began a new round of troop recruitment. This time, among the 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights, nearly 600 evolved into the more powerful Royal Judicator Griffin Knights. Similarly, over 100 Eternal Treant Guardians emerged from the 1,000 ancient Treants. At this moment, The scale of his army had become truly formidable. The number of Royal Griffin Knights exceeded 35,000, while the ancient Treants were nearing 4,000. The strength of the Golden Oasis was growing at an astonishing pace. Before going to sleep, Lin Yi reviewed the attributes of his Lightbringer talent. Lordship, Talent Lightbringer. Level, Epic Upgradable. Trait, Perfect Grade Light Element Affinity. Effect, troops under your command from non-evil factions deal 150 increased damage to creatures of evil factions. Upgrade requirement, eliminate 100 million evil faction creatures. Current progress, 1,792,000. Although the requirement of 100 million kills seemed almost insurmountable, it was a necessary step toward achieving a God-tier talent. After all, his Titan King talent, already at the God-tier level, had demonstrated the immense power such talents could wield. Even if Lightbringer at God-tier might not rival the Titan King, it would undoubtedly bring extraordinary enhancements. Returning to his bedroom, Lin Yi embraced his young maid Sally and drifted into peaceful sleep. Thanks to the excellent soundproofing, not a single noise escaped the room. However, in the adjacent room, Sophia lay tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Early the next morning, the Royal Griffin Knights of the Golden Oasis set out. In the soft glow of dawn, a massive force of 35,000 knights took to the skies. The dense formation of golden griffins darkened the heavens, their overwhelming presence enough to strike fear into even the mightiest dragons. In just half an hour, they reached the skies above the ruins of the Enerby mines. Within this formidable army were over 300 extraordinary knights, and more than 5,000 royal knights leading the charge, with the rest comprising high-ranking warriors. In addition to the Griffin Knights, two unique allies had joined them: Bone Dragon Charles and Corpse Dragon Charles. These two brothers were the key to breaking through the defenses of the Greyland Dwarven Kingdom. The passage leading to the Greyland Dwarven Kingdom was only 10 meters in diameter, far too narrow for the Golden Griffins to pass through. Both sides were well aware of this limitation, but the Greyland Dwarf King likely hadn't anticipated that the Royal Knights had no intention of forcing their way through this passage themselves. After all, a collapse could cost them their own forces. For this reason, they had enlisted the help of the Dragon Brothers to clear the way. There it is, the entrance to the Greyland Dwarven Kingdom. A royal paladin pointed toward the sunken area at the base of the mountain. Bone Dragon Charles nodded and, with a mighty sweep of his skeletal wings, dove downward, followed closely by Corpse Dragon Charles. The elite Greyland dwarves guarding the mountain hollow panicked at the sight, fleeing in disarray into the small tunnels beside the stone gate, retreating back to their kingdom's stronghold. The Griffin army of the Golden Oasis is here. And dragons too. The terrified cries echoed through the underground halls. As the news spread, countless Greyland dwarves were thrown into chaos. The sight of an army of griffins blotting out the sky, combined with the arrival of two undead dragons, was a force far beyond what their defenses could handle. Meanwhile, in the royal hall of the palace, the Greyland Dwarf King urgently convened his top advisors. The ministers were outraged, passionately voicing their opinions. Your Majesty, as descendants of the mighty Titans, your people have never feared war. If those Golden Griffin Knights dare to invade our stronghold, well, fight them to the bitter end. Dragons? So what if they're dragons? Our history as dwarves isn't without tales of slaying such beasts. Back in the days of the great Dwarven King Saxton, who ruled over all dwarves, we had a leader powerful enough to stand as an equal to the Dragon Lord himself. Two mere undead dragons are nothing to frighten the brave warriors of the Dwarven race. Despite the fervent speeches of his ministers, the Greyland Dwarf King sat silently on his throne, unable to interject. He wanted desperately to remind them of a harsh truth: they were merely Greyland dwarves. Those glorious tales of Dwarven history had nothing to do with them. Back in the day, the Greyland dwarves, much like their kin the Orthodox dwarves, pledged their allegiance to the legendary Dwarf King Saxton. They shared in a fragment of his glory. It's true that the Greyland dwarves once achieved the remarkable feat of slaying a dragon, but that was a tale of the past. Now, they are merely refugees from a century ago who managed to establish a fragile kingdom here. How could they possibly have the strength or foundation to stand against the vast armies of the Golden Griffin Knights? The Greyland Dwarf's king sat on his throne, his brow deeply furrowed, his frustration nearly palpable. At that moment, a dwarf elder stepped forward, his thick beard trembling slightly. Your Majesty, we must immediately rally the kingdom's forces and apprehend the Rat King Aubrey. If we can use this to broker peace, then so be it. If not, we will have no choice but to fight back with all our might. Aubrey is a friend who sought refuge with you. The king's voice carried hesitation. Handing over the Rat King would mean allowing the Golden Oasis to trample on the dignity of the Greyland dwarves. Between life and honor, he would rather choose the latter. Your Majesty, the horns of war have already sounded, another dwarf elder said gravely. It's either war or submission. There is no alternative. Our defenses at the entrance to the passage can buy us some time, a third elder suggested. Could we seize the opportunity to evacuate through other routes? 30,000 citizens, how many could we possibly evacuate? Someone immediately countered. And besides, we're up against the Golden Griffin Knights, rulers of the skies. Even if we fled 10 miles away, would still be discovered. At that point, our position would only grow more desperate. After a brief silence in the Great Hall, the voices advocating for war grew dominant once again. The Greyland Dwarves King let out a heavy sigh and solemnly declared, "Then we will hand over the Rat King, Aubrey. For the sake of the kingdom, I am willing to set aside my dignity as king. At the same time, rally the army immediately if war is unavoidable. We shall fight the invaders to the bitter end. As you command, your majesty." Soon, Rat King Aubrey and his high-ranking followers were captured in one swift operation. Upon hearing of the Golden Griffin army's approach, Aubrey had attempted to flee but was quickly apprehended. The Dwarven warriors looked on impassively as the culprit who had brought calamity upon their kingdom struggled and wailed in the ropes that bound him. Meanwhile, elite dwarf soldiers began to assemble at the call of their king. They positioned themselves across the walls, fortresses, and strongholds. Even ordinary citizens armed themselves, drawing on the dwarves' generations of blacksmithing expertise, which gave them far superior equipment compared to the Rat Kingdom. For the honor and faith of the dwarves. For the kingdom. On the city walls, the Greyland Dwarves King, crowned and holding his scepter high, roared with thunderous defiance. The entire kingdom's warriors echoed his cry in unison, their battle spirit surging like an unstoppable tide. Outside the passage, hundreds of rat men were being escorted to a mountain hollow by dwarf warriors. Despite the ratmen's constant pleas for mercy, the dwarves carried out their task with stoic expressions, unmoved by the cries. Suddenly, a deafening sound of flapping wings echoed through the air. The massive skeletal form of the bone dragon, Charles, descended from the skies. The gusts stirred by its bony wings caused every creature in the hollow to tremble involuntarily. Under the oppressive aura of the dragon, the ratman's pleas abruptly ceased, robbed of even the courage to speak. A stream of ghostly blue flames erupted from the bone dragon's maw, sweeping across the entire hollow. In an instant, every one of the hundreds of rat men was reduced to charred skeletons, including their leader, the Rat King Aubrey, and all the upper echelons of their ranks. But what followed was even more horrifying. Those skeletal remains began to stir, rising from the ground. Some picked up weapons, while others charged barehanded, launching an attack on the dwarven warriors behind them. Necromantic resurrection! One of the dwarf warriors shouted in terror. "You've already taken what you wanted and wiped out all the rat men. What more do you want?" The bone dragon Charles let out a deep mental growl, resonating within their minds. "Foolish dwarves, return to your kingdom. Tell your arrogant dwarven king he has 5 minutes to decide. Surrender or face war." The dwarves, fighting off the onslaught of undead rat men, retreated hastily back into the passage. As the small passage's gate closed, the undead rat men froze in place. With a guttural snarl from Charles, the undead disintegrated into dust, their soul flames consumed entirely by the bone dragon. At that moment, a finely crafted crown and a gem-encrusted scepter floated into the hands of a royal paladin. "Are these of any use?" the bone dragon asked, turning its skeletal head. The paladin shook his head. "Not much practical value, but they carry great symbolic significance. We can take them back for the Lord as collectibles." Hearing this, Charles bared its teeth in a silent, eerie grin. "A splendid idea. In the future, when we conquer other kingdoms, we'll seize their crowns and scepters as tributes for our master. I recall the Pontiff of the Fertile Lands has a pair of sacred wings forged from angel feathers, and the Nature Elf Queen's crown is inherited from the ancient Sun Elf King. Those would make fine additions to the collection." The paladin glanced at the bone dragon, marveling at its unexpected ability to extrapolate and scheme. 5 minutes passed swiftly, and the heavy stone gate remained motionless. Charles raised its menacing skull high. "It seems the Greyland Dwarven Kingdom has made its choice. Unfortunately, it is the wrong one." Before the words fully left its maw, a torrent of ghostly blue dragon breath surged toward the stone gate. Though the breath of an undead dragon lacked the raw power of a living one, the gate of this small kingdom was clearly no match for its destructive force. Under the assault of the dragon breath, the magical runes etched onto the stone gate disintegrated in the blink of an eye. Moments later, the massive 10-meter-tall stone gate exploded with a deafening blast, revealing a deep, shadowy passageway. "Brothers, it's showtime," commanded the bone dragon, Charles. Responding immediately, the corpse dragon circling high above dove downward. The two legendary tier dragons stood side by side, unleashing their breath into the passage simultaneously. From their colossal maws poured a dark green, corrosive mist that dissolved rock into sludge wherever it touched. The breath of the corpse dragon was especially devastating, causing even the hardest rock layers to emit a sharp, sizzling sound as they corroded. Under the relentless assault of the two dragons, the once narrow passage swiftly expanded, its diameter growing larger and larger as it extended toward the underground Grey Dwarf Kingdom. The magical arrays and mechanical traps within the passage were utterly useless against the dragon breath, corroding into pools of foul liquid long before they could be triggered. The few defensive mechanisms that did activate fizzled out with the insignificance of firecrackers. Mountains of black powder barrels and intricate detonation devices within the passage also met the same fate. The Grey Dwarf guards, who had been preparing to activate the explosives, didn't even have time to react before they were reduced to skeletal remains in the wake of the dragon breath. For the two undead legendary tier dragons, the 500-meter-long passage was no more than a single breath's distance. The ferocious dragon breath easily tore through the entire tunnel, bursting out from the other end. The corrosive mist dissolved the black powder into fine black particles, rendering the detonation devices completely useless. A deafening roar echoed through the underground space, and the entire cavern shook violently. Stalactites broke loose and plummeted from the ceiling, as though the entire subterranean world was on the verge of collapse. Standing atop the walls of the royal capital, the Grey Dwarf King gazed at the distant passage, still spewing dragon breath, his face ashen. The elite warriors he had sent to the passage had clearly been annihilated, but he dared not send reinforcements. It would be nothing short of suicide. He had pinned his hopes on the black powder plan suggested by the Rat King, Aubrey, to inflict heavy casualties on the invading Golden Griffin Knights. Yet he had never imagined the enemy would possess such terrifying dragons. Even if the passage were detonated, these two dragons could carve out a new path in mere moments. Looking around, the kingdom's high-ranking officials all wore expressions of sheer terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Among the common folk, morale and the will to fight had been utterly crushed by the horrifying dragon breath. The Grey Dwarf King's heart was heavy with despair. How could they possibly win a war like this? Boom, boom, boom. The ground quaked violently as massive boulders tumbled down. Countless stalactites broke free from the cavern ceiling, plummeting toward the underground kingdom of the Grey Dwarves. Yet, mid-fall, these stalactites suddenly halted, as though they had struck an invisible barrier. It was a colossal magical defense shield enveloping the entire royal city, nearly transparent, but utterly unyielding. This high-grade defensive structure was a testament to the Grey Dwarves' kingdom's superior strength and heritage, far surpassing that of the Rat Men kingdom. The tremors in the passage intensified. The once 10-meter-wide corridor was forcibly expanded by an immense, terrifying power, its diameter swelling to nearly 100 meters. Even more astonishingly, the winding and twisting tunnel was straightened by sheer force, forming a massive, direct passage leading to the surface. Through this enormous tunnel, the dwarves of the underground world saw sunlight for the first time in ages. But the light was soon eclipsed by a towering shadow. It was the colossal skeletal frame of a dragon, riddled with hollow gaps. Pale, eerie light seeped through the cracks in its bones, painting a chilling, otherworldly scene. The massive skeleton folded its wings and began striding into the tunnel, each step sending tremors through the earth. Before the dwarves could recover from their shock, a second massive shadow entered the tunnel, completely blotting out the remaining sunlight. The appearance of two saint-level undead dragons struck terror into the hearts of every Grey Dwarf. Even the elite warriors, armed to the teeth, trembled uncontrollably under the overwhelming dragon aura. Some were so paralyzed by fear that they dropped their weapons entirely. "Why, Your Majesty? Those are two saint-level undead dragons," stammered a high-ranking official of the kingdom, his voice quivering. As a transcendent of considerable power, he could distinctly sense the saint-level pressure and the terrifying domain emanating from the dragons. The other high-ranking officials were pale as ghosts. Nearly 100 transcendent professionals were gathered here, the strongest forces the Grey Dwarf Kingdom could muster, far outnumbering the Rat Men Kingdom's meager forces. Yet, even with all their might combined, they could barely hope to hold off a single dragon, let alone two. Recognizing this grim reality, the king of the Grey Dwarves had already ordered the retreat of troops stationed in the outer fortresses and strongholds. While those defensive structures might have been sufficient against ordinary enemies, they were utterly futile in the face of dragons. Keeping soldiers, there would be nothing short of sending them to their deaths. It won't lead to the kingdom's collapse so quickly. But two saint-tier dragons, the Grey Dwarf King murmured to himself, his gaze fixed intently on the passage ahead. Within the passage, two colossal undead dragons, one a skeletal dragon and the other a decaying corpse dragon, emerged first. Following closely behind them were the Golden Griffin Knights, pouring out like an unstoppable flood. In mere moments, they gathered in massive formations under the vast cavernous ceiling of the underground world. The sheer number of griffin-riding knights filled the space above, creating an overwhelming, suffocating sight. Seeing the formidable force before him, the Grey Dwarf King realized, at last, that he had been utterly deceived by Aubrey, the Rat King. Initially, Aubrey had claimed there were only 5,000 Golden Griffin Knights. Later, he revised the number to over 20,000. But now, the army standing before him clearly exceeded 35,000. The disparity between these figures was enough to determine the outcome of an entire war. Curse you, Aubrey, he swore silently. Had I known this earlier, we could have had time to retreat. A deafening roar echoed as the two undead dragons began their display of power. Their breath cascaded like waterfalls, obliterating fortresses and strongholds outside the city one after another, reducing them to rubble in the blink of an eye. Tens of thousands of gray dwarves outside the city were struck with terror at the horrifying spectacle. Their so-called faith and courage crumbled in the face of such overwhelming might. The Grey Dwarf King eventually ascended to the top of the fortress wall. Raising his scepter high, he declared in a resonant voice, "This is a war that should never have happened. As the ruler of the Grey Dwarf Kingdom, I am willing to do anything to earn the friendship of your lord, even if it means my death. Your Majesty." The kingdom's officials cried out in alarm. Their king was attempting to trade his life for peace, even though the expulsion of the emissaries was not the direct cause of the war. The skeletal dragon, Charles, roared as it swooped down, its fiery breath striking the magical barrier of the capital city, causing it to tremble violently. "Pathetic Grey Dwarf King, kneel with your people in submission and lower the barrier to welcome my master's army. This is the only way to end the war." After a long silence, the Grey Dwarf King turned to survey his people within the city. Clenching his teeth, he declared, "The faith of the dwarves does not allow us to bow to a human lord." This declaration seemed to ignite the dwarves' fighting spirit. They gripped their weapons tightly and shouted in unison. The dwarves worshipped the Titan, embodying war, courage, and honor. The two dragons immediately launched a fierce assault, unleashing relentless torrents of dragon breath upon the magical barrier. In the distance, the royal army of Golden Griffin Knights remained still, waiting for the opportune moment. Suddenly, hundreds of blinding beams of light shot out from within the city. Grey Dwarf Kingdom's arcane cannons had begun their counterattack. War was about to erupt. Cannons roared thunderously. A storm of arrows filled the sky, their flight punctuated by heavy ballista bolts, each capable of piercing the body of even the most advanced warrior. More terrifying were the magic cannons, their devastating power sufficient to obliterate a king-tier combatant, and even extraordinary tier professionals could fall if struck directly. Yet, these relentless assaults barely fazed the two undead dragons hovering above the battlefield. The Bone Dragon Charles and the Corpse Dragon Charles had activated their Saint-tier domains, effortlessly neutralizing the onslaught. Even the concentrated firepower of hundreds of magic cannons couldn't penetrate their defenses. In contrast, under their breath attacks and dragon spell bombardments, the magical defense shield of the Grey Dwarf Kingdom was on the verge of collapse. This vast but basic magical shield simply couldn't withstand the ferocity of the dual dragon assault. A mid-air magical shield might have stood a chance, but the Grey Dwarf Kingdom lacked both high-level magic array masters and the resources needed to construct such a shield, let alone the immense quantities of magic crystals and power stones required to sustain it. "Your Majesty, the shield won't hold much longer," a high-ranking official reported urgently. "Activate the main cannon of the warship," the Grey Dwarf King ordered gravely. "The main cannon is ready, but we only have one. Which target should we aim for?" Faced with this dilemma, the Grey Dwarf King hesitated. While undead dragons generally had less combat prowess than their living counterparts, they were nearly indestructible. A bone dragon could reassemble itself as long as its soul fire remained, and a corpse dragon could regenerate by absorbing fresh flesh, even after being torn apart. This was the terrifying nature of the undead, far surpassing the resilience of living dragons. "Pick one, just make sure it hits," the king finally decided. "Yes, Your Majesty." The official hurriedly left to carry out the order. At that moment, another advisor leaned in and spoke softly. "Your Majesty, perhaps we should surrender? Even the ancient warship's main cannon won't change the tide of this battle. Thousands of Golden Griffin riders wait in the distance, ready to strike. They could annihilate our kingdom. If we provoke them further, tens of thousands of innocent citizens may face a bloodbath." The Grey Dwarf King shook his head resolutely. "Throughout the history of our dwarf race, no dwarf king has ever bowed to another sentient race. In the ancient war between gods and demons, even the abyssal devils couldn't make us retreat. I would rather die than become a traitor to the Grey Dwarf clan." The king of the Grey Dwarves paused briefly, then turned to one of the kingdom's high-ranking officials and continued, "After my death, you may lead our people to surrender to the Golden Oasis. This is not a disgrace. It's for the survival of our race. After all, we have done our best." The high-ranking official was utterly confused, wondering how he could possibly live with himself as a traitor to his people. High above the ground, two dragons were communicating telepathically. Charles, be careful. I suddenly have an inexplicable sense of danger. I understand. Their past experiences in life had taught them that this deep, soul-stirring unease often signaled a mortal threat. At this moment, they could sense the same ominous energy emanating from the zombie Dragon King. Suddenly, Bone Dragon Charles shuddered violently. Its eyes, burning with ghostly blue soul flames, locked onto the royal palace of the Grey Dwarf Kingdom. Though it couldn't yet pinpoint what it was certain that something extremely dangerous to it was hidden there. It immediately withdrew its domain's power, concentrating its defenses around itself. With a deafening roar, a blinding white light tore through the roof of the palace, shooting toward Bone Dragon Charles like a bolt of lightning. Damn! It's a heavy magic energy cannon. Bone Dragon Charles's soul flames flickered violently with shock. The word damn was something it had learned from its master, and though it didn't fully understand its meaning, it seemed perfectly apt to express its astonishment at this moment. It desperately flapped its wings, trying to evade the attack, but it was too late. The white light pierced through its defensive domain in an instant, blasting a massive 10-meter-wide hole in its chest, shattering even its sturdy dragon spine. At least it didn't hit my head, was its final thought before its body disintegrated into a flurry of white bones. Some fell onto the protective shield of the Dwarven capital, while others tumbled into the moat outside the city. Brother, help me. I need a massive amount of soul essence. Don't worry, I've got you. Seeing Bone Dragon Charles's dire state, Corpse Dragon Charles attacked the magical shield with even greater ferocity. The cheers of the city's inhabitants did nothing to deter its resolve. It knew all too well that a magic cannon of that caliber couldn't fire a second shot in a short time without the power of a holy tier magic crystal. This gave it enough time to destroy the shield. Just as Corpse Dragon Charles had anticipated, the Grey Dwarf Kingdom was unable to recharge the main cannon of their warship. They could only watch helplessly as the protective shield crumbled. The moment the shield shattered, dozens of figures leapt from various parts of the capital, rushing toward Corpse Dragon Charles. At the same time, the Royal Griffin Knights, who had been lying in wait, swarmed in. The elite strike team made a direct assault on the palace, swiftly eliminating the powerful Grey Dwarf warriors stationed around the warship's main cannon. A heavy magic energy cannon, what a treasure. Pack it up and bring it back to the Lord. This was a massive cannon stretching several dozen meters in length, its entire body gleaming with a bronze hue. Its surface was intricately engraved with runes crafted from mithril and other special magical materials. Most striking of all was its colossal muzzle, measuring 7 meters in diameter. Its power was so immense that even the legendary Bone Dragon, Charles, was shattered into fragments with a single shot. At this moment, this astonishingly powerful cannon had fallen into the hands of the Royal Griffin Knights army. Moreover, the hundreds of ordinary magical energy cannons mounted on the city walls had also become their spoils of war. The Griffin Knights secured control of the city walls immediately after breaching the capital. Despite the Greyland Dwarven King personally leading the kingdom's elite warriors and high-ranking officials in a desperate counterattack, they suffered heavy casualties and were forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the Griffin Knights. While the arrow towers and heavy ballistae on the walls proved ineffective, the magical energy cannons were priceless treasures that would be transported to the Golden Oasis. The flames of war soon spread into the city. Tens of thousands of Greyland dwarves engaged in fierce battles with the invading Royal Griffin Knights across various districts. Although they outnumbered the Knights nearly 10-1, the disparity in combat power was insurmountable. The Griffin Knights were all at least level 7 high-rank combatants, with over 5,000 of them being king-tier professionals. In contrast, the Greyland Dwarves' regular army had only a handful of king-tier and high-rank warriors, with the majority being mid-tier professionals. The 4 regular army corps combined totaled merely 20,000 soldiers. The rest were weaker reserve troops and civilians who, despite being well-armed, were little more than cannon fodder on a battlefield of this scale. On the battlefield, dazzling night techniques flared continuously, and a relentless rain of golden feathers descended like a storm, reaping the lives of the Greyland dwarves. Towering golden griffins, some as long as 10 or 20 meters, rampaged across the battlefield like ancient beasts. To the dwarves, who stood only about 1.3 to 1.4 meters tall, these griffins were a deadly threat. They charged and clawed through the ranks, killing multiple dwarves in an instant. As high-tier magical beasts, they also wielded devastatingly powerful advanced magic, inflicting catastrophic damage on the dwarves. As the battle raged on, the formations of the tens of thousands of Greyland dwarves crumbled and disintegrated at a visibly rapid pace. And this was without the involvement of the undead dragon. Charles, if it had unleashed its domain or dragon breath, the casualties would have been far worse. At this time, Charles was circling above the capital, having already defeated all the extraordinary Greyland dwarves who had dared to challenge it. On the battlefield, Most of the Greyland dwarves were torn apart and devoured by the giant beast, while the few survivors fled in panic. However, the beast did not pursue them. Instead, it focused on collecting the scattered soul essences of the Greyland dwarves across the battlefield. These energies were to be used to help its brother, the bone dragon Charles, be reborn. Although Charles's skeleton had already collapsed, with sufficient soul power, his body could be reassembled. At the other end of the battlefield, the king of the Greyland dwarves was locked in fierce combat. Wielding a nearly tumtor-long magical warhammer, every swing released astonishing power, demonstrating strength and determination far surpassing that of the Rat King, Aubrey. Surrounding him were the kingdom's high-ranking warriors, loyal fighters battling to the death. As the battle grew increasingly brutal, the warriors fell one by one. Suddenly, a piercing cry cut through the chaos. "Your Majesty!" The surviving high-ranking warriors turned abruptly, only to see a knight's lance, several meters long, hurled like a javelin. It pierced straight through the king's chest, pinning him to the ground. Blood quickly stained the tip of the lance as the king struggled in pain to remove it, but he ultimately lacked the strength. Yet, there was no fear in his eyes, only a sense of relief. He cast his final gaze upon one of the kingdom's high-ranking warriors and, with great effort, spoke. "In history, there has never been a dwarf king who surrendered. But for the survival of our people, you may—" Before he could finish, his hands fell lifelessly to his sides, and the warhammer, a symbol of honor, clattered to the ground beside him. "Your Majesty!" cried the warriors. All but the one. The king had looked to charge at the royal griffin knights in a desperate final stand, fighting until the last of them fell. A transcendent royal inquisitor knight approached, pulling the lance from the king's body and paying respect to the last high-ranking dwarf. Gritting his teeth, the dwarf demanded, "Why must you bring disaster upon our kingdom? It was the same a century ago, and now again. Is peace so impossible for humanity?" "This is a battle worth remembering," the inquisitor knight replied. "War is not for slaughter, but to create a better future. Of course, you likely won't understand that. Now, you may issue the order as the new king if you wish to spare more dwarves from falling." Though the high-ranking dwarf did not acknowledge himself as the new king, he honored the late king's will and gave the command to surrender. Most dwarves laid down their weapons, though a few elite fighters continued to resist. The royal griffin knights showed no mercy, sending those who defied them to join their king in death. Thus, the war came to an end. The surviving dwarves, disarmed and defeated, were forced to kneel and swear allegiance to the Lord of the Golden Oasis. In the forbidden grounds of the Grey Dwarves' kingdom, a colossal structure stood silently. It was a massive wooden warship, stretching over an astonishing 400 meters in length, 70 meters in width, and nearly 100 meters in height. Even Lin Yi's sky-swallowing Python King appeared insignificant beside it. The warship, though weathered by centuries, was coated in dust and had many of its parts dismantled. Yet, the mysterious wooden material remained as pristine as ever, showing no signs of decay. According to the dwarves, it was thanks to this very ship that their ancestors managed to traverse the Forest of Life and ultimately reach the Kalar Desert. Unfortunately, the technology was lost over time, leaving this powerful warship abandoned. The heavy magic-powered cannon that had once pierced through the bone dragon Charles was dismantled from this very ship. Beneath the warship, a group of Royal Inquisition knights was engaged in conversation. They had just completed the battle damage report. In this war, 796 Royal Griffin Knights had fallen. However, there was no sorrow on their faces, only admiration and anticipation. To them, dying on the battlefield was the highest honor, for it meant their souls would be reborn in the divine realm of their Lord, granting them eternal life. In contrast, ascending the arduous path to godhood was far more challenging. The knights were well aware that, with their bloodline potential, they could at best reach the saintly rank and had no hope of becoming gods. Rather than pursuing the elusive path of divinity, they preferred to sacrifice themselves heroically for their Lord and gain eternal life directly. Meanwhile, outside the capital city, the corpse dragon was scavenging the moat for the remains of the bone dragon Charles. Its first find was the skull, still ablaze with a ghostly blue soul fire. Although Charles could have reassembled his body on his own, the assistance of the corpse dragon undoubtedly sped up the process. However, as Charles incessantly urged in his mind to locate the remaining bones, the corpse dragon, irritated, slammed the skull onto the ground before begrudgingly resuming its search for the last missing pieces, a leg bone and 3 ribs. Before long, fueled by the immense supply of soul essence, the resurrection process of the bone dragon, Charles, began. The soul fire within its skull blazed intensely, causing the surrounding dragon bones to tremble. Piece by piece, the bones aligned and reassembled with precision. In just 2 minutes, its skeletal frame was fully restored, and even the gaping hole in its chest had vanished. "Our strength is still far too weak," muttered bone dragon Charles as it flexed its newly repaired frame. the joints creaking audibly. If it were that zombie dragon king, it would have only scratched the surface. Third brother has been slaughtering undead creatures in Dragonfall Gorge and has already advanced to Height Here Saint level. We should head there to develop ourselves too, Charles remarked, referring to Phantom Dragon Charles. The decayed dragon interjected. Right now, Charles is the strongest among us. He's our leader. This is only temporary. Bone Dragon Charles sneered. Give me a few days, and I'll reclaim my position as the leader. You'd better surpass me first, the decayed dragon retorted, flapping its wings and flying towards the city. I'm off to eat. Bone Dragon Charles glared at the retreating figure of the decayed dragon, grinding its teeth in frustration. In this war, the Royal Griffin Knights had slain countless grey dwarves, providing the decayed dragon with a wealth of supplements. Meanwhile, all the soul power Charles had absorbed was consumed in repairing its body. If this continued, it risked becoming the weakest among the three brothers. I, Charles, will never allow that to happen, it vowed fiercely. Meanwhile, in the Golden Oasis, a grand harvest festival was in full swing. All the sandfolk in the territory had set aside their work to gather on the open grounds near the livestock pens. Bonfires roared as fresh lake fish and whole moose were roasted, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. Lin Yi had brought out fruits and bread purchased from the Crystal Merchant Guild in Forest City, distributing them to every sandfolk resident. To ensure everyone could celebrate to their heart's content, Lin Yi had prepared an abundance of food. 70,000 plump moose, all the fish harvested from Sapphire Lake, and massive reserves of beast meat. He even sent an order to Harvey, the new king of the Ratmen Kingdom, to have the Ratmen join in the festivities. In the backyard, Sophia, already tipsy, raised her glass in a toast to Lin Yi. My lord, your speech was so passionate and inspiring. Praise to you. And praise to this paradise-like dream oasis. Once again, Lin Yi found himself carrying a drunken Sophia to the guest bedroom. However, this time, he lingered in the room noticeably longer than usual. This beautiful guild leader must have gotten drunk on purpose. I thought I was the hunter. Not long after, news of victory from the Greyland Dwarven Kingdom reached Lin Yi's ears. This triumph brought him immense satisfaction, especially with the prospect of gaining a team of Dwarven blacksmiths. On the Holy Continent, Dwarven blacksmiths were renowned for their unparalleled craftsmanship and the exceptional quality of the equipment they forged. Even if this conquest did not yield the blueprints for a smithy, he could always construct one himself and employ these master craftsmen to work under him. What surprised Lin Yi the most was the Dwarven warship. It was astonishing to him that a fleeing group of Greyland dwarves possessed such a formidable vessel, as such warships were typically found only in the strongholds of the main Dwarven clans. The warships here were entirely different from those on Earth. On the Holy Continent, warships were colossal airborne machines, with Dwarven warships, Elven warships, and Goblin airships being the most renowned. Empowered by magical runes and enchanted materials, these ships boasted incredible speed and devastating combat capabilities. A single blast from a warship's main cannon could pierce through the body of the Bone Dragon Charles, showcasing their overwhelming power. Although the side cannons were slightly less potent, the overall firepower of such a warship made it an irreplaceable asset for strengthening territorial defenses. Unfortunately, this particular warship was already damaged, and it seemed the Greyland Dwarven Kingdom had lost the skilled artisans capable of repairing or building such vessels. Just as Lin Yi was lamenting this loss, the notification sound of the Lord's system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Lord. Your Royal Griffin Knights have breached the core structure of the Greyland Dwarven Kingdom, the Grand Palace, and successfully conquered the Greyland Dwarven Kingdom. You have completed 1/3 of your kingdom conquest mission. Keep up the good work. The Lord system seemed like a war enthusiast, with nearly all its side quests steering Lin Yi toward the path of conquest. Even if he wished to lead a leisurely life as a lord, it was nearly impossible. To strengthen his territory, warfare appeared to be the only viable option. This, however, suited him perfectly. Ever since he witnessed the Tulip family, into which he had transmigrated, being annihilated by a single decree from a foolish old king, he understood that in this world, survival without immense power was impossible. A refined noble lifestyle was fleeting. Only strength was eternal. Just 2 more kingdom-level forces to conquer, an ill-complete side quest 1. Earning a random blueprint for a military unit building. Lin Yi murmured to himself as he stepped out of the opulent city hall. Compared to the humble village hall he had started with, the grandeur of the current city hall was on an entirely different level. Its exterior and interior radiated an air of regal authority. Next, he planned to simultaneously expand his territory strength and work on upgrading the city hall into a grand palace. When the time came, he would establish his own kingdom in the Golden Oasis, and his title would be elevated from Lord to His Majesty the King. The festive atmosphere filled every corner of the oasis. Across from the Sapphire Lake, the sand dwellers gathered around roaring bonfires, dancing to exotic rhythms, their laughter echoing through the air. The aroma of food wafted around, as the Gnoll, Agu, maneuvered through the crowd, a bottle of wine in one hand and roasted meat in the other. As Lin Yi's most devoted follower, Egu continuously praised the Lord, expressing gratitude to the divine envoy for granting them food and a place to call home. Spurred by its enthusiasm, the sand dwellers fervently sang praises of their Lord's benevolence. Lin Yi could sense a powerful force called faith in the eyes of these people, especially in Egu. This feeling was particularly intense. In the Sapphire Lake, schools of silver-tailed fish shimmered as they swam densely together, their numbers roughly estimated in the tens of thousands. If the elf Amy arrived as promised tomorrow, these fish could all be sold at once. As Lin Yi strolled leisurely, he found himself at the Heroes' Tavern. Since Keisha's departure, no new heroes had appeared here. He visited the tavern 2 or 3 times daily, but aside from occasionally pocketing a few bottles and glasses, he had gained nothing. He contemplated whether to invest 500,000 gold coins and 1,000,000 units of wood to upgrade this low-level structure to a mid-level one, increasing the chances of heroes appearing. Inside the tavern, the elderly man in a gray robe remained behind the counter, polishing a bottle. As Lin Yi walked in with a broad smile, the old man's lips twitched slightly, and he discreetly put the bottle away. "Sir, the harvest festival is in full swing. Why not step outside and join the fun?" Lin Yi asked as he approached the counter. "My duty is to stay in the tavern. Without the Lord's approval, even heroes are not allowed to leave freely," the gray-robed elder replied, shaking his head. Just as Lin Yi was about to order a Bloody Mary, the tavern space trembled, and 3 figures materialized out of thin air. They bore strikingly similar appearances, all clad in matching leather armor, with quivers and bows slung across their backs, resembling triplets. Their long, pointed ears revealed their elven heritage, while their shapely figures, paired with leather shorts that exposed their snow-white, slender legs, exuded a certain allure. The 3 elves gracefully approached the counter, briefly glancing at Lin Yi before turning to the gray-robed elder. "Excuse us, but where are we?" "This is the Heroes' Tavern, a place that connects countless worlds. You have been summoned as heroes," the elder replied impassively. "Heroes' Tavern?" The 3 exchanged surprised looks before directing their gaze toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi stood up, flashing a bright smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Yi, a lord who recruits heroes." The 3 elves replied in unison, "Illyria, Sylvanas, and Varisa. We are the Windrunner sisters. It's a pleasure to meet you." The title Windrunner sisters stirred a sense of familiarity in Lin Yi, yet he couldn't quite recall where he had heard it before. As a World of Warcraft player, he should have been well aware of their legendary feats, but the 3 sisters standing before him clearly had not yet endured their tragic fates. Lin Yi carefully observed the 3 elves in front of him. Through his senses, he could distinctly gauge their respective power levels. The eldest sister, Illyria, radiated the formidable presence of a demigod. The second sister, Sylvanas, was at the peak of the saint rank, and the youngest, Varisa, was at the high saint level, matching his own strength. The thought of recruiting a demigod-level elven warrior filled Lin Yi with excitement. He ordered a Bloody Mary and invited the sisters to join him at the table. While sipping their drinks, Lin Yi gave them a detailed introduction to the Golden Oasis and the Sacred Continent. When they learned that this world was also threatened by an undead scourge, their expressions grew serious. However, they all breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the undead forces had not yet spread on a large scale here. "The racial composition of this world is quite similar to ours," Sylvanas remarked with a look of curiosity. "I'd love to see what the nature elves here look like." Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Their appearance isn't much different from yours. If you're interested, you can meet them tomorrow." "Lord, is it true that the nature elves have established a powerful kingdom?" Varisa asked eagerly. "Yes," Lin Yi confirmed with a nod. "Their kingdom is located in the Forest of Life, just a few hundred kilometers from my territory. Even mighty dragons must restrain their arrogance there." Varisa's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I'd love to visit the Forest of Life." Unlike her younger sister's enthusiasm, Illyria, being a demigod, remained composed. However, when the topic turned to the relationship between humans and elves, she finally spoke up. "In this world, elves and humans can coexist peacefully. This has always been my dream." She briefly mentioned her past experiences of joining the human army to improve relations between the races. Lin Yi responded earnestly, "In my territory, all beings can live in harmony, elves, humans, dwarves, or magical beasts alike." Aurelia looked at Lin Yi in astonishment, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. "Even magical beasts obey the Lord's commands?" A confident smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. "In my territory, there are over 100,000 magical beasts. They are not for slaughter, but to assist the people in harvesting resources." "You are a merciful and powerful lord," Aurelia exclaimed with genuine admiration. Lin Yi's expression turned serious. "I sincerely invite you to join my territory and become the guardians of the Golden Oasis. On the Sacred Continent, you can achieve all your dreams and even ascend to godhood." Godhood. The word immediately captured the attention of the Windrunner sisters. Even the usually composed eldest sister, Aurelia, couldn't hide her interest, her emerald green eyes gleaming in the candlelight. That's right, Lin Yi elaborated further. On the sacred continent, gods are not mere legends but real beings. Countless deities watch over this land from the void. Hearing this, Aurelia fell into deep thought. She did not doubt Lin Yi's words, especially since they had already experienced being summoned across dimensions. The prospect of becoming an immortal god was undeniably tempting. However, after a long contemplation, she shook her head and said, "In our world, there are still many responsibilities I must fulfill." Big sister, Sylvanas and Verisa cried out, clearly longing to stay on the sacred continent. Just as Aurelia was about to refuse again, Lin Yi suddenly had an epiphany. "I believe the Heroes Tavern summoned you here for a special purpose. Perhaps, in this place, you can fulfill the mission in your heart." These words deepened Aurelia's hesitation. Indeed, if there were no special meaning, why would the Heroes Tavern summon them? If she declined and returned to her original world, life would go on as usual, but would she regret today's decision in the future? After much deliberation, Aurelia took a deep breath, her emerald eyes locking onto Lin Yi's. "Very well, my lord. What should we do next?" Lin Yi beamed. "It's simple. You only need to pledge your loyalty to me and my territory, and then we can leave the tavern together." At that moment, the gray-robed old man behind the bar interjected, "Lord, recruiting each hero requires a payment of 100,000 gold coins, regardless of their level or talents." Lin Yi rolled his eyes internally, finding the old man and the lord's system overly fixated on money. After the Windrunner sisters completed their oath, Lin Yi readily paid the 300,000 gold coins for their recruitment. To him, this cost was equivalent to 300 bottles of high-grade Elven spring water, and recruiting 3 heroes at once was well worth it. "Here's to celebrating your joining my territory." Lin Yi raised his glass. The Windrunner sisters raised their glasses in unison and said in unison, "Praise the Lord." Since the Hero Tavern was established, its heavy doors finally swung open for the first time. Lin Yi, filled with joy, led the Windrunner sisters out of the tavern, casually carrying a few wine glasses and a bottle of fine wine in her hands. The sight drew puzzled glances from the 3 sisters, while the gray-robed old man behind the bar twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth, watching Lin Yi's deft, casual swipe of the bottle. As they stepped onto the soft grass, the scenery before them left the sisters in awe. A shimmering lake, ancient trees with lush branches, and vibrant greenery painted a dreamlike picture. It was a stark contrast to the dark, decaying world they came from, one dominated by power struggles and greed. In this oasis, the air was fresh and brimming with life, and above them stretched a sky of pure blue they hadn't seen in a long time. "What's that?" Sylvanas suddenly pointed at a towering tree that seemed to pierce the heavens, her voice filled with astonishment. Illyria and Verisa followed her gaze and were equally speechless, overwhelmed by the sight of the colossal tree, hundreds of meters tall. What amazed them even more was the energy emanating from the tree, a profound essence of life and nature that wrapped them in a warmth reminiscent of a mother's embrace. "That's the ancient war mother tree of our territory," Lin Yi explained. "Though this oasis appears tranquil, malevolent forces are rampant in the surrounding areas. This mother tree has the ability to nurture 1,000 ancient Treant warriors every day to help us protect our home." Hearing this, the sisters' eyes glimmered with reverence. In their own world, Treants were on the brink of extinction due to the encroachment of evil forces. Yet here stood a leader capable of cultivating such a miraculous mother tree, defying everything they thought they knew. "And this is just the beginning," Lin Yi said, leading the sisters to a wooden cabin. "There are more surprises waiting for you in our territory." As she pushed open the cabin door, a wave of dense, vibrant energy washed over them, and the sisters took a deep breath, savoring it. Lin Yi gestured toward an ancient well inside, its diameter spanning over 10 meters. "This is the Elven Spring. It produces high-quality Elven spring water. When you head out to hunt the undead, make sure to take some with you. It not only enhances magical power, but also helps replenish energy spent in battle." The sight of the miraculous well deepened the astonishment in the sisters' eyes. In their world, sacred relics containing such pure life energy had long since disappeared. "In our Elven race, we have similar springs," said the Windrunner sisters, gazing at the ancient well with a trace of nostalgia in their eyes. "But most of them have dried up. Even those that still flow lack the pure vitality held by this ancient well." A confident smile spread across Lin Yi's face. "Once I upgrade it in the future, it will no longer be an ordinary Elven spring but the legendary water of life. As long as the soul remains within the body, even the deceased can be resurrected." These words commanded the respect of the eldest sister, Illyria. Although Lin Yi's rank as a lord was lower than theirs, this near-divine ability genuinely impressed her. Lin Yi then led the three sisters on a tour of his domain. He showed no concern about revealing the secrets of his territory, for whether they were heroes or ordinary citizens, anyone who joined his domain would only grow more loyal over time. When they arrived at the settlement of the desert dwellers, the festive atmosphere of the harvest festival captivated the sisters. With Lin Yi's permission, they joined the celebration, sampling the delicious food and dancing joyfully with the desert folk. Finally, the group ascended the city walls at the edge of the territory. From this vantage point, they looked out over an endless desert. Yellow sand swirled in the wind, and in the distance, massive sandstorms raged, consuming everything in their path. Amid the sea of sand roamed countless undead. With the Royal Griffin Knights occupied in their campaign against the Greyland Dwarven Kingdom and the limited numbers of the ancient Trayan army, the undead in the surrounding areas had begun to resurface, even approaching the city walls. However, the magic-infused arrows fired from the walls, towers, and fortresses easily obliterated any undead that dared to come close. Seeing this, a chilling determination appeared on the sisters' beautiful faces. The youngest, Verisa, knocked an arrow to her bow and loosed it, the single shot splitting into countless arrows and clearing a vast swath of undead in an instant. Illyria and Sylvanas instinctively prepared to join the fight, but Lin Yi stopped them. He explained that these weak undead were better left for the Griffin Knights to clean up upon their return. For heroes of the sisters' caliber, even wiping out the undead within a 10-mile radius would hardly yield any experience. No matter the cost, I will never allow the forces of evil to invade this beautiful golden oasis, Verisa declared resolutely, echoing the shared resolve of her sisters. The stark contrast between the lifeless, malevolent desert before them and the vibrant, thriving oasis behind them only strengthened their determination to protect this sacred land. As they made their way back to the city hall, Lin Yi took a moment to review the information on the three sisters, finally gaining a deeper understanding of the true essence of heroes. 3 hero contracts, each worth 300,000 gold coins, brought Lin Yi the extraordinary Windrunner sisters. Each of them possesses the growth potential comparable to a lower-tier true god, a potential that even surpasses the legendary 10-headed sky-devouring dragon Python King. The eldest sister, Illyria Windrunner, a high elf, has the strength of a nascent demigod. Her first heroic talent, Destiny's Guidance Void Elf King, is a highly commanding trait. As long as her forces include at least 10,000 elf units, she can ascend to become the Void Elf King. As a legion commander, she has the power to transform her elves into formidable void elves, with the number she can convert increasing as her strength grows. The second sister, Sylvanas, also a high elf, wields peak saint-level power. Her talent, Destiny's Guidance Queen of the Banshees, is equally formidable. As long as she commands a force of Banshee units, she can follow the path of destiny to become the Queen of Banshees. Once she ascends, the combat power of her Banshee army will multiply exponentially. The youngest sister, Verisa, is a high-ranking saint-level high elf. Her talent, Ancient Grand Elf, focuses more on personal power. Under the call of the Elven Mother Tree, she can evolve into an Ancient Grand Elf, achieving a dual leap in both strength and potential. What is most astonishing is the sisters' shared talent, Windrunner Sisters Bond. This godder ability far surpasses Lin Yi's epic-level Lord talent, Lightbringer. When all 3 sisters appear on the battlefield together, their combat power triples, enabling them to easily fight above their tier. Sitting on the throne, Lin Yi contemplated for a moment and outlined 3 urgent tasks. First, to recruit elf units. Second, to assist Sylvanas in ascending to the throne of the Queen of Banshees. And finally, to send Verisa to the natural elf tribe to seek out the Elven Mother Tree. At this moment, the Windrunner sisters stood respectfully in the Grand Hall, as if in audience with their sovereign. My lord, what is our next mission? Illyria stood before Lin Yi with her sword in both hands, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Are we going to eliminate the powerful undead creatures near the Golden Oasis? No rush, Lin Yi replied with a smile, waving his hand. I need you to make a trip to the Grey Dwarf Kingdom. They've just come out of a recent war. Through their earlier conversations, Lin Yi had already learned about the 3 sisters' backgrounds. Illyria, the eldest, was the only one with actual combat experience, while Sylvanas and Verisa had spent most of their time training within the Elven lands, occasionally venturing out as rangers for practice. They were young and relatively inexperienced, and it was the perfect time for them to broaden their horizons. You must understand, Lin Yi said seriously, the enemies around the Golden Oasis are not just the evil undead. There are also intelligent races like the Rat Men Kingdom and the Grey Dwarf Kingdom, both of which hinder our development. Of course, along the way, you are free to hunt high-level undead creatures as well. As heroes of the territory, I've granted you the ability to grow stronger by defeating enemies. With enough effort, becoming gods is not an impossible dream. His words were not mere encouragement. Even without innate evolutionary abilities, the sisters' potential made their path to godhood almost inevitable. Illyria and Sylvanas exchanged surprised, delighted glances. gaining strength by defeating enemies? That was far simpler than their previous methods of training. Verisa leaned in close to her sisters, whispering about the mysterious energy that surged through her body when she had taken down an army with a single arrow. That power had indeed enhanced her magic. Praise the Lord. Well, depart for the Grey Dwarf Kingdom at once. The three sisters responded in unison. Before they left, Lin Yi gave them a solemn reminder. This world is different from the one you came from. Always remember to follow the rules here, and more importantly, abide by the rules of our territory. Understood, my lord. The sisters didn't fully grasp the meaning of his words yet, but they trusted they would soon understand. Perhaps this was exactly why Lin Yi was sending them to the Grey Dwarf Kingdom. Watching the three beautiful elven figures vanish into the horizon, Lin Yi's face lit up with a bright smile. Having three heroes join his ranks was indeed an incredible feeling. He then turned and headed into the backyard, where he stayed in the guest room until evening. As night fell, Sophia prepared to depart for Forest City. After everything that had transpired during the day, she found herself feeling a bit reluctant to leave. However, the thought of her mission to acquire dragon corpses for the Lord suppressed her emotions. Lin Yi handed her a piece of spatial equipment. This contains a batch of high-quality elven spring water worth over 10 billion. Find a way to sell it. The future of our territory depends on you. As he spoke, he gently took Sophia's soft hand in his. Sophia paid no attention to the 10 billion figure. Her mind was fixated on the word future. A blush spread across her cheeks as she softly replied, "My lord, he'll return very soon." As they spoke, two massive figures suddenly appeared in the sky. The brothers, the Bone Dragon Charles and the Corpse Dragon Charles, swooped down from high above and landed steadily outside the city hall. Lin Yi arrived shortly after, accompanied by Sophia. The two dragons immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, showing their respect for their master. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the Bone Dragon Charles's head, and he frowned as he asked, "Why is there a hole in your head?" Bone Dragon Charles immediately responded telepathically, "It was that elf named Verisa who shot me. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I probably wouldn't have survived to see you, master." It turned out that when the Windrunner sisters arrived at the Grey Dwarf Kingdom earlier that afternoon, they witnessed the devastation of the war and the circling dragons. The youngest sister, Verisa, acted on impulse and instinctively drew her bow and fired, nearly blowing off Bone Dragon Charles's skull. Fortunately, it was just that one arrow, as Verisa soon noticed the marks of allegiance on the two undead dragons. Though puzzled, she refrained from attacking further. With her superior strength, combined with the heroic talents of the three sisters and Lin Yi's divine envoy abilities, defeating Bone Dragon Charles would have been an easy task. It was just a misunderstanding. "You need to let it go," Lin Yi said, patting Bone Dragon Charles's jaw reassuringly. He then asked, "Are they still in the Grey Dwarf Kingdom?" "Yes, master," Bone Dragon Charles replied. At first, the sisters seemed resistant to our involvement in the war. However, after speaking with the Royal Inquisition Knights, their attitudes shifted. They even discussed something about rules. It seems their worldview is beginning to change. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction before explaining the reason for summoning the two dragons. "I need you both to go to Forest City. First, to protect Sophia, and second, to deal with the Flamingo Trading Guild. That guild dared to covet my golden oasis, and they must pay the price." The two dragons immediately pledged their commitment to completing the mission. However, Sophia reminded him, "Lord, they are undead dragons. Entering Forest City might not be easy unless they transform into human form and suppress their necrotic aura. While Forest City is an open economic trade hub, natural elves despise the undead. This is also why the Elven City Lord is investigating the masked man she suspects his forces caused the undead plague in the Kalar Desert, which threatens the survival of the natural elf race. That's easy enough. Any saint-tier creature can take human form," Lin Yi said as he instructed the two brothers. "Remember Sophia's words. Be cautious and make sure you don't get yourselves killed in Forest City. If the Elven Lord recognizes you, just mention the name of our golden oasis." "She should show some respect," Lin Yi advised. Upon hearing this, Bone Dragon Charles and Corpse Dragon immediately bowed their heads in acknowledgement, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The independent mission assigned by their master was undoubtedly a sign of trust. Charles even abandoned his initial plan to head to Dragonfall Canyon to enhance his strength, instead vowing to completely eradicate the Flamingo Merchant Guild. Armed with the information obtained from devouring the soul of the Venom Wasp Knight, he knew the guild's underground hideouts like the back of his hand. Determined to wipe out these lairs in one fell swoop, he sought to repay his master's confidence. "All right, it's getting late. Time to set off," Lin Yi said, patting Sophia lightly on the shoulder. Reluctantly, Sophia mounted the bone dragon and left the golden oasis. Along the way, scenes of her time with Lin Yi played repeatedly in her mind. The pain of parting was even more unbearable than when she had left her hometown in the Yi's Free Alliance. It was only as she neared the Forest of Life that she gradually calmed down. However, When she retrieved the spatial equipment given to her by Lin Yi, her beautiful face showed a look of astonishment. She couldn't help but think that the Elven Lord's plan to buy out all of Lin Yi's elven spring water might be far more challenging than anticipated. As night fell, the Royal Griffin Knight army returned to the territory, laden with rich spoils of war. Accompanying them were the Windrunner sisters, though their expressions were notably heavy, a stark contrast to the lightheartedness they had displayed when departing. The battlefield of the Grey Dwarf Kingdom, strewn with countless corpses, had left a deep impression on them. The pungent smell of blood seemed to linger in their nostrils. The eldest sister, Illyria, having experienced true warfare before, was more adaptable. However, the younger Sylvanas and Verisa appeared pale, clearly shaken by the horrors they had witnessed. Fortunately, the festive atmosphere within the territory helped to slightly alleviate their unease. Lord Lin Yi, the three sisters greeted respectfully as he approached. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze drifting to the lively scene across the lake. In a conversational tone, he began recounting the history of Kalar, describing how this once prosperous land had been reduced to a desert due to the divine war and how, under his efforts, it had been transformed from a mere kilometer-wide oasis into a thriving expanse spanning dozens of kilometers. He emphasized the significance of the recent war, noting that the surviving Grey Dwarves would now have the chance for a new beginning here. Get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, you'll head to a real battlefield, Lin Yi told the sisters. He had planned for their battlefield to be in Dragonfall Canyon, a place not only ideal for rapidly enhancing their strength, but also crucial for him to complete Side Quest 2 and obtain the ultimate blueprint for upgrading his unit buildings. Meanwhile, in Dragonfall Canyon, an epic battle was on the verge of breaking out. One side consisted of the canyon's formidable bosses, while the other was led by the Devouring Serpent King and the Undead Dragon King, commanding a force of over a dozen undead dragons. Under the shroud of night, the Dragonfall Canyon resembled a massive, menacing centipede sprawled across the earth, its pitch-black form seemingly capable of devouring everything in its path. Compared to its usual appearance, the canyon's outline seemed to have quietly expanded, as if it were alive. High above the southwestern region of the canyon, countless figures gathered in dense clusters, resembling a swarm of bees. At the forefront were dozens of colossal undead dragons, including bone dragons, zombie dragons, nether dragons, and corpse dragons. Among them, the most striking were several rare blood dragons, a unique breed of undead dragons born from an immense amount of dragon blood and soul energy, nurtured over an extended period. Blood dragons were not only formidable in combat, but also nearly indestructible. Their bodies, composed entirely of blood, could quickly regenerate even after being shattered. In critical moments, they could split into countless smaller blood dragons to escape, and only the destruction of their soul essence could completely annihilate them. Behind the dragons stood an assembly of saint-tier bosses, including the Abomination King, the Skeleton King, and the Gargoyle King, numbering over 50 in total. Further back, an overwhelming undead air force filled the skies, composed entirely of flying undead and extraordinary ground-based undead. This formidable undead army swiftly shifted into formation, creating an enormous encirclement. At the center of this formation, Lin Yi's dozen undead dragons stood ready for battle, with the most powerful among them, the Devouring Sky Python King and the Zombie Dragon King, positioned at the forefront. What exactly happened? The Devouring Sky Python King turned to the Zombie Dragon King, Wallace. What kind of trouble did you stir up? Wallace remained silent for a moment before responding through mental communication. 2 days ago, I encountered a bone dragon claiming to be a messenger of the Northern Bone Dragon King. It told me to leave the Abomination King's territory, and then I killed it and consumed its soul essence. Just for that. The Devouring Sky Python King raised a brow. That's hardly a reason to mobilize so many saint-tier powerhouses. Yesterday, I wandered into the Bone Dragon King's territory, Wallace continued. I found 3 bone dragons guarding a patch of dragon soul grass, so I took it all. As for the 3 bone dragons theory dead, the Devouring Sky Python King gave him a sidelong glance. If I were the Bone Dragon King, I'd want you dead too. What's there to fear? Wallace snorted coldly. Once we deal with these saint-tier undead, remember to hand over their soul essences to me. I'm on the verge of breaking through. As a being born at the peak of the saint-tier, the Zombie Dragon King's ambitions clearly extended far beyond his current power. Recently, the Devouring Sky Python King has been wreaking havoc in the Fallen Dragon Gorge, amassing an immense amount of soul essence and experience. It is now on the verge of breaking through to the demigod level from the saint rank. Surprisingly generous with the resources it has collected, the Devouring Sky Python King chose not to hoard all the soul essence for itself. It understood one crucial truth. Conquering the entirety of Fallen Dragon Gorge for its master could not be achieved by strength alone. According to intelligence, 2 demigod-level superbosses dominate the gorge, the Bone Dragon King, at the early demigod stage, and the more formidable mid-demigod stage 8-clawed Octopus Wraith King. The latter's true form is a colossal decaying octopus, larger than even a dragon. While the presence of such a sea creature in the vast Kalar Desert is puzzling, it is not the most pressing concern. The priority now is to find allies, and the zombie Dragon King, who is on the cusp of ascending to the demigod realm, is the ideal candidate. How many dragon soul herbs have you gathered so far? The devouring Sky Python King asked. The zombie Dragon King pondered briefly before replying. Approximately 1,300 stalks. Good pace. The devouring Sky Python King nodded approvingly. Hand them over to me for safekeeping, just in case. The zombie Dragon King opened its massive maw and spat out a glowing orb formed from its own domain power, containing the dragon soul herbs it had collected. Other undead dragons, including the nether dragon Charles, followed suit, surrendering their shares. The devouring Sky Python King enveloped the herbs in an energy sphere and swallowed them. Let's deal with the current battle first and help you reach the demigod rank. Then, we'll decide whether to hunt down the Bone Dragon King or return to our territory. Your call? The zombie Dragon King, Wallace, who was no match for the devouring Sky Python King, readily submitted. At that moment, a massive decaying dragon emerged from the distant undead army, glaring coldly at the group. You despicable invaders. You've disregarded the Bone Dragon King's benevolence. Now, you have two choices. Submit to the Bone Dragon King or perish here. Its gaze was fixed primarily on the devouring Sky Python King. The imposing zombie dragon, with its 10 heads, exuded an overwhelming aura. Even though both were at the peak of the saint rank, the decaying dragon felt a shiver of dread. However, with over 50 saint rank powerhouses as reinforcements, it remained confident in defeating this monster and offering its corpse to the Bone Dragon King. Bold words, the devouring Sky Python King sneered, unleashing a terrifying oppressive force. Waves of eerie black ripples spread outward, distorting the space for miles. Wherever the ripples passed, countless undead creatures instantly disintegrated, their remains raining down into the gorge like a storm. In this single attack, tens of thousands of extraordinary flying undead were annihilated, leaving only the 50-plus saint rank bosses standing. Witnessing this scene, the undead overlords present couldn't help but feel a chill run through their souls. The sight before them was beyond belief. Over 100,000 undead creatures, including thousands of extraordinary-level undead powerhouses, were obliterated in an instant by a single strike from the monstrous 10-headed zombie dragon. What terrified them even more was the overwhelming aura emanating from the sky-devouring Dragon Python King. The pressure, far surpassing the saint level, carried distinct fluctuations of the power of loss and ability only possessed by demigods. The pinnacle saint-level decaying corpse dragon staggered backward, its voice trembling as it questioned, "Are you a demigod? You're not too late to find out." The sky-devouring Dragon Python King unfurled its massive dragon wings as its 9 serpent heads let out a sinister, eerie laugh. The sound sent shivers down the spines of every undead overlord present. Only then did they realize why the sky-devouring Dragon Python King had a body comparable in size to the skeleton Dragon King. It was, in fact, a demigod-level undead dragon, and the saint-level pinnacle aura it had displayed before was merely a facade to conceal its true strength. Had they not provoked it, this demigod might have remained in hiding. This is impossible. The decaying corpse dragon's spirit trembled uncontrollably. In the vast expanse of the Kalar Desert, saint-level undead were already rare, let alone a demigod. Even in the Dragonfall Gorge, the largest gathering of undead, there were only 2 known demigods. Never in their wildest imaginations did they expect to encounter a hidden demigod-level undead dragon. If they had known, they would never have recklessly marched to their deaths. At the very least, they would have called upon the skeleton dragon king to handle the situation personally. But now it was too late for regrets. The pressing concern was survival. Though they had numbers on their side, taking down a demigod was nearly impossible. At best, they could inflict some damage, but even that would come at a heavy cost. Worse still, the opponent's domain of laws had already enveloped an area spanning tens of thousands of meters. Running will only get us killed faster. The decaying corpse dragon transmitted telepathically to the other undead overlords. We must work together to stall it as long as we can. Gabriel, find an opportunity to break through the domain. Once you're out, contact the skeleton Dragon King. The blood dragon Gabriel silently nodded and began retreating slowly. Its ability to escape was indeed superior to that of the nether dragon. Be careful, everyone. I'm heading to seek assistance from the great skeletal Dragon King. A voice shouted urgently. The Dragon King is located in Dragonfall Canyon, 400 kilometers to the north. With his incredible speed of 100 kilometers per minute, he can be here in just a few minutes. Before the words even faded, a deafening roar erupted from the peak-tier undead dragon. In an instant, dozens of undead dragons, along with the Dreadlord, the Bone King, and the Gargoyle King powerful saint-level bosses charged forward simultaneously. Their domains surged like tidal waves, layering upon one another in an attempt to completely overwhelm the faction of the devouring Sky Python King. The dozen undead dragons under Lin Yi's command immediately sprang into action, counterattacking under the leadership of the devouring Sky Python King and the Zombie Dragon King. Protected by the devouring Sky Python King's domain of laws, the overlapping enemy domains proved ineffective. The battle instantly escalated into a life-or-death struggle. The devouring Sky Python King struck first with a devastating attack. Its 9 serpent heads opened wide, unleashing 9 gleaming black orbs. The orbs rapidly fused into a single beam of pitch-black energy brimming with the power of laws. The beam tore through the enemy's layered domains in an instant, obliterating a mid-tier saint-level nether dragon on the spot. This terrifying power stemmed from the devouring Sky Python King's mastery of 3 laws: darkness, strength, and gale. The law of darkness manifested as a shroud, swallowing the enemy forces and severing their senses. The law of gale transformed into countless massive wind blades, shredding weaker undead bosses into pieces on the battlefield. Weak undead dare to act arrogantly before this Dragon King. The devouring Sky Python King roared furiously. With a single motion, it seized a golden-boned skeleton king in its claws and, empowered by the law of strength, effortlessly tore it in half. This overwhelming strength could rip apart any dragon with ease. In the blink of an eye, at least 7 undead bosses lay defeated under the might of the devouring Sky Python King, showcasing its unparalleled dominance. The battle grew increasingly fierce. At the heart of the battlefield, dozens of undead bosses swarmed like rabid beasts, relentlessly assaulting the likes of the devouring Sky Serpent Dragon King and other undead dragons. Over 20 of them were targeting the Sky Serpent Dragon King alone, with 8 among them being terrifying entities at the peak of the saint rank. Yet, even against such an overwhelming onslaught, the Sky Serpent Dragon King felt only a slight pressure. To it, this level of attack was nothing more than a futile effort to delay the inevitable demise of its enemies. On another front, nearly 30 undead bosses were besieging the Zombie Dragon King, Wallace, and a dozen other undead dragons. The battlefield echoed with deafening explosions as the bodies of undead creatures were shattered into pieces. In this pure and brutal clash of the undead, destruction of the body meant near-permanent annihilation, as the victor would immediately devour the essence of the defeated soul. This was the cruelest law of survival. The Zombie Dragon King, Wallace, was a master of this unforgiving rule. With its overwhelming strength, it rampaged across the battlefield, seizing every opportunity to devour the soul essence of any slain undead boss. Through this relentless and almost shameless consumption, its aura grew stronger and stronger, teetering on the brink of breaking into a new realm. In less than 10 minutes, more than 20 undead bosses had fallen. Of course, the undead dragons had also paid a price, losing 4 zombie dragons whose soul essence was likewise consumed by their enemies. This was the nature of warfare among the undeadiver or be devoured. Suddenly, a piercing shriek tore through the battlefield. It was the anguished cry of the Abomination King. This colossal creature, nearly 100 meters tall and covered in rotting flesh, bore countless twisted faces upon its body, grim remnants of the living beings it had devoured. The Abomination King, known for its insatiable appetite for fresh, lifey but human, magical beasts, or sentient beings of other races, found perverse pleasure in the screams of its prey as it consumed them. But now, it had become prey itself. The bloodthirsty Sky Serpent Dragon King had locked onto it as its target. In a mere instant, the Abomination King's domain was torn apart by the Sky Serpent Dragon King's power of law. It tried to flee, but it was no match for the speed of the Sky Serpent Dragon King, enhanced by the laws of wind. The Abomination King's massive, bloated body was firmly seized by the Sky Serpent Dragon King's razor-sharp claws. The excruciating pain forced it to let out desperate cries for mercy. Acting on instinct, it unleashed a jet of corrosive green venom, powerful enough to dissolve metal, directly at the Sky Serpent Dragon King. The venom's potency rivaled the breath of a corpse dragon. However, when the venomous mist struck the Sky Serpent Dragon King, it merely caused a few tiny poisonous blisters to form on its scales. The level of damage inflicted was indeed nothing more than a tickle to the swallowing Sky Python King. With a sudden burst of power from its claws, accompanied by the desperate screams of the Abomination King, the massive body of the latter was instantly torn into 2 halves. Just as the Abomination King's soul attempted to flee, it was swallowed whole by the swallowing Sky Python King. In an instant, this ruler of the southwest region of Dragonfall Gorge for over a century met its end in such a manner. Its lifeless body plunged into the green lake below the gorge, ironically, its former stronghold. The abominations in the lake surged wildly, scrambling to devour the flesh and blood of their once revered king. These former followers were now feasting on their master. Perhaps this lake would one day give rise to a new Abomination King, but that was a story for another time. After eliminating the Abomination King, The swallowing sky python king immediately turned its attention to the other undead bosses, focusing especially on those at the peak of the Saint tier. Whether it was bone dragons, ghostly dragons, or gargoyle kings, none could withstand more than a minute under its gaze. On this battlefield, it showcased the overwhelming power and undeniable gap between a demigod and Saint tier beings. Suddenly, a blood-red figure darted out from the darkened sky. It was the blood dragon, Gabriel. However, it was now a shadow of its former self. Its body reduced from nearly 100 meters to less than 30, and its rank had fallen from the Saint tier to an extraordinary level. Clearly, breaking through the swallowing sky python king's domain of laws had come at a devastating cost. The blood dragon, Gabriel, swiftly reached out to the bone dragon king, who was several hundred kilometers away, reporting the dire situation they faced. The bone dragon king responded with a simple understood. Mere minutes later, its imposing and fearsome figure appeared in Gabriel's line of sight, radiating an overwhelming force of destruction through its mastery of laws. In an instant, the darkened sky was shattered, and moonlight illuminated the battlefield once more. The scene was unrecognizably off the 50-plus undead bosses who had joined the fray. Only 11 remained, the rest having been slain. On the Golden Oasis side, the losses were also significant. 8 zombie dragons had perished, leaving only the swallowing sky python king, the zombie dragon king, Wallace, the nether dragon, Charles, and 2 high-level Saint-tier zombie dragons. The remaining 11 undead bosses quickly retreated to the bone dragon king's side, their gazes filled with killing intent as they stared down the swallowing sky python king's forces. With the bone dragon king as their backing, they finally regained a shred of confidence. In terms of size, the skeletal dragon king was indeed on par with the sky-swallowing python king. Though its form was that of a bone dragon, its entire body was covered in a thick layer of golden bone material, resembling a suit of radiant golden armor. This made it appear even more imposing and powerful than the sky-swallowing python king, living up to its title as the skeletal dragon king. As it descended onto the battlefield, the skeletal dragon king's gaze locked firmly onto the sky-swallowing python king. When it saw the 9 menacing snake heads, the soul flames burning within its skull flickered momentarily. It was a form it knew all too well. "You have crossed the line," the skeletal dragon king's telepathic voice reverberated. "Fallen Dragon Gorge is not your territory. Even the mighty titan sky-swallowing python would tread here with caution." The sky-swallowing python king quickly realized that it had been mistaken for a subordinate of the necromancers. This misunderstanding was understandable, considering its 9 snake heads were nearly identical to those of the titan sky-swallowing python, as if cast from the same mold. "We only came to collect dragon soul grass, but were attacked by your underlings," the sky-swallowing python king retorted. "If we're talking about arrogance, your undead and fallen Dragon Gorge take the crown." This statement immediately enraged the peak Saint-tier rotten corpse dragon nearby. "That zombie dragon beside you killed our envoy and invaded my lord's domain. Who else should we kill if not you?" The sky-swallowing python king casted a sidelong glance and said coldly, "For someone who talks so much, he'll tear your mouth off sooner or later." The threat made the rotten corpse dragon shrink back in fear. It had witnessed firsthand the terrifying combat prowess of the sky-swallowing python king. The skeletal dragon king let out a low growl. "Hand over that zombie dragon, and I will overlook everything that has happened so far." The sky-swallowing python king turned to the zombie dragon king, Wallace. "It says to hand you over. What do you think?" "Up to you," Wallace replied with a twisted grin. At that moment, the sky-swallowing python king suddenly opened its massive jaws and spat out a glowing orb brimming with immense soul essence. It was the reward it had previously promised to help the zombie dragon king break through. Without hesitation, Wallace swallowed the orb, and in an instant, an invisible golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping him. In mere seconds, Wallace's aura surged wildly, breaking through from the peak Saint-tier to the initial stage of demigodhood. His body expanded to match the size of the sky-swallowing python king. This sudden transformation sent shockwaves through the undead bosses surrounding the skeletal dragon king, causing them to retreat in fear as their soul flames flickered violently. What had been an unknown confrontation had now turned into a two-known battle, leaving their leader to face 2 demigod-level opponents alone. As for the underlings themselves, their fate seemed destined to be even more tragic. The skeletal dragon king seemed to realize it was at a disadvantage. It took a step back and said in a deep voice, "Let's put the past behind us. Leave Dragonfall Gorge immediately." "Let it go? Not a chance." The zombie dragon king, Wallace, who had ascended to demigod status, no longer regarded the skeletal dragon king as a threat. It was fully prepared to join forces with the sky-devouring serpent king to tear their opponent apart. However, what happened next was unexpected. The sky-devouring serpent king, with its 10 ferocious dragon heads, turned toward the skeletal dragon king and spoke slowly. "Our mission is to collect dragon soul grass. Hand over the dragon soul grass in your territory, and we'll consider the matter settled." The zombie dragon king looked at the sky-devouring serpent king in confusion, unable to understand why its usually cunning ally was suddenly showing weakness. Yet, it chose not to voice any objections. The skeletal dragon king remained silent for a long time. Its golden bony armor trembled slightly, and a glint of cold light flickered in its deep gaze. For undead beings of our level, dragon soul grass holds little value. That's none of your concern, the sky-devouring serpent king replied fearlessly. If you want peace, hand over the dragon soul grass. Do you truly think I fear the two of you? The skeletal dragon king's aura suddenly surged. Just as the situation seemed on the brink of erupting into conflict, the skeletal dragon king abruptly withdrew its aura. It cast a cold glance at the sky-devouring serpent king before uttering, "Wait here," and disappeared into the night with its horde of undead bosses. Half an hour later, the skeletal dragon king returned alone and spat out a glowing orb containing a large amount of dragon soul grass. The sky-devouring serpent king accepted it and immediately declared the division of power in Dragonfall Gorge. The southwestern region would belong to them, while the northern region would remain under the skeletal dragon king's control. This shameless demand infuriated the skeletal dragon king, but it ultimately left with a curt, "Suit yourself." Just as the zombie dragon king was about to praise this cunning strategy, the sky-devouring serpent king suddenly unleashed a breath attack into the void, forcing out a hidden figure 10 meter long, 8-armed octopus. It turned out to be a clone of the octopus ghost king. The sky-devouring serpent king then proposed a trade. It would exchange the newly acquired southwestern region for dragon soul grass, vowing never to set foot in the area as long as the octopus ghost king remained there. After a moment of consideration, the octopus ghost king agreed. When the zombie dragon king questioned the apparent contradiction with their master's mission, the sky-devouring serpent king replied nonchalantly, "I said as long as it's there. Next time, we'll just go straight to its lair and take it out." Problem solved. This response left the zombie dragon king utterly stunned, as the sky-devouring serpent king's shamelessness reached an entirely new level in its eyes. "You've known all along that the 8-armed octopus ghost king was hiding in that void?" the zombie dragon king asked, its spiritual consciousness trembling with surprise. The devouring sky python king nodded slightly with its 9 snake heads and replied, "It was invited by the skeleton dragon king as reinforcement, intending to ambush and eliminate us." However, in the end, the 8-armed octopus ghost king backed out. Once it retreated, the skeleton dragon king had no choice but to withdraw as well. After all, it couldn't take on the two of us alone. "But that doesn't make sense," the zombie dragon king said, puzzled. "The 8-armed octopus ghost king is a mid-ear demigod. Together with the skeleton dragon king, they could have defeated us. Why would it choose to retreat?" "It's simple," the devouring sky python king said, its 9 snake heads swaying slightly. "It saw my 9 snake heads and mistakenly thought I was related to the titan devouring sky python, so it became cautious. That just proves how powerful the titan devouring sky python really is." "Exactly," the devouring sky python king analyzed. "Based on my estimation, the titan devouring sky python's strength has likely reached the peak of a demigod. If it successfully reincarnates as a lich, it could ascend directly to the quasi-god level. Then we need to focus on strengthening ourselves too," the zombie dragon king said. The devouring sky python king nodded again, knowing that serving their master required immense power. Suddenly, the zombie dragon king had a realization. "No wonder you didn't attack the skeleton dragon king earlier when I was advancing to demigod. You knew the 8-armed octopus ghost king was watching from the shadows. While the 8-armed octopus ghost king is cautious, it would never stand by idly and watch the skeleton dragon king get killed," the devouring sky python king explained. "We can't act recklessly. Once our master finishes nurturing the dragon spirit, we can eliminate them both without issue." "That makes sense," the zombie dragon king agreed, inwardly admiring the devouring sky python king's cunning. If it had been in charge, it might have impulsively attacked the skeleton dragon king long ago. But the devouring sky python king not only tricked the skeleton dragon king into giving up the dragon soul grass, but also managed to outwit the 8-armed octopus ghost king under the guise of a territory exchange. "Speaking of which, that 8-armed octopus ghost king really was foolish," the zombie dragon king remarked. "If we had truly planned to leave the fallen dragon gorge, it wouldn't have needed to pay dragon soul grass to claim the area." The devouring sky python king let out a cold laugh. "It's not foolish, it's overthinking." It believed that through this exchange, it could avoid offending the titan devouring sky python while outmaneuvering the skeleton dragon king to claim the territory. Besides, dragon soul grass holds little value to it. Trading something it doesn't need for land seemed like a good deal. Even if we tricked it, the loss was minor. The zombie dragon king suddenly understood, its gaze drifting to the 9 snake heads of the devouring sky python king. A wave of envy surged in its heart. Despite both being undead dragons born from ancient corpses, the difference in the number of heads had led to a gap in intelligence. After all, 10 heads thinking together were bound to outmatch a single one. An hour later, the 8-armed octopus Ghost King arrived as expected. The 8-armed octopus Ghost King cautiously examined the dragon soulgrass in its grasp, not handing it over immediately. Are you certain this area will belong to me from now on, and you won't go back on your word? The golden vertical pupils of the sky-swallowing dragon python king glimmered with a hint of sincerity. Collecting dragon soulgrass is our top priority. Once we have it, we will naturally leave. Besides, our territory has never been in the fallen dragon gorge. Furthermore, your strength is unparalleled. Even if the two of us joined forces, we wouldn't stand a chance against you. If we did go back on our word, you would be more than capable of dealing with us. These words stirred something within the 8-armed octopus Ghost King. What it truly feared wasn't these two before it, but the titan sky-swallowing python, which was in the process of transforming into a lich. If these two reneged on their deal, it could simply eliminate them. With the contract in hand, even if the titan sky-swallowing python came looking for trouble, it would have the justification to stand its ground. Having thought it through, the 8-armed octopus Ghost King decisively tossed the glowing orb containing the dragon soul grass to the sky-swallowing dragon python king. Over 3,000 dragon soul grass, it's yours now. A pleasure doing business. The sky-swallowing dragon python king gleefully stored the orb and then disappeared into the sky with the zombie dragon king and the other undead dragons. Watching them leave, the 8-armed octopus Ghost King felt elated. This area, once overseen by the skeletal dragon king and belonging to various undead overlords, now belonged solely to it. It descended into the gorge battlefield below to inspect the area but found nothing of value. Frustrated, it muttered, "Those greedy scoundrels, they even scavenged the remains of the saint-level undead clean." Though slightly annoyed, the 8-armed octopus Ghost King quickly adjusted its mindset and returned to its base to rally its undead army, preparing to fully seize control of the territory. Combined with its original holdings in the eastern and southeastern regions, it now controlled 2/3 of the fallen dragon gorge, far surpassing the skeletal dragon king's territories in the north and northwest. The larger the dominion, the more soul essence it could collect, which was crucial for enhancing its power. The 8-armed octopus Ghost King calculated silently, by the time the Lich King awakens, I might have advanced to the high demigod rank. I'll surely receive even greater favor. Meanwhile, in the golden oasis, Lin Yi sat cross-legged beneath the ancient war tree, bathed in its radiant green light and the surging magic of life and nature. After a long while, he opened his eyes, exuding an even more formidable aura at the peak of the saint level, just a step away from becoming a demigod. The recent victory of his undead dragons in the fallen dragon gorge, where they slew dozens of saint-level undead overlords, combined with his prior accumulation, had enabled him to achieve this breakthrough effortlessly. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.